A squint is highly esteemed. Chapter 8. In which the reader will find a charming saying of the last king. In summer, he metamorphoses himself into a frog. And in the evening, when night is falling, in front of the bridges of Austerlitz and Jena, from the tops of coal wagons, and the washerwomen's boats, he hurls himself headlong into the Seine. And into all possible infractions of the laws of modesty and of the police. Nevertheless, the police keep an eye on him, and the result is a highly dramatic situation which once gave rise to a fraternal and memorable cry. That cry, which was celebrated about 1830, is a strategic warning from gamin to gamin. It scans like a verse from Homer, with a notation as inexpressible as the Eleusiniac chant of the Panathenaea, and in it one encounters again the ancient of O. Here it is, oh hey, tt, oh he. Here comes the bobby, here comes the pea-lice, pick up your duds and be off, through the sewer with you. Sometimes this gnat, that is what he calls himself, knows how to read, sometimes he knows how to write, he always knows how to daub. He does not hesitate to acquire, by no one knows what mysterious mutual instruction, all the talents which can be of use to the public. From 1815 to 1830, he imitated the cry of the turkey, from 1830 to 1848, he scrawled pears on the walls. One summer evening, when Louis Philippe was returning home on foot, he saw a little fellow, no higher than his knee, perspiring and climbing up to draw a gigantic pear in charcoal on one of the pillars of the gate of Neuilly. The king, with that good nature which came to him from Henry IV, helped the gamin, finished the pear, and gave the child a louis, saying, "The pear is on that also." 19. The gamin loves uproar. A certain state of violence pleases him. He execrates the cures. One day, in the Rue de l'Université, one of these scamps was putting his thumb to his nose at the carriage gate of number 69. "Why are you doing that at the gate?" a passerby asked. The boy replied, "There is a cure there." It was there, in fact, that the papal nuncio lived. 19. Louis XVIII. Is represented in comic pictures of that day as having a pear-shaped head. Nevertheless, whatever may be the Voltairianism of the small gamin, if the occasion to become a chorister presents itself, it is quite possible that he will accept, and in that case he serves the mass civilly. There are two things to which he plays Tantalus, and which he always desires without ever attaining them, to overthrow the government, and to get his trousers sewed up again. The gamin in his perfect state possesses all the policemen of Paris, and can always put the name to the face of any one which he chances to meet. He can tell them off on the tips of his fingers. He studies their habits, and he has special notes on each one of them. He reads the souls of the police like an open book. He will tell you fluently and without flinching, such an one is a traitor, such another is very malicious. Such another is great, such another is ridiculous. All these words, traitor, malicious, great, ridiculous, have a particular meaning in his mouth. That one imagines that he owns the Pont Neuf, and he prevents people from walking on the cornice outside the parapet, that other has a mania for pulling persons' ears, etc., etc. Chapter 9. The Old Soul of Gaul. There was something of that boy in Poquelin, the son of the fish market. Beaumarchais had something of it. Gaminery is a shade of the Gallic spirit. Mingled with good sense, it sometimes adds force to the latter, as alcohol does to wine. Sometimes it is a defect. Homer repeats himself eternally, granted, one may say that Voltaire plays the gamin. Camille Desmoulins was a native of the faubourgs. Championnet, who treated miracles brutally, rose from the pavements of Paris. He had, when a small lad, inundated the porticos of Saint-Jean-de-Beauvais, and of Saint-Étienne-du-Mont. He had addressed the shrine of Saint Genevieve familiarly to give orders to the file of Saint Januarius. The gamin of Paris is respectful, ironical, and insolent. He has villainous teeth, because he is badly fed and his stomach suffers, and handsome eyes because he has wit. If Jehovah himself were present, he would go hopping up the steps of paradise on one foot. He is strong on boxing. All beliefs are possible to him. He plays in the gutter, and straightens himself up with a revolt, his effrontery persists even in the presence of grape shot, he was a scapegrace, he is a hero. Like the little Theban, he shakes the skin from the lion. Barra the drummer boy was a gamin of Paris, he shouts, forward, as the horse of scripture says va, and in a moment he has passed from the small brat to the giant. This child of the puddle is also the child of the ideal. Measure that spread of wings which reaches from Molière to Barra. To sum up the whole, and in one word, the gamin is a being who amuses himself, because he is unhappy. Chapter 10. Ecce Paris, ecce homo. To sum it all up once more, the Paris gamin of today, like the Græculus of Rome in days gone by, is the infant populace with the wrinkle of the old world on his brow. The gamin is a grace to the nation, and at the same time a disease which must be cured. How? By light. Light renders healthy. Light kindles. All generous social irradiations spring from science, letters, arts, education. Make men, make men. Give them light that they may warm you. Sooner or later the splendid question of universal education will present itself with the irresistible authority of the absolute truth. And then, those who govern under the superintendence of the French idea will have to make this choice, the children of France or the gamins of Paris, flames in the light or will-o'-the-wisps in the gloom. The gamin expresses Paris, and Paris expresses the world. For Paris is a total. Paris is the ceiling of the human race. The whole of this prodigious city is a foreshortening of dead manners and living manners. He who sees Paris thinks he sees the bottom of all history with heaven and constellations in the intervals. Paris has a capital, the town hall, a Parthenon, Notre Dame, a Mount Aventine, the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, an Asinarium, the Sorbonne, a Pantheon, the Pantheon, a Via Sacra, the Boulevard des Italiens, a Temple of the Winds, a Pinion. And it replaces the Gemonii by ridicule. Its Majo is called Farad, its Transteverin is the man of the faubourgs, its Hammal is the market porter, its Lazzaroni is the Peager, its Cockney is the native of Ghent. Everything that exists elsewhere exists at Paris. The fishwoman of Dumarsais can retort on the herb seller of Euripides, the Discobol's Vagianus lives again in the Forioso, the tightrope dancer. Therapontigonus Miles could walk arm in arm with Vadeboncaire the grenadier, Damasippus the second-hand dealer would be happy among bric-a-brac merchants, Vincennes could grasp Socrates in its fist as just as Agora could imprison Diderot. Grimod de la Reynière discovered larded roast beef, as Curtillus invented roast hedgehog. We see the trapeze which figures in Plautus reappear under the vault of the Ark of Latoile. The sword-eater of Poesilus encountered by Apuleius is a sword-swallower on the Pont Neuf, the nephew of Rameau and Curculio the parasite make a pair, or Gacillus could get himself presented to Cambyses by Diagraphule. The four dandies of Rome, Alcissimarchus, Phoedromus, Diabolus, and Argyrippus, descend from Courtille in Labatte's posting-chaise. Aulus Gellius would halt no longer in front of Somrio than would Charles Nodier in front of Punchinello. Marteau is not a tigress, but Pardalisca was not a dragon. Pantolobus the wag jeers in the Café Anglais at Nomentanus the fast liver, Hermogenes is a tenor in the Champs-Élysées, and round him, Thracius the beggar, clad like Bobèche, takes up a collection. The boor who stops you by the button of your coat in the Tuileries makes you repeat after a lapse of 2,000 years Thesprian's apostrophe, "Qu'est proprintem me prehendit Palio?" The wine on Shurine is a parody of the wine of Alba, the red border of Desaugiers forms a balance to the great cutting of Balatro, Père Lachaise exhales beneath nocturnal rains same gleams as the Esquilii. And the grave of the poor bought for 5 years, is certainly the equivalent of the slave's hived coffin. Seek something that Paris has not. The vat of Trophonius contains nothing that is not in Mesmer's tub, Bergaphilas lives again in Cagliostro, the Brahmin Vasiphanta become incarnate in the Comte de Saint-Germain. The cemetery of Saint Medard works quite as good miracles as the mosque of Umami at Damascus. Paris has an Aesop Mayu, and a Canidia, Mademoiselle Lenormand. It is terrified, like Delphos at the fulgurating realities of the vision. It makes tables turn as Dodona did tripods. It places the grisette on the throne, as Rome placed the courtesan there, and, taking it all together, if Louis XV is worse than Claudian, Madame du Barry is better than Messalina. Paris combines in an unprecedented type, which has existed and which we have elbowed, Grecian nudity, the Hebraic ulcer, and the Gascon pun. It mingles Diogenes, Job, and Jack Pudding, dresses up a spectre in old numbers of the Constitutional, and makes Caudric Duclos. Although Plutarch says, the tyrant never grows old, Rome, under Sylla as under Domitian, resigned itself and willingly put water in its wine. The Tiber was a Lethe, if the rather doctrinary eulogium made of it by Varus Vibiscus is to be credited, contra Gracchos Tiberum habemus, bibber Tiberum, id est seditionum oblivici. Paris drinks 1,000,000 liters of water a day, but that does not prevent it from occasionally beating the general alarm and ringing the tocsin. With that exception, Paris is amiable. It accepts everything royally. It is not too particular about its Venus, its Callipyge is Hottentot, provided that it is made to laugh, it condones, ugliness cheers it, deformity provokes it to laughter, vice diverts it, be eccentric and you may be an eccentric. Even hypocrisy, that supreme cynicism, does not disgust it, it is so literary that it does not hold its nose before Basile, and is no more scandalized by the prayer of Tartuffe than Horace was repelled by the hiccup of Priapus. No trait of the universal face is lacking in the profile of Paris. The bal mabile is not the polymnia dance of the geniculum, but the dealer in ladies wearing apparel there devours the lorette with her eyes, exactly as the procuress Staphla lay in wait for the virgin Planesium. The Barrière du Combat is not the Colosseum, but people are as ferocious there as though Caesar were looking on. The Syrian hostess has more grace than Mother Saget, but, if Virgil haunted the Roman wine shop, David Diage, Balzac and Charlotte have sat at the tables of Parisian taverns. Paris reigns. Geniuses flash forth there, the red tails prosper there. Adonai passes on his chariot with its 12 wheels of thunder and lightning, Silenus makes his entry there on his ass. For Silenus read Ramponneau. Paris is the synonym of cosmos, Paris is Athens, Sybaris, Jerusalem, Pantin. All civilizations are there in an abridged form, all barbarisms also. Paris would greatly regret it if it had not a guillotine. A little of the place to grieve is a good thing. What would all that eternal festival be without this seasoning? Our laws are wisely provided, and thanks to them, this blade drips on this Shrove Tuesday. Chapter 11. To scoff, to reign. There is no limit to Paris. No city has had that domination which sometimes derides those whom it subjugates. To please you, O Athenians! Exclaimed Alexander. Paris makes more than the law, it makes the fashion, Paris sets more than the fashion, it sets the routine. Paris may be stupid, if it sees fit, it sometimes allows itself this luxury. Then the universe is stupid in company with it, then Paris awakes, rubs its eyes, says, "How stupid I am," and bursts out laughing in the face of the human race. What a marvel is such a city! It is a strange thing that this grandioseness and this burlesque should be amicable neighbors, that all this majesty should not be thrown into disorder by all this parody, and that the same mouth can today blow into the trump of the judgment day. And tomorrow into the reed flute. Paris has a sovereign joviality, its gaiety is of the thunder and its farce holds a scepter. Its tempest sometimes proceeds from a grimace. Its explosions, its days, its masterpieces, its prodigies, its epics, go forth to the bounds of the universe, and so also do its cock and bull stories. Its laugh is the mouth of a volcano which spatters the whole earth. Its jests are sparks. It imposes its caricatures as well as its ideal on people, the highest monuments of human civilization accept its ironies and lend their eternity to its mischievous pranks. It is superb, it has a prodigious 14th of July, which delivers the globe. It forces all nations to take the oath of tennis, its night of the 4th of August dissolves in 3 hours 1,000 years of feudalism, it makes of its logic the muscle of unanimous will. It multiplies itself under all sorts of forms of the sublime, it fills with its light Washington, Kosciuszko, Bolivar, Botzaris, Riego, Baim, Menin, Lopez, John Brown, Garibaldi. It is everywhere where the future is being lighted up, at Boston in 1779, at the Isle de Leon in 1820, at Pest in 1848, at Palermo in 1860, it whispers the mighty countersign, Liberty. In the year of the American abolitionists grouped about the boat at Harper's Ferry, and in the year of the patriots of Ancona assembled in the shadow, to the Archi before the Gozzi Inn on the seashore. It creates Canaris, it creates Quiroga, it creates Pisacane, it irradiates the great on earth. It was while proceeding whither its breath urged them, that Byron perished at Missolonghi, and that Mazet died at Barcelona. It is the tribune under the feet of Mirabeau, and a crater under the feet of Robespierre. Its books, its theatre, its art, its science, its literature, its philosophy, are the manuals of the human race. It has Pascal, Régnier, Corneille, Descartes, Jean-Jacques, Voltaire for all moments, Molière for all centuries. It makes its language to be talked by the universal mouth, and that language becomes the word. It constructs in all minds the idea of progress. The liberating dogmas which it forges are for the generation's trusty friends, and it is with the soul of its thinkers and its poets that all heroes of all nations have been made since 1789. This does not prevent vagabondism, and that enormous genius which is called Paris, while transfiguring the world by its light. Sketches in charcoal Bougenier's nose on the wall of the Temple of Theseus and writes Creteville the thief on the pyramids. Paris is always showing its teeth, when it is not scolding it is laughing. Such is Paris. The smoke of its roofs forms the ideas of the universe. A heap of mud and stone, if you will, but, above all, a moral being. It is more than great, it is immense. Why? Because it is daring. To dare, that is the price of progress. All sublime conquests are, more or less, the prizes of daring. In order that the revolution should take place, it does not suffice that Montesquieu should foresee it, that Diderot should preach it, that Beaumarchais should announce it, that Condorcet should calculate it, that Hérouet should prepare it, that Rousseau should premeditate it. It is necessary that Danton should dare it. The cry, audacity, is a fiat lux. It is necessary, for the sake of the forward march of the human race, that there should be proud lessons of courage permanently on the heights. Daring deeds dazzle history and are one of man's great sources of light. The dawn dares when it rises. To attempt, to brave, to persist, to persevere, to be faithful to one's self, to grasp fate bodily, to astound catastrophe by the small amount of fear that it occasions us, now to affront unjust power, again to insult drunken victory. To hold one's position, to stand one's ground. That is the example which nations need, that is the light which electrifies them. The same formidable lightning proceeds from the torch of Prometheus to Cambronne's short pipe. Chapter 12. The future latent in the people. As for the Parisian populace, even when a man grown, it is always the street Arab. To paint the child is to paint the city, and it is for that reason that we have studied this eagle in this errant sparrow. It is in the faubourgs, above all, we maintain, that the Parisian race appears. There is the pure blood, there is the true physiognomy, there this people toils and suffers, and suffering and toil are the two faces of man. There exist there immense numbers of unknown beings, among whom swarm types of the strangest, from the porter of La Rapée to the knacker of Montfaucon. Fex urbis, exclaims Cicero, mob, adds Burke, indignantly, rabble, multitude, populace. These are words and quickly uttered. But so be it. What does it matter? What is it to me if they do go barefoot? They do not know how to read, so much the worse. Would you abandon them for that? Would you turn their distress into a malediction? Cannot the light penetrate these masses? Let us return to that cry, light. And let us obstinately persist therein. Light. Light. Who knows whether these opacities will not become transparent? Are not revolutions transfigurations? Come, philosophers, teach, enlighten, light up, think aloud, speak aloud, hasten joyously to the great sun, fraternize with the public place, announce the good news, spend your alphabets lavishly, proclaim rights, sing the Marseillaises. Sow enthusiasms, tear green boughs from the oaks. Make a whirlwind of the idea. This crowd may be rendered sublime. Let us learn how to make use of that vast conflagration of principles and virtues, which sparkles, bursts forth and quivers at certain hours. These bare feet, these bare arms, these rags, these ignorances, these abjectnesses, these darknesses, may be employed in the conquest of the ideal. Gaze past the people, and you will perceive truth. Let that vile sand which you trample underfoot be cast into the furnace, let it melt and seat there, it will become a splendid crystal, and it is thanks to it that Galileo and Newton will discover stars. Chapter 13. Little Gavroche. 8 or 9 years after the events narrated in the second part of this story, people noticed on the Boulevard du Temple, and in the regions of the Château d'Eau, a little boy 11 or 12 years of age. Who would have realized with tolerable accuracy that ideal of the gamin sketched out above, if, with the laugh of his age on his lips, he had not had a heart absolutely somber and empty. This child was well muffled up in a pair of man's trousers, but he did not get them from his father, and a woman's chemise, but he did not get it from his mother. Some people or other had clothed him in rags out of charity. Still, he had a father and a mother. But his father did not think of him, and his mother did not love him. He was one of those children most deserving of pity, among all, one of those who have father and mother, and who are orphans nevertheless. This child never felt so well as when he was in the street. The pavements were less hard to him than his mother's heart. His parents had dispatched him into life with a kick. He simply took flight. He was a boisterous, pallid, nimble, wide-awake, jeering, lad, with a vivacious but sickly air. He went and came, sang, played at hopscotch, scraped the gutters, stole a little, but, like cats and sparrows, gaily laughed when he was called a rogue, and got angry when called a thief. He had no shelter, no bread, no fire, no love. But he was merry because he was free. When these poor creatures grow to be men, the millstones of the social order meet them and crush them, but so long as they are children, they escape because of their smallness. The tiniest hole saves them. Nevertheless, abandoned as this child was, it sometimes happened, every 2 or 3 months, that he said, "Come, I'll go and see Mama." Then he quitted the boulevard, the Cirque, the Porte Saint-Martin, descended to the quays, crossed the bridges, reached the suburbs, arrived at the Salpêtrière, and came to a halt, where? Precisely at that double number 50 to 52 with which the reader is acquainted, at the Gorbeau hovel. At that epoch, the hovel 50 to 52 generally deserted and eternally decorated with the placard, "Chambers to let," chanced to be, a rare thing, inhabited by numerous individuals who, however, as is always the case in Paris, had no connection with each other. All belonged to that indigent class which begins to separate from the lowest of petty bourgeoisie in straitened circumstances, and which extends from misery to misery into the lowest depths of society down to those two beings in whom all the material things of civilization end, the sewerman who sweeps up the mud, and the ragpicker who collects scraps. The principal lodger of Jean Valjean's day was dead and had been replaced by another exactly like her. I know not what philosopher has said, old women are never lacking. This new old woman was named Madame Bourgon, and had nothing remarkable about her life except a dynasty of 3 Paraquets, who had reigned in succession over her soul. The most miserable of those who inhabited the hovel were a family of 4 persons, consisting of father, mother, and 2 daughters, already well grown, all 4 of whom were lodged in the same attic, one of the cells which we have already mentioned. At first sight, this family presented no very special feature except its extreme destitution. The father, when he hired the chamber, had stated that his name was Jondrette. Some time after his moving in, which had borne a singular resemblance to the entrance of nothing at all, to borrow the memorable expression of the principal tenant, this Jondrette had said to the woman, who, like her predecessor, was at the same time portress and stair-sweeper, "Mother so-and-so, if any one should chance to come and inquire for a Pole or an Italian, or even a Spaniard, perchance, it is I." This family was that of the merry barefoot boy. He arrived there and found distress, and, what is still sadder, no smile, a cold hearth and cold hearts. When he entered, he was asked, "Whence come you?" He replied, "From the street." When he went away, they asked him, "Whither are you going?" He replied, "Into the streets." His mother said to him, "What did you come here for?" This child lived, in this absence of affection, like the pale plants which spring up in cellars. It did not cause him suffering, and he blamed no one. He did not know exactly how a father and mother should be. Nevertheless, his mother loved his sisters. We have forgotten to mention, that on the Boulevard du Temple this child was called Little Gavroche. Why was he called Little Gavroche? Probably because his father's name was Jondrette. It seems to be the instinct of certain wretched families to break the thread. The chamber which the Jondrettes inhabited in the Gorbeau hovel was the last at the end of the corridor. The cell next to it was occupied by a very poor young man who was called M. Marius. Let us explain who this M. Marius was. Book 2nd. The Great Bourgeois. Chapter 1. 90 years and 32 teeth. In the Rue Boucherat, Rue de Normandie and the Rue de Saint-Ange there still exist a few ancient inhabitants who have preserved the memory of a worthy man named M. Gillenormand, and who mention him with complaisance. This good man was old when they were young. This silhouette has not yet entirely disappeared, for those who regard with melancholy that vague swarm of shadows which is called the past, from the labyrinth of streets in the vicinity of the Temple to which, under Louis XIV, the names of all the provinces of France were appended exactly as in our day, the streets of the new Tivoli quarter have received the names of all the capitals of Europe, a progression, by the way, in which progress is visible. M. Gillenormand, who was as much alive as possible in 1831, was one of those men who have become curiosities to be viewed, simply because they have lived a long time, and who are strange because they formerly resembled everybody, and now resemble nobody. He was a peculiar old man, and in very truth, a man of another age, the real, complete and rather haughty bourgeois of the 18th century, who wore his good, old bourgeoisie with the air with which marquises wear their marquisates. He was over 90 years of age, his walk was erect, he talked loudly, saw clearly, drank neat, ate, slept, and snored. He had all 32 of his teeth. He only wore spectacles when he read. He was of an amorous disposition, but declared that, for the last 10 years, he had wholly and decidedly renounced women. He could no longer please, he said, he did not add, "I am too old," but, "I am too poor." He said, if I were not ruined, all he had left, in fact, was an income of about 15,000 francs. His dream was to come into an inheritance and to have 100,000 livres income for mistresses. He did not belong, as the reader will perceive, to that puny variety of octogenaries who, like M. de Voltaire, have been dying all their life. His was no longevity of a cracked pot, this jovial old man had always had good health. He was superficial, rapid, easily angered. He flew into a passion at everything, generally quite contrary to all reason. When contradicted, he raised his cane, he beat people as he had done in the great century. He had a daughter over 50 years of age, and unmarried, whom he chastised severely with his tongue, when in a rage, and whom he would have liked to whip. She seemed to him to be 8 years old. He boxed his servants' ears soundly, and said, "Ah! Couronne." One of his oaths was, by the Pantafloche of the Pantaflochade. He had singular freaks of tranquillity, he had himself shaved every day by a barber who had been mad and who detested him, being jealous of M. Gillenormand on account of his wife, a pretty and coquettish barberess. M. Gillenormand admired his own discernment in all things, and declared that he was extremely sagacious. Here is one of his sayings, I have, in truth, some penetration. I am able to say when a flea bites me, from what woman it came. The words which he uttered the most frequently were, the sensible man, and nature. He did not give to this last word the grand acceptation which our epoch has accorded to it, but he made it enter, after his own fashion, into his little chimney-corner satires. Nature, he said. In order that civilization may have a little of everything, gives it even specimens of its amusing barbarism. Europe possesses specimens of Asia and Africa on a small scale. The cat is a drawing-room tiger, the lizard is a pocket crocodile. The dancers at the opera are pink female savages. They do not eat men, they crunch them. Or, magicians that they are, they transform them into oysters and swallow them. The Caribbeans leave only the bones, they leave only the shell. Such are our morals. We do not devour, we gnaw, we do not exterminate, we claw. Chapter 2. Like master, like house. He lived in the Marais, Rue de Filles du Calvaire, No. 6. He owned the house. This house has since been demolished and rebuilt, and the number has probably been changed in those revolutions of numeration which the streets of Paris undergo. He occupied an ancient and vast apartment on the first floor, between street and gardens, furnished to the very ceilings with great Gobelins and Beauvais tapestries representing pastoral scenes. The subjects of the ceilings and the panels were repeated in miniature on the armchairs. He enveloped his bed in a vast, 9-leaved screen of coromandel lacquer. Long, full curtains hung from the windows, and formed great, broken folds that were very magnificent. The garden situated immediately under his windows was attached to that one of them which formed the angle, by means of a staircase 12 or 15 steps long, which the old gentleman ascended and descended with great agility. In addition to a library adjoining his chamber, he had a boudoir of which he thought a great deal, a gallant and elegant retreat, with magnificent hangings of straw, with a pattern of flowers and fleurs de lis made on the galleys of Louis XIV. And ordered of his convicts by M. de Vivonne for his mistress. M. Gillenormand had inherited it from a grim maternal great-aunt, who had died a centenarian. He had had 2 wives. His manners were something between those of the courtier, which he had never been, and the lawyer, which he might have been. He was gay, and caressing when he had a mind. In his youth he had been one of those men who are always deceived by their wives and never by their mistresses, because they are, at the same time, the most sullen of husbands and the most charming of lovers in existence. He was a connoisseur of painting. He had in his chamber a marvelous portrait of no one knows whom, painted by Jordians, executed with great dashes of the brush, with millions of details, in a confused and haphazard manner. M. Gillenormand's attire was not the habit of Louis XIV. Nor yet that of Louis XVI, it was that of the incroyables of the Directory. He had thought himself young up to that period and had followed the fashions. His coat was of light-weight cloth with voluminous revers, a long swallow-tail and large steel buttons. With this he wore knee-breeches and buckle shoes. He always thrust his hands into his fobs. He said authoritatively, "The French Revolution is a heap of blackguards." Chapter 3. Luc Esprit. At the age of 16, one evening at the opera, he had had the honor to be stared at through opera glasses by 2 beauties at the same time, ripe and celebrated beauties then, and sung by Voltaire, the Camargo and the Sal. Caught between 2 fires, he had beaten a heroic retreat towards a little dancer, a young girl named Nayenry, who was 16 like himself, obscure as a cat, and with whom he was in love. He abounded in memories. He was accustomed to exclaim, "How pretty she was, that Gimardini Gimardinette, the last time I saw her at Longchamps, her hair curled in sustained sentiments, with her commencee of turquoises. Her gown of the color of persons newly arrived, and her little agitation muff." He had worn in his young manhood a waistcoat of Nain Londrin, which he was fond of talking about effusively. "I was dressed like a Turk of the Levantin," said he. Madame de Boufflers, having seen him by chance when he was 20, had described him as a charming fool. He was horrified by all the names which he saw in politics and in power, regarding them as vulgar and bourgeois. He read the journals, the newspapers, the gazettes as he said, stifling outbursts of laughter the while. "Oh," he said, "what people these are! Corbière, Human, Casimir Purier. There's a minister for you. I can imagine this in a journal, M. Gillenormand, minister, that would be a farce. Well. They are so stupid that it would pass, he merrily called everything by its name, whether decent or indecent, and did not restrain himself in the least before ladies. He uttered coarse speeches, obscenities, and filth with a certain tranquillity and lack of astonishment which was elegant. It was in keeping with the unceremoniousness of his century. It is to be noted that the age of periphrase in verse was the age of crudities in prose. His godfather had predicted that he would turn out a man of genius, and had bestowed on him these two significant names, Luc Esprit. Chapter 4. A centenarian aspirant. He had taken prizes in his boyhood at the College of Moulins, where he was born, and he had been crowned by the hand of the Duc de Nivernais, whom he called the Duc de Nevers. Neither the Convention, nor the death of Louis XVI, nor the Napoleon, nor the return of the Bourbons, nor anything else had been able to efface the memory of this crowning. The Duc de Nevers was, in his eyes, the great figure of the century. What a charming grand seigneur, he said, and what a fine air he had with his blue ribbon. In the eyes of M. Gillenormand, Catherine II had made reparation for the crime of the partition of Poland by purchasing, for 3,000 rubles, the secret of the elixir of gold, from Bestuchev. He grew animated on this subject. The elixir of gold, he exclaimed, the yellow dye of Bestuchev, General Lamotte's drops, in the 18th century, this was the great remedy for the catastrophes of love, the panacea against Venus. At 1 Louis the half-ounce phial. Louis XV sent 200 phials of it to the Pope. He would have been greatly irritated and thrown off his balance, had any one told him that the elixir of gold is nothing but the perchloride of iron. M. Gillenormand adored the Bourbons, and had a horror of 1789. He was forever narrating in what manner he had saved himself during the Terror, and how he had been obliged to display a vast deal of gaiety and cleverness in order to escape having his head cut off. If any young man ventured to pronounce an eulogium on the Republic in his presence, he turned purple and grew so angry that he was on the point of swooning. He sometimes alluded to his 90 years, and said, I hope that I shall not see 93 twice. On these occasions, he hinted to people that he meant to live to be 100. Chapter 5. Basque and Nicolette. He had theories. Here is one of them: when a man is passionately fond of women, and when he has himself a wife for whom he cares but little, who is homely, cross, legitimate, with plenty of rights, perched on the code, and jealous at need. There is but one way of extricating himself from the quandary and of procuring peace, and that is to let his wife control the purse strings. This abdication sets him free. Then his wife busies herself, grows passionately fond of handling coin, gets her fingers covered with verdigris in the process, undertakes the education of half-share tenants and the training of farmers, convokes lawyers, presides over notaries, harangues scriveners, visits limbs of the law, follows lawsuits, draws up leases, dictates contracts, feels herself the sovereign, sells, buys, regulates, promises and compromises, binds fast and annuls, yields, concedes and retrocedes, arranges, disarranges, hoards, lavishes. She commits follies, a supreme and personal delight, and that consoles her. While her husband disdains her, she has the satisfaction of ruining her husband. This theory M. Gillenormand had himself applied, and it had become his history. His wife, the second one, had administered his fortune in such a manner that, one fine day, when M. Gillenormand found himself a widower, there remained to him just sufficient to live on, by sinking nearly the whole of it in an annuity of 15,000 francs, 3/4 of which would expire with him. He had not hesitated on this point, not being anxious to leave a property behind him. Besides, he had noticed that patrimonies are subject to adventures, and, for instance, become national property. He had been present at the avatars of consolidated 3%, and he had no great faith in the great book of the public debt. All that's the Rue Quincampoix, he said. His house in the Rue Filles du Claver belonged to him, as we have already stated. He had 2 servants, a male and a female. When a servant entered his establishment, M. Gillenormand rebaptized him. He bestowed on the men the name of their province, Nimoys, Comtois, Poitevin, Picard. His last valet was a big, foundered, short-winded fellow of 55, who was incapable of running 20 paces, but, as he had been born at Bayonne, M. Gillenormand called him Basque. All the female servants in his house were called Nicolette, even the Magnon, of whom we shall hear more farther on. One day, a haughty cook, a cordon bleu, of the lofty race of porters, presented herself. "How much wages do you want a month?" asked M. Gillenormand. 30 francs. "What is your name?" "Olympie." "You shall have 50 francs, and you shall be called Nicolette." Chapter 6. In which Magnon and her 2 children are seen. With M. Gillenormand, sorrow was converted into wrath. He was furious at being in despair. He had all sorts of prejudices and took all sorts of liberties. One of the facts of which his exterior relief and his internal satisfaction was composed, was, as we have just hinted, that he had remained a brisk spark, and that he passed energetically for such. This he called having royal renown. This royal renown sometimes drew down upon him singular windfalls. One day, there was brought to him in a basket, as though it had been a basket of oysters, a stout, newly born boy, who was yelling like the deuce, and duly wrapped in swaddling clothes, which a servant maid, dismissed 6 months previously, attributed to him. M. Gillenormand had, at that time, fully completed his 84th year. Indignation and uproar in the establishment. And whom did that bold hussy think she could persuade to believe that? What audacity! What an abominable calumny! M. Gillenormand himself was not at all enraged. He gazed at the brat with the amiable smile of a good man who is flattered by the calumny, and said in an aside, "Well, what now? What's the matter? You are finely taken aback, and really, you are excessively ignorant. M. le Duc d'Angoulême, the bastard of His Majesty Charles IX, married a silly jade of 15 when he was 85, M. Virginal, Marquis d'Alluy, brother to the Cardinal de Sourdis, Archbishop of Bordeaux, had, at the age of 83, by the maid of Madame la Présidente Jacqueline, a son, a real child of love, who became a Chevalier of Malta and a Councillor of State. One of the great men of this century, the Abbé Tabarad, is the son of a man of 87. There is nothing out of the ordinary in these things. And then, the Bible. Upon that I declare that this little gentleman is none of mine. Let him be taken care of. It is not his fault. This manner of procedure was good-tempered. The woman, whose name was Magnon, sent him another parcel in the following year. It was a boy again. Thereupon, M. Gillenormand capitulated. He sent the 2 brats back to their mother, promising to pay 80 francs a month for their maintenance, on the condition that the said mother would not do so any more. He added, "I insist upon it that the mother shall treat them well. I shall go to see them from time to time." And this he did. He had had a brother who was a priest, and who had been rector of the Academy of Poitiers for 33 years, and had died at 79. "I lost him young," said he. This brother, of whom but little memory remains, was a peaceable miser, who, being a priest, thought himself bound to bestow alms on the poor whom he met, but he never gave them anything except bad or demonetized sous, thereby discovering a means of going to hell by way of paradise. As for M. Gillenormand the elder, he never haggled over his almsgiving, but gave gladly and nobly. He was kindly, abrupt, charitable, and if he had been rich, his turn of mind would have been magnificent. He desired that all which concerned him should be done in a grand manner, even his rogueries. One day, having been cheated by a business man in a matter of inheritance, in a gross and apparent manner, he uttered this solemn exclamation, "That was indecently done. I am really ashamed of this pilfering. Everything has degenerated in this century, even the rascals. Morbleu! This is not the way to rob a man of my standing. I am robbed as though in a forest, but badly robbed. Silva, sint consul digni." He had had 2 wives, as we have already mentioned. By the first he had had a daughter, who had remained unmarried, and by the second another daughter, who had died at about the age of 30, who had wedded, through love, or chance, or otherwise. A soldier of fortune who had served in the armies of the Republic and of the Empire, who had won the cross at Austerlitz and had been made colonel at Waterloo. "He is the disgrace of my family," said the old bourgeois. He took an immense amount of snuff, and had a particularly graceful manner of plucking at his lace ruffle with the back of one hand. He believed very little in God. Chapter 7. Rule: receive no one except in the evening. Such was Lucas Brie Gillenormand, who had not lost his hair, which was grey rather than white, and which was always dressed in dog's ears. To sum up, he was venerable in spite of all this. He had something of the 18th century about him, frivolous and great. In 1814 and during the early years of the Restoration, Gillenormand, who was still young, he was only 74, lived in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, Rue Servandoni, near Saint-Sulpice. He had only retired to the Marais when he quitted society, long after attaining the age of 80. And, on abandoning society, he had immured himself in his habits. The principal one, and that which was invariable, was to keep his door absolutely closed during the day, and never to receive any one whatever except in the evening. He dined at 5 o'clock, and after that his door was open. That had been the fashion of his century, and he would not swerve from it. "The day is vulgar," said he, "and deserves only a closed shutter. Fashionable people only light up their minds when the zenith lights up its stars." And he barricaded himself against every one, even had it been the king himself. This was the antiquated elegance of his day. Chapter 8. Two do not make a pair. We have just spoken of Gillenormand's 2 daughters. They had come into the world 10 years apart. In their youth they had borne very little resemblance to each other, either in character or countenance, and had also been as little like sisters to each other as possible. The youngest had a charming soul, which turned towards all that belongs to the light, was occupied with flowers, with verses, with music, which fluttered away into glorious space, enthusiastic, ethereal, and was wedded from her very youth, in ideal, to a vague and heroic figure. The elder had also her chimera. She espied in the azure some very wealthy purveyor, a contractor, a splendidly stupid husband, a million-made man, or even a prefect. The receptions of the prefecture, an usher in the antechamber with a chain on his neck, official balls, the harangues of the town hall, to be Madame la Préfète, all this had created a whirlwind in her imagination. Thus the 2 sisters strayed, each in her own dream, at the epoch when they were young girls. Both had wings, the one like an angel, the other like a goose. No ambition is ever fully realized, here below at least. No paradise becomes terrestrial in our day. The younger wedded the man of her dreams, but she died. The elder did not marry at all. At the moment when she makes her entrance into this history which we are relating, she was an antique virtue, an incombustible prude, with one of the sharpest noses, and one of the most obtuse minds that it is possible to see. A characteristic detail, outside of her immediate family, no one had ever known her first name. She was called Mademoiselle Gillenormand, the elder. In the matter of cant, Mademoiselle Gillenormand could have given points to a miss. Her modesty was carried to the other extreme of blackness. She cherished a frightful memory of her life. One day, a man had beheld her garter. Age had only served to accentuate this pitiless modesty. Her gamp was never sufficiently opaque, and never ascended sufficiently high. She multiplied clasps and pins where no one would have dreamed of looking. The peculiarity of prudery is to place all the more sentinels in proportion as the fortress is the less menaced. Nevertheless, let him who can explain these antique mysteries of innocence, she allowed an officer of the Lancers, her grand-nephew, named Theodule, to embrace her without displeasure. In spite of this favored Lancer, the label, prude, under which we have classed her, suited her to absolute perfection. Mademoiselle Gillenormand was a sort of twilight soul. Prudery is a demi-virtue and a demi-vice. To prudery she added bigotry, a well-assorted lining. She belonged to the Society of the Virgin, wore a white veil on certain festivals, mumbled special orisons, revered the Holy Blood, venerated the Sacred Heart. Remained for hours in contemplation before a Rococo Jesuit altar in a chapel which was inaccessible to the rank and file of the faithful, and there allowed her soul to soar among little clouds of marble, and through great rays of gilded wood. She had a chapel friend, an ancient virgin like herself, named Mademoiselle Vaubois, who was a positive blockhead, and beside whom Mademoiselle Gillenormand had the pleasure of being an eagle. Beyond the Agnus Dei and Ave Maria, Mademoiselle Vaubois had no knowledge of anything except of the different ways of making preserves. Mademoiselle Vaubois, perfect in her style, was the ermine of stupidity without a single spot of intelligence. Let us say it plainly, Mademoiselle Gillenormand had gained rather than lost as she grew older. This is the case with passive natures. She had never been malicious, which is relative kindness. And then, years wear away the angles, and the softening which comes with time had come to her. She was melancholy with an obscure sadness of which she did not herself know the secret. There breathed from her whole person the stupor of a life that was finished, and which had never had a beginning. She kept house for her father. M. Gillenormand had his daughter near him, as we have seen that Monseigneur Bienvenu had his sister with him. These households comprised of an old man and an old spinster are not rare, and always have the touching aspect of two weaknesses leaning on each other for support. There was also in this house, between this elderly spinster and this old man, a child, a little boy, who was always trembling and mute in the presence of M. Gillenormand. M. Gillenormand never addressed this child except in a severe voice, and sometimes, with uplifted cane, "Here, sir. Rascal, scoundrel, come here, answer me, you scamp. Just let me see you, you good-for-nothing," etc., etc. He idolized him. This was his grandson. We shall meet with this child again later on. Book 3rd. The Grandfather and the Grandson. Chapter 1. An Ancient Salon. When M. Gillenormand lived in the Rue Servandoni, he had frequented many very good and very aristocratic salons. Although a bourgeois, M. Gillenormand was received in society. As he had a double measure of wit, in the first place, that which was born with him, and secondly, that which was attributed to him, he was even sought out and made much of. He never went anywhere except on condition of being the chief person there. There are people who will have influence at any price, and who will have other people busy themselves over them. When they cannot be oracles, they turn wags. M. Gillenormand was not of this nature. His domination in the royalist salons which he frequented cost his self-respect nothing. He was an oracle everywhere. It had happened to him to hold his own against M. de Bonald, and even against M. Bengipuy-Valley. About 1817, he invariably passed 2 afternoons a week in a house in his own neighborhood, in the Rue Ferru, with Madame la Baronne de T., a worthy and respectable person, whose husband had been ambassador of France to Berlin under Louis XVI. Baron de T., who, during his lifetime, had gone very passionately into ecstasies and magnetic visions, had died bankrupt, during the emigration, leaving, as his entire fortune, some very curious memoirs about Mesmer and his tub, in 10 manuscript volumes. Bound in red morocco and gilded on the edges. Madame de T. had not published the memoirs, out of pride, and maintained herself on a meager income which had survived no one knew how. Madame de T. lived far from the court, a very mixed society, as she said, in a noble isolation, proud and poor. A few friends assembled twice a week about her widowed hearth, and these constituted a purely royalist salon. They sipped tea there, and uttered groans or cries of horror at the century, the charter, the Bonapartists, the prostitution of the blue ribbon, or the Jacobinism of Louis XVIII, according as the wind veered towards elegy or dithyrambs. And they spoke in low tones of the hopes which were presented by Monsieur, afterwards Charles X. The songs of the fish women, in which Napoleon was called Nicholas, were received there with transports of joy. Duchesses, the most delicate and charming women in the world, went into ecstasies over couplets like the following, addressed to the Federates. Refonces dans vos culottes. Le bout de chemise que vous pend. Quon en dispatchu les patriotes. Ont arbor el drapeau blanc. Tuck into your trousers the shirt tail that is hanging out. Let it not be said that patriots have hoisted the white flag. There they amused themselves with puns which were considered terrible, with innocent plays upon words which they supposed to be venomous, with quatrains, with distiches even, thus, upon the de Soul's ministry, a moderate cabinet, of which MM. Decazes and Désert were members. Pour raffermir le trône ébranle sur sa base. Il faut changer de sol, et de serra et de case. In order to re-establish the shaken throne firmly on its base. Soil, des sols, greenhouse and house, decazes, must be changed. Or they drew up a list of the Chamber of Peers, an abominably Jacobin chamber, and from this list they combined alliances of names, in such a manner as to form, for example, phrases like the following: Damas, Sabrin, Gouvion Saint-Cyr. All this was done merrily. In that society, they parroted the revolution. They used I know not what desires to give point to the same wrath in inverse sense. They sang their little caira. Ah! Caira caira caira. Les Bonapartists à la lanterne. Songs are like the guillotine, they chop away indifferently, today this head, tomorrow that. It is only a variation. In the Fouilles affair, which belongs to this epoch, 1816, they took part for Bastide and Jaugeon, because Fouilles was a Buonapartist. They designated the liberals as friends and brothers, this constituted the most deadly insult. Like certain church towers, Madame de T.'s salon had two cocks. One of them was M. Gillenormand, the other was Comte de Lamotte Valois, of whom it was whispered about, with a sort of respect, do you know? That is the Lamotte of the affair of the necklace. These singular amnesties do occur in parties. Let us add the following: in the bourgeoisie, honored situations decay through two easy relations, one must beware whom one admits. In the same way that there is a loss of caloric in the vicinity of those who are cold, there is a diminution of consideration in the approach of despised persons. The ancient society of the upper classes held themselves above this law, as above every other. Marigny, the brother of the Pompadour, had his entry with M. Le Prince de Soubise in spite of. No, because. Du Barry, the godfather of the Vaubernier, was very welcome at the house of M. Le Maréchal de Richelieu. This society is Olympus. Mercury and the Prince de Gemini are at home there. A thief is admitted there, provided he be a god. The Comte de Lamotte, who, in 1815, was an old man 75 years of age, had nothing remarkable about him except his silent and sententious air, his cold and angular face, his perfectly polished manners, his coat buttoned up to his cravat. And his long legs always crossed in long, flabby trousers of the hue of burnt sienna. His face was the same color as his trousers. This M. de Lamotte was held in consideration in this salon on account of his celebrity and, strange to say, though true, because of his name of Valois. As for M. Gillenormand, his consideration was of absolutely first-rate quality. He had, in spite of his levity, and without its interfering in any way with his dignity, a certain manner about him which was imposing, dignified, honest, and lofty, in a bourgeois fashion, and his great age added to it. One is not a century with impunity. The years finally produce around a head a venerable dishevelment. In addition to this, he said things which had the genuine sparkle of the old rock. Thus, when the King of Prussia, after having restored Louis XVIII, came to pay the latter a visit under the name of the Count de Ruppin, he was received by the descendant of Louis XIV. Somewhat as though he had been the Marquis de Brandebourg, and with the most delicate impertinence. M. Gillenormand approved, "All kings who are not the King of France," said he, "are provincial kings." One day, the following question was put and the following answer returned in his presence: to what was the editor of the Courrier Français condemned? To be suspended. Sus is superfluous, observed M. Gillenormand. 22. Remarks of this nature found a situation. 22. Suspendu, suspended, pendu, hung. At the Te Deum on the anniversary of the return of the Bourbons, he said, on seeing M. de Talleyrand pass by, "There goes His Excellency the Evil One." M. Gillenormand was always accompanied by his daughter, that tall mademoiselle, who was over 40 and looked 50, and by a handsome little boy of 7 years, white, rosy, fresh, with happy and trusting eyes, who never appeared in that salon without hearing voices murmur around him, "How handsome he is! What a pity! Poor child!" This child was the one of whom we dropped a word a while ago. He was called "poor child," because he had for a father a brigand of the lawyer. This brigand of the lawyer was M. Gillenormand's son-in-law, who has already been mentioned, and whom M. Gillenormand called the disgrace of his family. Chapter 2. One of the red spectres of that epoch. Anyone who had chanced to pass through the little town of Vernon at this epoch, and who had happened to walk across that fine monumental bridge, which will soon be succeeded, let us hope, by some hideous iron cable bridge, might have observed, had he dropped his eyes over the parapet, a man about 50 years of age wearing a leather cap, and trousers and a waistcoat of coarse grey cloth, to which something yellow which had been a red ribbon, was sewn, shod with wooden sabots, tanned by the sun, his face nearly black and his hair nearly white, a large scar on his forehead which ran down upon his cheek, bowed, bent, prematurely aged, who walked nearly every day, hoe and sickle in hand, in one of those compartments surrounded by walls which abut on the bridge, and border the left bank of the Seine like a chain of terraces. Charming enclosures full of flowers of which one could say, were they much larger, these are gardens, and were they a little smaller, these are bouquets. All these enclosures abut upon the river at one end, and on a house at the other. The man in the waistcoat and the wooden shoes of whom we have just spoken, inhabited the smallest of these enclosures and the most humble of these houses about 1817. He lived there alone and solitary, silently and poorly, with a woman who was neither young nor old, neither homely or pretty, neither a peasant nor a bourgeoise, who served him. The plot of earth which he called his garden was celebrated in the town for the beauty of the flowers which he cultivated there. These flowers were his occupation. By dint of labor, of perseverance, of attention, and of buckets of water, he had succeeded in creating after the Creator, and he had invented certain tulips and certain dahlias which seemed to have been forgotten by nature. He was ingenious. He had forestalled Solang Bodin in the formation of little clumps of earth of heath mold, for the cultivation of rare and precious shrubs from America and China. He was in his alleys from the break of day, in summer, planting, cutting, hoeing, watering, walking amid his flowers with an air of kindness, sadness, and sweetness, sometimes standing motionless and thoughtful for hours, listening to the song of a bird in the trees, the babble of a child in a house, or with his eyes fixed on a drop of dew at the tip of a spear of grass, of which the sun made a carbuncle. His table was very plain, and he drank more milk than wine. A child could make him give way, and his servant scolded him. He was so timid that he seemed shy, he rarely went out, and he saw no one but the poor people who tapped at his pain and his cure, the Abbé Mabeuf, a good old man. Nevertheless, if the inhabitants of the town, or strangers, or any chance-comers, curious to see his tulips, rang at his little cottage, he opened his door with a smile. He was the brigand of the lawyer. Anyone who had, at the same time, read military memoirs, biographies, the Moniteur, and the bulletins of the Grand Army, would have been struck by a name which occurs there with tolerable frequency, the name of Georges Pontmercy. When very young, this Georges Pontmercy had been a soldier in Saintonge's regiment. The revolution broke out. Saintonge's regiment formed a part of the army of the Rhine. For the old regiments of the monarchy preserved their names of provinces even after the fall of the monarchy, and were only divided into brigades in 1794. Pontmercy fought at Speyer, at Worms, at Neustadt, at Turkheim, at Alzey, at Mayence, where he was one of the 200 who formed Houchard's rearguard. It was the 12th to hold its ground against the corps of the Prince of Hesse, behind the old rampart of Andernach. And only rejoined the main body of the army when the enemy's cannon had opened a breach from the court of the parapet to the foot of the glacis. He was under Kleber at Marchiennes and at the Battle of Montpalissel, where a ball from a Biscayan broke his arm. Then he passed to the frontier of Italy, and was one of the 30 grenadiers who defended the Col de Tenda with Joubert. Joubert was appointed its adjutant general, and Pontmercy sub-lieutenant. Pontmercy was by Berthier's side in the midst of the grape shot of that day at Lodi, which caused Bonaparte to say, "Berthier has been cannoneer, cavalier, and grenadier." He beheld his old general, Joubert, fall at Novi, at the moment when, with uplifted sabre, he was shouting, "Forward!" Having been embarked with his company in the exigencies of the campaign, on board a pinnace which was proceeding from Genoa to some obscure port on the coast, he fell into a wasp's nest of 7 or 8 English vessels. The Genoese commander wanted to throw his cannon into the sea, to hide the soldiers between decks, and to slip along in the dark as a merchant vessel. Pontmercy had the colours hoisted to the peak, and sailed proudly past under the guns of the British frigates. 20 leagues further on, his audacity having increased, he attacked with his pinnace, and captured a large English transport which was carrying troops to Sicily, and which was so loaded down with men and horses that the vessel was sunk to the level of the sea. In 1805 he was in that Malher division which took Gunzburg from the Archduke Ferdinand. At Weltingen he received into his arms, beneath a storm of bullets, Colonel Maupetit, mortally wounded at the head of the 9th Dragoons. He distinguished himself at Austerlitz in that admirable march in echelons effected under the enemy's fire. When the cavalry of the Imperial Russian Guard crushed a battalion of the 4th of the line, Pontmercy was one of those who took their revenge and overthrew the guard. The Emperor gave him the cross. Pontmercy saw Wurmser at Mantua, Melas, and Alexandria, Mack at Ulm, made prisoners in succession. He formed a part of the 8th Corps of the Grand Army which Mortier commanded, and which captured Hamburg. Then he was transferred to the 55th of the line, which was the old regiment of Flanders. At Eylau he was in the cemetery where, for the space of 2 hours, the heroic Captain Louis Hugo, the uncle of the author of this book, sustained alone with his company of 83 men every effort of the hostile army. Pontmercy was one of the 3 who emerged alive from that cemetery. He was at Friedland. Then he saw Moscow. Then La Beresina, then Lutzen, Bautzen, Dresden, Wachau, Leipzig, and the defile of Gelnhausen. Then Montmirail, Château-Thierry, Craonne, the banks of the Marne, the banks of the Aisne, and the redoubtable position of Laon. At Arnay-le-Duc, being then a captain, he put 10 Cossacks to the sword, and saved, not his general, but his corporal. He was well slashed up on this occasion, and 27 splinters were extracted from his left arm alone. 8 days before the capitulation of Paris he had just exchanged with a comrade and entered the cavalry. He had what was called under the old regime, the double hand, that is to say, an equal aptitude for handling the sabre or the musket as a soldier, or a squadron or a battalion as an officer. It is from this aptitude, perfected by a military education, which certain special branches of the service arise, the dragoons, for example, who are both cavalrymen and infantry at one and the same time. He accompanied Napoleon to the island of Elba. At Waterloo, he was chief of a squadron of cuirassiers, in Dubois' brigade. It was he who captured the standard of the Lunenburg battalion. He came and cast the flag at the emperor's feet. He was covered with blood. While tearing down the banner he had received a sword cut across his face. The emperor, greatly pleased, shouted to him, "You are a colonel, you are a baron, you are an officer of the Legion of Honor." Pontmercy replied, "Sire, I thank you for my widow." An hour later, he fell in the ravine of Ohain. Now, who was this Georges Pontmercy? He was this same brigand of the lawyer. We have already seen something of his history. After Waterloo, Pontmercy, who had been pulled out of the hollow road of Ohain, as it will be remembered, had succeeded in joining the army, and had dragged himself from ambulance to ambulance as far as the cantonments of the lawyer. The Restoration had placed him on half pay, then had sent him into residence, that is to say, under surveillance, at Vernon. King Louis XVIII. Regarding all that which had taken place during the 100 days as not having occurred at all, did not recognize his quality as an officer of the Legion of Honor, nor his grade of colonel, nor his title of baron. He, on his side, neglected no occasion of signing himself Colonel Baron Pontmercy. He had only an old blue coat, and he never went out without fastening to it his rosette as an officer of the Legion of Honor. The attorney for the crown had him warned that the authorities would prosecute him for illegal wearing of this decoration. When this notice was conveyed to him through an officious intermediary, Pontmercy retorted with a bitter smile, "I do not know whether I no longer understand French or whether you no longer speak it, but the fact is that I do not understand." Then he went out for 8 successive days with his rosette. They dared not interfere with him. 2 or 3 times the Minister of War and the General in command of the department wrote to him with the following address, "A Monsieur le Commandant Pontmercy." He sent back the letters with the seals unbroken. At the same moment, Napoleon at St. Helena was treating in the same fashion the missives of Sir Hudson Lowe addressed to General Bonaparte. Pontmercy had ended, may we be pardoned the expression, by having in his mouth the same saliva as his emperor. In the same way, there were at Rome Carthaginian prisoners who refused to salute Flaminius, and who had a little of Hannibal's spirit. One day he encountered the district attorney in one of the streets of Vernon, stepped up to him, and said, "Mr. Crown Attorney, am I permitted to wear my scar?" He had nothing save his meager half-pay as chief of squadron. He had hired the smallest house which he could find at Vernon. He lived there alone, we have just seen how. Under the Empire, between 2 wars, he had found time to marry Mademoiselle Gillenormand. The old bourgeois, thoroughly indignant at bottom, had given his consent with a sigh, saying, "The greatest families are forced into it." In 1815, Madame Pontmercy, an admirable woman in every sense, by the way, lofty in sentiment and rare, and worthy of her husband, died, leaving a child. This child had been the colonel's joy in his solitude. But the grandfather had imperatively claimed his grandson, declaring that if the child were not given to him he would disinherit him. The father had yielded in the little one's interest, and had transferred his love to flowers. Moreover, he had renounced everything, and neither stirred up mischief nor conspired. He shared his thoughts between the innocent things which he was then doing and the great things which he had done. He passed his time in expecting a pink or in recalling Austerlitz. M. Gillenormand kept up no relations with his son-in-law. The colonel was a bandit to him. M. Gillenormand never mentioned the colonel, except when he occasionally made mocking allusions to his baronship. It had been expressly agreed that Pontmercy should never attempt to see his son nor to speak to him, under penalty of having the latter handed over to him disowned and disinherited. For the Gillenormands, Pontmercy was a man afflicted with the plague. They intended to bring up the child in their own way. Perhaps the colonel was wrong to accept these conditions, but he submitted to them, thinking that he was doing right in sacrificing no one but himself. The inheritance of Father Gillenormand did not amount to much. But the inheritance of Mademoiselle Gillenormand the elder was considerable. This aunt, who had remained unmarried, was very rich on the maternal side, and her sister's son was her natural heir. The boy, whose name was Marius, knew that he had a father, but nothing more. No one opened his mouth to him about it. Nevertheless, in the society into which his grandfather took him, whispers, innuendos, and winks, had eventually enlightened the little boy's mind. He had finally understood something of the case, and as he naturally took in the ideas and opinions which were, so to speak, the air he breathed, by a sort of infiltration and slow penetration, he gradually came to think of his father only with shame and with a pain at his heart. While he was growing up in this fashion, the colonel slipped away every 2 or 3 months, came to Paris on the sly, like a criminal breaking his ban, and went and posted himself at St. Sulpice. At the hour when Aunt Gillenormand led Marius to the mass. There, trembling lest the aunt should turn round, concealed behind a pillar, motionless, not daring to breathe, he gazed at his child. The scarred veteran was afraid of that old spinster. From this had arisen his connection with the cure of Vernon, l'Abbé Mabeuf. That worthy priest was the brother of a warden of St. Sulpice, who had often observed this man gazing at his child, and the scar on his cheek, and the large tears in his eyes. That man, who had so manly an air, yet who was weeping like a woman, had struck the warden. That face had clung to his mind. One day, having gone to Vernon to see his brother, he had encountered Colonel Pontmercy on the bridge, and had recognized the man of St. Sulpice. The warden had mentioned the circumstance to the cure, and both had paid the colonel a visit, on some pretext or other. This visit led to others. The colonel, who had been extremely reserved at first, ended by opening his heart, and the cure and the warden finally came to know the whole history, and how Pontmercy was sacrificing his happiness to his child's future. This caused the cure to regard him with veneration and tenderness, and the colonel, on his side, became fond of the cure. And moreover, when both are sincere and good, no men so penetrate each other, and so amalgamate with each other, as an old priest and an old soldier. At bottom, the man is the same. The one has devoted his life to his country here below, the other to his country on high, that is the only difference. Twice a year, on the 1st of January and on St. George's Day, Marius wrote duty letters to his father, which were dictated by his aunt, and which one would have pronounced to be copied from some formula. This was all that M. Gillenormand tolerated. And the father answered them with very tender letters which the grandfather thrust into his pocket unread. Chapter 3. Requiescant. Madame de T.'s salon was all that Marius Pontmercy knew of the world. It was the only opening through which he could get a glimpse of life. This opening was sombre, and more cold than warmth, more night than day, came to him through this skylight. This child, who had been all joy and light on entering this strange world, soon became melancholy, and, what is still more contrary to his age, grave. Surrounded by all those singular and imposing personages, he gazed about him with serious amazement. Everything conspired to increase this astonishment in him. There were in Madame de T.'s salon some very noble ladies named Mathun, No, Levis, which was pronounced Levi, Cambys, pronounced Cambys. These antique visages and these biblical names mingled in the child's mind with the Old Testament which he was learning by heart, and when they were all there, seated in a circle around a dying fire, sparely lighted by a lamp shaded with green. With their severe profiles, their grey or white hair, their long gowns of another age, whose lugubrious colors could not be distinguished, dropping, at rare intervals, words which were both majestic and severe. Little Marius stared at them with frightened eyes, in the conviction that he beheld not women, but patriarchs and magi, not real beings, but phantoms. With these phantoms, priests were sometimes mingled, frequenters of this ancient salon, and some gentlemen. The Marquis de Sass *******, private secretary to Madame de Berry, the Vicomte de Val ******, who published, under the pseudonym of Charles Antoine, Mannerheim Odes, the Prince de Beauf **********, who, though very young, had a grey head and a pretty and witty wife, whose very low-necked toilettes of scarlet velvet with gold torsades alarmed these shadows, the Marquis de C ***********************, the man in all France who best understood proportioned politeness. The Comte d'Am **********, the kindly man with the amiable chin, and the Chevalier de Portugal, a pillar of the library of the Louvre, called the King's Cabinet, M. De Portugal, bald, and rather aged than old, was wont to relate that in 1793, at the age of 16, he had been put in the galleys as refractory and chained with an octogenarian, the Bishop of Mirepoix, also refractory, but as a priest. While he was so in the capacity of a soldier. This was at Toulon. Their business was to go at night and gather up on the scaffold the heads and bodies of the persons who had been guillotined during the day. They bore away on their backs these dripping corpses, and their red galley slave blouses had a clot of blood at the back of the neck, which was dry in the morning and wet at night. These tragic tales abounded in Madame de T.'s salon, and by dint of cursing Marat, they applauded Trestalen. Some deputies of the undiscoverable variety played their whist there, M. Thibaud du Challard, M. Le Marchant de Gaumecourt, and the celebrated scoffer of the right, M. Cornet d'Incourt. The bailiff de Ferret, with his short breeches and his thin legs, sometimes traversed this salon on his way to M. de Talleyrand. He had been M. Le Comte d'Artois' companion in pleasures, and unlike Aristotle crouching under Campaspe, he had made the Guimard crawl on all fours, and in that way he had exhibited to the ages a philosopher avenged by a bailiff. As for the priests, there was the Abbé Halma, the same to whom M. La Rose, his collaborator on La Faudrée, said, "Bah! Who is there who is not 50 years old? A few greenhorns perhaps." The Abbé Letourneur, preacher to the king, the Abbé Freycinet, who was not, as yet, either count, or bishop, or minister, or peer, and who wore an old cassock whose buttons were missing, and the Abbé Caravenant, cure of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. Also the Pope's nuncio, then Monsignor Macchi, Archbishop of Nissaby, later on Cardinal, remarkable for his long, pensive nose, and another Monsignor, entitled thus, Abbate Palmieri, domestic prelate. One of the 7 participant protonotaries of the Holy See, canon of the illustrious Liberian Basilica, advocate of the saints, postulator dei santi, which refers to matters of canonization. And signifies very nearly, master of requests of the section of Paradise. Lastly, 2 cardinals, M. de la Luzerne, and M. de Cl************************************* T********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* later, the honor of signing in the conservator articles side by side with Chateaubriand, M. The CL ******************* T********** was Archbishop of Toul **************** and often made trips to Paris, to his nephew, the Marquis de T****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่****************************************************************************************************** Minister of Marine and War. The Cardinal of CL*********************************** T*** was a merry little man, who displayed his red stockings beneath his tucked-up cassock. His specialty was a hatred of the encyclopedia, and his desperate play at billiards, and persons who, at that epoch, passed through the Rue M**** on summer evenings, where the Hotel de Ciel*** T*** then stood. Halted to listen to the shock of the balls and the piercing voice of the cardinal shouting to his conclavist, Monseigneur Coteret, Bishop and Partibus of Chariste, Mark, Abbé, I make a canon. The Cardinal de Ciel** T*** had been brought to Madame de T.S. by his most intimate friend, M. de Roquelaure, former Bishop of Senlis, and one of the 40. M. de Roquelaure was notable for his lofty figure and his assiduity at the Academy. Through the glass door of the neighboring hall of the library where the French Academy then held its meetings, the curious could, on every Tuesday, contemplate the ex-bishop of Senlis, usually standing erect, freshly powdered, in violet hose. With his back turned to the door, apparently for the purpose of allowing a better view of his little collar. All these ecclesiastics, though for the most part as much courtiers as churchmen, added to the gravity of the salon, whose seigneurial aspect was accentuated by 5 peers of France, the Marquis de Vibe**********, the Marquis de Tal*********, the Marquis de Herbe********, the Vicomte d'Am*******, and the Duc de Val*******. This Duc de Val******, although Prince de Mont*****, that is to say a reigning prince abroad, had so high an idea of France and its peerage, that he viewed everything through their medium. It was he who said, the cardinals are the peers of France of Rome, the lords are the peers of France of England. Moreover, as it is indispensable that the revolution should be everywhere in this century, this feudal salon was, as we have said, dominated by a bourgeois. Gillenormand reigned there. There lay the essence and quintessence of the Parisian white society. Their reputations, even royalist reputations, were held in quarantine. There is always a trace of anarchy in renown. Chateaubriand, had he entered there, would have produced the effect of Père Duchesne. Some of the scoffed at did, nevertheless, penetrate thither on sufferance. Comte Bug **** was received there, subject to correction. The noble salons of the present day no longer resemble those salons. The Faubourg Saint-Germain reeks of the faggot even now. The royalists of today are demagogues, let us record it to their credit. At Madame de T.'s the society was superior, taste was exquisite and haughty, under the cover of a great show of politeness. Manners there admitted of all sorts of involuntary refinements which were the old regime itself, buried but still alive. Some of these habits, especially in the matter of language, seem eccentric. Persons but superficially acquainted with them would have taken for provincial that which was only antique. A woman was called Madame la Générale. Madame la Colonelle was not entirely disused. The charming Madame de Leon, in memory, no doubt, of the Duchesses de Longueville and de Chevreuse, preferred this appellation to her title of princess. The Marquise de Créquy was also called Madame la Colonelle. It was this little high society which invented at the Tuileries the refinement of speaking to the king in private as the king, in the third person, and never as your majesty, the designation of your majesty having been soiled by the usurper. Men and deeds were brought to judgment there. They jeered at the age, which released them from the necessity of understanding it. They abetted each other in amazement. They communicated to each other that modicum of light which they possessed. Methuselah bestowed information on Epimenides. The deaf man made the blind man acquainted with the course of things. They declared that the time which had elapsed since Coblentz had not existed. In the same manner that Louis XVIII was by the grace of God, in the 25th year of his reign, the emigrants were, by rights, in the 25th year of their adolescence. All was harmonious, nothing was too much alive, speech hardly amounted to a breath. The newspapers, agreeing with the salons, seemed a papyrus. There were some young people, but they were rather dead. The liveries in the antechamber were antiquated. These utterly obsolete personages were served by domestics of the same stamp. They all had the air of having lived a long time ago, and of obstinately resisting the sepulchre. Nearly the whole dictionary consisted of conserver, conservation, conservateur, to be in good odor, that was the point. There are, in fact, aromatics in the opinions of these venerable groups, and their ideas smelled of it. It was a mummified society. The masters were embalmed, the servants were stuffed with straw. A worthy old marquise, an émigré and ruined, who had but a solitary maid, continued to say, "My people." What did they do in Madame de T.'s salon? They were ultra. To be ultra. This word, although what it represents may not have disappeared, has no longer any meaning at the present day. Let us explain it. To be ultra is to go beyond. It is to attack the scepter in the name of the throne, and the mitre in the name of the adder. It is to ill-treat the thing which one is dragging, it is to kick over the traces. It is to cavil at the faggot on the score of the amount of cooking received by heretics, it is to reproach the idol with its small amount of idolatry, it is to insult through excess of respect. It is to discover that the Pope is not sufficiently papish, that the King is not sufficiently royal, and that the night has too much light. It is to be discontented with alabaster, with snow, with the swan and the lily in the name of whiteness. It is to be a partisan of things to the point of becoming their enemy, it is to be so strongly for, as to be against. The ultra spirit especially characterizes the first phase of the Restoration. Nothing in history resembles that quarter of an hour which begins in 1814 and terminates about 1820, with the advent of M. de Villèle, the practical man of the right. These 6 years were an extraordinary moment. At one and the same time brilliant and gloomy, smiling and somber, illuminated as by the radiance of dawn and entirely covered, at the same time, with the shadows of the great catastrophes which still filled the horizon and were slowly sinking into the past. There existed in that light and that shadow, a complete little new and old world, comic and sad, juvenile and senile, which was rubbing its eyes. Nothing resembles an awakening like a return. A group which regarded France with ill temper, and which France regarded with irony. Good old owls of marquises by the streetful, who had returned, and of ghosts, the former subjects of amazement at everything, brave and noble gentlemen who smiled at being in France but wept also, delighted to behold their country once more. In despair at not finding their monarchy. The nobility of the Crusades treating the nobility of the Empire, that is to say, the nobility of the sword, with scorn, historic races who had lost the sense of history. The sons of the companions of Charlemagne disdaining the companions of Napoleon. The swords, as we have just remarked, returned the insult. The sword of Fontenoy was laughable and nothing but a scrap of rusty iron. The sword of Marengo was odious and was only a saber. Former days did not recognize yesterday. People no longer had the feeling for what was grand. There was someone who called Bonaparte Scapin. This society no longer exists. Nothing of it, we repeat, exists today. When we select from it some one figure at random, and attempt to make it live again in thought, it seems as strange to us as the world before the deluge. It is because it, too, as a matter of fact, has been engulfed in a deluge. It has disappeared beneath 2 revolutions. What billows are ideas! How quickly they cover all that it is their mission to destroy and to bury, and how promptly they create frightful gulfs. Such was the physiognomy of the salons of those distant and candid times when M. Martinville had more wit than Voltaire. These salons had a literature and politics of their own. They believed in V. M. Aguirre laid down the law in them. They commentated M. Colnet, the old bookseller and publicist of the Quai Malaquais. Napoleon was to them thoroughly the Corsican ogre. Later on the introduction into history of M. le Marquis de Bonaparte, Lieutenant General of the King's armies, was a concession to the spirit of the age. These salons did not long preserve their purity. Beginning with 1818, doctrinarians began to spring up in them, a disturbing shade. Their way was to be royalists and to excuse themselves for being so. Where the ultras were very proud, the doctrinarians were rather ashamed. They had wit, they had silence, their political dogma was suitably impregnated with arrogance, they should have succeeded. They indulged, and usefully too, in excesses in the matter of white neckties and tightly buttoned coats. The mistake or the misfortune of the doctrinarian party was to create aged youth. They assumed the poses of wise men. They dreamed of engrafting a temperate power on the absolute and excessive principle. They opposed, and sometimes with rare intelligence, conservative liberalism to the liberalism which demolishes. They were heard to say, "Thanks for royalism. It has rendered more than one service. It has brought back tradition, worship, religion, respect. It is faithful, brave, chivalric, loving, devoted. It has mingled, though with regret, the secular grandeurs of the monarchy with the new grandeurs of the nation. Its mistake is not to understand the revolution, the empire, glory, liberty, young ideas, young generations, the age. But this mistake which it makes with regard to us, have we not sometimes been guilty of it towards them? The revolution, whose heirs we are, ought to be intelligent on all points. To attack royalism is a misconstruction of liberalism. What an error! And what blindness! Revolutionary France is wanting in respect towards historic France, that is to say, towards its mother, that is to say, towards itself. After the 5th of September, the nobility of the monarchy is treated as the nobility of the empire was treated after the 5th of July. They were unjust to the eagle, we are unjust to the fleur-de-lis. It seems that we must always have something to proscribe. Does it serve any purpose to ungild the crown of Louis XIV, to scrape the coat of arms of Henry IV? We scoff at M. de Vaublanc for erasing the N's from the bridge of Jena. What was it that he did? What are we doing? Bouvines belongs to us as well as Marengo. The fleurs de lis are ours as well as the N's. That is our patrimony. To what purpose shall we diminish it? We must not deny our country in the past any more than in the present. Why not accept the whole of history? Why not love the whole of France? It is thus that doctrinarians criticized and protected royalism, which was displeased at criticism and furious at protection. The ultras marked the first epoch of royalism, congregation characterized the second. Skill follows ardor. Let us confine ourselves here to this sketch. In the course of this narrative, the author of this book has encountered in his path this curious moment of contemporary history. He has been forced to cast a passing glance upon it, and to trace once more some of the singular features of this society which is unknown today. But he does it rapidly and without any bitter or derisive idea. Souvenirs both respectful and affectionate, for they touch his mother, attach him to this past. Moreover, let us remark, this same petty world had a grandeur of its own. One may smile at it, but one can neither despise nor hate it. It was the France of former days. Marius Pontmercy pursued some studies, as all children do. When he emerged from the hands of Aunt Gillenormand, his grandfather confided him to a worthy professor of the most purely classic innocence. This young soul which was expanding passed from a prude to a vulgar pedant. Marius went through his years of college, then he entered the law school. He was a royalist, fanatical and severe. He did not love his grandfather much, as the latter's gaiety and cynicism repelled him, and his feelings towards his father were gloomy. He was, on the whole, a cold and ardent, noble, generous, proud, religious, enthusiastic lad. Dignified to harshness, pure to shyness. Chapter 4. End of the Brigand. The conclusion of Marius' classical studies coincided with M. Gillenormand's departure from society. The old man bade farewell to the Faubourg Saint-Germain and to Madame de T.'s salon, and established himself in the Mardies, in his house of the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. There he had for servants, in addition to the porter, that chambermaid, Nicolette, who had succeeded to Magnan, and that short-breathed and pursy Basque, who have been mentioned above. In 1827, Marius had just attained his 17th year. One evening, on his return home, he saw his grandfather holding a letter in his hand. "Marius," said M. Gillenormand, "you will set out for Vernon tomorrow." "Why?" said Marius. "To see your father." Marius was seized with a trembling fit. He had thought of everything except this, that he should one day be called upon to see his father. Nothing could be more unexpected, more surprising, and, let us admit it, more disagreeable to him. It was forcing estrangement into reconciliation. It was not an affliction, but it was an unpleasant duty. Marius, in addition to his motives of political antipathy, was convinced that his father, the slasher, as M. Gillenormand called him on his amiable days, did not love him. This was evident, since he had abandoned him to others. Feeling that he was not beloved, he did not love. Nothing is more simple, he said to himself. He was so astounded that he did not question M. Gillenormand. The grandfather resumed. "It appears that he is ill. He demands your presence." And after a pause, he added. "Set out tomorrow morning. I think there is a coach which leaves the Cour de Fontaines at 6 o'clock, and which arrives in the evening. Take it. He says that here is haste." Then he crushed the letter in his hand and thrust it into his pocket. Marius might have set out that very evening and have been with his father on the following morning. A diligence from the Rue du Boulois took the trip to Rouen by night at that date, and passed through Vernon. Neither Marius nor M. Gillenormand thought of making inquiries about it. The next day, at twilight, Marius reached Vernon. People were just beginning to light their candles. He asked the first person whom he met for M. Pontmercy's house. For in his own mind, he agreed with the Restoration, and like it, did not recognize his father's claim to the title of either colonel or baron. The house was pointed out to him. He rang, a woman with a little lamp in her hand opened the door. Pontmercy, said Marius. The woman remained motionless. Is this his house? Demanded Marius. The woman nodded affirmatively. Can I speak with him? The woman shook her head. But I am his son, persisted Marius. He is expecting me. He no longer expects you, said the woman. Then he perceived that she was weeping. She pointed to the door of a room on the ground floor. He entered. In that room, which was lighted by a tallow candle standing on the chimney-piece, there were 3 men, one standing erect, another kneeling, and one lying at full length, on the floor in his shirt. The one on the floor was the colonel. The other 2 were the doctor, and the priest, who was engaged in prayer. The colonel had been attacked by brain fever 3 days previously. As he had a foreboding of evil at the very beginning of his illness, he had written to M. Gillenormand to demand his son. The malady had grown worse. On the very evening of Marius' arrival at Vernon, the colonel had had an attack of delirium. He had risen from his bed, in spite of the servants' efforts to prevent him, crying, "My son is not coming. I shall go to meet him." Then he ran out of his room and fell prostrate on the floor of the antechamber. He had just expired. The doctor had been summoned, and the cure. The doctor had arrived too late. The son had also arrived too late. By the dim light of the candle, a large tear could be distinguished on the pale and prostrate colonel's cheek, where it had trickled from his dead eye. The eye was extinguished, but the tear was not yet dry. That tear was his son's delay. Marius gazed upon that man whom he beheld for the first time, on that venerable and manly face, on those open eyes which saw not, on those white locks, those robust limbs, on which, here and there, brown lines, marking sword thrusts, and a sort of red stars, which indicated bullet holes, were visible. He contemplated that gigantic seer which stamped heroism on that countenance upon which God had imprinted goodness. He reflected that this man was his father, and that this man was dead, and a chill ran over him. The sorrow which he felt was the sorrow which he would have felt in the presence of any other man whom he had chanced to behold stretched out in death. Anguish, poignant anguish, was in that chamber. The servant woman was lamenting in a corner, the cure was praying, and his sobs were audible, the doctor was wiping his eyes, the corpse itself was weeping. The doctor, the priest, and the woman gazed at Marius in the midst of their affliction without uttering a word. He was the stranger there. Marius, who was far too little affected, felt ashamed and embarrassed at his own attitude. He held his hat in his hand, and he dropped it on the floor, in order to produce the impression that grief had deprived him of the strength to hold it. At the same time, he experienced remorse, and he despised himself for behaving in this manner. But was it his fault? He did not love his father. Why should he? The colonel had left nothing. The sale of big furniture barely paid the expenses of his burial. The servant found a scrap of paper, which she handed to Marius. It contained the following, in the colonel's handwriting. For my son. The emperor made me a baron on the battlefield of Waterloo. Since the Restoration disputes my right to this title which I purchased with my blood, my son shall take it and bear it. That he will be worthy of it is a matter of course. Below, the colonel had added, at that same battle of Waterloo, a sergeant saved my life. The man's name was Thénardier. I think that he has recently been keeping a little inn, in a village in the neighborhood of Paris, at Chelles or Montfermeil. If my son meets him, he will do all the good he can to Thénardier. Marius took this paper and preserved it, not out of duty to his father, but because of that vague respect for death which is always imperious in the heart of man. Nothing remained of the colonel. M. Gillenormand had his sword and uniform sold to an old clothes dealer. The neighbors devastated the garden and pillaged the rare flowers. The other plants turned to nettles and weeds, and died. Marius remained only 48 hours at Vernon. After the interment he returned to Paris, and applied himself again to his law studies, with no more thought of his father than if the latter had never lived. In 2 days the colonel was buried, and in 3 forgotten. Marius wore crape on his hat. That was all. Chapter 5. The utility of going to Mass, in order to become a revolutionist. Marius had preserved the religious habits of his childhood. One Sunday, when he went to hear Mass at St. Sulpice, at that same chapel of the Virgin whither his aunt had led him when a small lad, he placed himself behind a pillar, being more absent-minded and thoughtful than usual on that occasion. And knelt down, without paying any special heed, upon a chair of Utrecht velvet, on the back of which was inscribed this name, Monsieur Mabeuf, Warden. Mass had hardly begun when an old man presented himself and said to Marius, "This is my place, sir." Marius stepped aside promptly, and the old man took possession of his chair. The Mass concluded, Marius still stood thoughtfully a few paces distant. The old man approached him again and said, "I beg your pardon, sir, for having disturbed you a while ago, and for again disturbing you at this moment. You must have thought me intrusive, and I will explain myself." "There is no need of that, sir," said Marius. "Yes," went on the old man, "I do not wish you to have a bad opinion of me. You see, I am attached to this place. It seems to me that the Mass is better from here." "Why?" "I will tell you. It is from this place, that I have watched a poor, brave father come regularly, every 2 or 3 months, for the last 10 years, since he had no other opportunity in no other way of seeing his child. Because he was prevented by family arrangements. He came at the hour when he knew that his son would be brought to Mass. The little one never suspected that his father was there. Perhaps he did not even know that he had a father, poor innocent. The father kept behind a pillar, so that he might not be seen. He gazed at his child and he wept. He adored that little fellow, poor man. I could see that. This spot has become sanctified in my sight, and I have contracted a habit of coming hither to listen to the Mass. I prefer it to the stall to which I have a right, in my capacity of warden. I knew that unhappy gentleman a little, too. He had a father-in-law, a wealthy aunt, relatives, I don't know exactly what all, who threatened to disinherit the child if he, the father, saw him. He sacrificed himself in order that his son might be rich and happy some day. He was separated from him because of political opinions. Certainly, I approve of political opinions, but there are people who do not know where to stop. Mon Dieu! A man is not a monster because he was at Waterloo. A father is not separated from his child for such a reason as that. He was one of Bonaparte's colonels. He is dead, I believe. He lived at Vernon, where I have a brother who is a curé, and his name was something like Pontmarie or Montpercy. He had a fine sword cut, on my honor. Pontmercy, suggested Marius, turning pale. Precisely, Pontmercy. Did you know him? Sir, said Marius, he was my father. The old warden clasped his hands and exclaimed. Ah! You are the child. Yes, that's true, he must be a man by this time. Well. Poor child, you may say that you had a father who loved you dearly. Marius offered his arm to the old man and conducted him to his lodgings. On the following day, he said to M. Gillenormand. I have arranged a hunting party with some friends. Will you permit me to be absent for 3 days? 4, replied his grandfather. Go and amuse yourself. And he said to his daughter in a low tone, and with a wink, some love affair. Chapter 6. The consequences of having met a warden. Where it was that Marius went will be disclosed a little further on. Marius was absent for 3 days, then he returned to Paris, went straight to the library of the law school and asked for the files of the Moniteur. He read the Moniteur, he read all the histories of the Republic and the Empire, the Memorial de Sainte Helene, all the memoirs, all the newspapers, the bulletins, the proclamations, he devoured everything. The first time that he came across his father's name in the bulletins of the Grand Army, he had a fever for a week. He went to see the generals under whom Georges Pontmercy had served, among others, Comte H. Churchwarden Mabeuf, whom he went to see again, told him about the life at Vernon, the colonel's retreat, his flowers, his solitude. Marius came to a full knowledge of that rare, sweet, and sublime man, that species of lion-lamb who had been his father. In the meanwhile, occupied as he was with this study which absorbed all his moments as well as his thoughts, he hardly saw the Gillenormands at all. He made his appearance at meals, then they searched for him, and he was not to be found. Father Gillenormand smiled. Bah! Bah! He is just of the age for the girls. Sometimes the old man added, the deuce. I thought it was only an affair of gallantry, it seems that it is an affair of passion. It was a passion, in fact. Marius was on the high road to adoring his father. At the same time, his ideas underwent an extraordinary change. The phases of this change were numerous and successive. As this is the history of many minds of our day, we think it will prove useful to follow these phases step by step and to indicate them all. That history upon which he had just cast his eyes appalled him. The first effect was to dazzle him. Up to that time, the Republic, the Empire, had been to him only monstrous words. The Republic, a guillotine in the twilight, the Empire, a sword in the night. He had just taken a look at it, and where he had expected to find only a chaos of shadows, he had beheld, with a sort of unprecedented surprise, mingled with fear and joy, stars sparkling, Mirabeau, Vergniaud, Saint-Just, Robespierre, Camille Desmoulins, Danton, and a sun arise, Napoleon. He did not know where he stood. He recoiled, blinded by the brilliant lights. Little by little, when his astonishment had passed off, he grew accustomed to this radiance, he contemplated these deeds without dizziness, he examined these personages without terror. The Revolution and the Empire presented themselves luminously, in perspective, before his mind's eye. He beheld each of these groups of events and of men summed up in two tremendous facts, the Republic in the sovereignty of civil right restored to the masses, the Empire in the sovereignty of the French idea imposed on Europe. He beheld the grand figure of the people emerge from the Revolution, and the grand figure of France spring forth from the Empire. He asserted in his conscience, that all this had been good. What his dazzled state neglected in this, his first far too synthetic estimation, we do not think it necessary to point out here. It is the state of a mind on the march that we are recording. Progress is not accomplished in one stage. That stated, once for all, in connection with what precedes as well as with what is to follow, we continue. He then perceived that, up to that moment, he had comprehended his country no more than he had comprehended his father. He had not known either the one or the other, and a sort of voluntary night had obscured his eyes. Now he saw, and on the one hand he admired, while on the other he adored. He was filled with regret and remorse, and he reflected in despair that all he had in his soul could now be said only to the tomb. Oh! If his father had still been in existence, if he had still had him, if God, in his compassion and his goodness, had permitted his father to be still among the living, how he would have run, how he would have precipitated himself. How he would have cried to his father, Father! Here I am. It is I. I have the same heart as thou. I am thy son. How he would have embraced that white head, bathed his hair in tears, gazed upon his scar, pressed his hands, adored his garment, kissed his feet. Oh! Why had his father died so early, before his time, before the justice, the love of his son had come to him? Marius had a continual sob in his heart, which said to him every moment, alas! At the same time, he became more truly serious, more truly grave, more sure of his thought and his faith. At each instant, gleams of the true came to complete his reason. An inward growth seemed to be in progress within him. He was conscious of a sort of natural enlargement, which gave him two things that were new to him, his father and his country. As everything opens when one has a key, so he explained to himself that which he had hated, he penetrated that which he had abhorred. Henceforth he plainly perceived the providential, divine and human sense of the great things which he had been taught to detest, and of the great men whom he had been instructed to curse. When he reflected on his former opinions, which were but those of yesterday, and which, nevertheless, seemed to him already so very ancient, he grew indignant, yet he smiled. From the rehabilitation of his father, he naturally passed to the rehabilitation of Napoleon. But the latter, we will confess, was not effected without labor. From his infancy, he had been imbued with the judgments of the party of 1814, on Bonaparte. Now, all the prejudices of the Restoration, all its interests, all its instincts tended to disfigure Napoleon. It execrated him even more than it did Robespierre. It had very cleverly turned to sufficiently good account the fatigue of the nation, and the hatred of mothers. Bonaparte had become an almost fabulous monster, and in order to paint him to the imagination of the people, which, as we lately pointed out, resembles the imagination of children. The party of 1814 made him appear under all sorts of terrifying masks in succession, from that which is terrible though it remains grandiose to that which is terrible and becomes grotesque, from Tiberius to the bugaboo. Thus, in speaking of Bonaparte, one was free to sob or to puff up with laughter, provided that hatred lay at the bottom. Marius had never entertained, about that man, as he was called, any other ideas in his mind. They had combined with the tenacity which existed in his nature. There was in him a headstrong little man who hated Napoleon. On reading history, on studying him, especially in the documents and materials for history, the veil which concealed Napoleon from the eyes of Marius was gradually rent. He caught a glimpse of something immense, and he suspected that he had been deceived up to that moment, on the score of Bonaparte as about all the rest. Each day he saw more distinctly. And he set about mounting, slowly, step by step, almost regretfully in the beginning, then with intoxication and as though attracted by an irresistible fascination, first the somber steps, then the vaguely illuminated steps. At last the luminous and splendid steps of enthusiasm. One night, he was alone in his little chamber near the roof. His candle was burning, he was reading, with his elbows resting on his table close to the open window. All sorts of reveries reached him from space, and mingled with his thoughts. What a spectacle is the night! One hears dull sounds, without knowing whence they proceed. One beholds Jupiter, which is 1,200 times larger than the earth, glowing like a firebrand. The azure is black, the stars shine, it is formidable. He was perusing the bulletins of the Grand Army, those heroic strophes penned on the field of battle. There, at intervals, he beheld his father's name, always the name of the emperor. The whole of that great empire presented itself to him. He felt a flood swelling and rising within him. It seemed to him at moments that his father passed close to him like a breath, and whispered in his ear. He gradually got into a singular state. He thought that he heard drums, cannon, trumpets, the measured tread of battalions, the dull and distant gallop of the cavalry. From time to time, his eyes were raised heavenward, and gazed upon the colossal constellations as they gleamed in the measureless depths of space. Then they fell upon his book once more, and there they beheld other colossal things moving confusedly. His heart contracted within him. He was in a transport, trembling, panting. All at once, without himself knowing what was in him, and what impulse he was obeying, he sprang to his feet, stretched both arms out of the window, gazed intently into the gloom, the silence, the infinite darkness, the eternal immensity, and exclaimed, "Long live the Emperor!" From that moment forth, all was over. The ogre of Corsica, the usurper, the tyrant, the monster who was the lover of his own sisters, the actor who took lessons of Talma, the poisoner of Jaffa, the tiger, Bonaparte, all this vanished, and gave place in his mind to a vague and brilliant radiance in which shone, at an inaccessible height, the pale marble phantom of Caesar. The emperor had been for his father only the well-beloved captain whom one admires, for whom one sacrifices one's self. He was something more to Marius. He was the predestined constructor of the French group, succeeding the Roman group in the domination of the universe. He was a prodigious architect, of a destruction, the continuer of Charlemagne, of Louis XI, of Henry IV, of Richelieu, of Louis XIV, and of the Committee of Public Safety, having his spots, no doubt, his faults, his crimes even, being a man, that is to say, but august in his faults, brilliant in his spots, powerful in his crime. He was the predestined man, who had forced all nations to say, the great nation. He was better than that, he was the very incarnation of France, conquering Europe by the sword which he grasped, and the world by the light which he shed. Marius saw in Bonaparte the dazzling spectre which will always rise upon the frontier, and which will guard the future. Despot but dictator, a despot resulting from a republic and summing up a revolution. Napoleon became for him the man-people as Jesus Christ is the man-God. It will be perceived, that like all new converts to a religion, his conversion intoxicated him, he hurled himself headlong into adhesion and he went too far. His nature was so constructed, once on the downward slope, it was almost impossible for him to put on the drag. Fanaticism for the sword took possession of him, and complicated in his mind his enthusiasm for the idea. He did not perceive that, along with genius, and pell-mell, he was admitting force, that is to say, that he was installing in two compartments of his idolatry, on the one hand that which is divine, on the other that which is brutal. In many respects, he had set about deceiving himself otherwise. He admitted everything. There is a way of encountering error while on one's way to the truth. He had a violent sort of good faith which took everything in the lump. In the new path which he had entered on, in judging the mistakes of the old regime, as in measuring the glory of Napoleon, he neglected the attenuating circumstances. At all events, a tremendous step had been taken. Where he had formerly beheld the fall of the monarchy, he now saw the advent of France. His orientation had changed. What had been his east became the west. He had turned squarely round. All these revolutions were accomplished within him, without his family obtaining an inkling of the case. When, during this mysterious labor, he had entirely shed his old Bourbon and ultra skin, when he had cast off the aristocrat, the Jacobite and the royalist, when he had become thoroughly a revolutionist, profoundly democratic and republican. He went to an engraver on the Quai d'Orfèvres and ordered 100 cards bearing this name, Le Baron Marius Pontmercy. This was only the strictly logical consequence of the change which had taken place in him, a change in which everything gravitated round his father. Only, as he did not know any one and could not sow his cards with any porter, he put them in his pocket. By another natural consequence, in proportion as he drew nearer to his father, to the latter's memory, and to the things for which the colonel had fought 25 years before, he receded from his grandfather. We have long ago said, that M. Gillenormand's temper did not please him. There already existed between them all the dissonances of the grave young man and the frivolous old man. The gaiety of Geraint shocks and exasperates the melancholy of Werther. So long as the same political opinions and the same ideas had been common to them both, Marius had met M. Gillenormand there as on a bridge. When the bridge fell, an abyss was formed. And then, over and above all, Marius experienced unutterable impulses to revolt, when he reflected that it was M. Gillenormand who had, from stupid motives, torn him ruthlessly from the colonel, thus depriving the father of the child, and the child of the father. By dint of pity for his father, Marius had nearly arrived at aversion for his grandfather. Nothing of this sort, however, was betrayed on the exterior, as we have already said. Only he grew colder and colder, laconic at meals, and rare in the house. When his aunt scolded him for it, he was very gentle and alleged his studies, his lectures, the examinations, etc., as a pretext. His grandfather never departed from his infallible diagnosis, in love. I know all about it. From time to time Marius absented himself. Where is it that he goes off like this, said his aunt. On one of these trips, which were always very brief, he went to Montfermeil, in order to obey the injunction which his father had left him, and he sought the old sergeant to Waterloo, the innkeeper Thénardier. Thénardier had failed, the inn was closed, and no one knew what had become of him. Marius was away from the house for 4 days on this quest. He is getting decidedly wild, said his grandfather. They thought they had noticed that he wore something on his breast, under his shirt, which was attached to his neck by a black ribbon. Chapter 7. Some petticoat. We have mentioned a lancer. He was a great-grandnephew of M. Gillenormand, on the paternal side, who led a garrison life, outside the family and far from the domestic hearth. Lieutenant Theodule Gillenormand fulfilled all the conditions required to make what is called a fine officer. He had a lady's waist, a victorious manner of trailing his sword and of twirling his mustache in a hook. He visited Paris very rarely, and so rarely that Marius had never seen him. The cousins knew each other only by name. We think we have said that Theodule was the favorite of Aunt Gillenormand, who preferred him because she did not see him. Not seeing people permits one to attribute to them all possible perfections. One morning, Mademoiselle Gillenormand the elder returned to her apartment as much disturbed as her placidity was capable of allowing. Marius had just asked his grandfather's permission to take a little trip, adding that he meant to set out that very evening. Go, had been his grandfather's reply, and M. Gillenormand had added in an aside, as he raised his eyebrows to the top of his forehead, here he is passing the night out again. Mademoiselle Gillenormand had ascended to her chamber greatly puzzled, and on the staircase had dropped this exclamation, "This is too much." And this interrogation, "But where is it that he goes?" She espied some adventure of the heart, more or less illicit, a woman in the shadow, a rendezvous, a mystery, and she would not have been sorry to thrust her spectacles into the affair. Tasting a mystery resembles getting the first flavor of a scandal. Sainted souls do not detest this. There is some curiosity about scandal in the secret compartments of bigotry. So she was the prey of a vague appetite for learning a history. In order to get rid of this curiosity which agitated her a little beyond her wont, she took refuge in her talents, and set about scalloping, with one layer of cotton after another, one of those embroideries of the Empire and the Restoration, in which there are numerous cartwheels. The work was clumsy, the worker cross. She had been seated at this for several hours when the door opened. Mademoiselle Gillenormand raised her nose. Lieutenant Theodule stood before her, making the regulation salute. She uttered a cry of delight. One may be old, one may be a prude, one may be pious, one may be an aunt, but it is always agreeable to see a lancer enter one's chamber. "You here, Theodule," she exclaimed. "On my way through town, aunt. Embrace me." "Here goes," said Theodule. And he kissed her. Aunt Gillenormand went to her writing desk and opened it. "You will remain with us a week at least." "I leave this very evening, aunt." "It is not possible. Mathematically." "Remain, my little Theodule, I beseech you." "My heart says, yes, but my orders say, no. The matter is simple. They are changing our garrison, we have been at Melun, we are being transferred to Gaillon. It is necessary to pass through Paris in order to get from the old post to the new one. I said, I am going to see my aunt. Here is something for your trouble." And she put 10 louis into his hand. "For my pleasure, you mean to say, my dear aunt." Theodule kissed her again, and she experienced the joy of having some of the skin scratched from her neck by the braidings on his uniform. "Are you making the journey on horseback, with your regiment?" she asked him. "No, aunt. I wanted to see you. I have special permission. My servant is taking my horse, I am traveling by diligence. And, by the way, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "Is my cousin Marius Pontmercy traveling so, too?" "How do you know that?" said his aunt, suddenly pricked to the quick with a lively curiosity. "On my arrival, I went to the diligence to engage my seat in the coupe." "Well?" "A traveler had already come to engage a seat in the Imperial. I saw his name on the card." "What name?" "Marius Pontmercy." "The wicked fellow," exclaimed his aunt. "Ah! Your cousin is not a steady lad like yourself. To think that he is to pass the night in a diligence. Just as I am going to do. But you, it is your duty. In his case, it is wildness." "Bosh," said Theodule. Here an event occurred to Mademoiselle Gillenormand the elder, an idea struck her. If she had been a man, she would have slapped her brow. She apostrophized Theodule. Are you aware whether your cousin knows you? No. I have seen him, but he has never deigned to notice me. So you are going to travel together? He in the Imperial, I in the coupe. Where does this diligence run? To Andelys. Then that is where Marius is going. Unless, like myself, he should stop on the way. I get down at Vernon, in order to take the branch coach for Gaillon. I know nothing of Marius' plan of travel. Marius. What an ugly name. What possessed them to name him Marius? While you, at least, are called Theodule. I would rather be called Alfred, said the officer. Listen, Theodule. I am listening, aunt. Pay attention. I am paying attention. You understand? Yes. Well, Marius absents himself. He travels. Ah. He spends the night out. Oh. We should like to know what there is behind all this. Theodule replied with the composure of a man of bronze. Some petticoat or other. And with that inward laugh which denotes certainty, he added. Alas! That is evident, exclaimed his aunt, who thought she heard M. Gillenormand speaking, and who felt her conviction become irresistible at that word fillet, accentuated in almost the very same fashion by the granduncle and the grandnephew. She resumed. Do us a favor. Follow Marius a little. He does not know you, it will be easy. Since alas there is, try to get a sight of her. You must write us the tale. It will amuse his grandfather. Theodule had no excessive taste for this sort of spying. But he was much touched by the 10 louis, and he thought he saw a chance for a possible sequel. He accepted the commission and said, As you please, aunt. And he added in an aside, to himself, Here I am a duenna. Mademoiselle Gillenormand embraced him. You are not the man to play such pranks, Theodule. You obey discipline, you are the slave of orders, you are a man of scruples and duty, and you would not quit your family to go and see a creature. The lancer made the pleased grimace of Cartouche when praised for his probity. Marius, on the evening following this dialogue, mounted the diligence without suspecting that he was watched. As for the watcher, the first thing he did was to fall asleep. His slumber was complete and conscientious. Argus snored all night long. At daybreak, the conductor of the diligence shouted, Vernon. Relay of Vernon. Travelers for Vernon. And Lieutenant Theodule woke. Good, he growled, still half asleep, this is where I get out. Then, as his memory cleared by degrees, the effect of waking, he recalled his aunt, the 10 louis, and the account which he had undertaken to render of the deeds and proceedings of Marius. This set him to laughing. Perhaps he is no longer in the coach, he thought, as he rebuttoned the waistcoat of his undress uniform. He may have stopped at Poissy, he may have stopped at Triel. If he did not get out at Moulins, he may have got out at Mantes, unless he got out at Rolboisy, or if he did not go on as far as Pacy, with the choice of turning to the left at Evrius, or to the right at La Roche-Guyon. Run after him, auntie. What the devil am I to write to that good old soul? At that moment a pair of black trousers descending from the Imperial, made its appearance at the window of the coupe. Can that be Marius? Said the lieutenant. It was Marius. A little peasant girl, all entangled with the horses and the postilions at the end of the vehicle, was offering flowers to the travelers. Give your ladies flowers, she cried. Marius approached her and purchased the finest flowers in her flat basket. Come now, said Theodule, leaping down from the coupe, this piques my curiosity. Who the deuce is he going to carry those flowers to? She must be a splendidly handsome woman for so fine a bouquet. I want to see her. And no longer in pursuance of orders, but from personal curiosity, like dogs who hunt on their own account, he set out to follow Marius. Marius paid no attention to Theodule. Elegant women descended from the diligence, he did not glance at them. He seemed to see nothing around him. He is pretty deeply in love, thought Theodule. Marius directed his steps towards the church. Capital, said Theodule to himself. Rendezvous seasoned with a bit of mass are the best sort. Nothing is so exquisite as an ogle which passes over the good God's head. On arriving at the church, Marius did not enter it, but skirted the apse. He disappeared behind one of the angles of the apse. The rendezvous is appointed outside, said Theodule. Let's have a look at the lass. And he advanced on the tips of his boots towards the corner which Marius had turned. On arriving there, he halted in amazement. Marius, with his forehead clasped in his hands, was kneeling upon the grass on a grave. He had strewn his bouquet there. At the extremity of the grave, on a little swelling which marked the head, there stood a cross of black wood with this name in white letters, Colonel Baron Pontmercy. Marius' sobs were audible. The lass was a grave. Chapter 8. Marble against granite. It was hither that Marius had come on the first occasion of his absenting himself from Paris. It was hither that he had come every time that Gillenormand had said, "He is sleeping out." Lieutenant Theodule was absolutely put out of countenance by this unexpected encounter with a sepulchre. He experienced a singular and disagreeable sensation which he was incapable of analyzing, and which was composed of respect for the tomb, mingled with respect for the colonel. He retreated, leaving Marius alone in the cemetery, and there was discipline in this retreat. Death appeared to him with large epaulets, and he almost made the military salute to him. Not knowing what to write to his aunt, he decided not to write at all. And it is probable that nothing would have resulted from the discovery made by Theodule as to the love affairs of Marius, if, by one of those mysterious arrangements which are so frequent in chance. The scene at Vernon had not had an almost immediate countershock at Paris. Marius returned from Vernon on the third day, in the middle of the morning, descended at his grandfather's door, and, wearied by the 2 nights spent in the diligence, and feeling the need of repairing his loss of sleep by an hour at the swimming school, he mounted rapidly to his chamber, took merely time enough to throw off his travelling coat, and the black ribbon which he wore round his neck, and went off to the bath. Gillenormand, who had risen betimes like all old men in good health, had heard his entrance, and had made haste to climb, as quickly as his old legs permitted, the stairs to the upper story where Marius lived, in order to embrace him, and to question him while so doing, and to find out where he had been. But the youth had taken less time to descend than the old man had to ascend, and when Father Gillenormand entered the attic, Marius was no longer there. The bed had not been disturbed, and on the bed lay, outspread, but not defiantly, the greatcoat and the black ribbon. "I like this better," said Gillenormand. And a moment later, he made his entrance into the salon, where Mademoiselle Gillenormand was already seated, busily embroidering her cartwheels. The entrance was a triumphant one. Gillenormand held in one hand the greatcoat, and in the other the neck ribbon, and exclaimed, "Victory! We are about to penetrate the mystery. We are going to learn the most minute details. We are going to lay our finger on the debaucheries of our sly friend. Here we have the romance itself. I have the portrait." In fact, a case of black shagreen, resembling a medallion portrait, was suspended from the ribbon. The old man took this case and gazed at it for some time without opening it, with that air of enjoyment, rapture, and wrath, with which a poor hungry fellow beholds an admirable dinner which is not for him, pass under his very nose. For this evidently is a portrait. I know all about such things. That is worn tenderly on the heart. How stupid they are. Some abominable fright that will make us shudder, probably. Young men have such bad taste nowadays. "Let us see, father," said the old spinster. The case opened by the pressure of a spring. They found in it nothing but a carefully folded paper. "From the same to the same," said Gillenormand, bursting with laughter. "I know what it is. A billet doux." "Ah! Let us read it," said the aunt. And she put on her spectacles. They unfolded the paper and read as follows. "For my son. the Emperor made me a baron on the battlefield of Waterloo. Since the Restoration disputes my right to this title which I purchased with my blood, my son shall take it and bear it. That he will be worthy of it is a matter of course. The feelings of father and daughter cannot be described. They felt chilled as by the breath of a death's head. They did not exchange a word. Only, Gillenormand said in a low voice and as though speaking to himself. It is the slasher's handwriting. The aunt examined the paper, turned it about in all directions, then put it back in its case. At the same moment a little oblong packet, enveloped in blue paper, fell from one of the pockets of the greatcoat. Mademoiselle Gillenormand picked it up and unfolded the blue paper. It contained Marius' 100 cards. She handed one of them to Gillenormand, who read, Le Baron Marius Pontmercy. The old man rang the bell. Nicolette came. Gillenormand took the ribbon, the case, and the coat, flung them all on the floor in the middle of the room, and said, "Carry those duds away." A full hour passed in the most profound silence. The old man and the old spinster had seated themselves with their backs to each other, and were thinking, each on his own account, the same things, in all probability. At the expiration of this hour, Aunt Gillenormand said, "A pretty state of things." A few moments later, Marius made his appearance. He entered. Even before he had crossed the threshold, he saw his grandfather holding one of his own cards in his hand, and on catching sight of him, the latter exclaimed with his air of bourgeois and grinning superiority which was something crushing. "Well! Well! 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 So you are a baron now. I present you my compliments. What is the meaning of this?" Marius reddened slightly and replied. "It means that I am the son of my father." Gillenormand ceased to laugh, and said harshly. "I am your father." "My father," retorted Marius, with downcast eyes and a severe air, "was a humble and heroic man, who served the Republic and France gloriously, who was great in the greatest history that men have ever made. Who lived in the bivouac for a quarter of a century, beneath grape shot and bullets, in snow and mud by day, beneath rain at night, who captured 2 flags, who received 20 wounds, who died forgotten and abandoned. And who never committed but one mistake, which was to love too fondly 2 ingrates, his country and myself." This was more than Gillenormand could bear to hear. At the word republic, he rose, or, to speak more correctly, he sprang to his feet. Every word that Marius had just uttered produced on the visage of the old royalist the effect of the puffs of air from a forge upon a blazing brand. From a dull hue he had turned red, from red, purple, and from purple, flame-colored. "Marius!" he cried. "Abominable child! I do not know what your father was. I do not wish to know. I know nothing about that, and I do not know him. But what I do know is, that there never was anything but scoundrels among those men. They were all rascals, assassins, redcaps, thieves. I say all. I say all. I know not one. I say all. Do you hear me, Marius? See here, you are no more a baron than my slipper is. They were all bandits in the service of Robespierre. All who served Bonaparte were brigands. They were all traitors who betrayed their legitimate king. All cowards who fled before the Prussians and the English at Waterloo. That is what I do know. Whether monsieur your father comes in that category, I do not know. I am sorry for it, so much the worse, your humble servant. In his turn, it was Marius who was the firebrand and Gillenormand who was the bellows. Marius quivered in every limb, he did not know what would happen next, his brain was on fire. He was the priest who beholds all his sacred wafers cast to the winds, the fakir who beholds a passerby spit upon his idol. It could not be that such things had been uttered in his presence. What was he to do? His father had just been trampled underfoot and stamped upon in his presence, but by whom? By his grandfather. How was he to avenge the one without outraging the other? It was impossible for him to insult his grandfather, and it was equally impossible for him to leave his father unavenged. On the one hand was a sacred grave, on the other hoary locks. He stood there for several moments, staggering as though intoxicated, with all this whirlwind dashing through his head. Then he raised his eyes, gazed fixedly at his grandfather, and cried in a voice of thunder. Down with the Bourbons, and that great hog of a Louis XVIII. Louis XVIII had been dead for 4 years, but it was all the same to him. The old man, who had been crimson, turned whiter than his hair. He wheeled round towards a bust of le Duc de Berry, which stood on the chimney-piece, and made a profound bow, with a sort of peculiar majesty. Then he paced twice, slowly and in silence, from the fireplace to the window and from the window to the fireplace, traversing the whole length of the room, and making the polished floor creak as though he had been a stone statue walking. On his second turn, he bent over his daughter, who was watching this encounter with the stupefied air of an antiquated lamb, and said to her with a smile that was almost calm, "A baron like this gentleman and a bourgeois like myself cannot remain under the same roof." And drawing himself up, all at once, pallid, trembling, terrible, with his brow rendered more lofty by the terrible radiance of wrath, he extended his arm towards Marius and shouted to him, "Be off!" Marius left the house. On the following day, M. Gillenormand said to his daughter, "You will send 60 pistoles every 6 months to that blood drinker, and you will never mention his name to me." Having an immense reserve fund of wrath to get rid of, and not knowing what to do with it, he continued to address his daughter as you instead of thou for the next 3 months. Marius, on his side, had gone forth in indignation. There was one circumstance which, it must be admitted, aggravated his exasperation. There are always petty fatalities of the sort which complicate domestic dramas. They augment the grievances in such cases, although, in reality, the wrongs are not increased by them. While carrying Marius Duds precipitately to his chamber, at his grandfather's command, Nicolette had, inadvertently, let fall, probably, on the attic staircase, which was dark, that medallion of black shagreen which contained the paper penned by the colonel. Neither paper nor case could afterwards be found. Marius was convinced that Monsieur Gillenormand, from that day forth he never alluded to him otherwise, had flung his father's testament in the fire. He knew by heart the few lines which the colonel had written, and, consequently, nothing was lost. But the paper, the writing, that sacred relic, all that was his very heart. What had been done with it? Marius had taken his departure without saying whither he was going, and without knowing where, with 30 francs, his watch, and a few clothes in a hand-bag. He had entered a hackney coach, had engaged it by the hour, and had directed his course at haphazard towards the Latin Quarter. What was to become of Marius? Book 4th. The Friends of the ABC. Chapter 1. A group which barely missed becoming historic. At that epoch, which was, to all appearances indifferent, a certain revolutionary quiver was vaguely current. Breaths which had started forth from the depths of 89 and 93 were in the air. Youth was on the point, may the reader pardon us the word, of molting. People were undergoing a transformation, almost without being conscious of it, through the movement of the age. The needle which moves round the compass also moves in souls. Each person was taking that step in advance which he was bound to take. The royalists were becoming liberals, liberals were turning democrats. It was a flood tide complicated with 1,000 ebb movements. The peculiarity of ebbs is to create intermixtures, hence the combination of very singular ideas. People adored both Napoleon and liberty. We are making history here. These were the mirages of that period. Opinions traverse phases. Voltairian royalism, a quaint variety, had a no less singular sequel, Bonapartist liberalism. Other groups of minds were more serious. In that direction, they sounded principles, they attached themselves to the right. They grew enthusiastic for the absolute, they caught glimpses of infinite realizations. The absolute, by its very rigidity, urges spirits towards the sky and causes them to float in illimitable space. There is nothing like dogma for bringing forth dreams. And there is nothing like dreams for engendering the future. Utopia today, flesh and blood tomorrow. These advanced opinions had a double foundation. A beginning of mystery menaced the established order of things, which was suspicious and underhand. A sign which was revolutionary to the highest degree. The second thoughts of power meet the second thoughts of the populace in the mine. The incubation of insurrections gives the retort to the premeditation of coups d'état. There did not, as yet, exist in France any of those vast underlying organizations, like the German Tugendbund and Italian Carbonarism, but here and there were dark underminings, which were in process of throwing off shoots. The Cougourde was being outlined at Aix. There existed at Paris, among other affiliations of that nature, the Society of the Friends of the ABC. What were these Friends of the ABC? A society which had for its object apparently the education of children, in reality the elevation of man. They declared themselves the Friends of the ABC, the abase, the debased, that is to say, the people. They wished to elevate the people. It was a pun which we should do wrong to smile at. Puns are sometimes serious factors in politics, witness the castratus ad castra, which made a general of the army of Narses, witness, Barbari et Barberini. Witness, 2 es Petrusi super Hank Petram, etc., etc. The Friends of the ABC were not numerous, it was a secret society in the state of embryo, we might almost say a coterie, if coteries ended in heroes. They assembled in Paris in 2 localities, near the fish market, in a wine shop called Corinth, of which more will be heard later on, and near the Pantheon in a little café in the Rue Saint-Michel called the Café Musain, now torn down. The first of these meeting places was close to the workingmen, the second to the students. The assemblies of the Friends of the ABC were usually held in a back room of the Café Musain. This hall, which was tolerably remote from the café, with which it was connected by an extremely long corridor, had 2 windows and an exit with a private stairway on the little Rue de Grèce. There they smoked and drank, and gambled and laughed. There they conversed in very loud tones about everything, and in whispers of other things. An old map of France under the Republic was nailed to the wall, a sign quite sufficient to excite the suspicion of a police agent. The greater part of the Friends of the ABC were students, who were on cordial terms with the working classes. Here are the names of the principal ones. They belong, in a certain measure, to history: Enjolras, Combeferre, Jean Prouvaire, Feuilly, Courfeyrac, Bahorel, Lessel or Legel, Joly, Grantaire. These young men formed a sort of family, through the bond of friendship. All, with the exception of Legel, were from the south. This was a remarkable group. It vanished in the invisible depths which lie behind us. At the point of this drama which we have now reached, it will not perhaps be superfluous to throw a ray of light upon these youthful heads, before the reader beholds them plunging into the shadow of a tragic adventure. Enjolras, whose name we have mentioned first of all, the reader shall see why later on, was an only son and wealthy. Enjolras was a charming young man, who was capable of being terrible. He was angelically handsome. He was a savage Antinous. One would have said, to see the pensive thoughtfulness of his glance, that he had already, in some previous state of existence, traversed the revolutionary apocalypse. He possessed the tradition of it as though he had been a witness. He was acquainted with all the minute details of the great affair. A pontifical and warlike nature, a singular thing in a youth. He was an officiating priest and a man of war, from the immediate point of view, a soldier of the democracy. Above the contemporary movement, the priest of the ideal. His eyes were deep, his lids a little red, his lower lip was thick and easily became disdainful, his brow was lofty. A great deal of brow in a face is like a great deal of horizon in a view. Like certain young men at the beginning of this century and the end of the last, who became illustrious at an early age, he was endowed with excessive youth, and was as rosy as a young girl, although subject to hours of pallor. Already a man, he still seemed a child. His 22 years appeared to be but 17, he was serious, it did not seem as though he were aware there was on earth a thing called woman. He had but one passion, the right. But one thought, to overthrow the obstacle. On Mount Aventine, he would have been Gracchus, in the Convention, he would have been Saint Just. He hardly saw the roses, he ignored spring, he did not hear the caroling of the birds. The bare throat of Evadne would have moved him no more than it would have moved Aristogiton. He, like Harmodius, thought flowers good for nothing except to conceal the sword. He was severe in his enjoyments. He chastely dropped his eyes before everything which was not the Republic. He was the marble lover of liberty. His speech was harshly inspired, and had the thrill of a hymn. He was subject to unexpected outbursts of soul. Woe to the love affair which should have risked itself beside him. If any grisette of the Place Cambrai or the Rue Saint-Jean-de-Beauvais, seeing that face of a youth escaped from college, that page's mien, those long, golden lashes, those blue eyes, that hair billowing in the wind, those rosy cheeks, those fresh lips, those exquisite teeth, had conceived an appetite for that complete Aurora, and had tried her beauty on Enjolras, an astounding and terrible glance would have promptly shown her the abyss. And would have taught her not to confound the mighty cherub of Ezekiel with the gallant cherubino of Beaumarchais. By the side of Enjolras, who represented the logic of the Revolution, Combeferre represented its philosophy. Between the logic of the Revolution and its philosophy there exists this difference, that its logic may end in war, whereas its philosophy can end only in peace. Combeferre complimented and rectified Enjolras. He was less lofty, but broader. He desired to pour into all minds the extensive principles of general ideas, he said, revolution, but civilization, and around the mountain peak he opened out a vast view of the blue sky. The revolution was more adapted for breathing with Combeferre than with Enjolras. Enjolras expressed its divine right, and Combeferre its natural right. The first attached himself to Robespierre, the second confined himself to Condorcet. Combeferre lived the life of all the rest of the world more than did Enjolras. If it had been granted to these two young men to attain to history, the one would have been the just, the other the wise man. Enjolras was the more virile, Combeferre the more humane. Homo and vir, that was the exact effect of their different shades. Combeferre was as gentle as Enjolras was severe, through natural whiteness. He loved the word citizen, but he preferred the word man. He would gladly have said, hombre, like the Spanish. He read everything, went to the theaters, attended the courses of public lecturers, learned the polarization of light from Arago. Grew enthusiastic over a lesson in which Geoffrey St. Hilaire explained the double function of the external carotid artery, and the internal, the one which makes the face, and the one which makes the brain. He kept up with what was going on, followed science step by step, compared Saint-Simon with Fourier, deciphered hieroglyphics, broke the pebble which he found and reasoned on geology, drew from memory a silkworm moth. Pointed out the faulty French in the dictionary of the Academy, studied Piersger and Deleuze, affirmed nothing, not even miracles. Denied nothing, not even ghosts, turned over the files of the Moniteur, reflected. He declared that the future lies in the hand of the schoolmaster, and busied himself with educational questions. He desired that society should labor without relaxation at the elevation of the moral and intellectual level, at coining science, at putting ideas into circulation, at increasing the mind in youthful persons. And he feared lest the present poverty of method, the paltriness from a literary point of view confined to 2 or 3 centuries called classic, the tyrannical dogmatism of official pedants. Scholastic prejudices and routines should end by converting our colleges into artificial oyster beds. He was learned, a purist, exact, a graduate of the Polytechnic, a close student, and at the same time, thoughtful even to chimeras, so his friends said. He believed in all dreams, railroads, the suppression of suffering in chirurgical operations, the fixing of images in the dark chamber, the electric telegraph, the steering of balloons. Moreover, he was not much alarmed by the citadels erected against the human mind in every direction, by superstition, despotism, and prejudice. He was one of those who think that science will eventually turn the position. Enjolras was a chief, Combeferre was a guide. One would have liked to fight under the one and to march behind the other. It is not that Combeferre was not capable of fighting, he did not refuse a hand-to-hand combat with the obstacle, and to attack it by main force and explosively. But it suited him better to bring the human race into accord with its destiny gradually, by means of education, the inculcation of axioms, the promulgation of positive laws. And, between two lights, his preference was rather for illumination than for conflagration. A conflagration can create an aurora, no doubt, but why not await the dawn? A volcano illuminates, but daybreak furnishes a still better illumination. Possibly, Combeferre preferred the whiteness of the beautiful to the blaze of the sublime. A light troubled by smoke, progress purchased at the expense of violence, only half satisfied this tender and serious spirit. The headlong precipitation of a people into the truth, a 93, terrified him. Nevertheless, stagnation was still more repulsive to him, in it he detected putrefaction in death. On the whole, he preferred scum to miasma, and he preferred the torrent to the cesspool, and the falls of Niagara to the lake of Montfaucon. In short, he desired neither halt nor haste. While his tumultuous friends, captivated by the absolute, adored and invoked splendid revolutionary adventures, Combeferre was inclined to let progress, good progress, take its own course. He may have been cold, but he was pure. Methodical, but irreproachable, phlegmatic, but imperturbable. Combeferre would have knelt and clasped his hands to enable the future to arrive in all its candor, and that nothing might disturb the immense and virtuous evolution of the races. The good must be innocent, he repeated incessantly. And in fact, if the grandeur of the revolution consists in keeping the dazzling ideal fixedly in view, and of soaring thither athwart the lightnings, with fire and blood in its talons, the beauty of progress lies in being spotless. And there exists between Washington, who represents the one, and Danton, who incarnates the other, that difference which separates the swan from the angel with the wings of an eagle. Jean Prouvaire was a still softer shade than Combeferre. His name was Jehan, owing to that petty momentary freak which mingled with the powerful and profound movement whence sprang the very essential study of the Middle Ages. Jean Prouvaire was in love. He cultivated a pot of flowers, played on the flute, made verses, loved the people, pitied woman, wept over the child, confounded God and the future in the same confidence, and blamed the revolution for having caused the fall of a royal head. That of André Chenier. His voice was ordinarily delicate, but suddenly grew manly. He was learned even to erudition, and almost an Orientalist. Above all, he was good. And, a very simple thing to those who know how nearly goodness borders on grandeur, in the matter of poetry, he preferred the immense. He knew Italian, Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. And these served him only for the perusal of four poets, Dante, Juvenal, Aeschylus, and Isaiah. In French, he preferred Corneille to Racine, and Agrippa d'Aubigné to Corneille. He loved to saunter through fields of wild oats and cornflowers, and busied himself with clouds nearly as much as with events. His mind had two attitudes, one on the side towards man, the other on that towards God. He studied or he contemplated. All day long, he buried himself in social questions, salary, capital, credit, marriage, religion, liberty of thought, education, penal servitude, poverty, association, property, production and sharing. The enigma of this lower world which covers the human ant-hill with darkness. And at night, he gazed upon the planets, those enormous beings. Like Enjolras, he was wealthy and an only son. He spoke softly, bowed his head, lowered his eyes, smiled with embarrassment, dressed badly, had an awkward air, blushed at a mere nothing, and was very timid. Yet he was intrepid. Feuilly was a working-man, a fan-maker, orphaned both of father and mother, who earned with difficulty 3 francs a day, and had but one thought, to deliver the world. He had one other preoccupation, to educate himself. He called this also, delivering himself. He had taught himself to read and write, everything that he knew, he had learned by himself. Feuilly had a generous heart. The range of his embrace was immense. This orphan had adopted the people's. As his mother had failed him, he meditated on his country. He brooded with the profound divination of the man of the people, over what we now call the idea of the nationality, had learned history with the express object of raging with full knowledge of the case. In this club of young utopians, occupied chiefly with France, he represented the outside world. He had for his specialty Greece, Poland, Hungary, Romania, Italy. He uttered these names incessantly, appropriately and inappropriately, with the tenacity of right. The violations of Turkey on Greece and Thessaly, of Russia on Warsaw, of Austria on Venice, enraged him. Above all things, the great violence of 1772 aroused him. There is no more sovereign eloquence than the true in indignation. He was eloquent with that eloquence. He was inexhaustible on that infamous date of 1772, on the subject of that noble and valiant race suppressed by treason, and that three-sided crime, on that monstrous ambush, the prototype and pattern of all those horrible suppressions of states, which, since that time, have struck many a noble nation, and have annulled their certificate of birth, so to speak. All contemporary social crimes have their origin in the partition of Poland. The partition of Poland is a theorem of which all present political outrages are the corollaries. There has not been a despot, nor a traitor for nearly a century back, who has not signed, approved, countersigned, and copied, any variator, the partition of Poland. When the record of modern treasons was examined, that was the first thing which made its appearance. The Congress of Vienna consulted that crime before consummating its own. 1772 sounded the onset, 1815 was the death of the game. Such was Feuilly's habitual text. This poor working man had constituted himself the tutor of justice, and she recompensed him by rendering him great. The fact is, that there is eternity in right. Warsaw can no more be Tartar than Venice can be Teuton. Kings lose their pains and their honor in the attempt to make them so. Sooner or later, the submerged part floats to the surface and reappears. Greece becomes Greece again, Italy is once more Italy. The protest of right against the deed persists forever. The theft of a nation cannot be allowed by prescription. These lofty deeds of rascality have no future. A nation cannot have its mark extracted like a pocket handkerchief. Courfeyrac had a father who was called M. de Courfeyrac. One of the false ideas of the bourgeoisie under the Restoration as regards aristocracy and the nobility was to believe in the particle. The particle, as everyone knows, possesses no significance. But the bourgeois of the epoch of La Minerve estimated so highly that pourda, that they thought themselves bound to abdicate it. M. de Chauvelin had himself called M. Chauvelin, M. de Camartin, M. Camartin, M. de Constant de Robec, Benjamin Constant, M. de Lafayette, M. Lafayette. Courfeyrac had not wished to remain behind the rest, and called himself plain Courfeyrac. We might almost, so far as Courfeyrac is concerned, stop here, and confine ourselves to saying with regard to what remains, for Courfeyrac, see Tholomyès. Courfeyrac had, in fact, that animation of youth which may be called the but du diable of the mind. Later on, this disappears like the playfulness of the kitten, and all this grace ends, with the bourgeois, on 2 legs, and with the tomcat, on 4 paws. This sort of wit is transmitted from generation to generation of the successive levies of youth who traverse the schools, who pass it from hand to hand, quasi-cursors, and is almost always exactly the same. So that, as we have just pointed out, anyone who had listened to Courfeyrac in 1828 would have thought he heard Tholomyès in 1817. Only, Courfeyrac was an honorable fellow. Beneath the apparent similarities of the exterior mind, the difference between him and Tholomyès was very great. The latent man which existed in the two was totally different in the first from what it was in the second. There was in Tholomyès a district attorney, and in Courfeyrac a paladin. Enjolras was the chief, Combeferre was the guide, Courfeyrac was the center. The others gave more light, he shed more warmth. The truth is, that he possessed all the qualities of a center, roundness and radiance. Bahorel had figured in the bloody tumult of June, 1822, on the occasion of the burial of young Lallemand. Parole was a good-natured mortal, who kept bad company, brave, a spendthrift, prodigal, and to the verge of generosity, talkative, and at times eloquent, bold to the verge of effrontery, the best fellow possible. He had daring waistcoats, and scarlet opinions, a wholesale blusterer, that is to say, loving nothing so much as a quarrel, unless it were an uprising, and nothing so much as an uprising, unless it were a revolution. Always ready to smash a window pane, then to tear up the pavement, then to demolish a government, just to see the effect of it, a student in his 11th year. He had nosed about the law, but did not practice it. He had taken for his device, never a lawyer, and for his armorial bearings a nightstand in which was visible a square cap. Every time that he passed the law school, which rarely happened, he buttoned up his frock coat, the pale tot had not yet been invented, and took hygienic precautions. Of the school porter he said, "What a fine old man," and of the dean, M. Delvincourt, "What a monument." In his lectures he espied subjects for ballads, and in his professors occasions for caricature. He wasted a tolerably large allowance, something like 3,000 francs a year, in doing nothing. He had peasant parents whom he had contrived to imbue with respect for their son. He said of them, "They are peasants and not bourgeois, that is the reason they are intelligent." Parole, a man of caprice, was scattered over numerous cafés. The others had habits, he had none. He sauntered. To stray is human. To saunter is Parisian. In reality, he had a penetrating mind and was more of a thinker than appeared to view. He served as a connecting link between the friends of the A, B, C and other still unorganized groups, which were destined to take form later on. In this conclave of young heads, there was one bald member. The Marquis d'Avary, whom Louis XVIII made a duke for having assisted him to enter a hackney coach on the day when he emigrated, was wont to relate, that in 1814, on his return to France, as the king was disembarking at Calais, a man handed him a petition. "What is your request?" said the king. "Sire, a post office." "What is your name?" "Legal." The king frowned, glanced at the signature of the petition and beheld the name written thus, Lessel. This non-Bonaparte orthography touched the king and he began to smile. "Sire," resumed the man with the petition, "I had for ancestor a keeper of the hounds surnamed Lescaules. This surname furnished my name. I am called Lescaules, by contraction Lessel, and by corruption Legal." This caused the king to smile broadly. Later on he gave the man the posting office of Meaux, either intentionally or accidentally. The bald member of the group was the son of this Lessel, or Legal, and he signed himself, Legal, de Meaux. As an abbreviation, his companions called him Bossuet. Bossuet was a gay but unlucky fellow. His specialty was not to succeed in anything. As an offset, he laughed at everything. At 25 he was bald. His father had ended by owning a house and a field, but he, the son, had made haste to lose that house and field in a bad speculation. He had nothing left. He possessed knowledge and wit, but all he did miscarried. Everything failed him and everybody deceived him, what he was building tumbled down on top of him. If he were splitting wood, he cut off a finger. If he had a mistress, he speedily discovered that he had a friend also. Some misfortune happened to him every moment, hence his joviality. He said, "I live under falling tiles." He was not easily astonished, because, for him, an accident was what he had foreseen. He took his bad luck serenely, and smiled at the teasing of fate, like a person who is listening to pleasantries. He was poor, but his fund of good humor was inexhaustible. He soon reached his last sou, never his last burst of laughter. When adversity entered his doors, he saluted this old acquaintance cordially, he tapped all catastrophes on the stomach. He was familiar with fatality to the point of calling it by its nickname, "Good day, Gignan," he said to it. These persecutions of fate had rendered him inventive. He was full of resources. He had no money, but he found means, when it seemed good to him, to indulge in unbridled extravagance. One night, He went so far as to eat 100 francs in a supper with a wench, which inspired him to make this memorable remark in the midst of the orgy: "Pull off my boots, you 5 Louis jade." Bossuet was slowly directing his steps towards the profession of a lawyer. He was pursuing his law studies after the manner of Parole. Bossuet had not much domicile, sometimes none at all. He lodged now with one, now with another, most often with Joly. Joly was studying medicine. He was 2 years younger than Bossuet. Joly was the malade imaginaire junior. What he had won in medicine was to be more of an invalid than a doctor. At 23 he thought himself a valetudinarian, and passed his life in inspecting his tongue in the mirror. He affirmed that man becomes magnetic like a needle, and in his chamber he placed his bed with its head to the south, and the foot to the north, so that, at night, the circulation of his blood might not be interfered with by the great electric current of the globe. During thunderstorms, he felt his pulse. Otherwise, he was the gayest of them all. All these young, maniacal, puny, merry incoherences lived in harmony together, and the result was an eccentric and agreeable being whom his comrades, who were prodigal of winged consonants, called Jolly. "You may fly away on the 4 L's, Jean Prouvaire said to him, 23. 23, Lail, wing." Joly had a trick of touching his nose with the tip of his cane, which is an indication of a sagacious mind. All these young men who differed so greatly, and who, on the whole, can only be discussed seriously, held the same religion, progress. All were the direct sons of the French Revolution. The most giddy of them became solemn when they pronounced that date, 89. Their fathers in the flesh had been either royalists, doctrinaires, it matters not what. This confusion anterior to themselves, who were young, did not concern them at all. The pure blood of principle ran in their veins. They attached themselves, without intermediate shades, to incorruptible right and absolute duty. Affiliated and initiated, they sketched out the ideal underground. Among all these glowing hearts and thoroughly convinced minds, there was one skeptic. How came he there? By juxtaposition. This skeptic's name was Grantaire, and he was in the habit of signing himself with this rebus, R. Grantaire was a man who took good care not to believe in anything. Moreover, he was one of the students who had learned the most during their course at Paris. He knew that the best coffee was to be had at the Café Lemblin, and the best billiards at the Café Voltaire, that good cakes and lasses were to be found at the Hermitage, on the Boulevard du Maine, spatchcock chickens at Mother Saugai's, excellent matelots at the Barrière de la Cunette, and a certain thin white wine at the Barrière du Compat. He knew the best place for everything, in addition, boxing and foot fencing in some dances, and he was a thorough single-stick player. He was a tremendous drinker to boot. He was inordinately homely. The prettiest boot-stitcher of that day, Irma Boissy, enraged with his homeliness, pronounced sentence on him as follows: Grantaire is impossible, but Grantaire's fatuity was not to be disconcerted. He stared tenderly and fixedly at all women, with the air of saying to them all, if I only chose, and of trying to make his comrades believe that he was in general demand. All those words, rights of the people, rights of man, the social contract, the French Revolution, the Republic, democracy, humanity, civilization, religion, progress, came very near to signifying nothing whatever to Grantaire. He smiled at them. Skepticism, that carries of the intelligence, had not left him a single whole idea. He lived with irony. This was his axiom: there is but one certainty, my full glass. He sneered at all devotion in all parties, the father as well as the brother, Robespierre Jr. as well as Loiserolles. They are greatly in advance to be dead, he exclaimed. He said of the crucifix, there is a gibbet which has been a success. A rover, a gambler, a libertine, often drunk, he displeased these young dreamers by humming incessantly, Jamans les filles, et Jamans le bon vin. Air, vive Henri IV. However, this skeptic had one fanaticism. This fanaticism was neither a dogma, nor an idea, nor an art, nor a science, it was a man, Enjolras. Grantaire admired, loved, and venerated Enjolras. To whom did this anarchical scoffer unite himself in this phalanx of absolute minds? To the most absolute. In what manner had Enjolras subjugated him? By his ideas? No. By his character. A phenomenon which is often observable. A skeptic who adheres to a believer is as simple as the law of complementary colors. That which we lack attracts us. No one loves the light like the blind man. The dwarf adores the drum major. The toad always has his eyes fixed on heaven. Why? In order to watch the bird in its flight. Grantaire, in whom writhed doubt, loved to watch faith soar in Enjolras. He had need of Enjolras. That chaste, healthy, firm, upright, hard, candid nature charmed him, without his being clearly aware of it, and without the idea of explaining it to himself having occurred to him. He admired his opposite by instinct. His soft, yielding, dislocated, sickly, shapeless ideas attached themselves to Enjolras as to a spinal column. His moral backbone leaned on that firmness. Grantaire in the presence of Enjolras became someone once more. He was, himself, moreover, composed of two elements, which were, to all appearance, incompatible. He was ironical and cordial. His indifference loved. His mind could get along without belief, but his heart could not get along without friendship. A profound contradiction, for an affection is a conviction. His nature was thus constituted. There are men who seem to be born to be the reverse, the obverse, the wrong side. They are Pollux, Patroclus, Nisus, Eudamidas, Ephestion, Pecmaja. They only exist on condition that they are backed up with another man, their name is a sequel, and is only written preceded by the conjunction and their existence is not their own, it is the other side of an existence which is not theirs. Grantaire was one of these men. He was the obverse of Enjolras. One might almost say that affinities begin with the letters of the alphabet. In the series O and P are inseparable. You can, at will, pronounce O and P or Orestes and Pylades. Grantaire, Enjolras' true satellite, inhabited this circle of young men, he lived there, he took no pleasure anywhere but there, he followed them everywhere. His joy was to see these forms go and come through the fumes of wine. They tolerated him on account of his good humor. Enjolras, the believer, disdained this skeptic, and, a sober man himself, scorned this drunkard. He accorded him a little lofty pity. Grantaire was an unaccepted Pylades. Always harshly treated by Enjolras, roughly repulsed, rejected yet ever returning to the charge, he said of Enjolras, "What fine marble!" Chapter 2. Blondau's funeral oration by Bossuet. On a certain afternoon, which had, as will be seen hereafter, some coincidence with the events heretofore related, L'Aigle de Meaux was to be seen leaning in a sensual manner against the doorpost of the Café Musain. He had the air of a caryatid on a vacation, he carried nothing but his reverie, however. He was staring at the Place Saint-Michel. To lean one's back against a thing is equivalent to lying down while standing erect, which attitude is not hated by thinkers. L'Aigle de Meaux was pondering without melancholy, over a little misadventure which had befallen him 2 days previously at the law school, and which had modified his personal plans for the future, plans which were rather indistinct in any case. Reverie does not prevent a cab from passing by, nor the dreamer from taking note of that cab. L'Aigle de Meaux, whose eyes were straying about in a sort of diffuse lounging, perceived, athwart his somnambulism, a two-wheeled vehicle proceeding through the place, at a foot pace and apparently in indecision. For whom was this cabriolet? Why was it driving at a walk? L'Aigle took a survey. In it, beside the coachman, sat a young man, and in front of the young man lay a rather bulky hand-bag. The bag displayed to passers-by the following name inscribed in large black letters on a card which was sewn to the stuff, Marius Pontmercy. This name caused L'Aigle to change his attitude. He drew himself up and hurled this apostrophe at the young man in the cabriolet. Monsieur Marius Pontmercy. The cabriolet thus addressed came to a halt. The young man, who also seemed deeply buried in thought, raised his eyes. "Hey," said he. "You are Marius Pontmercy?" "Certainly." "I was looking for you," resumed L'Aigle de Meaux. "How so?" demanded Marius, for it was he. In fact, he had just quitted his grandfather's, and had before him a face which he now beheld for the first time. "I do not know you." "Neither do I know you," responded L'Aigle. Marius thought he had encountered a wag, the beginning of a mystification in the open street. He was not in a very good humor at the moment. He frowned. L'Aigle de Meaux went on imperturbably. "You were not at the school day before yesterday." "That is possible." "That is certain." "You are a student?" demanded Marius. "Yes, sir." "Like yourself." "Day before yesterday, I entered the school, by chance. You know, one does have such freaks sometimes. The professor was just calling the roll. You are not unaware that they are very ridiculous on such occasions. At the third call, unanswered, your name is erased from the list. 60 francs in the gulf." Marius began to listen. It was Blondeau who was making the call. You know Blondeau, he has a very pointed and very malicious nose, and he delights to send out the absent. He slyly began with the letter P. I was not listening, not being compromised by that letter. The call was not going badly. No erasures, the universe was present. Blondeau was grieved. I said to myself, "Blondeau, my love, you will not get the very smallest sort of an execution today." All at once Blondeau calls, "Marius Pontmercy." No one answers. Blondeau, filled with hope, repeats more loudly, "Marius Pontmercy." And he takes his pen. "Monsieur, I have bowels of compassion." I said to myself hastily, "Here's a brave fellow who is going to get scratched out. Attention! Here is a veritable mortal who is not exact. He's not a good student. Here is none of your heavy sides, a student who studies, a greenhorn pedant, strong on letters, theology, science, and sapience, one of those dull wits cut by the square, a pin by profession. He is an honorable idler who lounges, who practices country jaunts, who cultivates the grisette, who pays court to the fair sex, who is at this very moment, perhaps, with my mistress. Let us save him. Death to Blondeau." At that moment, Blondeau dipped his pen in, all black with erasures in the ink, cast his yellow eyes round the audience room, and repeated for the third time, "Marius Pontmercy." I replied, "Present." "This is why you were not crossed off." "Monsieur," said Marius. "And why I was," added L'Aigle de Meaux. "I do not understand you," said Marius. L'Aigle resumed. "Nothing is more simple. I was close to the desk to reply, and close to the door for the purpose of flight. The professor gazed at me with a certain intensity. All of a sudden, Blondeau, who must be the malicious nose alluded to by Boileau, skipped to the letter L. L is my letter. I am from Meaux, and my name is Lessel." "L'Aigle," interrupted Marius, "what fine name." "Monsieur, Blondeau came to this fine name, and called, L'Aigle." I reply, "Present." Then Blondeau gazes at me, with the gentleness of a tiger, and says to me, "If you are Pontmercy, you are not L'Aigle." A phrase which has a disobliging air for you, but which was lugubrious only for me that said, "He crossed me off." Marius exclaimed. "I am mortified, sir." "First of all," interposed L'Aigle, "I demand permission to embalm Blondeau in a few phrases of deeply felt eulogium. I will assume that he is dead. There will be no great change required in his gauntness, in his pallor, in his coldness, and in his smell. And I say, Erudiminii cut judicatis turam. Here lies Blondeau, Blondeau the nose, Blondeau nasica, the ox of discipline, bos disciplinii, the bloodhound of the password, the angel of the roll call, who was upright, square exact, rigid, honest, and hideous. God crossed him off as he crossed me off." Marius resumed. "I am very sorry." "Young man," said L'Aigle de Meaux, let this serve you as a lesson. In future, be exact. I really beg you 1,000 pardons. Do not expose your neighbor to the danger of having his name erased again. I am extremely sorry. Legel burst out laughing. And I am delighted. I was on the brink of becoming a lawyer. This erasure saves me. I renounce the triumphs of the bar. I shall not defend the widow, and I shall not attack the orphan. No more toga, no more stage. Here is my erasure all ready for me. It is to you that I am indebted for it, Monsieur Pontmercy. I intend to pay a solemn call of thanks upon you. Where do you live? In this cab, said Marius. A sign of opulence, retorted Legel calmly. I congratulate you. You have there a rent of 9,000 francs per annum. At that moment, Courfeyrac emerged from the café. Marius smiled sadly. I have paid this rent for the last 2 hours, and I aspire to get rid of it, but there is a sort of history attached to it, and I don't know where to go. Come to my place, sir, said Courfeyrac. I have the priority, observed Legel, but I have no home. Hold your tongue, Bossuet, said Courfeyrac. Bossuet, said Marius, but I thought that your name was Legel. De mots, replied Legel, by metaphor, Bossuet. Courfeyrac entered the cab. Coachman, said he, Hôtel de la Porte Saint-Jacques. And that very evening, Marius found himself installed in a chamber of the Hôtel de la Porte Saint-Jacques side by side with Courfeyrac. Chapter 3. Marius' astonishments. In a few days, Marius had become Courfeyrac's friend. Youth is the season for prompt welding and the rapid healing of scars. Marius breathed freely in Courfeyrac's society, a decidedly new thing for him. Courfeyrac put no questions to him. He did not even think of such a thing. At that age, faces disclose everything on the spot. Words are superfluous. There are young men of whom it can be said that their countenances chatter. One looks at them and one knows them. One morning, however, Courfeyrac abruptly addressed this interrogation to him. By the way, have you any political opinions? The idea, said Marius, almost affronted by the question. What are you? A Democrat Bonapartist. The grey hue of a reassured rat, said Courfeyrac. On the following day, Courfeyrac introduced Marius at the Café Musain. Then he whispered in his ear, with a smile, I must give you your entry to the revolution. And he led him to the hall of the Friends of the ABC. He presented him to the other comrades, saying this simple word which Marius did not understand, a pupil. Marius had fallen into a wasp's nest of wits. However, although he was silent and grave, he was, none the less, both winged and armed. Marius, up to that time solitary and inclined to soliloquy, and to asides, both by habit and by taste, was a little fluttered by this covey of young men around him. All these various initiatives solicited his attention at once, and pulled him about. The tumultuous movements of these minds at liberty and at work set his ideas in a whirl. Sometimes, in his trouble, they fled so far from him, that he had difficulty in recovering them. He heard them talk of philosophy, of literature, of art, of history, of religion, in unexpected fashion. He caught glimpses of strange aspects. And, as he did not place them in proper perspective, he was not altogether sure that it was not chaos that he grasped. On abandoning his grandfather's opinions for the opinions of his father, he had supposed himself fixed. He now suspected, with uneasiness, and without daring to avow it to himself, that he was not. The angle at which he saw everything began to be displaced anew. A certain oscillation set all the horizons of his brains in motion. An odd internal upsetting. He almost suffered from it. It seemed as though there were no consecrated things for those young men. Marius heard singular propositions on every sort of subject, which embarrassed his still timid mind. A theatre poster presented itself, adorned with the title of a tragedy from the ancient repertory called classic, "Down with tragedy dear to the bourgeois," cried Parole. And Marius heard Combeferre reply. You are wrong, parole. The bourgeoisie loves tragedy, and the bourgeoisie must be left at peace on that score. Bewigged tragedy has a reason for its existence, and I am not one of those who, by order of Aeschylus, contest its right to existence. There are rough outlines in nature, there are, in creation, ready-made parodies. A beak which is not a beak, wings which are not wings, gills which are not gills, paws which are not paws, a cry of pain which arouses a desire to laugh, there is the duck. Now, since poultry exists by the side of the bird, I do not see why classic tragedy should not exist in the face of antique tragedy. Or chance decreed that Marius should traverse Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau between Enjolras and Courfeyrac. Courfeyrac took his arm. Pay attention. This is the Rue Plâtrière, now called Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau, on account of a singular household which lived in it 60 years ago. This consisted of Jean-Jacques and Thérèse. From time to time, little beings were born there. Thérèse gave birth to them, Jean-Jacques represented them as foundlings. And Enjolras addressed Courfeyrac roughly. Silence in the presence of Jean-Jacques. I admire that man. He denied his own children, that may be, but he adopted the people. Not one of these young men articulated the word, the emperor. Jean Prouvaire alone sometimes said Napoleon, all the others said Bonaparte. Enjolras pronounced it Bonaparte. Marius was vaguely surprised. Initium Sapientiae. Chapter 4. The back room of the Café Musain. One of the conversations among the young men, at which Marius was present and in which he sometimes joined, was a veritable shock to his mind. This took place in the back room of the Café Musain. Nearly all the friends of the ABC had convened that evening. The argand lamp was solemnly lighted. They talked of one thing and another, without passion and with noise. With the exception of Enjolras and Marius, who held their peace, all were haranguing rather at haphazard. Conversations between comrades sometimes are subject to these peaceable tumults. It was a game and an uproar as much as a conversation. They tossed words to each other and caught them up in turn. They were chattering in all quarters. No woman was admitted to this back room, except Louison, the dishwasher of the café, who passed through it from time to time, to go to her washing in the lavatory. Grantaire, thoroughly drunk, was deafening the corner of which he had taken possession, reasoning and contradicting at the top of his lungs, and shouting. I am thirsty. Mortals, I am dreaming, that the ton of Heidelberg has an attack of apoplexy, and that I am one of the dozen leeches which will be applied to it. I want a drink. I desire to forget life. Life is a hideous invention of I know not whom. It lasts no time at all, and is worth nothing. One breaks one's neck in living. Life is a theatre set in which there are but few practicable entrances. Happiness is an antique reliquary painted on one side only. Ecclesiastes says, all is vanity. I agree with that good man, who never existed, perhaps. Zero, not wishing to go stark naked, clothed himself in vanity. Oh vanity! The patching up of everything with big words. A kitchen is a laboratory, a dancer is a professor, an acrobat is a gymnast, a boxer is a pugilist, an apothecary is a chemist, a wigmaker is an artist, a hodman is an architect, a jockey is a sportsman, a woodlouse is a pterygibranch. Vanity has a right and a wrong side, the right side is stupid, it is the Negro with his glass beads, the wrong side is foolish, it is the philosopher with his rags. I weep over the one and I laugh over the other. What are called honors and dignities, and even dignity and honor, are generally of pinchbeck. Kings make playthings of human pride. Caligula made a horse a consul, Charles II. Made a knight of a sirloin. Wrap yourself up now, then, between consul incitatus and baronet roast beef. As for the intrinsic value of people, it is no longer respectable in the least. Listen to the panegyric which neighbor makes of neighbor. White on white is ferocious. If the lily could speak, what a setting down it would give the dove. A bigoted woman prating of a devout woman is more venomous than the asp and the cobra. It is a shame that I am ignorant, otherwise I would quote to you a mass of things. But I know nothing. For instance, I have always been witty. When I was a pupil of Gros, instead of daubing wretched little pictures, I passed my time in pilfering apples. Rapine, 24, is the masculine of rapine. So much for myself. As for the rest of you, you are worth no more than I am. I scoff at your perfections, excellencies, and qualities. Every good quality tends towards a defect. Economy borders on avarice, the generous man is next door to the prodigal, the brave man rubs elbows with the braggart, he who says very pious says a trifle bigoted, there are just as many vices in virtue as there are holes in Diogenes' cloak. Whom do you admire, the slain or the slayer, Caesar or Brutus? Generally men are in favor of the slayer. Long live Brutus, he has slain. There lies the virtue. Virtue, granted, but madness also. There are queer spots on those great men. The Brutus who killed Caesar was in love with the statue of a little boy. This statue was from the hand of the Greek sculptor Strongyllion, who also carved that figure of an Amazon known as the beautiful leg, Eucnemos, which Nero carried with him in his travels. This Strongyllion left but two statues which placed Nero and Brutus in accord. Brutus was in love with the one, Nero with the other. All history is nothing but wearisome repetition. One century is the plagiarist of the other. The Battle of Marengo copies the Battle of Pydna, the Tolbiac of Clovis and the Austerlitz of Napoleon are as like each other as two drops of water. I don't attach much importance to victory. Nothing is so stupid as to conquer. True glory lies in convincing. But try to prove something. If you are content with success, what mediocrity, and with conquering, what wretchedness. Alas, vanity and cowardice everywhere. Everything obeys success, even grammar. Si volet usus, says Horace. Therefore I disdain the human race. Shall we descend to the party at all? Do you wish me to begin admiring the peoples? What people, if you please? Shall it be Greece? The Athenians, those Parisians of days gone by, slew Phocion, as we might say Coligny, and fawned upon tyrants to such an extent that Anicephorus said of Pisistratus, his urine attracts the bees. The most prominent man in Greece for 50 years was that grammarian Philetus, who was so small and so thin that he was obliged to load his shoes with lead in order not to be blown away by the wind. There stood on the great square in Corinth a statue carved by Silanion and catalogued by Pliny. This statue represented Episthates. What did Episthates do? He invented a trip. That sums up Greece and glory. Let us pass on to others. Shall I admire England? Shall I admire France? France? Why? Because of Paris? I have just told you my opinion of Athens. England? Why? Because of London. I hate Carthage. And then, London, the metropolis of luxury, is the headquarters of wretchedness. There are 100 deaths a year of hunger in the parish of Charing Cross alone. Such is Albion. I add, as the climax, that I have seen an Englishwoman dancing in a wreath of roses and blue spectacles. A fig then for England. If I do not admire John Bull, shall I admire Brother Jonathan? I have but little taste for that slave-holding brother. Take away time is money, what remains of England? Take away cotton is king, what remains of America? Germany is the lymph, Italy is the bile. Shall we go into ecstasies over Russia? Voltaire admired it. He also admired China. I admit that Russia has its beauties, among others, a stout despotism, but I pity the despots. Their health is delicate. A decapitated Alexis, a poignarded Peter, a strangled Paul, another Paul crushed flat with kicks, divers Ivans strangled, with their throats cut, numerous Nicholases and Basils poisoned. All this indicates that the palace of the emperors of Russia is in a condition of flagrant insalubrity. All civilized peoples offer this detail to the admiration of the thinker, war. Now, war, civilized war, exhausts and sums up all the forms of ruffianism, from the brigandage of the Trabuceros in the gorges of Mont Jaxa to the marauding of the Comanche Indians in the Doubtful Pass. Bah! You will say to me, but Europe is certainly better than Asia. I admit that Asia is a farce. But I do not precisely see what you find to laugh at in the Grand Lama, you peoples of the West, who have mingled with your fashions and your elegances all the complicated filth of majesty. From the dirty chemise of Queen Isabella to the chamber chair of the Dauphin. Gentlemen of the human race, I tell you, not a bit of it. It is at Brussels that the most beer is consumed, at Stockholm the most brandy, at Madrid the most chocolate, at Amsterdam the most gin, at London the most wine, at Constantinople the most coffee, at Paris the most absinthe. There are all the useful notions. Paris carries the day, in short. In Paris, even the rag-pickers are sybarites. Diogenes would have loved to be a rag-picker of the place Maubert better than to be a philosopher at the Piraeus. Learn this in addition, the wine-shops of the rag-pickers are called bibines, the most celebrated are the saucepan and the slaughter-house. Hence, tea-gardens, goguettes, caboulets, bouibies, masterkeets, baystrings, manazings, bibines of the rag-pickers, caravanseries of the caliphs, I certify to you, I am a voluptuary, I eat at Richard's at 40 sous a head. I must have Persian carpets to roll naked Cleopatra in. Where is Cleopatra? Ah! So it is you, Louison. Good day. 24. The slang term for a painter's assistant. Thus did Grantaire, more than intoxicated, launch into speech, catching at the dishwasher in her passage, from his corner in the back room of the Café Musain. Bossuet, extending his hand towards him, tried to impose silence on him, and Grantaire began again worse than ever. Aigle de Meaux, down with your paws. You produce on me no effect with your gesture of Hippocrates refusing Artaxerxes' bric-a-brac. I excuse you from the task of soothing me. Moreover, I am sad. What do you wish me to say to you? Man is evil, man is deformed, the butterfly is a success, man is a failure. God made a mistake with that animal. A crowd offers a choice of ugliness. The first comber is a wretch, femme, woman, rhymes with infame, infamous. Yes, I have the spleen, complicated with melancholy, with homesickness, plus hypochondria, and I am vexed and I rage, and I yawn, and I am bored, and I am tired to death, and I am stupid. Let God go to the devil. Silence then, capital R. Resumed Bossuet, who was discussing a point of law behind the scenes, and who was plunged more than waist-high in a phrase of judicial slang, of which this is the conclusion. And as for me, although I am hardly a legist, and at the most an amateur attorney, I maintain this, that, in accordance with the terms of the customs of Normandy, at Saint Michel, and for each year, an equivalent must be paid to the profit of the lord of the manor, saving the rights of others. And by all and several, the proprietors as well as those seized with inheritance, and that, for all emphiteuses, leases, freeholds, contracts of domain, mortgages. Echo, plaintive nymph, hummed Grantaire. Near Grantaire, an almost silent table, a sheet of paper, an inkstand and a pen between 2 glasses of brandy, announced that a vaudeville was being sketched out. This great affair was being discussed in a low voice, and the 2 heads at work touched each other. Let us begin by finding names. When one has the names, one finds the subject. That is true. Dictate. I will write. Monsieur Dorimon. An independent gentleman? Of course. His daughter, Celestine. Tyne. What next? Colonel Sainville. Sainville is stale. I should say Valsin. Beside the vaudeville aspirants, another group, which was also taking advantage of the uproar to talk low, was discussing a duel. An old fellow of 30 was counseling a young one of 18, and explaining to him what sort of an adversary he had to deal with. The deuce. Look out for yourself. He is a fine swordsman. His play is neat. He has the attack, no wasted feints, wrist, dash, lightning, a just parade, mathematical parries, bigre. And he is left-handed. In the angle opposite Grantaire, Joly and Bahorel were playing dominoes, and talking of love. "You are in luck, that you are," Joly was saying. "You have a mistress who is always laughing." "That is a fault of hers," returned Bahorel. "One's mistress does wrong to laugh. That encourages one to deceive her. To see her gay removes your remorse, if you see her sad, your conscience pricks you. Ingrate. A woman who laughs is such a good thing. And you never quarrel. That is because of the treaty which we have made. On forming our little holy alliance we assigned ourselves each our frontier, which we never cross. What is situated on the side of winter belongs to Vaud, on the side of the wind to Gex. Hence the peace. Peace is happiness digesting. And you, Joly, where do you stand in your entanglement with Mamselle, you know whom I mean? She sulks at me with cruel patience. Yet you are a lover to soften the heart with gauntness. Alas! In your place, I would let her alone. That is easy enough to say. And to do. Is not her name Musichetta? Yes. Ah! My poor Bahorel, she is a superb girl, very literary, with tiny feet, little hands, she dresses well, and is white and dimpled, with the eyes of a fortune-teller. I am wild over her. My dear fellow, then in order to please her, you must be elegant, and produce effects with your knees. Buy a good pair of trousers of double-milled cloth at Staub's. That will assist. At what price? Shouted Grantaire. The third corner was delivered up to a poetical discussion. Pagan mythology was giving battle to Christian mythology. The question was about Olympus, whose part was taken by Jean Prouvaire, out of pure romanticism. Jean Prouvaire was timid only in repose. Once excited, he burst forth, a sort of mirth accentuated his enthusiasm, and he was at once both laughing and lyric. "Let us not insult the gods," said he. "The gods may not have taken their departure. Jupiter does not impress me as dead. The gods are dreams, you say. Well, even in nature, such as it is today, after the flight of these dreams, we still find all the grand old pagan myths. Such and such a mountain with the profile of a citadel, like the Vignimale, for example, is still to me the headdress of Cybele. It has not been proved to me that Pan does not come at night to breathe into the hollow trunks of the willows, stopping up the holes in turn with his fingers, and I have always believed that Io had something to do with the cascade of Pissavake." In the last corner, they were talking politics. The charter which had been granted was getting roughly handled. Combeferre was upholding it weakly. Courfeyrac was energetically making a breach in it. On the table lay an unfortunate copy of the famous Touquet Charter. Courfeyrac had seized it, and was brandishing it, mingling with his arguments the rattling of this sheet of paper. "In the first place, I won't have any kings. If it were only from an economical point of view, I don't want any. A king is a parasite. One does not have kings gratis. Listen to this, the dearness of kings. At the death of François I, the national debt of France amounted to an income of 30,000 livres, at the death of Louis XIV. It was 2,600,000,000, at 28 livres the mark, which was equivalent in 1760, according to Desmarets, to 4,500,000,000, which would today be equivalent to 12 milliards. In the second place, and no offense to Combeferre, a charter granted is but a poor expedient of civilization. To save the transition, to soften the passage, to deaden the shock, to cause the nation to pass insensibly from the monarchy to democracy by the practice of constitutional fictions, what detestable reasons all those are. No. No. Let us never enlighten the people with false daylight. Principles dwindle and pale in your constitutional cellar. No illegitimacy, no compromise, no grant from the king to the people. In all such grants there is an Article 14. By the side of the hand which gives there is the claw which snatches back. I refuse your charter point blank. A charter is a mask, the lie lurks beneath it. A people which accepts a charter abdicates. The law is only the law when entire. No. No charter. It was winter, a couple of faggots were crackling in the fireplace. This was tempting, and Courfeyrac could not resist. He crumpled the poor Touquet charter in his fist, and flung it in the fire. The paper flashed up. Combeferre watched the masterpiece of Louis XVIII. Burn philosophically, and contented himself with saying, "The charter metamorphosed into flame." And sarcasms, sallies, jests, that French thing which is called entrain, and that English thing which is called humor, good and bad taste, good and bad reasons, all the wild pyrotechnics of dialogue, mounting together and crossing from all points of the room, produced a sort of merry bombardment over their heads. Chapter 5. Enlargement of Horizon. The shocks of youthful minds among themselves have this admirable property, that one can never foresee the spark, nor divine the lightning flash. What will dart out presently? No one knows. The burst of laughter starts from a tender feeling. At the moment of jest, the serious makes its entry. Impulses depend on the first chance word. The spirit of each is sovereign, jest suffices to open the field to the unexpected. These are conversations with abrupt turns, in which the perspective changes suddenly. Chance is the stage manager of such conversations. A severe thought, starting oddly from a clash of words, suddenly traversed the conflict of quips in which Grantaire, Bahorel, Prévert, Bossuet, Combeferre, and Courfeyrac were confusedly fencing. How does a phrase crop up in a dialogue? Whence comes it that it suddenly impresses itself on the attention of those who hear it? We have just said, that no one knows anything about it. In the midst of the uproar, Bossuet all at once terminated some apostrophe to Combeferre, with this date. June 18, 1815, Waterloo. At this name of Waterloo, Marius, who was leaning his elbows on a table, beside a glass of water, removed his wrist from beneath his chin, and began to gaze fixedly at the audience. "Pardieu!" exclaimed Courfeyrac. Parbleu was falling into disuse at this period. That number 18 is strange and strikes me. It is Bonaparte's fatal number. Place Louis in front and Brumaire behind, you have the whole destiny of the man, with this significant peculiarity, that the end treads close on the heels of the commencement. Enjolras, who had remained mute up to that point, broke the silence and addressed this remark to Combeferre. "You mean to say, the crime and the expiation." This word crime overpassed the measure of what Marius, who was already greatly agitated by the abrupt evocation of Waterloo, could accept. He rose, walked slowly to the map of France spread out on the wall, and at whose base an island was visible in a separate compartment, laid his finger on this compartment and said, "Corsica, a little island which has rendered France very great." This was like a breath of icy air. All ceased talking. They felt that something was on the point of occurring. Bahorel, replying to Bossuet, was just assuming an attitude of the torso to which he was addicted. He gave it up to listen. Enjolras, whose blue eye was not fixed on any one, and who seemed to be gazing at space, replied, without glancing at Marius. "France needs no Corsica to be great. France is great because she is France. Quia nomina leo." Marius felt no desire to retreat. He turned towards Enjolras, and his voice burst forth with a vibration which came from a quiver of his very being. "God forbid that I should diminish France. But amalgamating Napoleon with her is not diminishing her. Come. Let us argue the question. I am a newcomer among you, but I will confess that you amaze me. Where do we stand? Who are we? Who are you? Who am I? Let us come to an explanation about the emperor. I hear you say Bonaparte, accenting the you like the royalists. I warn you that my grandfather does better still, he says Bonaparte. I thought you were young men. Where, then, is your enthusiasm? And what are you doing with it? Whom do you admire, if you do not admire the emperor? And what more do you want? If you will have none of that great man, what great men would you like? He had everything. He was complete. He had in his brain the sum of human faculties. He made codes like Justinian, he dictated like Caesar, his conversation was mingled with the lightning flash of Pascal, with the thunderclap of Tacitus, he made history and he wrote it, his bulletins are Iliads. He combined the cipher of Newton with the metaphor of Mahomet, he left behind him in the East words as great as the pyramids, at Tilsit he taught emperor's majesty, at the Academy of Sciences he replied to Laplace. In the Council of State beheld his own against Merlin, he gave a soul to the geometry of the first, and to the chicanery of the last, he was a legist with the attorneys and sidereal with the astronomers. Like Cromwell blowing out one of two candles, he went to the temple to bargain for a curtain tassel, he saw everything, he knew everything, which did not prevent him from laughing good-naturedly beside the cradle of his little child. And all at once, frightened Europe lent an ear, armies put themselves in motion, parks of artillery rumbled, pontoons stretched over the rivers, clouds of cavalry galloped in the storm, cries, trumpets, a trembling of thrones in every direction. The frontiers of kingdoms oscillated on the map, the sound of a superhuman sword was heard, as it was drawn from its sheath. They beheld him, rise erect on the horizon with a blazing brand in his hand, and a glow in his eyes, unfolding amid the thunder, his two wings, the grand army and the old guard, and he was the archangel of war. All held their peace, and Enjolras bowed his head. Silence always produces somewhat the effect of acquiescence, of the enemy being driven to the wall. Marius continued with increased enthusiasm, and almost without pausing for breath. Let us be just, my friends. What a splendid destiny for a nation to be the empire of such an emperor, when that nation is France and when it adds its own genius to the genius of that man. To appear and to reign, to march and to triumph, to have for halting places all capitals, to take his grenadiers and to make kings of them, to decree the falls of dynasties, and to transfigure Europe at the pace of a charge. To make you feel that when you threaten you lay your hand on the hilt of the sword of God, to follow in a single man, Hannibal, Caesar, Charlemagne. To be the people of someone who mingles with your dawns the startling announcement of a battle won, to have the cannon of the invalids to rouse you in the morning, to hurl into abysses of light prodigious words which flame forever, Marengo, Arcola, Austerlitz, Jena, Wagram. To cause constellations of victories to flash forth at each instant from the zenith of the centuries, to make the French Empire a pendant to the Roman Empire, to be the great nation and to give birth to the grand army. To make its legions fly forth over all the earth, as a mountain sends out its eagles on all sides to conquer, to dominate, to strike with lightning, to be in Europe a sort of nation gilded through glory. To sound athwart the centuries a trumpet blast of Titans, to conquer the world twice, by conquest and by dazzling, that is sublime. And what greater thing is there? To be free, said Combeferre. Marius lowered his head in his turn, that cold and simple word had traversed his epic effusion like a blade of steel, and he felt it vanishing within him. When he raised his eyes, Combeferre was no longer there. Probably satisfied with his reply to the apotheosis, he had just taken his departure, and all, with the exception of Enjolras, had followed him. The room had been emptied. Enjolras, left alone with Marius, was gazing gravely at him. Marius, however, having rallied his ideas to some extent, did not consider himself beaten. There lingered in him a trace of inward fermentation which was on the point, no doubt, of translating itself into syllogisms arrayed against Enjolras, when all of a sudden, they heard some one singing on the stairs as he went. It was Combeferre, and this is what he was singing. Si Caesar aimait don. La gloire et la guerre. Et tu il me fallait quitter. L'amour de ma mère. Je dirais au grand Caesar. Reprends ton sceptre et ton char. Je mieux ma mère, o Dieu. Je mieux ma mère. If Caesar had given me glory and war, and I were obliged to quit my mother's love, I would say to great Caesar, take back thy sceptre and thy chariot, I prefer the love of my mother. The wild and tender accents with which Combeferre sang communicated to this couplet a sort of strange grandeur. Marius, thoughtfully, and with his eyes diked on the ceiling, repeated almost mechanically, "My mother?" At that moment, he felt Enjolras' hand on his shoulder. "Citizen," said Enjolras to him, "my mother is the Republic." Chapter 6. Residential Angusta. That evening left Marius profoundly shaken, and with a melancholy shadow in his soul. He felt what the earth may possibly feel, at the moment when it is torn open with the iron, in order that grain may be deposited within it. It feels only the wound, the quiver of the germ, and the joy of the fruit only arrive later. Marius was gloomy. He had but just acquired a faith, must he then reject it already? He affirmed to himself that he would not. He declared to himself that he would not doubt, and he began to doubt in spite of himself. To stand between two religions, from one of which you have not as yet emerged, and another into which you have not yet entered, is intolerable, and twilight is pleasing only to bat-like souls. Marius was clear-eyed, and he required the true light. The half-lights of doubt pained him. Whatever may have been his desire to remain where he was, he could not halt there. He was irresistibly constrained to continue, to advance, to examine, to think, to march further. Whither would this lead him? He feared, after having taken so many steps which had brought him nearer to his father, to now take a step which should estrange him from that father. His discomfort was augmented by all the reflections which occurred to him. An escarpment rose around him. He was in accord neither with his grandfather nor with his friends. Daring in the eyes of the one, he was behind the times in the eyes of the others, and he recognized the fact that he was doubly isolated, on the side of age and on the side of youth. He ceased to go to the Café Musain. In the troubled state of his conscience, he no longer thought of certain serious sides of existence. The realities of life do not allow themselves to be forgotten. They soon elbowed him abruptly. One morning, the proprietor of the hotel entered Marius' room and said to him, "Monsieur Courfeyrac answered for you." "Yes. But I must have my money." "Request Courfeyrac to come and talk with me," said Marius. Courfeyrac having made his appearance, the host left them. Marius then told him what it had not before occurred to him to relate, that he was the same as alone in the world, and had no relatives. "What is to become of you?" said Courfeyrac. "I do not know in the least," replied Marius. "What are you going to do?" "I do not know." "Have you any money?" 15 francs. "Do you want me to lend you some?" "Never." "Have you clothes?" "Here is what I have." "Have you trinkets?" "A watch." "Silver?" "Gold, here it is." "I know a clothes dealer who will take your frock coat and a pair of trousers." "That is good. You will then have only a pair of trousers, a waistcoat, a hat and a coat." "And my boots?" "What? You will not go barefoot?" "What opulence!" "That will be enough." "I know a watchmaker who will buy your watch." "That is good." "No, it is not good." "What will you do after that?" "Whatever is necessary." "Anything honest, that is to say." "Do you know English?" "No." "Do you know German?" "No." "So much the worse." "Why?" "Because one of my friends, a publisher, is getting up a sort of an encyclopedia, for which you might have translated English or German articles. It is badly paid work, but one can live by it. I will learn English and German." "And in the meanwhile?" "In the meanwhile I will live on my clothes and my watch." The clothes dealer was sent for. He paid 20 francs for the cast-off garments. They went to the watchmaker's. He bought the watch for 45 francs. "That is not bad," said Marius to Courfeyrac, on their return to the hotel, "with my 15 francs, that makes 80. "And the hotel bill?" observed Courfeyrac. "Hello, I had forgotten that," said Marius. The landlord presented his bill, which had to be paid on the spot. It amounted to 70 francs. "I have 10 francs left," said Marius. "The deuce," exclaimed Courfeyrac, You will eat up 5 francs while you are learning English, and 5 while learning German. That will be swallowing a tongue very fast, or 100 sous very slowly. In the meantime Aunt Gillenormand, a rather good-hearted person at bottom in difficulties, had finally hunted up Marius' abode. One morning, on his return from the law school, Marius found a letter from his aunt, and the 60 pistoles, that is to say, 600 francs in gold, in a sealed box. Marius sent back the 30 louis to his aunt, with a respectful letter, in which he stated that he had sufficient means of subsistence and that he should be able thenceforth to supply all his needs. At that moment, he had 3 francs left. His aunt did not inform his grandfather of this refusal for fear of exasperating him. Besides, had he not said, "Let me never hear the name of that blood-drinker again"? Marius left the Hôtel de la Porte Saint-Jacques, as he did not wish to run in debt there. Book 5. The Excellence of Misfortune. Chapter 1. Marius indigent. Life became hard for Marius. It was nothing to eat his clothes and his watch. He ate of that terrible, inexpressible thing that is called de la vache en rage, that is to say, he endured great hardships and privations. A terrible thing it is, containing days without bread, nights without sleep, evenings without a candle, a hearth without a fire, weeks without work, a future without hope, a coat out at the elbows. An old hat which evokes the laughter of young girls, a door which one finds locked on one at night because one's rent is not paid, the insolence of the porter and the cookshop man, the sneers of neighbors, humiliations, dignity trampled on. Work of whatever nature accepted, disgusts, bitterness, despondency. Marius learned how all this is eaten, and how such are often the only things which one has to devour. At that moment of his existence when a man needs his pride, because he needs love, he felt that he was jeered at because he was badly dressed, and ridiculous because he was poor. At the age when youth swells the heart with imperial pride, he dropped his eyes more than once on his dilapidated boots, and he knew the unjust shame and the poignant blushes of wretchedness. Admirable and terrible trial from which the feeble emerge base, from which the strong emerge sublime. A crucible into which destiny casts a man, whenever it desires a scoundrel or a demigod. For many great deeds are performed in petty combats. There are instances of bravery ignored and obstinate, which defend themselves step by step in that fatal onslaught of necessities and turpitudes. Noble and mysterious triumphs which no eye beholds, which are requited with no renown, which are saluted with no trumpet blast. Life, misfortune, isolation, abandonment, poverty, are the fields of battle which have their heroes. Obscure heroes, who are, sometimes, grander than the heroes who win renown. Firm and rare natures are thus created. Misery, almost always a stepmother, is sometimes a mother. Destitution gives birth to might of soul and spirit. Distress is the nurse of pride, unhappiness is a good milk for the magnanimous. There came a moment in Marius' life, when he swept his own landing, when he bought his sous worth of brie cheese at the fruiterer's, when he waited until twilight had fallen to slip into the baker's and purchase a loaf, which he carried off furtively to his attic as though he had stolen it. Sometimes there could be seen gliding into the butcher's shop on the corner, in the midst of the bantering cooks who elbowed him, an awkward young man, carrying big books under his arm, who had a timid yet angry air, who, on entering, removed his hat from a brow whereon stood drops of perspiration, made a profound bow to the butcher's astonished wife, asked for a mutton cutlet, paid 6 or 7 sous for it, wrapped it up in a paper, put it under his arm, between 2 books, and went away. It was Marius. On this cutlet, which he cooked for himself, he lived for 3 days. On the first day he ate the meat, on the second he ate the fat, on the third he gnawed the bone. Aunt Gillenormand made repeated attempts, and sent him the 60 pistoles several times. Marius returned them on every occasion, saying that he needed nothing. He was still in mourning for his father when the revolution which we have just described was effected within him. From that time forth, he had not put off his black garments. But his garments were quitting him. The day came when he had no longer a coat. The trousers would go next. What was to be done? Courfeyrac, to whom he had, on his side, done some good turns, gave him an old coat. For 30 sous, Marius got it turned by some porter or other, and it was a new coat, but this coat was green. Then Marius ceased to go out until after nightfall. This made his coat black. As he wished always to appear in mourning, he clothed himself with the night. In spite of all this, he got admitted to practice as a lawyer. He was supposed to live in Courfeyrac's room, which was decent, and where a certain number of law books backed up and completed by several dilapidated volumes of romance, passed as the library required by the regulations. He had his letters addressed to Courfeyrac's quarters. When Marius became a lawyer, he informed his grandfather of the fact in a letter which was cold but full of submission and respect. M. Gillenormand trembled as he took the letter, read it, tore it in 4 pieces, and threw it into the waste-basket. 2 or 3 days later, Mademoiselle Gillenormand heard her father, who was alone in his room, talking aloud to himself. He always did this whenever he was greatly agitated. She listened, and the old man was saying, "If you were not a fool, you would know that one cannot be a baron and a lawyer at the same time." Chapter 2. Marius poor. It is the same with wretchedness as with everything else. It ends by becoming bearable. It finally assumes a form, and adjusts itself. One vegetates, that is to say, one develops in a certain meager fashion, which is, however, sufficient for life. This is the mode in which the existence of Marius Pontmercy was arranged. He had passed the worst straits. The narrow pass was opening out a little in front of him. By dint of toil, perseverance, courage, and will, he had managed to draw from his work about 700 francs a year. He had learned German and English. Thanks to Courfeyrac, who had put him in communication with his friend the publisher, Marius filled the modest post of utility man in the literature of the publishing house. He drew up prospectuses, translated newspapers, annotated editions, compiled biographies, etc., net product, year in and year out, 700 francs. He lived on it. How? Not so badly. We will explain. Marius occupied in the Gorbeau house, for an annual sum of 30 francs, a den minus a fireplace, called a cabinet, which contained only the most indispensable articles of furniture. This furniture belonged to him. He gave 3 francs a month to the old principal tenant to come and sweep his hole, and to bring him a little hot water every morning, a fresh egg, and a penny roll. He breakfasted on this egg and roll. His breakfast varied in cost from 2 to 4 sous, according as eggs were dear or cheap. At 6 o'clock in the evening he descended the Rue Saint-Jacques to dine at Rousseau's, opposite Bassett's, the stamp dealers, on the corner of the Rue de Mathrons. He ate no soup. He took a 6 sous plate of meat, a half portion of vegetables for 3 sous, and a 3 sous dessert. For 3 sous he got as much bread as he wished. As for wine, he drank water. When he paid at the desk where Madame Rousseau, at that period still plump and rosy, majestically presided, he gave a sou to the waiter, and Madame Rousseau gave him a smile. Then he went away. For 16 sous he had a smile and a dinner. This restaurant Rousseau, where so few bottles and so many water carafes were emptied, was a calming potion rather than a restaurant. It no longer exists. The proprietor had a fine nickname, he was called Rousseau the Aquatic. Thus, breakfast 4 sous, dinner 16 sous, his food cost him 20 sous a day, which made 365 francs a year. Add the 30 francs for rent, and the 36 francs to the old woman, plus a few trifling expenses. For 450 francs, Marius was fed, lodged, and waited on. His clothing cost him 100 francs, his linen 50 francs, his washing 50 francs, the whole did not exceed 650 francs. He was rich. He sometimes lent 10 francs to a friend. Courfeyrac had once been able to borrow 60 francs of him. As far as fire was concerned, as Marius had no fireplace, he had simplified matters. Marius always had 2 complete suits of clothes, the one old, for every day, the other, brand new for special occasions. Both were black. He had but 3 shirts, one on his person, the second in the commode, and the third in the washerwoman's hands. He renewed them as they wore out. They were always ragged, which caused him to button his coat to the chin. It had required years for Marius to attain to this flourishing condition. Hard years, difficult, some of them, to traverse, others to climb. Marius had not failed for a single day. He had endured everything in the way of destitution. He had done everything except contract debts. He did himself the justice to say that he had never owed anyone a sou. A debt was, to him, the beginning of slavery. He even said to himself, that a creditor is worse than a master. For the master possesses only your person, a creditor possesses your dignity and can administer to it a box on the ear. Rather than borrow, he went without food. He had passed many a day fasting. Feeling that all extremes meet, and that, if one is not on one's guard, lowered fortunes may lead to baseness of soul, he kept a jealous watch on his pride. Such and such a formality or action, which, in any other situation would have appeared merely a deference to him, now seemed insipidity, and he nerved himself against it. His face wore a sort of severe flush. He was timid even to rudeness. During all these trials he had felt himself encouraged and even uplifted, at times, by a secret force that he possessed within himself. The soul aids the body, and at certain moments, raises it. It is the only bird which bears up its own cage. Besides his father's name, another name was graven in Marius' heart, the name of Thénardier. Marius, with his grave and enthusiastic nature, surrounded with a sort of aureole the man to whom, in his thoughts, he owed his father's life, that intrepid sergeant who had saved the colonel amid the bullets and the cannonballs of Waterloo. He never separated the memory of this man from the memory of his father, and he associated them in his veneration. It was a sort of worship in 2 steps, with the grand altar for the colonel and the lesser one for Thénardier. What redoubled the tenderness of his gratitude towards Thénardier, was the idea of the distress into which he knew that Thénardier had fallen, and which had engulfed the latter. Marius had learned at Montfermeil of the ruin and bankruptcy of the unfortunate innkeeper. Since that time, he had made unheard of efforts to find traces of him and to reach him in that dark abyss of misery in which Thénardier had disappeared. Marius had beaten the whole country, he had gone to Chelles, to Bondy, to Gournay, to Nogent, to Lagny. He had persisted for 3 years, expending in these explorations the little money which he had laid by. No one had been able to give him any news of Thénardier, he was supposed to have gone abroad. His creditors had also sought him, with less love than Marius, but with as much assiduity, and had not been able to lay their hands on him. Marius blamed himself, and was almost angry with himself for his lack of success in his researches. It was the only debt left him by the colonel, and Marius made it a matter of honor to pay it. What, he thought, when my father lay dying on the field of battle, did Thénardier contrive to find him amid the smoke and the grape shot, and bear him off on his shoulders, and yet he owed him nothing, and I, who owe so much to Thénardier, cannot join him in this shadow where he is lying in the pangs of death, and in my turn bring him back from death to life. Oh! I will find him. To find Thénardier, in fact, Marius would have given one of his arms, to rescue him from his misery, he would have sacrificed all his blood. To see Thénardier, to render Thénardier some service, to say to him, "You do not know me, well, I do know you. Here I am. Dispose of me." This was Marius' sweetest and most magnificent dream. Chapter 3. Marius grown up. At this epoch, Marius was 20 years of age. It was 3 years since he had left his grandfather. Both parties had remained on the same terms, without attempting to approach each other, and without seeking to see each other. Besides, what was the use of seeing each other? Marius was the brass vase, while Father Gillenormand was the iron pot. We admit that Marius was mistaken as to his grandfather's heart. He had imagined that M. Gillenormand had never loved him, and that crusty, harsh, and smiling old fellow who cursed, shouted, and stormed and brandished his cane, cherished for him, at the most, only that affection, which is at once slight and severe. Of the dotards of comedy. Marius was in error. There are fathers who do not love their children, there exists no grandfather who does not adore his grandson. At bottom, as we have said, Gillenormand idolized Marius. He idolized him after his own fashion, with an accompaniment of snappishness and boxes on the ear, but, this child once gone, he felt a black void in his heart. He would allow no one to mention the child to him, and all the while secretly regretted that he was so well obeyed. At first, he hoped that this Buonapartist, this Jacobin, this terrorist, this Septembrist, would return. But the weeks passed by, years passed, to Gillenormand's great despair, the blood drinker did not make his appearance. I could not do otherwise than turn him out, said the grandfather to himself, and he asked himself, if the thing were to do over again, would I do it? His pride instantly answered, yes, but his aged head, which he shook in silence, replied sadly, no, he had his hours of depression. He missed Marius. Old men need affection as they need the sun. It is warmth. Strong as his nature was, the absence of Marius had wrought some change in him. Nothing in the world could have induced him to take a step towards that rogue, but he suffered. He never inquired about him, but he thought of him incessantly. He lived in the Marais in a more and more retired manner, he was still merry and violent as of old, but his merriment had a convulsive harshness, and his violences always terminated in a sort of gentle and gloomy dejection. He sometimes said, oh! If he only would return, what a good box on the ear I would give him. As for his aunt, she thought too little to love much, Marius was no longer for her much more than a vague black form. And she eventually came to occupy herself with him much less than with the cat or the paroquet which she probably had. What augmented Father Gillenormand's secret suffering was, that he locked it all up within his breast, and did not allow its existence to be divined. His sorrow was like those recently invented furnaces which consume their own smoke. It sometimes happened that officious busybodies spoke to him of Marius, and asked him, what is your grandson doing? What has become of him? The old bourgeois replied with a sigh, that he was a sad case, and giving a fillip to his cuff, if he wished to appear gay, Monsieur le Baron de Pontmercy is practicing pettifogging in some corner or other. While the old man regretted, Marius applauded himself. As is the case with all good-hearted people, misfortune had eradicated his bitterness. He only thought of Gillenormand in an amiable light, but he had set his mind on not receiving anything more from the man who had been unkind to his father. This was the mitigated translation of his first indignation. Moreover, he was happy at having suffered, and at suffering still. It was for his father's sake. The hardness of his life satisfied and pleased him. He said to himself with a sort of joy that, it was certainly the least he could do. That it was an expiation, that, had it not been for that, he would have been punished in some other way and later on for his impious indifference towards his father, and such a father. That it would not have been just that his father should have all the suffering, and he none of it, and that, in any case, what were his toils and his destitution compared with the colonel's heroic life? That, in short, the only way for him to approach his father and resemble him, was to be brave in the face of indigence, as the other had been valiant before the enemy. And that was, no doubt, what the colonel had meant to imply by the words, he will be worthy of it. Words which Marius continued to wear, not on his breast, since the colonel's writing had disappeared, but in his heart. And then, on the day when his grandfather had turned him out of doors, he had been only a child, now he was a man. He felt it. Misery, we repeat, had been good for him. Poverty in youth, when it succeeds, has this magnificent property about it, that it turns the whole will towards effort, and the whole soul towards aspiration. Poverty instantly lays material life bare and renders it hideous. Hence inexpressible bounds towards the ideal life. The wealthy young man has 100 coarse and brilliant distractions, horse races, hunting, dogs, tobacco, gaming, good repasts, and all the rest of it. Occupations for the baser side of the soul, at the expense of the loftier and more delicate sides. The poor young man wins his bread with difficulty, he eats, when he has eaten, he has nothing more but meditation. He goes to the spectacles which God furnishes gratis, he gazes at the sky, space, the stars, flowers, children, the humanity among which he is suffering, the creation amid which he beams. He gazes so much on humanity that he perceives its soul, he gazes upon creation to such an extent that he beholds God. He dreams, he feels himself great, he dreams on, and feels himself tender. From the egotism of the man who suffers he passes to the compassion of the man who meditates. An admirable sentiment breaks forth in him, forgetfulness of self and pity for all. As he thinks of the innumerable enjoyments which nature offers, gives, and lavishes to souls which stand open, and refuses to souls that are closed, he comes to pity, he the millionaire of the mind, the millionaire of money. All hatred departs from his heart, in proportion as light penetrates his spirit. And is he unhappy? No. The misery of a young man is never miserable. The first young lad who comes to hand, however poor he may be, with his strength, his health, his rapid walk, his brilliant eyes, his warmly circulating blood, his black hair, his red lips, his white teeth, his pure breath, will always arouse the envy of an aged emperor. And then, every morning, he sets himself afresh to the task of earning his bread, and while his hands earn his bread, his dorsal column gains pride, his brain gathers ideas. His task finished, he returns to ineffable ecstasies, to contemplation, to joys, he beholds his feet set in afflictions, in obstacles, on the pavement, in the nettles, sometimes in the mire, his head in the light. He is firm, serene, gentle, peaceful, attentive, serious, content with little, kindly, and he thanks God for having bestowed on him those two forms of riches which many a rich man lacks, work, which makes him free, and thought, which makes him dignified. This is what had happened with Marius. To tell the truth, he inclined a little too much to the side of contemplation. From the day when he had succeeded in earning his living with some approach to certainty, he had stopped, thinking it good to be poor, and retrenching time from his work to give to thought. That is to say, he sometimes passed entire days in meditation, absorbed, engulfed, like a visionary, in the mute voluptuousness of ecstasy and inward radiance. He had thus propounded the problem of his life, to toil as little as possible at material labor, in order to toil as much as possible at the labor which is impalpable. In other words, to bestow a few hours on real life, and to cast the rest to the infinite. As he believed that he lacked nothing, he did not perceive that contemplation, thus understood, ends by becoming one of the forms of idleness. That he was contenting himself with conquering the first necessities of life, and that he was resting from his labors too soon. It was evident that, for this energetic and enthusiastic nature, this could only be a transitory state, and that, at the first shock against the inevitable complications of destiny, Marius would awaken. In the meantime, although he was a lawyer, and whatever Father Gillenormand thought about the matter, he was not practicing, he was not even pettifogging. Meditation had turned him aside from pleading. To haunt attorneys, to follow the court, to hunt up cases, what a bore. Why should he do it? He saw no reason for changing the manner of gaining his livelihood. The obscure and ill-paid publishing establishment had come to mean for him a sure source of work which did not involve too much labor, as we have explained, and which sufficed for his wants. One of the publishers for whom he worked, M. Magimel, I think, offered to take him into his own house, to lodge him well, to furnish him with regular occupation, and to give him 1,500 francs a year. To be well lodged. 1,500 francs. No doubt. But renounce his liberty. Be on fixed wages. A sort of hired man of letters. According to Marius' opinion, if he accepted, his position would become both better and worse at the same time, he acquired comfort, and lost his dignity. It was a fine and complete unhappiness converted into a repulsive and ridiculous state of torture, something like the case of a blind man who should recover the sight of one eye. He refused. Marius dwelt in solitude. Owing to his taste for remaining outside of everything, and through having been too much alarmed, he had not entered decidedly into the group presided over by Enjolras. They had remained good friends. They were ready to assist each other on occasion in every possible way, but nothing more. Marius had two friends, one young, Courfeyrac, and one old, Mabeuf. He inclined more to the old man. In the first place, he owed to him the revolution which had taken place within him, to him he was indebted for having known and loved his father. He operated on me for a cataract, he said. The churchwarden had certainly played a decisive part. It was not, however, that Mabeuf had been anything but the calm and impassive agent of Providence in this connection. He had enlightened Marius by chance and without being aware of the fact, as does a candle which someone brings. He had been the candle and not the someone. As for Marius' inward political revolution, Mabeuf was totally incapable of comprehending it, of willing or of directing it. As we shall see Mabeuf again, later on, a few words will not be superfluous. Chapter 4. Mabeuf. On the day when Mabeuf said to Marius, "Certainly I approve of political opinions," he expressed the real state of his mind. All political opinions were matters of indifference to him, and he approved them all, without distinction, provided they left him in peace, as the Greeks called the Furies, the beautiful, the good, the charming, the Eumenides. Mabeuf's political opinion consisted in a passionate love for plants, and, above all, for books. Like all the rest of the world, he possessed the termination in ist, without which no one could exist at that time, but he was neither a royalist, a Bonapartist, a Chartist, an Orleanist, nor an anarchist. He was a bouquinist, a collector of old books. He did not understand how men could busy themselves with hating each other because of silly stuff like the Charter, democracy, legitimacy, monarchy, the Republic, etc. When there were in the world all sorts of mosses, grasses, and shrubs which they might be looking at, and heaps of folios, and even of 32 mots, which they might turn over. He took good care not to become useless. Having books did not prevent his reading, being a botanist did not prevent his being a gardener. When he made Pontmercy's acquaintance, this sympathy had existed between the colonel and himself, that what the colonel did for flowers, he did for fruits. Mabeuf had succeeded in producing seedling pears as savory as the pears of Saint-Germain. It is from one of his combinations, apparently, that the October Mirabelle, now celebrated and no less perfumed than the summer Mirabelle, owes its origin. He went to Mass rather from gentleness than from piety, and because, as he loved the faces of men, but hated their noise, he found them assembled and silent only in church. Feeling that he must be something in the state, he had chosen the career of warden. However, he had never succeeded in loving any woman as much as a tulip bulb, nor any man as much as an Elzevir. He had long passed 60, when, one day, someone asked him, "Have you never been married?" "I have forgotten," said he. When it sometimes happened to him, and to whom does it not happen, to say, "Oh, if I were only rich." It was not when ogling a pretty girl, as was the case with Father Gillenormand, but when contemplating an old book. He lived alone with an old housekeeper. He was somewhat gouty, and when he was asleep, his aged fingers, stiffened with rheumatism, lay crooked up in the folds of his sheets. He had composed and published a flora of the environs of Cauteretz, with colored plates, a work which enjoyed a tolerable measure of esteem and which sold well. People rang his bell, in the Rue Messieurs, 2 or 3 times a day, to ask for it. He drew as much as 2,000 francs a year from it. This constituted nearly the whole of his fortune. Although poor, he had had the talent to form for himself, by dint of patience, privations, and time, a precious collection of rare copies of every sort. He never went out without a book under his arm, and he often returned with 2. The sole decoration of the 4 rooms on the ground floor, which composed his lodgings, consisted of framed herbariums, and engravings of the old masters. The sight of a sword or a gun chilled his blood. He had never approached a cannon in his life, even at the Invalides. He had a passable stomach, a brother who was a cure, perfectly white hair, no teeth, either in his mouth or his mind, a trembling in every limb, a Picard accent, an infantile laugh, the air of an old sheep, and he was easily frightened. Add to this, that he had no other friendship, no other acquaintance among the living, than an old bookseller of the Porte Saint-Jacques, named Royal. His dream was to naturalize indigo in France. His servant was also a sort of innocent. The poor good old woman was a spinster. Sultan, her cat, which might have mewed Allegri's Miserere in the Sixtine Chapel, had filled her heart and sufficed for the quantity of passion which existed in her. None of her dreams had ever proceeded as far as man. She had never been able to get further than her cat. Like him, she had a mustache. Her glory consisted in her caps, which were always white. She passed her time, on Sundays, after Mass, in counting over the linen in her chest, and in spreading out on her bed the dresses in the piece which she bought and never had made up. She knew how to read. M. Mabeuf had nicknamed her mother Plutarch. M. Mabeuf had taken a fancy to Marius, because Marius, being young and gentle, warmed his age without startling his timidity. Youth combined with gentleness produces on old people the effect of the sun without wind. When Marius was saturated with military glory, with gunpowder, with marches and countermarches, and with all those prodigious battles in which his father had given and received such tremendous blows of the sword, he went to see M. Mabeuf, and M. Mabeuf talked to him of his hero from the point of view of flowers. His brother the curé died about 1830, and almost immediately, as when the night is drawing on, the whole horizon grew dark for M. Mabeuf. A notary's failure deprived him of the sum of 10,000 francs, which was all that he possessed in his brother's right and his own. The Revolution of July brought a crisis to publishing. In a period of embarrassment, the first thing which does not sell is a flora. The flora of the environs of Cauderetz stopped short. Weeks passed by without a single purchaser. Sometimes M. Mabeuf started at the sound of the bell. "Monsieur," said Mother Plutarch sadly, "it is the water carrier." In short, one day, M. Mabeuf quitted the Rue Messieurs, abdicated the functions of warden, gave up Saint Sulpice, sold not a part of his books, but of his prints, that to which he was the least attached, and installed himself in a little house on the Rue Montparnasse. Where, however, he remained but 1/4 for two reasons. In the first place, the ground floor and the garden cost 300 francs, and he dared not spend more than 200 francs on his rent. In the second, being near Fatten's shooting gallery, he could hear the pistol shots, which was intolerable to him. He carried off his flora, his copperplates, his herbariums, his portfolios, and his books, and established himself near the Salpêtrière, in a sort of thatched cottage of the village of Austerlitz, where, for 50 crowns a year, he got 3 rooms and a garden enclosed by a hedge, and containing a well. He took advantage of this removal to sell off nearly all his furniture. On the day of his entrance into his new quarters, he was very gay, and drove the nails on which his engravings and herbariums were to hang, with his own hands, dug in his garden the rest of the day, and at night. Perceiving that Mother Plutarch had a melancholy air, and was very thoughtful, he tapped her on the shoulder and said to her with a smile, "We have the indigo." Only 2 visitors, the bookseller of the Porte Saint-Jacques and Marius, were admitted to view the thatched cottage at Austerlitz, a brawling name which was, to tell the truth, extremely disagreeable to him. However, as we have just pointed out, brains which are absorbed in some bit of wisdom, or folly, or, as it often happens, in both at once, are but slowly accessible to the things of actual life. Their own destiny is a far-off thing to them. There results from such concentration a passivity, which, if it were the outcome of reasoning, would resemble philosophy. One declines, descends, trickles away, even crumbles away, and yet is hardly conscious of it oneself. It always ends, it is true, in an awakening, but the awakening is tardy. In the meantime, it seems as though we held ourselves neutral in the game which is going on between our happiness and our unhappiness. We are the stake, and we look on at the game with indifference. It is thus that, athwart the cloud which formed about him, when all his hopes were extinguished one after the other, M. Mabeuf remained rather puerilely, but profoundly serene. His habits of mind had the regular swing of a pendulum. Once mounted on an illusion, he went for a very long time, even after the illusion had disappeared. A clock does not stop short at the precise moment when the key is lost. Mabeuf had his innocent pleasures. These pleasures were inexpensive and unexpected, the merest chance furnished them. One day, Mother Plutarque was reading a romance in one corner of the room. She was reading aloud, finding that she understood better thus. To read aloud is to assure oneself of what one is reading. There are people who read very loud, and who have the appearance of giving themselves their word of honor as to what they are perusing. It was with this sort of energy that Mother Plutarque was reading the romance which she had in hand. Mabeuf heard her without listening to her. In the course of her reading, Mother Plutarque came to this phrase. It was a question of an officer of dragoons and a beauty. The beauty pouted, and the dragoon. Here she interrupted herself to wipe her glasses. Buddha and the dragon, struck in Mabeuf in a low voice. Yes, it is true that there was a dragon, which, from the depths of its cave, spouted flame through his maw and set the heavens on fire. Many stars had already been consumed by this monster, which, besides, had the claws of a tiger. Buddha went into its den and succeeded in converting the dragon. That is a good book that you are reading, Mother Plutarque. There is no more beautiful legend in existence. And Mabeuf fell into a delicious reverie. Chapter 5. Poverty a good neighbor for misery. Marius liked this candid old man who saw himself gradually falling into the clutches of indigence, and who came to feel astonishment, little by little, without, however, being made melancholy by it. Marius met Courfeyrac and sought out Mabeuf. Very rarely, however, twice a month at most. Marius' pleasure consisted in taking long walks alone on the outer boulevards, or in the Champs de Mars, or in the least frequented alleys of the Luxembourg. He often spent half a day in gazing at a market garden, the beds of lettuce, the chickens on the dung heap, the horse turning the water wheel. The passers-by stared at him in surprise, and some of them thought his attire suspicious and his mien sinister. He was only a poor young man dreaming in an objectless way. It was during one of his strolls that he had hit upon the Gorbeau house, and, tempted by its isolation and its cheapness, had taken up his abode there. He was known there only under the name of Marius. Some of his father's old generals or old comrades had invited him to go and see them, when they learned about him. Marius had not refused their invitations. They afforded opportunities of talking about his father. Thus he went from time to time, to Comte Pajol, to General Bellavesne, to General Frérien, to the Invalides. There was music and dancing there. On such evenings, Marius put on his new coat. But he never went to these evening parties or balls except on days when it was freezing cold, because he could not afford a carriage, and he did not wish to arrive with boots otherwise than like mirrors. He said sometimes, but without bitterness, men are so made that in a drawing-room you may be soiled everywhere except on your shoes. In order to ensure a good reception there, only one irreproachable thing is asked of you, your conscience. No, your boots. All passions except those of the heart are dissipated by reverie. Marius' political fevers vanished thus. The revolution of 1830 assisted in the process, by satisfying and calming him. He remained the same, setting aside his fits of wrath. He still held the same opinions. Only, they had been tempered. To speak accurately, he had no longer any opinions, he had sympathies. To what party did he belong? To the party of humanity. Out of humanity he chose France, out of the nation he chose the people, out of the people he chose the woman. It was to that point above all, that his pity was directed. Now he preferred an idea to a deed, a poet to a hero, and he admired a book like Job more than an event like Marengo. And then, when, after a day spent in meditation, he returned in the evening through the boulevards, and caught a glimpse through the branches of the trees of the fathomless space beyond, the nameless gleams, the abyss, the shadow, the mystery. All that which is only human seemed very pretty indeed to him. He thought that he had, and he really had, in fact, arrived at the truth of life and of human philosophy, and he had ended by gazing at nothing but heaven, the only thing which truth can perceive from the bottom of her well. This did not prevent him from multiplying his plans, his combinations, his scaffoldings, his projects for the future. In this state of reverie, an eye which could have cast a glance into Marius' interior would have been dazzled with the purity of that soul. In fact, had it been given to our eyes of the flesh to gaze into the consciences of others, we should be able to judge a man much more surely according to what he dreams, than according to what he thinks. There is will in thought, there is none in dreams. Reverie, which is utterly spontaneous, takes and keeps, even in the gigantic and the ideal, the form of our spirit. Nothing proceeds more directly and more sincerely from the very depth of our soul, than our unpremeditated and boundless aspirations towards the splendors of destiny. In these aspirations, much more than in deliberate, rational coordinated ideas, is the real character of a man to be found. Our chimeras are the things which the most resemble us. Each one of us dreams of the unknown and the impossible in accordance with his nature. Towards the middle of this year 1831, the old woman who waited on Marius told him that his neighbors, the wretched Jondrette family, had been turned out of doors. Marius, who passed nearly the whole of his days out of the house, hardly knew that he had any neighbors. "Why are they turned out?" he asked. "Because they do not pay their rent, they owe for 2 quarters. "How much is it?" 20 francs, said the old woman. Marius had 30 francs saved up in a drawer. "Here," he said to the old woman, "take these 25 francs. Pay for the poor people and give them 5 francs, and do not tell them that it was I." Chapter 6. The Substitute. It chanced that the regiment to which Lieutenant Théodule belonged came to perform garrison duty in Paris. This inspired Aunt Gillenormand with a second idea. She had, on the first occasion, hit upon the plan of having Marius spied upon by Théodule. Now she plotted to have Théodule take Marius' place. At all events, and in case the grandfather should feel the vague need of a young face in the house, these rays of dawn are sometimes sweet to ruin, it was expedient to find another Marius. Take it as a simple erratum, she thought, such as one sees in books. For Marius, read Théodule. A grandnephew is almost the same as a grandson, in default of a lawyer one takes a lancer. One morning, when M. Gillenormand was about to read something in the quotidian, his daughter entered and said to him in her sweetest voice, for the question concerned her favorite. "Father, Théodule is coming to present his respects to you this morning." "Who's Théodule?" "Your grandnephew." "Ah," said the grandfather. Then he went back to his reading, thought no more of his grandnephew, who was merely some Théodule or other, and soon flew into a rage, which almost always happened when he read. The sheet, which he held, although royalist, of course, announced for the following day, without any softening phrases. One of these little events which were of daily occurrence at that date in Paris, that the students of the schools of law and medicine were to assemble on the Place du Panthéon, at midday, to deliberate. The discussion concerned one of the questions of the moment, the artillery of the National Guard, and a conflict between the Minister of War and the citizens' militia, on the subject of the cannon parked in the courtyard of the Louvre. The students were to deliberate over this. It did not take much more than this to swell M. Gillenormand's rage. He thought of Marius, who was a student, and who would probably go with the rest, to deliberate, at midday, on the Place du Panthéon. As he was indulging in this painful dream, Lieutenant Théodule entered clad in plain clothes as a bourgeois, which was clever of him, and was discreetly introduced by Mademoiselle Gillenormand. The lancer had reasoned as follows: the old druid has not sunk all his money in a life pension. It is well to disguise oneself as a civilian from time to time. Mademoiselle Gillenormand said aloud to her father. "Théodule, your grandnephew." And in a low voice to the lieutenant. "Approve of everything." And she withdrew. The lieutenant, who was but little accustomed to such venerable encounters, stammered with some timidity, "Good day, uncle," and made a salute composed of the involuntary and mechanical outline of the military salute finished off as a bourgeois salute. "Ah! So it's you, that is well, sit down," said the old gentleman. That said, he totally forgot the lancer. Theodule seated himself, and M. Gillenormand rose. M. Gillenormand began to pace back and forth, his hands in his pockets, talking aloud, and twitching, with his irritated old fingers, at the 2 watches which he wore in his 2 fobs. That pack of brats! They convene on the Place du Panthéon. By my life! Urchins who were with their nurses but yesterday. If one were to squeeze their noses, milk would burst out. And they deliberate tomorrow, at midday. What are we coming to? What are we coming to? It is clear that we are making for the abyss. That is what the descamisados have brought us to. To deliberate on the citizen artillery. To go and jabber in the open air over the jibes of the National Guard. And with whom are they to meet there? Just see whither Jacobinism leads. I will bet anything you like, 1,000,000 against a counter, that there will be no one there but returned convicts and released galley slaves. The Republicans and the galley slaves, they form but one nose and one handkerchief. Carnot used to say, "Where would you have me go, traitor?" Fouché replied, "Wherever you please, imbecile." That's what the Republicans are like. That is true, said Theodule. M. Gillenormand half turned his head, saw Theodule, and went on. When one reflects that that scoundrel was so vile as to turn Carbonaro. Why did you leave my house? To go and become a Republican. PSSST. In the first place, the people want none of your republic, they have common sense, they know well that there always have been kings, and that there always will be. They know well that the people are only the people, after all, they make sport of it, of your republic. Do you understand, idiot? Is it not a horrible caprice? To fall in love with Père Duchesne, to make sheep's eyes at the guillotine, to sing romances, and play on the guitar under the balcony of 93, it's enough to make one spit on all these young fellows, such fools are they. They are all alike. Not one escapes. It suffices for them to breathe the air which blows through the street to lose their senses. The 19th century is poison. The first scamp that happens along lets his beard grow like a goat's, thinks himself a real scoundrel, and abandons his old relatives. He's a Republican, he's a romantic. What does that mean, romantic? Do me the favor to tell me what it is. All possible follies. A year ago, they ran to Hernani. Now, I just ask you, Hernani. Antitheses. Abominations which are not even written in French. And then, they have cannons in the courtyard of the Louvre. Such are the rascalities of this age. You are right, uncle, said Theodule. M. Gillenormand resumed. Cannons in the courtyard of the museum. For what purpose? Do you want to fire grape shot at the Apollo Belvedere? What have those cartridges to do with the Venus de Medici? Oh! The young men of the present day are all blackguards. What a pretty creature is their Benjamin Constant! And those who are not rascals are simpletons. They do all they can to make themselves ugly, they are badly dressed, they are afraid of women, in the presence of petticoats they have a mendicant air which sets the girls into fits of laughter. On my word of honor, one would say the poor creatures were ashamed of love, they are deformed, and they complete themselves by being stupid. They repeat the puns of Tiercelin and Potier, they have sack coats, stablemen's waistcoats, shirts of coarse linen, trousers of coarse cloth, boots of coarse leather, and their rigmarole resembles their plumage. One might make use of their jargon to put new soles on their old shoes. And all this awkward batch of brats has political opinions, if you please. Political opinions should be strictly forbidden. They fabricate systems, they recast society, they demolish the monarchy, they fling all laws to the earth, they put the attic in the cellar's place and my porter in the place of the king, they turn Europe topsy-turvy, they reconstruct the world. And all their love affairs consist in staring slyly at the ankles of the laundresses as these women climb into their carts. Ah! Marius! Ah! You blackguard! To go and vociferate on the public place. To discuss, to debate, to take measures. They call that measures, just God. Disorder humbles itself and becomes silly. I have seen chaos, I now see a mess. Students deliberating on the National Guard, such a thing could not be seen among the Ojibwas nor the Catadakes. Savages who go naked, with their noddles dressed like a shuttlecock, with a club in their paws, are less of brutes than those bachelors of arts. The fourpenny monkeys. And they set up for judges. Those creatures deliberate and ratiocinate. The end of the world is come. This is plainly the end of this miserable terraqueous globe. A final hiccup was required, and France has emitted it. Deliberate, my rascals. Such things will happen so long as they go and read the newspapers under the arcades of the Odeon. That costs them a sou, and their good sense, and their intelligence, and their heart and their soul, and their wits. They emerge thence, and decamp from their families. All newspapers are pests, all, even the Drapeau Blanc. At bottom, Martinville was a Jacobin. Ah! Just heaven! You may boast of having driven your grandfather to despair, that you may. That is evident, said Theodule. And profiting by the fact that M. Gillenormand was taking breath, the Lancer added in a magisterial manner. There should be no other newspaper than the Moniteur, and no other book than the Envers Militaire. M. Gillenormand continued. It is like their size. A regicide ending in a senator, for that is the way they always end. They give themselves a scar with the address of thou as citizens, in order to get themselves called, eventually, Monsieur le Comte. Monsieur le Comte as big as my arm, assassins of September. The philosopher sighs. I will do myself the justice to say, that I have never had any better opinion of the philosophies of all those philosophers, than of the spectacles of the grimacer of Tivoli. One day I saw the senators cross the Quai Malplaquet in mantles of violet velvet sewn with bees, with hats à la Henri IV. They were hideous. One would have pronounced them monkeys from the tiger's court. Citizens, I declare to you, that your progress is madness, that your humanity is a dream, that your revolution is a crime, that your republic is a monster, that your young and virgin France comes from the brothel, and I maintain it against all. Whoever you may be, whether journalists, economists, legists, or even were you better judges of liberty, of equality, and fraternity than the knife of the guillotine. And that I announce to you, my flunny fellows. Parbleu, cried the lieutenant, that is wonderfully true. M. Gillenormand paused in a gesture which he had begun, wheeled round, stared Lancer Theodule intently in the eyes, and said to him. You are a fool. Book Sixth. The Conjunction of Two Stars. Chapter 1. The sobriquet, mode of formation of family names. Marius was, at this epoch, a handsome young man, of medium stature, with thick and intensely black hair, a lofty and intelligent brow, well-opened and passionate nostrils, an air of calmness and sincerity, and with something indescribably proud, thoughtful, and innocent over his whole countenance. His profile, all of whose lines were rounded, without thereby losing their firmness, had a certain Germanic sweetness, which has made its way into the French physiognomy by way of Alsace and Lorraine. And that complete absence of angles which rendered the Sicambers so easily recognizable among the Romans, and which distinguishes the Leonine from the Aquiline race. He was at that period of life when the mind of men who think is composed, in nearly equal parts, of depth and ingenuousness. A grave situation being given, he had all that is required to be stupid, one more turn of the key, and he might be sublime. His manners were reserved, cold, polished, not very genial. As his mouth was charming, his lips the reddest, and his teeth the whitest in the world, his smile corrected the severity of his face, as a whole. At certain moments, that pure brow and that voluptuous smile presented a singular contrast. His eyes were small, but his glance was large. At the period of his most abject misery, he had observed that young girls turned round when he passed by, and he fled or hid, with death in his soul. He thought that they were staring at him because of his old clothes, and that they were laughing at them. The fact is, that they stared at him because of his grace, and that they dreamed of him. This mute misunderstanding between him and the pretty passers-by had made him shy. He chose none of them for the excellent reason that he fled from all of them. He lived thus indefinitely, stupidly, as Courfeyrac said. Courfeyrac also said to him, "Do not aspire to be venerable," they called each other thou, it is the tendency of youthful friendships to slip into this mode of address. Let me give you a piece of advice, my dear fellow. Don't read so many books, and look a little more at the lasses. The jades have some good points about them, O Marius. By dint of fleeing and blushing, you will become brutalized. On other occasions, Courfeyrac encountered him and said, "Good morning, Monsieur l'Abbé." When Courfeyrac had addressed to him some remark of this nature, Marius avoided women, both young and old, more than ever for a week to come, and he avoided Courfeyrac to boot. Nevertheless, there existed in all the immensity of creation, two women whom Marius did not flee, and to whom he paid no attention whatever. In truth, he would have been very much amazed if he had been informed that they were women. One was the bearded old woman who swept out his chamber, and caused Courfeyrac to say, seeing that his servant woman wears his beard, Marius does not wear his own beard. The other was a sort of little girl whom he saw very often, and whom he never looked at. For more than a year, Marius had noticed in one of the walks of the Luxembourg, the one which skirts the parapet of the Pépinière, a man and a very young girl, who were almost always seated side by side on the same bench. At the most solitary end of the alley, on the Rue de L west side. Every time that chance which meddles with the strolls of persons whose gaze is turned inwards, led Marius to that walk, and it was nearly every day, he found this couple there. The man appeared to be about 60 years of age. He seemed sad and serious, his whole person presented the robust and weary aspect peculiar to military men who have retired from the service. If he had worn a decoration, Marius would have said, "He is an ex-officer." He had a kindly but unapproachable air, and he never let his glance linger on the eyes of any one. He wore blue trousers, a blue frock coat and a broad-brimmed hat, which always appeared to be new, a black cravat, a Quaker shirt, that is to say, it was dazzlingly white, but of coarse linen. A grisette who passed near him one day, said, "Here's a very tidy widower." His hair was very white. The first time that the young girl who accompanied him came and seated herself on the bench which they seemed to have adopted, she was a sort of child 13 or 14 years of age, so thin as to be almost homely, awkward, insignificant. And with a possible promise of handsome eyes. Only, they were always raised with a sort of displeasing assurance. Her dress was both aged and childish, like the dress of the scholars in a convent, it consisted of a badly cut gown of black merino. They had the air of being father and daughter. Marius scanned this old man, who was not yet aged, and this little girl, who was not yet a person, for a few days, and thereafter paid no attention to them. They, on their side, did not appear even to see him. They conversed together with a peaceful and indifferent air. The girl chattered incessantly and merrily. The old man talked but little, and, at times, he fixed on her eyes overflowing with an ineffable paternity. Marius had acquired the mechanical habit of strolling in that walk. He invariably found them there. This is the way things went. Marius liked to arrive by the end of the alley which was furthest from their bench. He walked the whole length of the alley, passed in front of them, then returned to the extremity whence he had come, and began again. This he did 5 or 6 times in the course of his promenade, and the promenade was taken 5 or 6 times a week, without its having occurred to him or to these people to exchange a greeting. That personage, and that young girl, although they appeared, and perhaps because they appeared, to shun all glances, had, naturally, caused some attention on the part of the 5 or 6 students who strolled along the Pépinière from time to time. The studious after their lectures, the others after their game of billiards. Courfeyrac, who was among the last, had observed them several times, but, finding the girl homely, he had speedily and carefully kept out of the way. He had fled, discharging at them a sobriquet, like a Parthian dart. Impressed solely with the child's gown and the old man's hair, he had dubbed the daughter Mademoiselle Lenoir, and the father, Monsieur Leblanc, so that as no one knew them under any other title. This nickname became a law in the default of any other name. The student said, "Ah! Monsieur Leblanc is on his bench." And Marius, like the rest, had found it convenient to call this unknown gentleman Monsieur Leblanc. We shall follow their example, and we shall say M. Leblanc, in order to facilitate this tale. So Marius saw them nearly every day, at the same hour, during the first year. He found the man to his taste, but the girl insipid. Chapter 2. Lux facta est. During the second year, precisely at the point in this history which the reader has now reached, it chanced that this habit of the Luxembourg was interrupted, without Marius himself being quite aware why. And nearly 6 months elapsed, during which he did not set foot in the alley. One day, at last, he returned thither once more. It was a serene summer morning, and Marius was in joyous mood, as one is when the weather is fine. It seemed to him that he had in his heart all the songs of the birds that he was listening to, and all the bits of blue sky of which he caught glimpses through the leaves of the trees. He went straight to his alley, and when he reached the end of it he perceived, still on the same bench, that well-known couple. Only, when he approached, it certainly was the same man, but it seemed to him that it was no longer the same girl. The person whom he now beheld was a tall and beautiful creature, possessed of all the most charming lines of a woman at the precise moment when they are still combined with all the most ingenuous graces of the child. A pure and fugitive moment, which can be expressed only by these 2 words, 15 years. She had wonderful brown hair, shaded with threads of gold, a brow that seemed made of marble, cheeks that seemed made of rose leaf, a pale flush, an agitated whiteness, an exquisite mouth, whence smiles darted like sunbeams, and words like music. A head such as Raphael would have given to Mary, set upon a neck that Jean Goujon would have attributed to a Venus. And, in order that nothing might be lacking to this bewitching face, her nose was not handsome, it was pretty, neither straight nor curved, neither Italian nor Greek. It was the Parisian nose, that is to say, spiritual, delicate, irregular, pure, which drives painters to despair, and charms poets. When Marius passed near her, he could not see her eyes, which were constantly lowered. He saw only her long chestnut lashes, permeated with shadow and modesty. This did not prevent the beautiful child from smiling as she listened to what the white-haired old man was saying to her, and nothing could be more fascinating than that fresh smile, combined with those drooping eyes. For a moment, Marius thought that she was another daughter of the same man, a sister of the former, no doubt. But when the invariable habit of his stroll brought him, for the second time, near the bench, and he had examined her attentively, he recognized her as the same. In 6 months the little girl had become a young maiden, that was all. Nothing is more frequent than this phenomenon. There is a moment when girls blossom out in the twinkling of an eye, and become roses all at once. One left them children but yesterday, today, one finds them disquieting to the feelings. This child had not only grown, she had become idealized. As 3 days in April sufficed to cover certain trees with flowers, 6 months had sufficed to clothe her with beauty. Her April had arrived. One sometimes sees people, who, poor and mean, seem to wake up, pass suddenly from indigence to luxury, indulge in expenditures of all sorts, and become dazzling, prodigal, magnificent, all of a sudden. That is the result of having pocketed an income. A note fell due yesterday. The young girl had received her quarterly income. And then, she was no longer the schoolgirl with her felt hat, her merino gown, her scholar's shoes, and red hands. Taste had come to her with beauty, she was a well-dressed person, clad with a sort of rich and simple elegance, and without affectation. She wore a dress of black damask, a cape of the same material, and a bonnet of white crepe. Her white gloves displayed the delicacy of the hand which toyed with the carved, Chinese ivory handle of a parasol, and her silken shoe outlined the smallness of her foot. When one passed near her, her whole toilette exhaled a youthful and penetrating perfume. As for the man, he was the same as usual. The second time that Marius approached her, the young girl raised her eyelids. Her eyes were of a deep, celestial blue, but in that veiled azure, there was, as yet, nothing but the glance of a child. She looked at Marius indifferently, as she would have stared at the brat running beneath the sycamores, or the marble vase which cast a shadow on the bench, and Marius, on his side, continued his promenade, and thought about something else. He passed near the bench where the young girl sat, 5 or 6 times, but without even turning his eyes in her direction. On the following days, he returned, as was his wont, to the Luxembourg. As usual, he found there the father and daughter. But he paid no further attention to them. He thought no more about the girl now that she was beautiful than he had when she was homely. He passed very near the bench where she sat, because such was his habit. Chapter 3. Effect of the Spring. One day, the air was warm, the Luxembourg was inundated with light and shade, the sky was as pure as though the angels had washed it that morning. The sparrows were giving vent to little twitters in the depths of the chestnut trees. Marius had thrown open his whole soul to nature, he was not thinking of anything, he simply lived and breathed. He passed near the bench, the young girl raised her eyes to him, the 2 glances met. What was there in the young girl's glance on this occasion? Marius could not have told. There was nothing and there was everything. It was a strange flash. She dropped her eyes, and he pursued his way. What he had just seen was no longer the ingenuous and simple eye of a child, it was a mysterious gulf which had half opened, then abruptly closed again. There comes a day when the young girl glances in this manner. Woe to him who chances to be there. That first gaze of a soul which does not, as yet, know itself, is like the dawn in the sky. It is the awakening of something radiant and strange. Nothing can give any idea of the dangerous charm of that unexpected gleam, which flashes suddenly and vaguely forth from adorable shadows, and which is composed of all the innocence of the present, and of all the passion of the future. It is a sort of undecided tenderness which reveals itself by chance, and which waits. It is a snare which the innocent maiden sets unknown to herself, and in which she captures hearts without either wishing or knowing it. It is a virgin looking like a woman. It is rare that a profound reverie does not spring from that glance, where it falls. All purities and all candors meet in that celestial and fatal gleam which, more than all the best planned tender glances of coquettes, possesses the magic power of causing the sudden blossoming, in the depths of the soul, of that somber flower. Impregnated with perfume and with poison, which is called love. That evening, on his return to his garret, Marius cast his eyes over his garments, and perceived, for the first time, that he had been so slovenly, indecorous, and inconceivably stupid as to go for his walk in the Luxembourg with his everyday clothes, that is to say, with a hat battered near the band, coarse carter's boots, black trousers which showed white at the knees, and a black coat which was pale at the elbows. Chapter 4. Beginning of a great malady. On the following day, at the accustomed hour, Marius drew from his wardrobe his new coat, his new trousers, his new hat, and his new boots. He clothed himself in this complete panoply, put on his gloves, a tremendous luxury, and set off for the Luxembourg. On the way thither, he encountered Courfeyrac, and pretended not to see him. Courfeyrac, on his return home, said to his friends, "I have just met Marius' new hat and new coat, with Marius inside them. He was going to pass an examination, no doubt. He looked utterly stupid." On arriving at the Luxembourg, Marius made the tour of the fountain basin, and stared at the swans, then he remained for a long time in contemplation before a statue whose head was perfectly black with mold, and one of whose hips was missing. Near the basin there was a bourgeois 40 years of age, with a prominent stomach, who was holding by the hand a little urchin of 5, and saying to him, "Shun excess, my son, keep at an equal distance from despotism and from anarchy." Marius listened to this bourgeois. Then he made the circuit of the basin once more. At last he directed his course towards his alley, slowly, and as if with regret. One would have said that he was both forced to go there and withheld from doing so. He did not perceive it himself, and thought that he was doing as he always did. On turning into the walk, he saw M. Leblanc and the young girl at the other end, on their bench. He buttoned his coat up to the very top, pulled it down on his body so that there might be no wrinkles, examined, with a certain complaisance, the lustrous gleams of his trousers, and marched on the bench. This march savored of an attack, and certainly of a desire for conquest. So I say that he marched on the bench, as I should say, Hannibal marched on Rome. However, all his movements were purely mechanical, and he had interrupted none of the habitual preoccupations of his mind and labors. At that moment, he was thinking that the Manuel du Baccalaureate was a stupid book, and that it must have been drawn up by rare idiots. To allow of 3 tragedies of Racine and only 1 comedy of Molière being analyzed therein as masterpieces of the human mind. There was a piercing whistling going on in his ears. As he approached the bench, he held fast to the folds in his coat, and fixed his eyes on the young girl. It seemed to him that she filled the entire extremity of the alley with a vague blue light. In proportion as he drew near, his pace slackened more and more. On arriving at some little distance from the bench, and long before he had reached the end of the walk, he halted, and could not explain to himself why he retraced his steps. He did not even say to himself that he would not go as far as the end. It was only with difficulty that the young girl could have perceived him in the distance and noted his fine appearance in his new clothes. Nevertheless, he held himself very erect, in case anyone should be looking at him from behind. He attained the opposite end, then came back, and this time he approached a little nearer to the bench. He even got to within 3 intervals of trees, but there he felt an indescribable impossibility of proceeding further, and he hesitated. He thought he saw the young girl's face bending towards him. But he exerted a manly and violent effort, subdued his hesitation, and walked straight ahead. A few seconds later, he rushed in front of the bench, erect and firm, reddening to the very ears, without daring to cast a glance either to the right or to the left, with his hand thrust into his coat like a statesman. At the moment when he passed, under the cannon of the place, he felt his heart beat wildly. As on the preceding day, she wore her damask gown and her crape bonnet. He heard an ineffable voice, which must have been her voice. She was talking tranquilly. She was very pretty. He felt it, although he made no attempt to see her. She could not, however, he thought, help feeling esteem and consideration for me, if she only knew that I am the veritable author of the dissertation on Marcos Obregon de la Ronde, which M. François de Neufchâteau put, as though it were his own, at the head of his edition of Gil Blas. He went beyond the bench as far as the extremity of the walk, which was very near, then turned on his heel and passed once more in front of the lovely girl. This time, he was very pale. Moreover, all his emotions were disagreeable. As he went further from the bench and the young girl, and while his back was turned to her, he fancied that she was gazing after him, and that made him stumble. He did not attempt to approach the bench again. He halted near the middle of the walk, and there, a thing which he never did, he sat down, and reflecting in the most profoundly indistinct depths of his spirit, that after all, it was hard that persons whose white bonnet and black gown he admired should be absolutely insensible to his splendid trousers and his new coat. At the expiration of a quarter of an hour, he rose, as though he were on the point of again beginning his march towards that bench which was surrounded by an aureole. But he remained standing there, motionless. For the first time in 15 months, he said to himself that that gentleman who sat there every day with his daughter, had, on his side, noticed him, and probably considered his assiduity singular. For the first time, also, he was conscious of some irreverence in designating that stranger, even in his secret thoughts, by the sobriquet of M. Leblanc. He stood thus for several minutes, with drooping head, tracing figures in the sand, with the cane which he held in his hand. Then he turned abruptly in the direction opposite to the bench, to M. Leblanc and his daughter, and went home. That day he forgot to dine. At 8 o'clock in the evening he perceived this fact, and as it was too late to go down to the Rue Saint-Jacques, he said, "Never mind," and ate a bit of bread. He did not go to bed until he had brushed his coat and folded it up with great care. Chapter 5. Divers claps of thunder fall on Mame Bougon. On the following day, Mame Bougon, as Courfeyrac styled the old portress principal tenant, housekeeper of the Gorbeau hovel, Mame Bougon, whose name was, in reality, Madame Bergen. As we have found out, but this iconoclast, Courfeyrac, respected nothing, Ma'am Bougon observed, with stupefaction, that M. Marius was going out again in his new coat. He went to the Luxembourg again, but he did not proceed further than his bench midway of the alley. He seated himself there, as on the preceding day, surveying from a distance, and clearly making out, the white bonnet, the black dress, and above all, that blue light. He did not stir from it, and only went home when the gates of the Luxembourg closed. He did not see M. Leblanc and his daughter retire. He concluded that they had quitted the garden by the gate on the Rue de l'Ouest. Later on, several weeks afterwards, when he came to think it over, he could never recall where he had dined that evening. On the following day, which was the 3rd, Ma'am Bougon was thunderstruck. Marius went out in his new coat. 3 days in succession, she exclaimed. She tried to follow him, but Marius walked briskly, and with immense strides. It was a hippopotamus undertaking the pursuit of a chamois. She lost sight of him in 2 minutes, and returned breathless, 3/4 choked with asthma, and furious. If there is any sense, she growled, in putting on one's best clothes every day, and making people run like this. Marius betook himself to the Luxembourg. The young girl was there with M. Leblanc. Marius approached as near as he could, pretending to be busy reading a book, but he halted afar off, then returned and seated himself on his bench, where he spent 4 hours in watching the house sparrows who were skipping about the walk, and who produced on him the impression that they were making sport of him. A fortnight passed thus. Marius went to the Luxembourg no longer for the sake of strolling there, but to seat himself always in the same spot, and that without knowing why. Once arrived there, he did not stir. He put on his new coat every morning, for the purpose of not showing himself, and he began all over again on the morrow. She was decidedly a marvelous beauty. The only remark approaching a criticism, that could be made, was, that the contradiction between her gaze, which was melancholy, and her smile, which was merry, gave a rather wild effect to her face, which sometimes caused this sweet countenance to become strange without ceasing to be charming. Chapter 6. Taken prisoner. On one of the last days of the 2nd week, Marius was seated on his bench, as usual, holding in his hand an open book, of which he had not turned a page for the last 2 hours. All at once he started. An event was taking place at the other extremity of the walk. Leblanc and his daughter had just left their seat, and the daughter had taken her father's arm, and both were advancing slowly, towards the middle of the alley where Marius was. Marius closed his book, then opened it again, then forced himself to read. He trembled, the aureole was coming straight towards him. Ah! Good heavens, thought he, I shall not have time to strike an attitude. Still the white-haired man and the girl advanced. It seemed to him that this lasted for a century, and that it was but a second. What are they coming in this direction for? He asked himself. What? She will pass here. Her feet will tread this sand, this walk, 2 paces from me. He was utterly upset. He would have liked to be very handsome, he would have liked to own the cross. He heard the soft and measured sound of their approaching footsteps. He imagined that M. Leblanc was darting angry glances at him. Is that gentleman going to address me? He thought to himself. He dropped his head. When he raised it again, they were very near him. The young girl passed, and as she passed, she glanced at him. She gazed steadily at him, with a pensive sweetness which thrilled Marius from head to foot. It seemed to him that she was reproaching him for having allowed so long a time to elapse without coming as far as her, and that she was saying to him, I am coming myself. Marius was dazzled by those eyes fraught with rays and abysses. He felt his brain on fire. She had come to him, what joy! And then, how she had looked at him! She appeared to him more beautiful than he had ever seen her yet. Beautiful with a beauty which was wholly feminine and angelic, with a complete beauty which would have made Petrarch sing and Dante kneel. It seemed to him that he was floating free in the azure heavens. At the same time, he was horribly vexed because there was dust on his boots. He thought he felt sure that she had looked at his boots too. He followed her with his eyes until she disappeared. Then he started up and walked about the Luxembourg garden like a madman. It is possible that, at times, he laughed to himself and talked aloud. He was so dreamy when he came near the children's nurses, that each one of them thought him in love with her. He quitted the Luxembourg, hoping to find her again in the street. He encountered Courfeyrac under the arcades of the Odeon, and said to him, "Come and dine with me." They went off to Rousseau's and spent 6 francs. Marius ate like an ogre. He gave the waiter 6 sous. At dessert, he said to Courfeyrac, "Have you read the paper? What a fine discourse Audrey de Puyraveau delivered." He was desperately in love. After dinner, he said to Courfeyrac, "I will treat you to the play." They went to the Porte Saint-Martin to see Frederick in L'Auberge des Adrets. Marius was enormously amused. At the same time, he had a redoubled attack of shyness. On emerging from the theatre, he refused to look at the garter of a modiste who was stepping across a gutter, and Courfeyrac, who said, "I should like to put that woman in my collection," almost horrified him. Courfeyrac invited him to breakfast at the Café Voltaire on the following morning. Marius went thither, and ate even more than on the preceding evening. He was very thoughtful and very merry. One would have said that he was taking advantage of every occasion to laugh uproariously. He tenderly embraced some man or other from the provinces, who was presented to him. A circle of students formed round the table, and they spoke of the nonsense paid for by the state which was uttered from the rostrum in the Sorbonne. Then the conversation fell upon the faults and omissions in Guicherat's dictionaries and grammars. Marius interrupted the discussion to exclaim, "But it is very agreeable, all the same to have the cross." "That's queer," whispered Courfeyrac to Jean Prouvaire. "No," responded Prouvaire, "that's serious." It was serious. In fact, Marius had reached that first violent and charming hour with which grand passions begin. A glance had wrought all this. When the mind is charged, when the conflagration is ready, nothing is more simple. A glance is a spark. It was all over with him. Marius loved a woman. His fate was entering the unknown. The glance of women resembles certain combinations of wheels, which are tranquil in appearance yet formidable. You pass close to them every day, peaceably and with impunity, and without a suspicion of anything. A moment arrives when you forget that the thing is there. You go and come, dream, speak, laugh. All at once you feel yourself clutched, all is over. The wheels hold you fast, the glance has ensnared you. It has caught you, no matter where or how, by some portion of your thought which was fluttering loose, by some distraction which had attacked you. You are lost. The whole of you passes into it. A chain of mysterious forces takes possession of you. You struggle in vain, no more human succor is possible. You go on falling from gearing to gearing, from agony to agony, from torture to torture, you, your mind, your fortune, your future, your soul. And, according to whether you are in the power of a wicked creature, or of a noble heart, you will not escape from this terrifying machine otherwise than disfigured with shame, or transfigured by passion. Chapter 7. Adventures of the letter you've delivered over to conjectures. Isolation, detachment, from everything, pride, independence, the taste of nature, the absence of daily and material activity, the life within himself. The secret conflicts of chastity, a benevolent ecstasy towards all creation, had prepared Marius for this possession which is called passion. His worship of his father had gradually become a religion, and, like all religions, it had retreated to the depths of his soul. Something was required in the foreground. Love came. A full month elapsed, during which Marius went every day to the Luxembourg. When the hour arrived, nothing could hold him back. "He is on duty," said Courfeyrac. Marius lived in a state of delight. It is certain that the young girl did look at him. He had finally grown bold, and approached the bench. Still, he did not pass in front of it any more, in obedience to the instinct of timidity and to the instinct of prudence common to lovers. He considered it better not to attract the attention of the father. He combined his stations behind the trees and the pedestals of the statues with a profound diplomacy, so that he might be seen as much as possible by the young girl and as little as possible by the old gentleman. Sometimes, he remained motionless by the half-hour together in the shade of a Leonidas or a Spartacus, holding in his hand a book, above which his eyes, gently raised, sought the beautiful girl, and she, on her side, turned her charming profile towards him with a vague smile. While conversing in the most natural and tranquil manner in the world with the white-haired man, she bent upon Marius all the reveries of a virginal and passionate eye. Ancient and time-honored maneuver which Eve understood from the very first day of the world, and which every woman understands from the very first day of her life. Her mouth replied to one, and her glance replied to another. It must be supposed, that M. Leblanc finally noticed something, for often, when Marius arrived, he rose and began to walk about. He had abandoned their accustomed place and had adopted the bench by the gladiator, near the other end of the walk, as though with the object of seeing whether Marius would pursue them thither. Marius did not understand, and committed this error. The father began to grow inexact, and no longer brought his daughter every day. Sometimes, he came alone. Then Marius did not stay. Another blunder. Marius paid no heed to these symptoms. From the phase of timidity, he had passed, by a natural and fatal progress, to the phase of blindness. His love increased. He dreamed of it every night. And then, an unexpected bliss had happened to him, oil on the fire, a redoubling of the shadows over his eyes. One evening, at dusk, he had found, on the bench which M. Leblanc and his daughter had just quitted, a handkerchief, a very simple handkerchief, without embroidery, but white and fine, and which seemed to him to exhale ineffable perfume. He seized it with rapture. This handkerchief was marked with the letters U.F. Marius knew nothing about this beautiful child, neither her family name, her Christian name nor her abode. These two letters were the first thing of her that he had gained possession of, adorable initials, upon which he immediately began to construct his scaffolding. U was evidently the Christian name. Ursule, he thought, what a delicious name. He kissed the handkerchief, drank it in, placed it on his heart, on his flesh, during the day, and at night, laid it beneath his lips that he might fall asleep on it. I feel that her whole soul lies within it, he exclaimed. This handkerchief belonged to the old gentleman, who had simply let it fall from his pocket. In the days which followed the finding of this treasure, he only displayed himself at the Luxembourg in the act of kissing the handkerchief and laying it on his heart. The beautiful child understood nothing of all this, and signified it to him by imperceptible signs. "Oh modesty," said Marius. Chapter 8. The veterans themselves can be happy. Since we have pronounced the word modesty, and since we conceal nothing, we ought to say that once, nevertheless, in spite of his ecstasies, his Ursule caused him very serious grief. It was on one of the days when she persuaded M. Leblanc to leave the bench and stroll along the walk. A brisk May breeze was blowing, which swayed the crests of the plantain trees. The father and daughter, arm in arm, had just passed Marius' bench. Marius had risen to his feet behind them, and was following them with his eyes, as was fitting in the desperate situation of his soul. All at once, a gust of wind, more merry than the rest, and probably charged with performing the affairs of springtime, swept down from the nursery, flung itself on the alley, enveloped the young girl in a delicious shiver, worthy of Virgil's nymphs, and the fawns of Theocritus, and lifted her dress, the robe more sacred than that of Isis, almost to the height of her garter. A leg of exquisite shape appeared. Marius saw it. He was exasperated and furious. The young girl had hastily thrust down her dress, with a divinely troubled motion, but he was none the less angry for all that. He was alone in the alley, it is true. But there might have been someone there. And what if there had been someone there? Can anyone comprehend such a thing? What she had just done is horrible. Alas, the poor child had done nothing, there had been but one culprit, the wind. But Marius, in whom quivered the Bartholo who exists in cherubim, was determined to be vexed, and was jealous of his own shadow. It is thus, in fact, that the harsh and capricious jealousy of the flesh awakens in the human heart, and takes possession of it, even without any right. Moreover, setting aside even that jealousy, the sight of that charming leg had contained nothing agreeable for him. The white stocking of the first woman he chanced to meet would have afforded him more pleasure. When his Ursule, after having reached the end of the walk, retraced her steps with M. Leblanc, and passed in front of the bench on which Marius had seated himself once more, Marius darted a sullen and ferocious glance at her. The young girl gave way to that slight straightening up with a backward movement, accompanied by a raising of the eyelids, which signifies, "Well, what is the matter?" This was their first quarrel. Marius had hardly made this scene at her with his eyes, when some one crossed the walk. It was a veteran, very much bent, extremely wrinkled, and pale, in a uniform of the Louis XV. pattern, bearing on his breast the little oval plaque of red cloth, with the crossed swords, the soldier's cross of St. Louis, and adorned, in addition, with a coat sleeve, which had no arm within it, with a silver chin and a wooden leg. Marius thought he perceived that this man had an extremely well-satisfied air. It even struck him that the aged cynic, as he hobbled along past him, addressed to him a very fraternal and very merry wink, as though some chance had created an understanding between them. And as though they had shared some piece of good luck together. What did that relic of Mars mean by being so contented? What had passed between that wooden leg and the other? Marius reached a paroxysm of jealousy. Perhaps he was there, he said to himself, perhaps he saw. And he felt a desire to exterminate the veteran. With the aid of time, all points grow dull. Marius' wrath against Ursule, just and legitimate as it was, passed off. He finally pardoned her, but this cost him a great effort. He sulked for 3 days. Nevertheless, in spite of all this, and because of all this, his passion augmented and grew to madness. Chapter 9. Eclipse. The reader has just seen how Marius discovered, or thought that he discovered, that she was named Ursule. Appetite grows with loving. To know that her name was Ursule was a great deal, it was very little. In 3 or 4 weeks, Marius had devoured this bliss. He wanted another. He wanted to know where she lived. He had committed his first blunder, by falling into the ambush of the bench by the gladiator. He had committed a second, by not remaining at the Luxembourg when M. Leblanc came thither alone. He now committed a third, and an immense one. He followed Ursule. She lived in the Rue de l'Ouest, in the most unfrequented spot, in a new, 3-story house, of modest appearance. From that moment forth, Marius added to his happiness of seeing her at the Luxembourg the happiness of following her home. His hunger was increasing. He knew her first name, at least, a charming name, a genuine woman's name, he knew where she lived, he wanted to know who she was. One evening, after he had followed them to their dwelling, and had seen them disappear through the carriage gate, he entered in their train and said boldly to the porter, "Is that the gentleman who lives on the first floor, who has just come in?" "No," replied the porter. "He is the gentleman on the 3rd floor." Another step gained. This success emboldened Marius. "On the front?" he asked. "Parbleu," said the porter, "the house is only built on the street." "And what is that gentleman's business?" began Marius again. "He is a gentleman of property, sir. A very kind man who does good to the unfortunate, though not rich himself." "What is his name?" resumed Marius. The porter raised his head and said, "Are you a police spy, sir?" Marius went off quite abashed, but delighted. He was getting on. "Good," thought he, "I know that her name is Ursule, that she is the daughter of a gentleman who lives on his income, and that she lives there, on the 3rd floor, in the Rue de l'Ouest." On the following day, M. Leblanc and his daughter made only a very brief stay in the Luxembourg, they went away while it was still broad daylight. Marius followed them to the Rue de l'Ouest, as he had taken up the habit of doing. On arriving at the carriage entrance M. Leblanc made his daughter pass in first, then paused, before crossing the threshold, and stared intently at Marius. On the next day they did not come to the Luxembourg. Marius waited for them all day in vain. At nightfall, he went to the Rue de l'Ouest, and saw a light in the windows of the third story. He walked about beneath the windows until the light was extinguished. The next day, no one at the Luxembourg. Marius waited all day, then went and did sentinel duty under their windows. This carried him on to 10 o'clock in the evening. His dinner took care of itself. Fever nourishes the sick man, and love the lover. He spent a week in this manner. M. Leblanc no longer appeared at the Luxembourg. Marius indulged in melancholy conjectures. He dared not watch the porte cochere during the day, he contented himself with going at night to gaze upon the red light of the windows. At times he saw shadows flit across them, and his heart began to beat. On the 8th day, when he arrived under the windows, there was no light in them. "Hello," he said, "the lamp is not lighted yet. But it is dark. Can they have gone out?" He waited until 10 o'clock. Until midnight. Until 1 in the morning. Not a light appeared in the windows of the third story, and no one entered the house. He went away in a very gloomy frame of mind. On the morrow, for he only existed from morrow to morrow, there was, so to speak, no today for him. On the morrow, he found no one at the Luxembourg. He had expected this. At dusk, he went to the house. No light in the windows. The shades were drawn, the third floor was totally dark. Marius rapped at the porte cochere, entered, and said to the porter, "The gentleman on the third floor has moved away," replied the porter. Marius reeled and said feebly, "How long ago?" "Yesterday." "Where is he living now?" "I don't know anything about it." "So he has not left his new address?" "No." And the porter, raising his eyes, recognized Marius. "Come. So it's you," said he, "but you are decidedly a spy then." Book 7th. Patron Minette. Chapter 1. Mines and Miners. Human societies all have what is called in theatrical parlance, a third lower floor. The social soil is everywhere undermined, sometimes for good, sometimes for evil. These works are superposed one upon the other. There are superior minds and inferior minds. There is a top and a bottom in this obscure subsoil, which sometimes gives way beneath civilization, and which our indifference and heedlessness trample underfoot. The encyclopedia, in the last century, was a mine that was almost open to the sky. The shades, those somber hatchers of primitive Christianity, only awaited an opportunity to bring about an explosion under the Caesars and to inundate the human race with light. For in the sacred shadows there lies latent light. Volcanoes are full of a shadow that is capable of flashing forth. Every form begins by being night. The catacombs, in which the first Mass was said, were not alone the cellar of Rome, they were the vaults of the world. Beneath the social construction, that complicated marvel of a structure, there are excavations of all sorts. There is the religious mine, the philosophical mine, the economic mine, the revolutionary mine. Such and such a pickaxe with the idea, such a pick with ciphers. Such another with wrath. People hail and answer each other from one catacomb to another. Utopias travel about underground, in the pipes. There they branch out in every direction. They sometimes meet, and fraternize there. Jean-Jacques lends his pick to Diogenes, who lends him his lantern. Sometimes they enter into combat there. Calvin seizes Socinius by the hair. But nothing arrests nor interrupts the tension of all these energies toward the goal, and the vast, simultaneous activity, which goes and comes, mounts, descends, and mounts again in these obscurities. And which immense unknown swarming slowly transforms the top and the bottom and the inside and the outside. Society hardly even suspects this digging which leaves its surface intact and changes its bowels. There are as many different subterranean stages as there are varying works, as there are extractions. What emerges from these deep excavations? The future. The deeper one goes, the more mysterious are the toilers. The work is good, up to a degree which the social philosophies are able to recognize. Beyond that degree it is doubtful and mixed. Lower down, it becomes terrible. At a certain depth, the excavations are no longer penetrable by the spirit of civilization, the limit breathable by man has been passed, a beginning of monsters is possible. The descending scale is a strange one. And each one of the rungs of this ladder corresponds to a stage where philosophy can find foothold, and where one encounters one of these workmen, sometimes divine, sometimes misshapen. Below John Huss, there is Luther. Below Luther, there is Descartes. Below Descartes, there is Voltaire. Below Voltaire, there is Condorcet. Below Condorcet, there is Robespierre. Below Robespierre, there is Marat. Below Marat there is Babeuf. And so it goes on. Lower down, confusedly, at the limit which separates the indistinct from the invisible, one perceives other gloomy men, who perhaps do not exist as yet. The men of yesterday are specters, those of tomorrow are forms. The eye of the spirit distinguishes them but obscurely. The embryonic work of the future is one of the visions of philosophy. A world in limbo, in the state of fetus, what an unheard of spectre. Saint-Simon, Owen, Fourier, are there also, in lateral galleries. Surely, although a divine and invisible chain unknown to themselves, binds together all these subterranean pioneers who, almost always, think themselves isolated, and who are not so, their works vary greatly. And the light of some contrasts with the blaze of others. The first are paradisiacal, the last are tragic. Nevertheless, whatever may be the contrast, all these toilers, from the highest to the most nocturnal, from the wisest to the most foolish, possess one likeness, and this is it, disinterestedness. Marat forgets himself like Jesus. They throw themselves on one side, they omit themselves, they think not of themselves. They have a glance, and that glance seeks the absolute. The first has the whole heavens in his eyes. The last, enigmatical though he may be, has still, beneath his eyelids, the pale beam of the infinite. Venerate the man, whoever he may be, who has this sign, the starry eye. The shadowy eye is the other sign. With it, evil commences. Reflect and tremble in the presence of any one who has no glance at all. The social order has its black minors. There is a point where depth is tantamount to burial, and where light becomes extinct. Below all these minds which we have just mentioned, below all these galleries, below this whole immense, subterranean, Venus system of progress and utopia, much further on in the earth, much lower than Marat, lower than Babeuf, lower, much lower. And without any connection with the upper levels, there lies the last mine. A formidable spot. This is what we have designated as the Le Troisième Decis. It is the grave of shadows. It is the cellar of the blind. Inferi. This communicates with the abyss. Chapter 2. The lowest depths. Their disinterestedness vanishes. The demon is vaguely outlined, each one is for himself. The eye in the eyes howls, seeks, fumbles, and gnaws. The social Ugolino is in this gulf. The wild spectres who roam in this grave, almost beasts, almost phantoms, are not occupied with universal progress, they are ignorant both of the idea and of the word. They take no thought for anything but the satisfaction of their individual desires. They are almost unconscious, and there exists within them a sort of terrible obliteration. They have two mothers, both stepmothers, ignorance and misery. They have a guide, necessity, and for all forms of satisfaction, appetite. They are brutally voracious, that is to say, ferocious, not after the fashion of the tyrant, but after the fashion of the tiger. From suffering these spectres pass to crime. Fatal affiliation, dizzy creation, logic of darkness. That which crawls in the social third lower level is no longer complaint stifled by the absolute, it is the protest of matter. Man there becomes a dragon. To be hungry, to be thirsty, that is the point of departure, to be Satan, that is the point reached. From that vault Lacenaire emerges. We have just seen, in Book IV, one of the compartments of the upper mine, of the great political, revolutionary, and philosophical excavation. There, as we have just said, all is pure, noble, dignified, honest. There, assuredly, one might be misled, but error is worthy of veneration there, so thoroughly does it imply heroism. The work there effected, taken as a whole has a name, progress. The moment has now come when we must take a look at other depths, hideous depths. There exists beneath society, we insist upon this point, and there will exist, until that day when ignorance shall be dissipated, the great cavern of evil. This cavern is below all, and is the foe of all. It is hatred, without exception. This cavern knows no philosophers, its dagger has never cut a pen. Its blackness has no connection with the sublime blackness of the inkstand. Never have the fingers of night which contract beneath this stifling ceiling, turned the leaves of a book nor unfolded a newspaper. Babeuf is a speculator to Cartouche, Marat is an aristocrat to Schinderhannes. This cavern has for its object the destruction of everything. Of everything. Including the upper superior minds, which it execrates. It not only undermines, in its hideous swarming, the actual social order. It undermines philosophy, it undermines human thought, it undermines civilization, it undermines revolution, it undermines progress. Its name is simply theft, prostitution, murder, assassination. It is darkness, and it desires chaos. Its vault is formed of ignorance. All the others, those above it, have but one object, to suppress it. It is to this point that philosophy and progress tend, with all their organs simultaneously, by their amelioration of the real, as well as by their contemplation of the absolute. Destroy the cavern ignorance and you destroy the lair crime. Let us condense, in a few words, a part of what we have just written. The only social peril is darkness. Humanity is identity. All men are made of the same clay. There is no difference, here below, at least, in predestination. The same shadow in front, the same flesh in the present, the same ashes afterwards. But ignorance, mingled with the human paste, blackens it. This incurable blackness takes possession of the interior of a man and is there converted into evil. Chapter 3. Babet, Guillaume, Claquous, and Montparnasse. A quartet of ruffians, Claquous, Guillaume, Babet, and Montparnasse governed the third lower floor of Paris, from 1830 to 1835. Guillaume was a Hercules of no defined position. For his lair he had the sewer of the Archimerion. He was 6 feet high, his pectoral muscles were of marble, his biceps of brass, his breath was that of a cavern, his torso that of a colossus, his head that of a bird. One thought one beheld the Farnese Hercules clad in duck trousers and a cotton velvet waistcoat. Guillaume, built after this sculptural fashion, might have subdued monsters, he had found it more expeditious to be one. A low brow, large temples, less than 40 years of age, but with crow's feet, harsh, short hair, cheeks like a brush, a beard like that of a wild boar, the reader can see the man before him. His muscles called for work, his stupidity would have none of it. He was a great, idle force. He was an assassin through coolness. He was thought to be a Creole. He had, probably, somewhat to do with Marshal Brune, having been a porter at Avignon in 1815. After this stage, he had turned ruffian. The diaphaneity of Babet contrasted with the grossness of Guillaume. Babet was thin and learned. He was transparent but impenetrable. Daylight was visible through his bones, but nothing through his eyes. He declared that he was a chemist. He had been a jack of all trades. He had played in vaudeville at Saint Mihiel. He was a man of purpose, a fine talker, who underlined his smiles and accentuated his gestures. His occupation consisted in selling, in the open air, plaster busts and portraits of the head of the state. In addition to this, he extracted teeth. He had exhibited phenomena at fairs, and he had owned a booth with a trumpet and this poster, Babet, dental artist, member of the academies, makes physical experiments on metals and metalloids, extracts teeth. Undertakes stumps abandoned by his brother practitioners. Price, 1 tooth, 1 franc, 50 centimes, 2 teeth, 2 francs, 3 teeth, 2 francs, 50. Take advantage of this opportunity. This take advantage of this opportunity meant, have as many teeth extracted as possible. He had been married and had had children. He did not know what had become of his wife and children. He had lost them as one loses his handkerchief. Babet read the papers, a striking exception in the world to which he belonged. One day, at the period when he had his family with him in his booth on wheels, he had read in the Messager, that a woman had just given birth to a child, who was doing well, and had a calf's muzzle, and he exclaimed, "There's a fortune. My wife has not the wit to present me with a child like that." Later on he had abandoned everything, in order to undertake Paris. This was his expression. Who was Claquous? He was night. He waited until the sky was daubed with black, before he showed himself. At nightfall he emerged from the hole whither he returned before daylight. Where was this hole? No one knew. He only addressed his accomplices in the most absolute darkness, and with his back turned to them. Was his name Claquous? Certainly not. If a candle was brought, he put on a mask. He was a ventriloquist. Babet said, Claquous is a nocturne for 2 voices. Claquous was vague, terrible, and a roamer. No one was sure whether he had a name, Claquous being a sobriquet. None was sure that he had a voice, as his stomach spoke more frequently than his voice. No one was sure that he had a face, as he was never seen without his mask. He disappeared as though he had vanished into thin air. When he appeared, it was as though he sprang from the earth. A lugubrious being was Montparnasse. Montparnasse was a child. Less than 20 years of age, with a handsome face, lips like cherries, charming black hair, the brilliant light of springtime in his eyes, he had all vices and aspired to all crimes. The digestion of evil aroused in him an appetite for worse. It was the street boy turned pickpocket, and a pickpocket turned garroter. He was genteel, effeminate, graceful, robust, sluggish, ferocious. The rim of his hat was curled up on the left side, in order to make room for a tuft of hair, after the style of 1829. He lived by robbery with violence. His coat was of the best cut, but threadbare. Montparnasse was a fashion plate in misery and given to the commission of murders. The cause of all this youth's crimes was the desire to be well dressed. The first grisette who had said to him, "You are handsome," had cast the stain of darkness into his heart, and had made a Cain of this Abel. Finding that he was handsome, he desired to be elegant. Now, the height of elegance is idleness. Idleness in a poor man means crime. Few prowlers were so dreaded as Montparnasse. At 18, he had already numerous corpses in his past. More than one passerby lay with outstretched arms in the presence of this wretch, with his face in a pool of blood. Curled, pomaded, with laced waist, the hips of a woman, the bust of a Prussian officer, the murmur of admiration from the boulevard wenches surrounding him, his cravat knowingly tied, a bludgeon in his pocket, a flower in his buttonhole. Such was this dandy of the sepulchre. Chapter 4. Composition of the Troupe. These 4 ruffians formed a sort of Proteus, winding like a serpent among the police, and striving to escape Vidocq's indiscreet glances under divers forms, tree, flame, fountain. Lending each other their names and their traps, hiding in their own shadows, boxes with secret compartments and refuges for each other, stripping off their personalities, as one removes his false nose at a masked ball. Sometimes simplifying matters to the point of consisting of but one individual, sometimes multiplying themselves to such a point that Coquelicoeur himself took them for a whole throng. These 4 men were not 4 men, they were a sort of mysterious robber with 4 heads, operating on a grand scale on Paris. They were that monstrous polyp of evil, which inhabits the crypt of society. Thanks to their ramifications, and to the network underlying their relations, Babet, Guillaumer, Claquus, and Montparnasse were charged with the general enterprise of the ambushes of the Department of the Seine. The inventors of ideas of that nature, men with nocturnal imaginations, applied to them to have their ideas executed. They furnished the canvas to the four rascals, and the latter undertook the preparation of the scenery. They labored at the stage setting. They were always in a condition to lend a force proportioned and suitable to all crimes which demanded a lift of the shoulder, and which were sufficiently lucrative. When a crime was in quest of arms, they underlet their accomplices. They kept a troupe of actors of the shadows at the disposition of all underground tragedies. They were in the habit of assembling at nightfall, the hour when they woke up, on the plains which adjoined the Salpêtrière. There they held their conferences. They had 12 black hours before them, they regulated their employment accordingly. Patron Minette, such was the name which was bestowed in the subterranean circulation on the association of these four men. In the fantastic, ancient, popular parlance, which is vanishing day by day, Patron Minette signifies the morning, the same as entre chien et loup, between dog and wolf, signifies the evening. This appellation, Patron Minette, was probably derived from the hour at which their work ended, the dawn being the vanishing moment for phantoms and for the separation of ruffians. These four men were known under this title. When the president of the Assizes visited Lacenaire in his prison, and questioned him concerning a misdeed which Lacenaire denied, "Who did it?" demanded the president. Lacenaire made this response, enigmatical so far as the magistrate was concerned, but clear to the police: perhaps it was Patron Minette. A piece can sometimes be divined on the enunciation of the personages. In the same manner a band can almost be judged from the list of ruffians composing it. Here are the appellations to which the principal members of Patron Minette answered, for the names have survived in special memoirs. Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenail. Brujon. There was a Brujon dynasty, we cannot refrain from interpolating this word. Boulatruelle, the road mender already introduced. La Veuve. Finistère. Homer Hogu, a Negro. Mardi Soir. Tuesday evening. Dépêche. Make haste. Fauntleroy, alias Bouquetier, the flower girl. Glorieux, a discharged convict. Barricarosse, stop carriage, called Monsieur Dupont. L'Esplanade du Sud. Pausagrive. Carmagnolet. Cruidaniers, called Bizarro. Mangadentel. Les Cedars. Les Pites en l'air. Feet in the air. Demi-liard, called Dumilliards. Etc., etc. We pass over some, and not the worst of them. These names have faces attached. They do not express merely beings, but species. Each one of these names corresponds to a variety of those misshapen fungi from the underside of civilization. Those beings, who were not very lavish with their countenances, were not among the men whom one sees passing along the streets. Fatigued by the wild nights which they passed, they went off by day to sleep, sometimes in the lime-kilns, sometimes in the abandoned quarries of Montmartre or Montrouge, sometimes in the sewers. They ran to earth. What became of these men? They still exist. They have always existed. Horace speaks of them, ambubierum collegia, pharmacopoly, mendici, mimi, and so long as society remains what it is, they will remain what they are. Beneath the obscure roof of their cavern, they are continually born again from the social ooze. They return, spectres, but always identical, only, they no longer bear the same names and they are no longer in the same skins. The individuals extirpated, the tribe subsists. They always have the same faculties. From the vagrant to the tramp, the race is maintained in its purity. They divine purses in pockets, they scent out watches in fobs. Gold and silver possess an odor for them. There exist ingenuous bourgeois, of whom it might be said, that they have a stealable air. These men patiently pursue these bourgeois. They experience the quivers of a spider at the passage of a stranger or of a man from the country. These men are terrible, when one encounters them, or catches a glimpse of them, towards midnight, on a deserted boulevard. They do not seem to be men but forms composed of living mists. One would say that they habitually constitute one mass with the shadows, that they are in no wise distinct from them, that they possess no other soul than the darkness. And that it is only momentarily and for the purpose of living for a few minutes a monstrous life, that they have separated from the night. What is necessary to cause these spectres to vanish? Light. Light in floods. Not a single bat can resist the dawn. Light up society from below. Book 8. The Wicked Poor Man. Chapter 1. Marius, while seeking a girl in a bonnet, encounters a man in a cap. Summer passed, then the autumn, winter came. Neither M. Leblanc nor the young girl had again set foot in the Luxembourg garden. Thenceforth, Marius had but one thought, to gaze once more on that sweet and adorable face. He sought constantly, he sought everywhere, he found nothing. He was no longer Marius, the enthusiastic dreamer, the firm, resolute, ardent man, the bold defier of fate, the brain which erected future on future, the young spirit encumbered with plans, with projects, with pride, with ideas and wishes. He was a lost dog. He fell into a black melancholy. All was over. Work disgusted him, walking tired him. Vast nature, formerly so filled with forms, lights, voices, counsels, perspectives, horizons, teachings, now lay empty before him. It seemed to him that everything had disappeared. He thought incessantly, for he could not do otherwise, but he no longer took pleasure in his thoughts. To everything that they proposed to him in a whisper, he replied in his darkness, "What is the use?" He heaped 100 reproaches on himself. Why did I follow her? I was so happy at the mere sight of her. She looked at me, was not that immense? She had the air of loving me. Was not that everything? I wished to have, what? There was nothing after that. I have been absurd. It is my own fault, etc., etc. Courfeyrac, to whom he confided nothing, it was his nature, but who made some little guess at everything, that was his nature, had begun by congratulating him on being in love, though he was amazed at it. Then, seeing Marius fall into this melancholy state, he ended by saying to him, "I see that you have been simply an animal. Here, come to the chaumiere." Once, having confidence in a fine September sun, Marius had allowed himself to be taken to the ball at Sceaux by Courfeyrac, Bossuet, and Grantaire, hoping, what a dream! That he might, perhaps, find her there. Of course he did not see the one he sought. But this is the place, all the same, where all lost women are found, grumbled Grantaire in an aside. Marius left his friends at the ball and returned home on foot, alone, through the night, weary, feverish, with sad and troubled eyes, stunned by the noise and dust of the merry wagons filled with singing creatures on their way home from the feast, which passed close to him, as he, in his discouragement, breathed in the acrid scent of the walnut trees, along the road, in order to refresh his head. He took to living more and more alone, utterly overwhelmed, wholly given up to his inward anguish, going and coming in his pain like the wolf in the trap, seeking the absent one everywhere, stupefied by love. On another occasion, he had an encounter which produced on him a singular effect. He met, in the narrow streets in the vicinity of the Boulevard des Invalides, a man dressed like a workingman and wearing a cap with a long visor, which allowed a glimpse of locks of very white hair. Marius was struck with the beauty of this white hair, and scrutinized the man, who was walking slowly and as though absorbed in painful meditation. Strange to say, he thought that he recognized M. Leblanc. The hair was the same, also the profile, so far as the cap permitted a view of it, the mien identical, only more depressed. But why these workingmen's clothes? What was the meaning of this? What signified that disguise? Marius was greatly astonished. When he recovered himself, his first impulse was to follow the man, who knows whether he did not hold at last the clue which he was seeking. In any case, he must see the man near at hand, and clear up the mystery. But the idea occurred to him too late, the man was no longer there. He had turned into some little side street, and Marius could not find him. This encounter occupied his mind for 3 days and then was effaced. After all, he said to himself, it was probably only a resemblance. Chapter 2. Treasure Trove. Marius had not left the Gorbeau house. He paid no attention to anyone there. At that epoch, to tell the truth, there were no other inhabitants in the house, except himself and those Jondrettes whose rent he had once paid, without, moreover, ever having spoken to either father, mother, or daughters. The other lodgers had moved away or had died, or had been turned out in default of payment. One day during that winter, the sun had shown itself a little in the afternoon, but it was the 2d of February, that ancient Candlemas day whose treacherous sun, the precursor of a 6 weeks' cold spell, inspired Matthew Lensberg with these 2 lines, which have with justice remained classic. Chu il Louise ou chu il Louiserne. Lors rentre dans nsa caverne. Whether the sun shines brightly or dim, the bear returns to his cave. Marius had just emerged from his, night was falling. It was the hour for his dinner, for he had been obliged to take to dining again, alas. Oh, infirmities of ideal passions. He had just crossed his threshold, where Ma'am Bougon was sweeping at the moment, as she uttered this memorable monologue. What is there that is cheap now? Everything is dear. There is nothing in the world that is cheap except trouble. You can get that for nothing, the trouble of the world. Marius slowly ascended the boulevard towards the barrier, in order to reach the Rue Saint-Jacques. He was walking along with drooping head. All at once, he felt someone elbow him in the dusk. He wheeled round, and saw 2 young girls clad in rags, the one tall and slim, the other a little shorter, who were passing rapidly, all out of breath, in terror, and with the appearance of fleeing. They had been coming to meet him, had not seen him, and had jostled him as they passed. Through the twilight, Marius could distinguish their livid faces, their wild heads, their disheveled hair, their hideous bonnets, their ragged petticoats, and their bare feet. They were talking as they ran. The taller said in a very low voice, "The bobbies have come. They came near nabbing me at the half-circle." The other answered, "I saw them. I bolted, bolted, bolted." Through this repulsive slang, Marius understood that gendarmes or the police had come near apprehending these 2 children, and that the latter had escaped. They plunged among the trees of the boulevard behind him, and there created, for a few minutes, in the gloom, a sort of vague white spot, then disappeared. Marius had halted for a moment. He was about to pursue his way, when his eye lighted on a little grayish package lying on the ground at his feet. He stooped and picked it up. It was a sort of envelope which appeared to contain papers. Good, he said to himself, those unhappy girls dropped it. He retraced his steps, he called, he did not find them, he reflected that they must already be far away, put the package in his pocket, and went off to dine. On the way, he saw in an alley of the Rue Mouffetard, a child's coffin, covered with a black cloth resting on 3 chairs, and illuminated by a candle. The 2 girls of the twilight recurred to his mind. Poor mothers, he thought. There is one thing sadder than to see one's children die, it is to see them leading an evil life. Then those shadows which had varied his melancholy vanished from his thoughts, and he fell back once more into his habitual preoccupations. He fell to thinking once more of his 6 months of love and happiness in the open air and the broad daylight, beneath the beautiful trees of Luxembourg. How gloomy my life has become, he said to himself. Young girls are always appearing to me, only formerly they were angels and now they are ghouls. Chapter 3. Quadrafrons. That evening, as he was undressing preparatory to going to bed, his hand came in contact, in the pocket of his coat, with the packet which he had picked up on the boulevard. He had forgotten it. He thought that it would be well to open it, and that this package might possibly contain the address of the young girls, if it really belonged to them, and, in any case, the information necessary to a restitution to the person who had lost it. He opened the envelope. It was not sealed and contained 4 letters, also unsealed. They bore addresses. All four exhaled a horrible odor of tobacco. The first was addressed, to Madame la Marquise de Grucheray, the place opposite the Chamber of Deputies, No. Marius said to himself, that he should probably find in it the information which he sought, and that, moreover, the letter being open, it was probable that it could be read without impropriety. It was conceived as follows. Madame la Marquise, the virtue of clemency and piety is that which most closely unites society. Turn your Christian spirit and cast a look of compassion on this unfortunate Spanish victim of loyalty and attachment to the sacred cause of legitimacy, who has given with his blood, consecrated his fortune, everything, to defend that cause. And today finds himself in the greatest misery. He doubts not that your honorable person will grant succor to preserve an existence extremely painful for a military man of education and honor full of wounds. Counts in advance on the humanity which animates you and on the interest which Madame la Marquise bears to a nation so unfortunate. Their prayer will not be in vain, and their gratitude will preserve their charming souvenir. My respectful sentiments, with which I have the honor to be, Madame Don Alvarez, Spanish captain of cavalry, a royalist who has take refuge in France, who finds himself on travels for his country, and the resources are lacking him to continue his travels. No address was joined to the signature. Marius hoped to find the address in the second letter, whose superscription read, a Madame la Comtesse de Montvernet, Rue Cassette, No. 9. This is what Marius read in it. Madame la Comtesse, it is an unhappy mother of a family of 6 children, the last of which is only 8 months old. I sick since my last confinement, abandoned by my husband 5 months ago, having no resources in the world, the most frightful indigence. In the hope of Madame la Comtesse, she has the honor to be, Madame, with profound respect, Mistress Balizard. Marius turned to the third letter, which was a petition like the preceding. He read. Monsieur Pabourget, Elector, Wholesale Stocking Merchant. Rue Saint-Denis on the corner of the Rue aux Furs. I permit myself to address you this letter to beg you to grant me the precious favor of your sympathies and to interest yourself in a man of letters who has just sent a drama to the Théâtre Français. The subject is historical, and the action takes place in Auvergne in the time of the Empire. The style, I think, is natural, laconic, and may have some merit. There are couplets to be sung in 4 places. The comic, the serious, the unexpected, are mingled in a variety of characters, and a tinge of romanticism lightly spread through all the intrigue which proceeds mysteriously, and ends, after striking alterations, in the midst of many beautiful strokes of brilliant scenes. My principal object is to satisfy the desire which progressively animates the man of our century, that is to say, the fashion, that capricious and bizarre weathervane which changes at almost every new wind. In spite of these qualities, I have reason to fear that jealousy, the egotism of privileged authors, may obtain my exclusion from the theatre, for I am not ignorant of the mortifications with which newcomers are treated. Monsieur Pabourget, your just reputation as an enlightened protector of men of litters emboldens me to send you my daughter, who will explain our indigant situation to you, lacking bread and fire in this winter season. When I say to you that I beg you to accept the dedication of my drama, which I desire to make to you and of all those that I shall make, is to prove to you how great is my ambition to have the honor of sheltering myself under your protection, and of adorning my writings with your name. If you deign to honor me with the most modest offering, I shall immediately occupy myself in making a piece of verse to pay you my tribute of gratitude, which I shall endeavor to render this piece as perfect as possible, will be sent to you before it is inserted at the beginning of the drama and delivered on the stage. To Monsieur and Madame Pabourget, my most respectful compliments. Genflot, man of letters. P.S. Even if it is only 40 sous. Excuse me for sending my daughter and not presenting myself, but sad motives connected with the toilet do not permit me, alas, to go out. Finally, Marius opened the 4th letter. The address ran, to the benevolent gentleman of the Church of St. Jacques du Haut Pas. It contained the following lines. Benevolent man, if you deign to accompany my daughter, you will behold a miserable calamity, and I will show you my certificates. At the aspect of these writings your generous soul will be moved with a sentiment of obvious benevolence, for true philosophers always feel lively emotions. Admit, compassionate man, that it is necessary to suffer the most cruel need, and that it is very painful, for the sake of obtaining a little relief. To get oneself attested by the authorities as though one were not free to suffer and to die of inanition while waiting to have our misery relieved. Destinies are very fatal for several and too prodigal or too protecting for others. I await your presents or your offering, if you deign to make one, and I beseech you to accept the respectful sentiments with which I have the honor to be. Truly magnanimous man. Your very humble and very obedient servant. P. Fabantu, dramatic artist. After perusing these 4 letters, Marius did not find himself much further advanced than before. In the first place, not one of the signers gave his address. Then, they seemed to come from 4 different individuals, Don Alvarez, Mistress Balizard, the poet Genflot, and dramatic artist Fabantu, but the singular thing about these letters was, that all 4 were written by the same hand. What conclusion was to be drawn from this, except that they all come from the same person? Moreover, and this rendered the conjecture all the more probable, the coarse and yellow paper was the same in all 4, the odor of tobacco was the same, and, although an attempt had been made to vary the style, the same orthographical faults were reproduced with the greatest tranquillity, and the man of letters Genflot was no more exempt from them than the Spanish captain. It was waste of trouble to try to solve this petty mystery. Had it not been a chance find, it would have borne the air of a mystification. Marius was too melancholy to take even a chance pleasantry well, and to lend himself to a game which the pavement of the street seemed desirous of playing with him. It seemed to him that he was playing the part of the blind man in Blind Man's Buff between the 4 letters, and that they were making sport of him. Nothing, however, indicated that these letters belonged to the 2 young girls whom Marius had met on the boulevard. After all, they were evidently papers of no value. Marius replaced them in their envelope, flung the whole into a corner and went to bed. About 7 o'clock in the morning, he had just risen and breakfasted, and was trying to settle down to work, when there came a soft knock at his door. As he owned nothing, he never locked his door, unless occasionally, though very rarely, when he was engaged in some pressing work. Even when absent he left his key in the lock. "You will be robbed," said Ma'am Bougon. "Of what?" said Marius. The truth is, however, that he had, one day, been robbed of an old pair of boots, to the great triumph of Ma'am Bougon. There came a second knock, as gentle as the first. "Come in," said Marius. The door opened. "What do you want, Ma'am Bougon?" asked Marius, without raising his eyes from the books and manuscripts on his table. A voice which did not belong to Ma'am Bougon replied. "Excuse me, sir." It was a dull, broken, hoarse, strangled voice, the voice of an old man, roughened with brandy and liquor. Marius turned round hastily, and beheld a young girl. Chapter 4. A Rose in Misery. A very young girl was standing in the half-open door. The dormer window of the garret, through which the light fell, was precisely opposite the door, and illuminated the figure with a wan light. She was a frail, emaciated, slender creature. There was nothing but a chemise and a petticoat upon that chilled and shivering nakedness. Her girdle was a string, her head ribbon a string, her pointed shoulders emerged from her chemise, a blonde and lymphatic pallor, earth-colored collarbones, red hands, a half-open and degraded mouth, missing teeth, dull, bold, base eyes. She had the form of a young girl who has missed her youth, and the look of a corrupt old woman, 50 years mingled with 15. One of those beings which are both feeble and horrible, and which cause those to shudder whom they do not cause to weep. Marius had risen, and was staring in a sort of stupor at this being, who was almost like the forms of the shadows which traverse dreams. The most heartbreaking thing of all was, that this young girl had not come into the world to be homely. In her early childhood she must even have been pretty. The grace of her age was still struggling against the hideous, premature decrepitude of debauchery and poverty. The remains of beauty were dying away in that face of 16, like the pale sunlight which is extinguished under hideous clouds at dawn on a winter's day. That face was not wholly unknown to Marius. He thought he remembered having seen it somewhere. "What do you wish, mademoiselle?" he asked. The young girl replied in her voice of a drunken convict. "Here is a letter for you, Monsieur Marius." She called Marius by his name. He could not doubt that he was the person whom she wanted, but who was this girl? How did she know his name? Without waiting for him to tell her to advance, she entered. She entered resolutely, staring, with a sort of assurance that made the heart bleed, at the whole room and the unmade bed. Her feet were bare. Large holes in her petticoat permitted glimpses of her long legs and her thin knees. She was shivering. She held a letter in her hand, which she presented to Marius. Marius, as he opened the letter, noticed that the enormous wafer which sealed it was still moist. The message could not have come from a distance. He read: "My amiable neighbor, young man, I have learned of your goodness to me, that you paid my rent 6 months ago. I bless you, young man. My eldest daughter will tell you that we have been without a morsel of bread for 2 days, for persons and my spouse ill. If I am not deceived in my opinion, I think I may hope that your generous heart will melt at this statement and the desire will subjugate you to be propitious to me by deigning to lavish on me a slight favor. I am with the distinguished consideration which is due to the benefactors of humanity. Jondrette. P.S. My eldest daughter will await your orders, dear Monsieur Marius." This letter, coming in the very midst of the mysterious adventure which had occupied Marius' thoughts ever since the preceding evening, was like a candle in a cellar. All was suddenly illuminated. This letter came from the same place as the other 4. There was the same writing, the same style, the same orthography, the same paper, the same odor of tobacco. There were 5 missives, 5 histories, 5 signatures, and a single signer. The Spanish captain Don Alvarez, the unhappy mistress Balazard, the dramatic poet Genflot, the old comedian Fabantou, were all 4 named Jondrette, if, indeed, Jondrette himself were named Jondrette. Marius had lived in the house for a tolerably long time, and he had had, as we have said, but very rare occasion to see, to even catch a glimpse of, his extremely mean neighbors. His mind was elsewhere, and where the mind is, there the eyes are also. He had been obliged more than once to pass the Jondrettes in the corridor or on the stairs, but they were mere forms to him. He had paid so little heed to them, that, on the preceding evening, he had jostled the Jondrette girls on the boulevard, without recognizing them, for it had evidently been they. And it was with great difficulty that the one who had just entered his room had awakened in him, in spite of disgust and pity, a vague recollection of having met her elsewhere. Now he saw everything clearly. He understood that his neighbor Jondrette, in his distress, exercised the industry of speculating on the charity of benevolent persons, that he procured addresses. And that he wrote under feigned names to people whom he judged to be wealthy and compassionate, letters which his daughters delivered at their risk and peril, for this father had come to such a pass, that he risked his daughters. He was playing a game with fate, and he used them as the stake. Marius understood that probably, judging from their flight on the evening before, from their breathless condition, from their terror and from the words of slang which he had overheard, these unfortunate creatures were plying some inexplicably sad profession, and that the result of the whole was, in the midst of human society, as it is now constituted, 2 miserable beings who were neither girls nor women. A species of impure and innocent monsters produced by misery. Sad creatures, without name, or sex, or age, to whom neither good nor evil were any longer possible, and who, on emerging from childhood, have already nothing in this world, neither liberty, nor virtue, nor responsibility. Souls which blossomed out yesterday, and are faded today, like those flowers let fall in the streets, which are soiled with every sort of mire, while waiting for some wheel to crush them. Nevertheless, while Marius bent a pained and astonished gaze on her, the young girl was wandering back and forth in the garret with the audacity of a spectre. She kicked about, without troubling herself as to her nakedness. Occasionally her chemise, which was untied and torn, fell almost to her waist. She moved the chairs about, she disarranged the toilet articles which stood on the commode, she handled Marius' clothes, she rummaged about to see what there was in the corners. "Hullo," said she, "you have a mirror." And she hummed scraps of vaudevilles, as though she had been alone, frolicsome refrains which her hoarse and guttural voice rendered lugubrious. An indescribable constraint, weariness, and humiliation were perceptible beneath this hardihood. Effrontery is a disgrace. Nothing could be more melancholy than to see her sport about the room, and, so to speak, flit with the movements of a bird which is frightened by the daylight, or which has broken its wing. One felt that under other conditions of education and destiny, the gay and over-free mien of this young girl might have turned out sweet and charming. Never, even among animals, does the creature born to be a dove change into an osprey. That is only to be seen among men. Marius reflected, and allowed her to have her way. She approached the table. "Ah," said she, "books." A flash pierced her glassy eye. She resumed, and her accent expressed the happiness which she felt in boasting of something, to which no human creature is insensible. "I know how to read, I do." She eagerly seized a book which lay open on the table, and read with tolerable fluency. General Valjean received orders to take the chateau of Hougomont which stands in the middle of the plain of Waterloo, with 5 battalions of his brigade. She paused. "Ah! Waterloo. I know about that. It was a battle long ago. My father was there. My father has served in the armies. We are fine Bonapartists in our house, that we are. Waterloo was against the English." She laid down the book, caught up a pen, and exclaimed. "And I know how to write, too." She dipped her pen in the ink, and turning to Marius. "Do you want to see? Look here, I'm going to write a word to show you." And before he had time to answer, she wrote on a sheet of white paper, which lay in the middle of the table, "The bobbies are here." Then throwing down the pen. "There are no faults of orthography. You can look. We have received an education, my sister and I. We have not always been as we are now. We were not made." Here she paused, fixed her dull eyes on Marius, and burst out laughing, saying, with an intonation which contained every form of anguish, stifled by every form of cynicism, "Bah!" And she began to hum these words to a gay air. "J'ai faim, mon père. I am hungry, father. Pas de fricat. I have no food. J'ai froid, ma mère. I am cold, mother. Pas de tricot. I have no clothes. Grelotte, lalotte. Lalotte. Shiver. Sanglote, sob. Jacko. Jacko." She had hardly finished this couplet, when she exclaimed. "Do you ever go to the play, Monsieur Marius?" "I do. I have a little brother who is a friend of the artists, and who gives me tickets sometimes. But I don't like the benches in the galleries. One is cramped and uncomfortable there. There are rough people there sometimes, and people who smell bad." Then she scrutinized Marius, assumed a singular air and said, "Do you know, Mr. Marius, that you are a very handsome fellow?" And at the same moment the same idea occurred to them both, and made her smile and him blush. She stepped up to him, and laid her hand on his shoulder. "You pay no heed to me, but I know you, Mr. Marius. I meet you here on the staircase, and then I often see you going to a person named Father Mabeuf who lives in the direction of Austerlitz, sometimes when I have been strolling in that quarter. It is very becoming to you to have your hair tumbled thus." She tried to render her voice soft, but only succeeded in making it very deep. A portion of her words was lost in the transit from her larynx to her lips, as though on a piano where some notes are missing. Marius had retreated gently. "Mademoiselle," said he, with his cool gravity, "I have here a package which belongs to you, I think. Permit me to return it to you." And he held out the envelope containing the 4 letters. She clapped her hands and exclaimed. We have been looking everywhere for that. Then she eagerly seized the package and opened the envelope, saying as she did so. Dieu de Dieu! How my sister and I have hunted! And it was you who found it. On the boulevard, was it not? It must have been on the boulevard. You see, we let it fall when we were running. It was that brat of a sister of mine who was so stupid. When we got home, we could not find it anywhere. As we did not wish to be beaten, as that is useless, as that is entirely useless, as that is absolutely useless, we said that we had carried the letters to the proper persons, and that they had said to us, nix. So here they are, those poor letters. And how did you find out that they belonged to me? Ah! Yes, the writing. So it was you that we jostled as we passed last night. We couldn't see. I said to my sister, is it a gentleman? My sister said to me, I think it is a gentleman. In the meanwhile she had unfolded the petition addressed to the benevolent gentleman of the Church of St. Jacques du Haut-Pas. Here, said she, this is for that old fellow who goes to Mass. By the way, this is his hour. I'll go and carry it to him. Perhaps he will give us something to breakfast on. Then she began to laugh again, and added. Do you know what it will mean if we get a breakfast today? It will mean that we shall have had our breakfast of the day before yesterday, our breakfast of yesterday, our dinner of today, and all that at once, and this morning. Come. Parbleu. If you are not satisfied, dogs, burst. This reminded Marius of the wretched girl's errand to himself. He fumbled in his waistcoat pocket, and found nothing there. The young girl went on, and seemed to have no consciousness of Marius' presence. I often go off in the evening. Sometimes I don't come home again. Last winter, before we came here, we lived under the arches of the bridges. We huddled together to keep from freezing. My little sister cried. How melancholy the water is. When I thought of drowning myself, I said to myself, no, it's too cold. I go out alone, whenever I choose, I sometimes sleep in the ditches. Do you know, at night, when I walk along the boulevard, I see the trees like forks, I see houses, all black and as big as Notre Dame, I fancy that the white walls are the river, I say to myself, why, there's water there. The stars are like the lamps in illuminations, one would say that they smoked and that the wind blew them out, I am bewildered, as though horses were breathing in my ears. Although it is night, I hear hand organs and spinning machines, and I don't know what all. I think people are flinging stones at me, I flee without knowing whither, everything whirls and whirls. You feel very queer when you have had no food. And then she stared at him with a bewildered air. By dint of searching and ransacking his pockets, Marius had finally collected 5 francs 16 sous. This was all he owned in the world for the moment. At all events, he thought, there is my dinner for today, and tomorrow we will see. He kept the 16 sous, and handed the 5 francs to the young girl. She seized the coin. Good, said she, the sun is shining. And, as though the sun had possessed the property of melting the avalanches of slang in her brain, she went on. 5 francs. The shiner. A monarch. In this hole. Ain't this fine? You're a jolly thief. I'm your humble servant. Bravo for the good fellows. 2 days' wine. And meat. And stew. We'll have a royal feast. And a good fill. She pulled her chemise up on her shoulders, made a low bow to Marius, then a familiar sign with her hand, and went towards the door, saying, Good morning, sir. It's all right. I'll go and find my old man. As she passed, she caught sight of a dry crust of bread on the commode, which was molding there amid the dust. She flung herself upon it and bit into it, muttering. That's good. It's hard. It breaks my teeth. Then she departed. Chapter 5. A Providential Peephole. Marius had lived for 5 years in poverty, in destitution, even in distress, but he now perceived that he had not known real misery. True misery he had but just had a view of. It was its spectre which had just passed before his eyes. In fact, he who has only beheld the misery of man has seen nothing. The misery of woman is what he must see. He who has seen only the misery of woman has seen nothing. He must see the misery of the child. When a man has reached his last extremity, he has reached his last resources at the same time. Woe to the defenseless beings who surround him. Work, wages, bread, fire, courage, goodwill, all fail him simultaneously. The light of day seems extinguished without, the moral light within. In these shadows man encounters the feebleness of the woman and the child, and bends them violently to ignominy. Then all horrors become possible. Despair is surrounded with fragile partitions which all open on either vice or crime. Health, youth, honor, all the shy delicacies of the young body, the heart, virginity, modesty, that epidermis of the soul, are manipulated in sinister wise by that fumbling which seeks resources, which encounters opprobrium, and which accommodates itself to it. Fathers, mothers, children, brothers, sisters, men, women, daughters, adhere and become incorporated, almost like a mineral formation, in that dusky promiscuousness of sexes, relationships, ages, infamies, and innocences. They crouch, back to back, in a sort of hut of fate. They exchange woebegone glances. Oh, the unfortunate wretches! How pale they are! How cold they are! It seems as though they dwelt in a planet much further from the sun than ours. This young girl was to Marius a sort of messenger from the realm of sad shadows. She revealed to him a hideous side of the night. Marius almost reproached himself for the preoccupations of reverie and passion which had prevented his bestowing a glance on his neighbors up to that day. The payment of their rent had been a mechanical movement, which anyone would have yielded to. But he, Marius, should have done better than that. What? Only a wall separated him from those abandoned beings who lived gropingly in the dark outside the pale of the rest of the world. He was elbow to elbow with them. He was, in some sort, the last link of the human race which they touched. He heard them live, or rather, rattle in the death agony beside him, and he paid no heed to them. Every day, every instant, he heard them walking on the other side of the wall. He heard them go, and come, and speak, and he did not even lend an ear. And groans lay in those words, and he did not even listen to them. His thoughts were elsewhere, given up to dreams, to impossible radiances, to loves in the air, to follies. And all the while, human creatures, his brothers in Jesus Christ, his brothers in the people, were agonizing in vain beside him. He even formed a part of their misfortune, and he aggravated it. For if they had had another neighbor who was less chimerical and more attentive, any ordinary and charitable man, evidently their indigence would have been noticed, their signals of distress would have been perceived. And they would have been taken hold of and rescued. They appeared very corrupt and very depraved, no doubt, very vile, very odious even, but those who fall without becoming degraded are rare. Besides, there is a point where the unfortunate and the infamous unite and are confounded in a single word, a fatal word, the miserable. Whose fault is this? And then should not the charity be all the more profound, in proportion as the fall is great? While reading himself this moral lesson, for there were occasions on which Marius, like all truly honest hearts, was his own pedagogue and scolded himself more than he deserved, he stared at the wall which separated him from the Jondrettes. As though he were able to make his gaze, full of pity, penetrate that partition and warm these wretched people. The wall was a thin layer of plaster upheld by laths and beams, and, as the reader had just learned, it allowed the sound of voices and words to be clearly distinguished. Only a man as dreamy as Marius could have failed to perceive this long before. There was no paper pasted on the wall either on the side of the Jondrettes or on that of Marius. The coarse construction was visible in its nakedness. Marius examined the partition, almost unconsciously. Sometimes reverie examines, observes, and scrutinizes as thought would. All at once he sprang up. He had just perceived, near the top, close to the ceiling, a triangular hole, which resulted from the space between 3 lathes. The plaster which should have filled this cavity was missing, and by mounting on the commode, a view could be had through this aperture into the Jondrette's attic. Commiseration has, and should have, its curiosity. This aperture formed a sort of peephole. It is permissible to gaze at misfortune like a traitor in order to succor it. 27. 27. The peephole is a Judas in French. Hence the half-punning allusion. Let us get some little idea of what these people are like, thought Marius, and in what condition they are. He climbed upon the commode, put his eye to the crevice, and looked. Chapter 6. The wild man in his lair. Cities, like forests, have their caverns in which all the most wicked and formidable creatures which they contain conceal themselves. Only, in cities, that which thus conceals itself is ferocious, unclean, and petty, that is to say, ugly. In forests, that which conceals itself is ferocious, savage, and grand, that is to say, beautiful. Taking one lair with another, the beast's is preferable to the man's. Caverns are better than hovels. What Marius now beheld was a hovel. Marius was poor, and his chamber was poverty-stricken, but as his poverty was noble, his garret was neat. The den upon which his eye now rested was abject, dirty, fetid, pestiferous, mean, sordid. The only furniture consisted of a straw chair, an infirm table, some old bits of crockery, and in 2 of the corners, 2 indescribable pallets. All the light was furnished by a dormer window of 4 panes, draped with spiders' webs. Through this aperture there penetrated just enough light to make the face of a man appear like the face of a phantom. The walls had a leprous aspect, and were covered with seams and scars, like a visage disfigured by some horrible malady. A repulsive moisture exuded from them. Obscene sketches roughly sketched with charcoal could be distinguished upon them. The chamber which Marius occupied had a dilapidated brick pavement. This one was neither tiled nor planked. Its inhabitants stepped directly on the antique plaster of the hovel, which had grown black under the long-continued pressure of feet. Upon this uneven floor, where the dirt seemed to be fairly encrusted, and which possessed but one virginity, that of the broom, were capriciously grouped constellations of old shoes, socks, and repulsive rags. However, this room had a fireplace, so it was let for 40 francs a year. There was every sort of thing in that fireplace, a brazier, a pot, broken boards, rags suspended from nails, a bird cage, ashes, and even a little fire. 2 brands were smouldering there in a melancholy way. One thing which added still more to the horrors of this garret was, that it was large. It had projections and angles and black holes, the lower sides of roofs, bays, and promontories. Hence horrible, unfathomable nooks where it seemed as though spiders as big as one's fist, woodlice as large as one's foot, and perhaps even, who knows, some monstrous human beings, must be hiding. One of the pallets was near the door, the other near the window. One end of each touched the fireplace and faced Marius. In a corner near the aperture through which Marius was gazing, a colored engraving in a black frame was suspended to a nail on the wall, and at its bottom, in large letters, was the inscription, "The Dream." This represented a sleeping woman, and a child, also asleep, the child on the woman's lap, an eagle in a cloud, with a crown in his beak, and the woman thrusting the crown away from the child's head, without awaking the latter. In the background, Napoleon in a glory, leaning on a very blue column with a yellow capital ornamented with this inscription. Marengo. Austerlitz. Ione. Wagram. Ellet. Beneath this frame, a sort of wooden panel, which was no longer than it was broad, stood on the ground and rested in a sloping attitude against the wall. It had the appearance of a picture with its face turned to the wall, of a frame probably showing a daub on the other side, of some pier glass detached from a wall and lying forgotten there while waiting to be rehung. Near the table, upon which Marius descried a pen, ink, and paper, sat a man about 60 years of age, small, thin, livid, haggard, with a cunning, cruel, and uneasy air, a hideous scoundrel. If Lavater had studied this visage, he would have found the vulture mingled with the attorney there, the bird of prey and the pettifogger rendering each other mutually hideous and complementing each other. The pettifogger making the bird of prey ignoble, the bird of prey making the pettifogger horrible. This man had a long grey beard. He was clad in a woman's chemise, which allowed his hairy breast and his bare arms, bristling with grey hair, to be seen. Beneath this chemise, muddy trousers and boots through which his toes projected were visible. He had a pipe in his mouth and was smoking. There was no bread in the hovel, but there was still tobacco. He was writing probably some more letters like those which Marius had read. On the corner of the table lay an ancient, dilapidated, reddish volume, and the size, which was the antique 12mo of reading rooms, betrayed a romance. On the cover sprawled the following title, printed in large capitals, God, the King. Honor and the Ladies, by Ducray Dumenil, 1814. As the man wrote, he talked aloud, and Marius heard his words. The idea that there is no equality, even when you are dead. Just look at Père Lachaise. The great, those who are rich, are up above, in the acacia alley, which is paved. They can reach it in a carriage. The little people, the poor, the unhappy, well, what of them? They are put down below, where the mud is up to your knees, in the damp places. They are put there so that they will decay the sooner. You cannot go to see them without sinking into the earth. He paused, smote the table with his fist, and added, as he ground his teeth. Oh! I could eat the whole world. A big woman, who might be 40 years of age, or 100, was crouching near the fireplace on her bare heels. She, too, was clad only in a chemise and a knitted petticoat patched with bits of old cloth. A coarse linen apron concealed the half of her petticoat. Although this woman was doubled up and bent together, it could be seen that she was of very lofty stature. She was a sort of giant, beside her husband. She had hideous hair, of a reddish blonde which was turning grey, and which she thrust back from time to time, with her enormous shining hands, with their flat nails. Beside her, on the floor, wide open, lay a book of the same form as the other, and probably a volume of the same romance. On one of the pallets, Marius caught a glimpse of a sort of tall pale young girl, who sat there half naked and with pendant feet, and who did not seem to be listening or seeing or living. No doubt the younger sister of the one who had come to his room. She seemed to be 11 or 12 years of age. On closer scrutiny it was evident that she really was 14. She was the child who had said, on the boulevard the evening before, I bolted, bolted, bolted. She was of that puny sort which remains backward for a long time, then suddenly starts up rapidly. It is indigence which produces these melancholy human plants. These creatures have neither childhood nor youth. At 15 years of age they appear to be 12, at 16 they seem 20. Today a little girl, tomorrow a woman. One might say that they stride through life, in order to get through with it the more speedily. At this moment, this being had the air of a child. Moreover, no trace of work was revealed in that dwelling. No handicraft, no spinning wheel, not a tool. In one corner lay some ironmongery of dubious aspect. It was the dull listlessness which follows despair and precedes the death agony. Marius gazed for a while at this gloomy interior, more terrifying than the interior of a tomb, for the human soul could be felt fluttering there, and life was palpitating there. The garret, the cellar, the lowly ditch where certain indigent wretches crawl at the very bottom of the social edifice, is not exactly the sepulchre, but only its antechamber. But, as the wealthy display their greatest magnificence at the entrance of their palaces, it seems that death, which stands directly side by side with them, places its greatest miseries in that vestibule. The man held his peace, the woman spoke no word, the young girl did not even seem to breathe. The scratching of the pen on the paper was audible. The man grumbled, without pausing in his writing. Canaille. Canaille. Everybody is canaille. This variation to Solomon's exclamation elicited a sigh from the woman. Calm yourself, my little friend, she said. Don't hurt yourself, my dear. You are too good to write to all those people, husband. Bodies press close to each other in misery, as in cold, but hearts draw apart. This woman must have loved this man, to all appearance, judging from the amount of love within her. But probably, in the daily and reciprocal reproaches of the horrible distress which weighed on the whole group, this had become extinct. There no longer existed in her anything more than the ashes of affection for her husband. Nevertheless, caressing appellations had survived, as is often the case. She called him, my dear, my little friend, my good man, etc., with her mouth while her heart was silent. The man resumed his writing. Chapter 7. Strategy and Tactics. Marius, with a load upon his breast, was on the point of descending from the species of observatory which he had improvised, when a sound attracted his attention and caused him to remain at his post. The door of the attic had just burst open abruptly. The eldest girl made her appearance on the threshold. On her feet, she had large, coarse, men's shoes, bespattered with mud, which had splashed even to her red ankles, and she was wrapped in an old mantle which hung in tatters. Marius had not seen it on her an hour previously, but she had probably deposited it at his door, in order that she might inspire the more pity, and had picked it up again on emerging. She entered, pushed the door to behind her, paused to take breath, for she was completely breathless, then exclaimed with an expression of triumph and joy. "He is coming." The father turned his eyes towards her, the woman turned her head, the little sister did not stir. "Who?" demanded her father. "The gentleman." "The philanthropist?" "Yes." "From the church of Saint Jacques?" "Yes." "That old fellow?" "Yes." "And he is coming?" "He is following me." "You are sure?" "I am sure." "There, truly, he is coming." "He is coming in a fiacre." "In a fiacre." "He is Rothschild." The father rose. "How are you sure? If he is coming in a fiacre, how is it that you arrive before him? You gave him our address at least. Did you tell him that it was the last door at the end of the corridor, on the right? If he only does not make a mistake. So you found him at the church. Did he read my letter? What did he say to you?" "Ta, ta, ta," said the girl, "how you do gallop on, my good man. See here, I entered the church, he was in his usual place, I made him a reverence, and I handed him the letter, he read it and said to me, 'Where do you live, my child?' I said, 'Monsieur, I will show you.' He said to me, 'No, give me your address, my daughter has some purchases to make, I will take a carriage and reach your house at the same time that you do.' I gave him the address. When I mentioned the house, he seemed surprised and hesitated for an instant, then he said, 'Never mind, I will come.' When the mass was finished, I watched him leave the church with his daughter, and I saw them enter a carriage. I certainly did tell him the last door in the corridor, on the right. And what makes you think that he will come? I have just seen the fiacre turn into the Rue Petit Banquier. That is what made me run so." "How do you know that it was the same fiacre?" "Because I took notice of the number, so there." "What was the number?" 440. "Good, you are a clever girl." The girl stared boldly at her father, and showing the shoes which she had on her feet. "A clever girl, possibly. But I tell you I won't put these shoes on again, and that I won't, for the sake of my health, in the first place, and for the sake of cleanliness, in the next. I don't know anything more irritating than shoes that squelch, and go ghi, 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 the whole time. I prefer to go barefoot." "You are right," said her father, in a sweet tone which contrasted with the young girl's rudeness, "but then, you will not be allowed to enter churches, for poor people must have shoes to do that. One cannot go barefoot to the good God," he added bitterly. Then, returning to the subject which absorbed him. "So you are sure that he will come?" "He is following on my heels," said she. The man started up. A sort of illumination appeared on his countenance. "Wife," he exclaimed, "you hear? Here is the philanthropist." Extinguish the fire. The stupefied mother did not stir. The father, with the agility of an acrobat, seized a broken-nosed jug which stood on the chimney, and flung the water on the brands. Then, addressing his eldest daughter. "Here you. Pull the straw off that chair." His daughter did not understand. He seized the chair, and with one kick he rendered it seatless. His leg passed through it. As he withdrew his leg, he asked his daughter. "Is it cold?" "Very cold." "It is snowing." The father turned towards the younger girl who sat on the bed near the window, and shouted to her in a thundering voice. "Quick! Get off that bed, you lazy thing! Will you never do anything? Break a pane of glass." The little girl jumped off the bed with a shiver. "Break a pane," he repeated. The child stood still in bewilderment. "Do you hear me?" repeated her father, "I tell you to break a pane." The child, with a sort of terrified obedience, rose on tiptoe, and struck a pane with her fist. The glass broke and fell with a loud clatter. "Good," said the father. He was grave and abrupt. His glance swept rapidly over all the crannies of the garret. One would have said that he was a general making the final preparation at the moment when the battle is on the point of beginning. The mother, who had not said a word so far, now rose and demanded in a dull, slow, languid voice, whence her words seemed to emerge in a congealed state. "What do you mean to do, my dear?" "Get into bed," replied the man. His intonation admitted of no deliberation. The mother obeyed, and threw herself heavily on one of the pallets. In the meantime, a sob became audible in one corner. "What's that?" cried the father. The younger daughter exhibited her bleeding fist, without quitting the corner in which she was cowering. She had wounded herself while breaking the window. She went off, near her mother's pallet, and wept silently. It was now the mother's turn to start up and exclaim. "Just see there! What follies you commit! She has cut herself breaking that pane for you." "So much the better," said the man. "I foresaw that." "What? So much the better," retorted his wife. "Peace," replied the father, "I suppress the liberty of the press." Then tearing the woman's chemise which he was wearing, he made a strip of cloth with which he hastily swathed the little girl's bleeding wrist. That done, his eye fell with a satisfied expression on his torn chemise. "And the chemise too," said he, "this has a good appearance." An icy breeze whistled through the window and entered the room. The outer mist penetrated thither and diffused itself like a whitish sheet of wadding vaguely spread by invisible fingers. Through the broken pane the snow could be seen falling. The snow promised by the Candlemas sun of the preceding day had actually come. The father cast a glance about him as though to make sure that he had forgotten nothing. He seized an old shovel and spread ashes over the wet brands in such a manner as to entirely conceal them. Then drawing himself up and leaning against the chimney-piece. "Now," said he, "we can receive the philanthropist." Chapter 8. The ray of light in the hovel. The big girl approached and laid her hand in her father's. "Feel how cold I am," said she. "Bah," replied the father, "I am much colder than that." The mother exclaimed impetuously. "You always have something better than anyone else, so you do. Even bad things." "Down with you," said the man. The mother, being eyed after a certain fashion, held her tongue. Silence reigned for a moment in the hovel. The elder girl was removing the mud from the bottom of her mantle, with a careless air. Her younger sister continued to sob. The mother had taken the latter's head between her hands, and was covering it with kisses, whispering to her the while. "My treasure, I entreat you, it is nothing of consequence, don't cry, you will anger your father." "No," exclaimed the father, "quite the contrary. Sob. Sob. That's right." Then turning to the elder. "There now. He is not coming. What if he were not to come? I shall have extinguished my fire, wrecked my chair, torn my shirt, and broken my pane all for nothing." And wounded the child, murmured the mother. Do you know, went on the father, that it's beastly cold in this devil's garret? What if that man should not come? Oh! See there, you! He makes us wait. He says to himself, well, they will wait for me. That's what they're there for. Oh! How I hate them, and with what joy, jubilation, enthusiasm, and satisfaction I could strangle all those rich folks. All those rich folks. These men who pretend to be charitable, who put on airs, who go to mass, who make presents to the priesthood, preachy, in their skullcaps, and who think themselves above us, and who come for the purpose of humiliating us. And to bring us clothes, as they say. Old duds that are not worth 4 sous. And bread. That's not what I want, pack of rascals that they are, it's money. Ah! Money. Never. Because they say that we would go off and drink it up, and that we are drunkards and idlers. And they. What are they, then, and what have they been in their time? Thieves. They never could have become rich otherwise. Oh! Society ought to be grasped by the 4 corners of the cloth and tossed into the air, all of it. It would all be smashed, very likely, but at least, no one would have anything, and there would be that much gained. But what is that blockhead of a benevolent gentleman doing? Will he come? Perhaps the animal has forgotten the address. I'll bet that old beast. At that moment there came a light tap at the door, the man rushed to it and opened it, exclaiming, amid profound bows and smiles of adoration. Enter, sir. Deign to enter, most respected benefactor, and your charming young lady, also. A man of ripe age and a young girl made their appearance on the threshold of the attic. Marius had not quitted his post. His feelings for the moment surpassed the powers of the human tongue. It was she. Whoever has loved knows all the radiant meanings contained in those 3 letters of that word, she. It was certainly she. Marius could hardly distinguish her through the luminous vapor which had suddenly spread before his eyes. It was that sweet, absent being, that star which had beamed upon him for 6 months. It was those eyes, that brow, that mouth, that lovely vanished face which had created night by its departure. The vision had been eclipsed, now it reappeared. It reappeared in that gloom, in that garret, in that misshapen attic, in all that horror. Marius shuddered in dismay. What? It was she. The palpitations of his heart troubled his sight. He felt that he was on the brink of bursting into tears. What? He beheld her again at last, after having sought her so long. It seemed to him that he had lost his soul, and that he had just found it again. She was the same as ever, only a little pale, her delicate face was framed in a bonnet of violet velvet, her figure was concealed beneath a pelisse of black satin. Beneath her long dress, a glimpse could be caught of her tiny foot shod in a silken boot. She was still accompanied by M. Leblanc. She had taken a few steps into the room, and had deposited a tolerably bulky parcel on the table. The eldest Jondrette girl had retired behind the door, and was staring with somber eyes at that velvet bonnet, that silk mantle, and that charming, happy face. Chapter 9. Jondrette comes near weeping. The hovel was so dark, that people coming from without felt on entering it the effect produced on entering a cellar. The 2 newcomers advanced, therefore, with a certain hesitation, being hardly able to distinguish the vague forms surrounding them, while they could be clearly seen and scrutinized by the eyes of the inhabitants of the garret, who were accustomed to this twilight. M. Leblanc approached, with his sad but kindly look, and said to Jondrette the father, Monsieur, in this package you will find some new clothes and some woolen stockings and blankets. Our angelic benefactor overwhelms us, said Jondrette, bowing to the very earth. Then, bending down to the ear of his eldest daughter, while the 2 visitors were engaged in examining this lamentable interior, he added in a low and rapid voice. Hey! What did I say? Duds! No money! They are all alike. By the way, how was the letter to that old blockhead signed? Fabantu, replied the girl. The dramatic artist, good. It was lucky for Jondrette that this had occurred to him, for at the very moment, M. Leblanc turned to him, and said to him with the air of a person who is seeking to recall a name. I see that you are greatly to be pitied, monsieur. Fabantu, replied Jondrette quickly. Monsieur Fabantu, yes, that is it. I remember. Dramatic artist, sir, and one who has had some success. Here Jondrette evidently judged the moment propitious for capturing the philanthropist. He exclaimed with an accent which smacked at the same time of the vainglory of the mountebank at fairs, and the humility of the mendicant on the highway. A pupil of Talma. Sir. I am a pupil of Talma. Fortune formerly smiled on me, alas. Now it is misfortune's turn. You see, my benefactor, no bread, no fire. My poor babes have no fire. My only chair has no seat. A broken pane. And in such weather. My spouse in bed. Ill. Poor woman, said M. Leblanc. My child wounded. Added Jondrette. The child, diverted by the arrival of the strangers, had fallen to contemplating the young lady, and had ceased to sob. Cry. Bawl, said Jondrette to her in a low voice. At the same time he pinched her sore hand. All this was done with the talent of a juggler. The little girl gave vent to loud shrieks. The adorable young girl, whom Marius, in his heart, called his Ursule, approached her hastily. Poor, dear child, said she. You see, my beautiful young lady, pursued Jondrette, her bleeding wrist. It came through an accident while working at a machine to earn 6 sous a day. It may be necessary to cut off her arm. Really, said the old gentleman, in alarm. The little girl, taking this seriously, fell to sobbing more violently than ever. Alas! Yes, my benefactor, replied the father. For several minutes, Jondrette had been scrutinizing the benefactor, in a singular fashion. As he spoke, he seemed to be examining the other attentively, as though seeking to summon up his recollections. All at once, profiting by a moment when the newcomers were questioning the child with interest as to her injured hand, he passed near his wife, who lay in her bed with a stupid and dejected air. And said to her in a rapid but very low tone. Take a look at that man. Then, turning to M. Leblanc, and continuing his lamentations. You see, sir. All the clothing that I have is my wife's chemise. And all torn at that. In the depths of winter. I can't go out for lack of a coat. If I had a coat of any sort, I would go and see Mademoiselle Mars, who knows me and is very fond of me. Does she not still reside in the Rue de la Tour de Dames? Do you know, sir? We played together in the provinces. I shared her laurels. Célimène would come to my succor, sir. Elmire would bestow alms on Bélisaire. But no, nothing. And not a sou in the house. My wife ill, and not a sou. My daughter dangerously injured, not a sou. My wife suffers from fits of suffocation. It comes from her age, and besides, her nervous system is affected. She ought to have assistance, and my daughter also. But the doctor. But the apothecary. How am I to pay them? I would kneel to a penny, sir. Such is the condition to which the arts are reduced. And do you know, my charming young lady, and you, my generous protector, do you know, you who breathe forth virtue and goodness, and who perfume that church where my daughter sees you every day when she says her prayers? For I have brought up my children religiously, sir. I did not want them to take to the theatre. Ah! The hussies! If I catch them tripping. I do not jest, that I don't. I read them lessons on honor, on morality, on virtue. Ask them. They have got to walk straight. They are none of your unhappy wretches who begin by having no family, and end by espousing the public. One is Mamselle Nobody, and one becomes Madame Everybody. Deuce take it. None of that in the Fabanta family. I mean to bring them up virtuously, and they shall be honest, and nice, and believe in God, by the sacred name. Well, sir, my worthy sir, do you know what is going to happen tomorrow? Tomorrow is the 4th day of February, the fatal day, the last day of grace allowed me by my landlord. If by this evening I have not paid my rent, tomorrow my oldest daughter, my spouse with her fever, my child with her wound, we shall all 4 be turned out of here and thrown into the street, on the boulevard, without shelter, in the rain. In the snow. There, sir. I owe for 4 quarters, a whole year. That is to say, 60 francs. Jondrette lied. 4 quarters would have amounted to only 40 francs, and he could not owe 4, because 6 months had not elapsed since Marius had paid for 2. M. Leblanc drew 5 francs from his pocket and threw them on the table. Jondrette found time to mutter in the ear of his eldest daughter. The scoundrel. What does he think I can do with his 5 francs? That won't pay me for my chair and pane of glass. That's what comes of incurring expenses. In the meanwhile, M. Leblanc had removed the large brown greatcoat which he wore over his blue coat, and had thrown it over the back of the chair. Monsieur Fabantou, he said, these 5 francs are all that I have about me, but I shall now take my daughter home, and I will return this evening. It is this evening that you must pay, is it not? Jondrette's face lighted up with a strange expression. He replied vivaciously. Yes, respected sir. At 8 o'clock, I must be at my landlord's. I will be here at 6, and I will fetch you the 60 francs. My benefactor! Exclaimed Jondrette, overwhelmed. And he added, in a low tone, take a good look at him, wife. M. Leblanc had taken the arm of the young girl, once more, and had turned towards the door. Farewell until this evening, my friends, said he. 6 o'clock, said Jondrette. 6 o'clock precisely. At that moment, the overcoat lying on the chair caught the eye of the elder Jondrette girl. You are forgetting your coat, sir, said she. Jondrette darted an annihilating look at his daughter, accompanied by a formidable shrug of the shoulders. M. Leblanc turned back and said, with a smile. I have not forgotten it, I am leaving it. Oh my protector! Said Jondrette, my august benefactor, I melt into tears. Permit me to accompany you to your carriage. If you come out, answered M. Leblanc, put on this coat. It really is very cold. Jondrette did not need to be told twice. He hastily donned the brown greatcoat. And all 3 went out, Jondrette preceding the 2 strangers. Chapter 10. Tariff of licensed cabs, 2 francs an hour. Marius had lost nothing of this entire scene, and yet, in reality, had seen nothing. His eyes had remained fixed on the young girl, his heart had, so to speak, seized her and wholly enveloped her from the moment of her very first step in that garret. During her entire stay there, he had lived that life of ecstasy which suspends material perceptions and precipitates the whole soul on a single point. He contemplated, not that girl, but that light which wore a satin pelisse and a velvet bonnet. The star Sirius might have entered the room, and he would not have been any more dazzled. While the young girl was engaged in opening the package, unfolding the clothing and the blankets, questioning the sick mother kindly, and the little injured girl tenderly, he watched her every movement, he sought to catch her words. He knew her eyes, her brow, her beauty, her form, her walk, he did not know the sound of her voice. He had once fancied that he had caught a few words at the Luxembourg, but he was not absolutely sure of the fact. He would have given 10 years of his life to hear it, in order that he might bear away in his soul a little of that music. But everything was drowned in the lamentable exclamations and trumpet bursts of Jondrette. This added a touch of genuine wrath to Marius' ecstasy. He devoured her with his eyes. He could not believe that it really was that divine creature whom he saw in the midst of those vile creatures in that monstrous lair. It seemed to him that he beheld a hummingbird in the midst of toads. When she took her departure, he had but one thought, to follow her, to cling to her trace, not to quit her until he learned where she lived, not to lose her again, at least, after having so miraculously rediscovered her. He leaped down from the commode and seized his hat. As he laid his hand on the lock of the door, and was on the point of opening it, a sudden reflection caused him to pause. The corridor was long, the staircase steep, Jondrette was talkative, M. Leblanc had, no doubt, not yet regained his carriage. If, on turning round in the corridor, or on the staircase, he were to catch sight of him, Marius, in that house, he would, evidently, take the alarm, and find means to escape from him again, and this time it would be final. What was he to do? Should he wait a little? But while he was waiting, the carriage might drive off. Marius was perplexed. At last he accepted the risk and quitted his room. There was no one in the corridor. He hastened to the stairs. There was no one on the staircase. He descended in all haste, and reached the boulevard in time to see a fiacre turning the corner of the Rue du Petit Banquier, on its way back to Paris. Marius rushed headlong in that direction. On arriving at the angle of the boulevard, he caught sight of the fiacre again, rapidly descending the Rue Mouffetard. The carriage was already a long way off, and there was no means of overtaking it. What? Run after it? Impossible. And besides, the people in the carriage would assuredly notice an individual running at full speed in pursuit of a fiacre, and the father would recognize him. At that moment, wonderful and unprecedented good luck, Marius perceived an empty cab passing along the boulevard. There was but one thing to be done, to jump into this cab and follow the fiacre. That was sure, efficacious, and free from danger. Marius made the driver a sign to halt, and called to him. By the hour? Marius wore no cravat, he had on his working coat, which was destitute of buttons, his shirt was torn along one of the plates on the bosom. The driver halted, winked, and held out his left hand to Marius, rubbing his forefinger gently with his thumb. What is it? Said Marius. Pay in advance, said the coachman. Marius recollected that he had but 16 sous about him. How much? He demanded. 40 sous. I will pay on my return. The driver's only reply was to whistle the air of La Police and to whip up his horse. Marius stared at the retreating cabriolet with a bewildered air. For the lack of 24 sous, he was losing his joy, his happiness, his love. He had seen, and he was becoming blind again. He reflected bitterly, and it must be confessed, with profound regret, on the 5 francs which he had bestowed, that very morning, on that miserable girl. If he had had those 5 francs, he would have been saved, he would have been born again, he would have emerged from the limbo and darkness, he would have made his escape from isolation and spleen, from his widowed state. He might have reknotted the black thread of his destiny to that beautiful golden thread, which had just floated before his eyes and had broken at the same instant, once more. He returned to his hovel in despair. He might have told himself that M. Leblanc had promised to return in the evening, and that all he had to do was to set about the matter more skillfully, so that he might follow him on that occasion, but, in his contemplation, it is doubtful whether he had heard this. As he was on the point of mounting the staircase, he perceived, on the other side of the boulevard, near the deserted wall skirting the Rue de la Barrière de Gobelins, Jondrette, wrapped in a philanthropist's greatcoat, engaged in conversation with one of those men of disquieting aspect who have been dubbed by common consent, prowlers of the barriers. People of equivocal face, of suspicious monologues, who present the air of having evil minds, and who generally sleep in the daytime, which suggests the supposition that they work by night. These 2 men, standing there motionless and in conversation, in the snow which was falling in whirlwinds, formed a group that a policeman would surely have observed, but which Marius hardly noticed. Still, in spite of his mournful preoccupation, he could not refrain from saying to himself that this prowler of the barriers with whom Jondrette was talking resembled a certain Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenaille, whom Courfeyrac had once pointed out to him as a very dangerous nocturnal roamer. This man's name the reader has learned in the preceding book. This Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenaille, figured later on in many criminal trials, and became a notorious rascal. He was at that time only a famous rascal. Today he exists in the state of tradition among ruffians and assassins. He was at the head of a school towards the end of the last reign. And in the evening, at nightfall, at the hour when groups form and talk in whispers, he was discussed at La Force in the Fosse aux Lions. One might even, in that prison, precisely at the spot where the sewer which served the unprecedented escape, in broad daylight, of 30 prisoners, in 1843, passes under the culvert, read his name, Panchaud. Audaciously carved by his own hand on the wall of the sewer, during one of his attempts at flight. In 1832, the police already had their eye on him, but he had not as yet made a serious beginning. Chapter 11. Offers of service from misery to wretchedness. Marius ascended the stairs of the hovel with slow steps. At the moment when he was about to re-enter his cell, he caught sight of the elder Jondrette girl following him through the corridor. The very sight of this girl was odious to him. It was she who had his 5 francs, it was too late to demand them back, the cab was no longer there, the fiacre was far away. Moreover, she would not have given them back. As for questioning her about the residence of the persons who had just been there, that was useless. It was evident that she did not know, since the letter signed Fabantou had been addressed to the benevolent gentleman of the Church of St. Jacques du Haut-Pas. Marius entered his room and pushed the door to after him. It did not close. He turned round and beheld a hand which held the door half open. "What is it?" he asked, "who is there?" It was the Jondrette girl. "Is it you?" resumed Marius almost harshly, "still you? What do you want with me?" She appeared to be thoughtful and did not look at him. She no longer had the air of assurance which had characterized her that morning. She did not enter, but held back in the darkness of the corridor, where Marius could see her through the half-open door. "Come now, will you answer?" cried Marius. "What do you want with me?" She raised her dull eyes, in which a sort of gleam seemed to flicker vaguely, and said, "Monsieur Marius, you look sad. What is the matter with you?" "With me," said Marius. "Yes, you. There is nothing the matter with me." "Yes, there is." "No. I tell you there is. Let me alone." Marius gave the door another push, but she retained her hold on it. "Stop," said she, "you are in the wrong. Although you are not rich, you were kind this morning. Be so again now. You gave me something to eat, now tell me what ails you. You are grieved, that is plain. I do not want you to be grieved. What can be done for it? Can I be of any service? Employ me. I do not ask for your secrets, you need not tell them to me, but I may be of use, nevertheless. I may be able to help you, since I help my father. When it is necessary to carry letters, to go to houses, to inquire from door to door, to find out an address, to follow any one, I am of service. Well, you may assuredly tell me what is the matter with you, and I will go and speak to the persons. Sometimes it is enough if some one speaks to the persons, that suffices to let them understand matters, and everything comes right. Make use of me." An idea flashed across Marius' mind. What branch does one disdain when one feels that one is falling? He drew near to the Jondrette girl. "Listen," he said to her. She interrupted him with a gleam of joy in her eyes. "Oh yes, do call me thou. I like that better." "Well," he resumed, "thou hast brought hither that old gentleman and his daughter." "Yes." "Dost thou know their address?" "No." "Find it for me." The Jondrette's dull eyes had grown joyous, and they now became gloomy. "Is that what you want?" she demanded. "Yes." "Do you know them?" "No." "That is to say," she resumed quickly, "you do not know her, but you wish to know her." This them which had turned into her had something indescribably significant and bitter about it. "Well, can you do it?" said Marius. "You shall have the beautiful lady's address." There was still a shade in the words "the beautiful lady" which troubled Marius. He resumed. Never mind, after all, the address of the father and daughter. Their address, indeed. She gazed fixedly at him. What will you give me? Anything you like. Anything I like. Yes. You shall have the address. She dropped her head. Then, with a brusque movement, she pulled to the door, which closed behind her. Marius found himself alone. He dropped into a chair, with his head and both elbows on his bed, absorbed in thoughts which he could not grasp, and as though a prey to vertigo. All that had taken place since the morning, the appearance of the angel, her disappearance, what that creature had just said to him, a gleam of hope floating in an immense despair, this was what filled his brain confusedly. All at once he was violently aroused from his reverie. He heard the shrill, hard voice of Jondrette utter these words, which were fraught with a strange interest for him. I tell you that I am sure of it, and that I recognized him. Of whom was Jondrette speaking? Whom had he recognized? M. Leblanc. The father of his Ursule. What? Did Jondrette know him? Was Marius about to obtain in this abrupt and unexpected fashion all the information without which his life was so dark to him? Was he about to learn at last who it was that he loved, who that young girl was? Who her father was? Was the dense shadow which enwrapped them on the point of being dispelled? Was the veil about to be rent? Ah! Heavens! He bounded rather than climbed upon his commode, and resumed his post near the little peephole in the partition wall. Again he beheld the interior of Jondrette's hovel. Chapter 12. The use made of M. Leblanc's 5-franc piece. Nothing in the aspect of the family was altered, except that the wife and daughters had levied on the package and put on woolen stockings and jackets. 2 new blankets were thrown across the 2 beds. Jondrette had evidently just returned. He still had the breathlessness of out of doors. His daughters were seated on the floor near the fireplace, the elder engaged in dressing the younger's wounded hand. His wife had sunk back on the bed near the fireplace, with a face indicative of astonishment. Jondrette was pacing up and down the garret with long strides. His eyes were extraordinary. The woman, who seemed timid and overwhelmed with stupor in the presence of her husband, turned to say. What, really? You are sure? Sure. 8 years have passed. But I recognize him. Ah! I recognize him. I knew him at once. What? Didn't it force itself on you? No. But I told you, pay attention. Why, it is his figure, it is his face, only older. There are people who do not grow old, I don't know how they manage it, it is the very sound of his voice. He is better dressed, that is all. Ah! You mysterious old devil, I've got you, that I have. He paused, and said to his daughters. Get out of here, you, it's queer that it didn't strike you. They arose to obey. The mother stammered. With her injured hand. The air will do it good, said Jondrette. Be off. It was plain that this man was of the sort to whom no one offers to reply. The 2 girls departed. At the moment when they were about to pass through the door, the father detained the elder by the arm, and said to her with a peculiar accent. You will be here at 5 o'clock precisely. Both of you. I shall need you. Marius redoubled his attention. On being left alone with his wife, Jondrette began to pace the room again, and made the tour of it 2 or 3 times in silence. Then he spent several minutes in tucking the lower part of the woman's chemise which he wore into his trousers. All at once, he turned to the female Jondrette, folded his arms and exclaimed. And would you like to have me tell you something? The young lady. Well, what? Retorted his wife, the young lady. Marius could not doubt that it was really she of whom they were speaking. He listened with ardent anxiety. His whole life was in his ears. But Jondrette had bent over and spoke to his wife in a whisper. Then he straightened himself up and concluded aloud. "It is she." "That one?" said his wife. "That very one," said the husband. No expression can reproduce the significance of the mother's words. Surprise, rage, hate, wrath, were mingled and combined in one monstrous intonation. The pronunciation of a few words, the name, no doubt, which her husband had whispered in her ear, had sufficed to rouse this huge, somnolent woman, and from being repulsive she became terrible. "It is not possible," she cried. "When I think that my daughters are going barefoot, and have not a gown to their backs." "What? A satin pelisse, a velvet bonnet, boots, and everything, more than 200 francs worth of clothes. So that one would think she was a lady. No, you are mistaken. Why, in the first place, the other was hideous, and this one is not so bad-looking. She really is not bad-looking. It can't be she. I tell you that it is she. You will see." At this absolute assertion, the Jondrette woman raised her large, red, blonde face and stared at the ceiling with a horrible expression. At that moment, she seemed to Marius even more to be feared than her husband. She was a sow with the look of a tigress. "What," she resumed, "that horrible, beautiful young lady, who gazed at my daughters with an air of pity, she is that beggar brat. Oh! I should like to kick her stomach in for her." She sprang off of the bed, and remained standing for a moment, her hair in disorder, her nostrils dilating, her mouth half open, her fists clenched and drawn back. Then she fell back on the bed once more. The man paced to and fro and paid no attention to his female. After a silence lasting several minutes, he approached the female Jondrette, and halted in front of her, with folded arms, as he had done a moment before. "And shall I tell you another thing?" "What is it?" she asked. He answered in a low, curt voice. "My fortune is made." The woman stared at him with the look that signifies, "Is the person who is addressing me on the point of going mad?" He went on. Thunder. "It was not so very long ago that I was a parishioner of the parish of Die of hunger if you have a fire, die of cold if you have bread. I have had enough of misery. My share and other people's share. I am not joking any longer, I don't find it comic any more, I've had enough of puns, good God. No more farces, Eternal Father. I want to eat till I am full, I want to drink my fill. To gourmandize. To sleep. To do nothing. I want to have my turn, so I do, come now. Before I die. I want to be a bit of a millionaire." He took a turn round the hovel, and added. "Like other people." "What do you mean by that?" asked the woman. He shook his head, winked, screwed up one eye, and raised his voice like a medical professor who is about to make a demonstration. "What do I mean by that?" "Listen." "Hush," muttered the woman, "not so loud. These are matters which must not be overheard." "Bah! Who's here?" "Our neighbor. I saw him go out a little while ago. Besides, he doesn't listen, the big booby. And I tell you that I saw him go out." Nevertheless, by a sort of instinct, Jondrette lowered his voice, although not sufficiently to prevent Marius hearing his words. One favorable circumstance, which enabled Marius not to lose a word of this conversation was the falling snow which deadened the sound of vehicles on the boulevard. This is what Marius heard. Listen carefully. "The Croesus is caught, or as good as caught. That's all settled already. Everything is arranged. I have seen some people. He will come here this evening at 6 o'clock. To bring 60 francs, the rascal. Did you notice how I played that game on him, my 60 francs, my landlord, my 4th of February? I don't even owe for 1/4. Isn't he a fool? So he will come at 6 o'clock. That's the hour when our neighbor goes to his dinner. Mother Bougon is off washing dishes in the city. There's not a soul in the house. The neighbor never comes home until 11 o'clock. The children shall stand on watch. You shall help us. He will give in. And what if he does not give in? Demanded his wife. Jondrette made a sinister gesture, and said. We'll fix him. And he burst out laughing. This was the first time Marius had seen him laugh. The laugh was cold and sweet, and provoked a shudder. Jondrette opened a cupboard near the fireplace, and drew from it an old cap, which he placed on his head, after brushing it with his sleeve. Now, said he, I'm going out. I have some more people that I must see. Good ones. You'll see how well the whole thing will work. I shall be away as short a time as possible. It's a fine stroke of business. Do you look after the house? And with both fists thrust into the pockets of his trousers, he stood for a moment in thought, then exclaimed. Do you know, it's mighty lucky, by the way, that he didn't recognize me. If he had recognized me on his side, he would not have come back again. He would have slipped through our fingers. It was my beard that saved us. My romantic beard. My pretty little romantic beard. And again he broke into a laugh. He stepped to the window. The snow was still falling, and streaking the grey of the sky. What beastly weather, said he. Then lapping his overcoat across his breast. This rind is too large for me. Never mind, he added, he did a devilish good thing in leaving it for me, the old scoundrel. If it hadn't been for that, I couldn't have gone out, and everything would have gone wrong. What small points things hang on, anyway. And pulling his cap down over his eyes, he quitted the room. He had barely had time to take half a dozen steps from the door, when the door opened again, and his savage but intelligent face made its appearance once more in the opening. I came near forgetting, said he. You are to have a brazier of charcoal ready. And he flung into his wife's apron the 5-franc piece which the philanthropist had left with him. A brazier of charcoal? Asked his wife. Yes. How many bushels? 2 good ones. That will come to 30 sous. With the rest I will buy something for dinner. The devil, no. Why? Don't go and spend the 100 sous piece. Why? Because I shall have to buy something, too. What? Something. How much shall you need? Whereabouts in the neighborhood is there an ironmonger's shop? Rue Mouffetard. Ah. Yes, at the corner of a street, I can see the shop. But tell me how much you will need for what you have to purchase. 50 sous, 3 francs. There won't be much left for dinner. Eating is not the point today. There's something better to be done. That's enough, my jewel. At this word from his wife, Jondrette closed the door again, and this time, Marius heard his step die away in the corridor of the hovel, and descend the staircase rapidly. At that moment, 1 o'clock struck from the church of Saint Médard. Chapter 13. Solus cum solo, in loco remoto, non cogitabuntur orare pater noster. Marius, dreamer as he was, as we have said, firm and energetic by nature. His habits of solitary meditation, while they had developed in him sympathy and compassion, had, perhaps, diminished the faculty for irritation, but had left intact the power of waxing indignant. He had the kindliness of a Brahmin, and the severity of a judge. He took pity upon a toad, but he crushed a viper. Now, it was into a hole of vipers that his glance had just been directed, it was a nest of monsters that he had beneath his eyes. These wretches must be stamped upon, said he. Not one of the enigmas which he had hoped to see solved had been elucidated, on the contrary, all of them had been rendered more dense, if anything. He knew nothing more about the beautiful maiden of the Luxembourg and the man whom he called M. Leblanc, except that Jondrette was acquainted with them. Athwart the mysterious words which had been uttered, the only thing of which he caught a distinct glimpse was the fact that an ambush was in course of preparation, a dark but terrible trap. That both of them were incurring great danger, she probably, her father certainly, that they must be saved, that the hideous plots of the Jondrettes must be thwarted, and the web of these spiders broken. He scanned the female Jondrette for a moment. She had pulled an old sheet iron stove from a corner, and she was rummaging among the old heap of iron. He descended from the commode as softly as possible, taking care not to make the least noise. Amid his terror as to what was in preparation, and in the horror with which the Jondrettes had inspired him, he experienced a sort of joy at the idea that it might be granted to him perhaps to render a service to the one whom he loved. But how was it to be done? How warn the persons threatened? He did not know their address. They had reappeared for an instant before his eyes, and had then plunged back again into the immense depths of Paris. Should he wait for M. Leblanc at the door that evening at 6 o'clock, at the moment of his arrival, and warn him of the trap? But Jondrette and his men would see him on the watch, the spot was lonely, they were stronger than he, they would devise means to seize him or to get him away, and the man whom Marius was anxious to save would be lost. 1 o'clock had just struck, the trap was to be sprung at 6. Marius had 5 hours before him. There was but one thing to be done. He put on his decent coat, knotted a silk handkerchief round his neck, took his hat, and went out, without making any more noise than if he had been treading on moss with bare feet. Moreover, the Jondrette woman continued to rummage among her old iron. Once outside of the house, he made for the Rue du Petit Banquier. He had almost reached the middle of this street, near a very low wall which a man can easily step over at certain points, and which abuts on a waste space, and was walking slowly, in consequence of his preoccupied condition. And the snow deadened the sound of his steps. All at once he heard voices talking very close by. He turned his head, the street was deserted, there was not a soul in it, it was broad daylight, and yet he distinctly heard voices. It occurred to him to glance over the wall which he was skirting. There, in fact, sat 2 men, flat on the snow, with their backs against the wall, talking together in subdued tones. These 2 persons were strangers to him, one was a bearded man in a blouse, and the other a long-haired individual in rags. The bearded man had on a fez, the other's head was bare, and the snow had lodged in his hair. By thrusting his head over the wall, Marius could hear their remarks. The hairy one jogged the other man's elbow and said, "With the assistance of Patron Minette, it can't fail." "Do you think so?" said the bearded man. And the long-haired one began again. "It's as good as a warrant for each one, of 500 balls, and the worst that can happen is 5 years, 6 years, 10 years at the most." The other replied with some hesitation, and shivering beneath his fez. "That's a real thing. You can't go against such things." "I tell you that the affair can't go wrong," resumed the long-haired man. "Father What's-his-name's team will be already harnessed." Then they began to discuss a melodrama that they had seen on the preceding evening at the Gate Theatre. Marius went his way. It seemed to him that the mysterious words of these men, so strangely hidden behind that wall, and crouching in the snow, could not but bear some relation to Jondrette's abominable projects. That must be the affair. He directed his course towards the Faubourg Saint-Marceau and asked at the first shop he came to where he could find a commissary of police. He was directed to Rue de Pontoise, number 14. Thither Marius betook himself. As he passed a baker's shop, he bought a 2-penny roll, and ate it, foreseeing that he should not dine. On the way, he rendered justice to Providence. He reflected that had he not given his 5 francs to the Jondrette girl in the morning, he would have followed M. Leblanc's fiacre, and consequently have remained ignorant of everything, and that there would have been no obstacle to the trap of the Jondrettes, and that M. Leblanc would have been lost, and his daughter with him, no doubt. Chapter 14. In which a police agent bestows 2 fistfuls on a lawyer. On arriving at number 14, Rue de Pontoise, he ascended to the first floor and inquired for the commissary of police. "The commissary of police is not here," said a clerk. "But there is an inspector who takes his place. Would you like to speak to him? Are you in haste?" "Yes," said Marius. The clerk introduced him into the commissary's office. There stood a tall man behind a grating, leaning against a stove, and holding up with both hands the tails of a vast topcoat, with 3 collars. His face was square, with a thin, firm mouth, thick, grey, and very ferocious whiskers, and a look that was enough to turn your pockets inside out. Of that glance it might have been well said, not that it penetrated, but that it searched. This man's air was not much less ferocious nor less terrible than Jondrette's. The dog is, at times, no less terrible to meet than the wolf. "What do you want?" he said to Marius, without adding monsieur. "Is this monsieur le commissaire de police?" "He is absent. I am here in his stead. The matter is very private." "Then speak." "And great haste is required." "Then speak quick." This calm, abrupt man was both terrifying and reassuring at one and the same time. He inspired fear and confidence. Marius related the adventure to him, that a person with whom he was not acquainted otherwise than by sight, was to be inveigled into a trap that very evening. That, as he occupied the room adjoining the den, he, Marius Pontmercy, a lawyer, had heard the whole plot through the partition, that the wretch who had planned the trap was a certain Jondrette. That there would be accomplices, probably some prowlers of the barriers, among others a certain Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenail, that Jondrette's daughters were to lie in wait. That there was no way of warning the threatened man, since he did not even know his name, and that, finally, all this was to be carried out at 6 o'clock that evening, at the most deserted point of the Boulevard de l'Hôpital, in house number 50 to 52. At the sound of this number, the inspector raised his head, and said coldly, "So it is in the room at the end of the corridor?" "Precisely," answered Marius, and he added, "Are you acquainted with that house?" The inspector remained silent for a moment, then replied, as he warmed the heel of his boot at the door of the stove. "Apparently." He went on, muttering between his teeth, and not addressing Marius so much as his cravat. "Patron Minette must have had a hand in this." This word struck Marius. "Patron Minette," said he, "I did hear that word pronounced, in fact." And he repeated to the inspector the dialogue between the long-haired man and the bearded man in the snow behind the wall of the Rue du Petit Banquier. The inspector muttered. The long-haired man must be Brujon, and the bearded one Demi-Liard, alias Dumilliards. He had dropped his eyelids again, and became absorbed in thought. "As for Father What's-his-name, I think I recognize him. Here, I've burned my coat. They always have too much fire in these cursed stoves. Number 50 to 52. Former property of Gorbeau." Then he glanced at Marius. "You saw only that bearded and that long-haired man? And Panchaud? You didn't see a little imp of a dandy prowling about the premises?" "No. Nor a big lump of matter, resembling an elephant in the Jardin des Plantes?" "No. Nor a scamp with the air of an old red tail?" "No. As for the fourth, no one sees him, not even his adjutants, clerks, and employees." "It is not surprising that you did not see him." "No." "Who are all those persons?" asked Marius. The inspector answered. "Besides, this is not the time for them." He relapsed into silence, then resumed. 50 to 52, I know that baraque. Impossible to conceal ourselves inside it without the artists seeing us, and then they will get off simply by countermanding the vaudeville. They are so modest. An audience embarrasses them. None of that, none of that. I want to hear them sing and make them dance. This monologue concluded, he turned to Marius, and demanded, gazing at him intently the while. "Are you afraid?" "Of what?" said Marius. "Of these men?" "No more than yourself," retorted Marius rudely, who had begun to notice that this police agent had not yet said "monsieur" to him. The inspector stared still more intently at Marius, and continued with sententious solemnity. "There, you speak like a brave man, and like an honest man. Courage does not fear crime, and honesty does not fear authority." Marius interrupted him. "That is well, but what do you intend to do?" The inspector contented himself with the remark. "The lodgers have passkeys with which to get in at night. You must have one." "Yes," said Marius. "Have you it about you?" "Yes." Give it to me, said the inspector. Marius took his key from his waistcoat pocket, handed it to the inspector and added, "If you will take my advice, you will come in force." The inspector cast on Marius such a glance as Voltaire might have bestowed on a provincial academician who had suggested a rhyme to him. With one movement he plunged his hands, which were enormous, into the two immense pockets of his top coat, and pulled out two small steel pistols, of the sort called knock-me-downs. Then he presented them to Marius, saying rapidly, in a curt tone, "Take these. Go home. Hide in your chamber, so that you may be supposed to have gone out. They are loaded. Each one carries 2 balls. You will keep watch. There is a hole in the wall, as you have informed me. These men will come. Leave them to their own devices for a time. When you think matters have reached a crisis, and that it is time to put a stop to them, fire a shot. Not too soon. The rest concerns me. A shot into the ceiling, the air, no matter where. Above all things, not too soon. Wait until they begin to put their project into execution. You are a lawyer, you know the proper point." Marius took the pistols and put them in the side pocket of his coat. "That makes a lump that can be seen," said the inspector. "Put them in your trousers pocket." Marius hid the pistols in his trousers pockets. "Now," pursued the inspector, "there is not a minute more to be lost by any one. What time is it?" 2:30. 7 o'clock is the hour. 6 o'clock, answered Marius. "I have plenty of time," said the inspector, "but no more than enough. Don't forget anything that I have said to you." Bang! A pistol shot. "Rest easy," said Marius. And as Marius laid his hand on the handle of the door on his way out, the inspector called to him. "By the way, if you have occasion for my services between now and then, come or send here. You will ask for Inspector Javert." Chapter 15. Jondrette makes his purchases. A few moments later, about 3 o'clock, Courfeyrac chanced to be passing along the Rue Mouffetard in company with Bossuet. The snow had redoubled in violence, and filled the air. Bossuet was just saying to Courfeyrac, "One would say, to see all these snowflakes fall, that there was a plague of white butterflies in heaven." All at once, Bossuet caught sight of Marius coming up the street towards the barrier with a peculiar air. "Hold," said Bossuet. "There's Marius." "I saw him," said Courfeyrac. "Don't let's speak to him." "Why?" "He is busy." "With what?" "Don't you see his air?" "What air?" "He has the air of a man who is following someone." "That's true," said Bossuet. "Just see the eyes he is making," said Courfeyrac. "But who the deuce is he following?" "Some fine, flowery bonnet wench. He's in love." "But," observed Bossuet, "I don't see any wench nor any flowery bonnet in the street. There's not a woman round." Courfeyrac took a survey, and exclaimed, "He's following a man. A man, in fact, wearing a grey cap, and whose grey beard could be distinguished, although they only saw his back, was walking along about 20 paces in advance of Marius. This man was dressed in a greatcoat which was perfectly new and too large for him, and in a frightful pair of trousers all hanging in rags and black with mud. Bossuet burst out laughing. "Who is that man?" "He," retorted Courfeyrac, "he's a poet. Poets are very fond of wearing the trousers of dealers in rabbit skins and the overcoats of peers of France." "Let's see where Marius will go," said Bossuet, "let's see where the man is going, let's follow them, hey?" "Bossuet!" exclaimed Courfeyrac, eagle of Meaux. "You are a prodigious brute. Follow a man who is following another man, indeed." They retraced their steps. Marius had, in fact, seen Jondrette passing along the Rue Mouffetard, and was spying on his proceedings. Jondrette walked straight ahead, without a suspicion that he was already held by a glance. He quitted the Rue Mouffetard, and Marius saw him enter one of the most terrible hovels in the Rue Gracieuse. He remained there about a quarter of an hour, then returned to the Rue Mouffetard. He halted at an ironmonger's shop, which then stood at the corner of the Rue Pierre Lombard, and a few minutes later Marius saw him emerge from the shop, holding in his hand a huge cold chisel with a white wood handle, which he concealed beneath his greatcoat. At the top of the Rue Petit Gentilly he turned to the left and proceeded rapidly to the Rue du Petit Banquier. The day was declining, the snow, which had ceased for a moment, had just begun again. Marius posted himself on the watch at the very corner of the Rue du Petit Banquier, which was deserted, as usual, and did not follow Jondrette into it. It was lucky that he did so, for, on arriving in the vicinity of the wall where Marius had heard the long-haired man and the bearded man conversing, Jondrette turned round, made sure that no one was following him, did not see him, then sprang across the wall and disappeared. The waste land bordered by this wall communicated with the backyard of an ex-livery stable keeper of bad repute, who had failed and who still kept a few old single-seated berlins under his sheds. Marius thought that it would be wise to profit by Jondrette's absence to return home. Moreover, it was growing late. Every evening, Ma'am Bougon, when she set out for her dishwashing in town, had a habit of locking the door, which was always closed at dusk. Marius had given his key to the inspector of police. It was important, therefore, that he should make haste. Evening had arrived, night had almost closed in. On the horizon and in the immensity of space, there remained but one spot illuminated by the sun, and that was the moon. It was rising in a ruddy glow behind the low dome of Salpêtrière. Marius returned to number 50 to 52 with great strides. The door was still open when he arrived. He mounted the stairs on tiptoe and glided along the wall of the corridor to his chamber. This corridor, as the reader will remember, was bordered on both sides by attics, all of which were, for the moment, empty and to let. Ma'am Bougon was in the habit of leaving all the doors open. As he passed one of these attics, Marius thought he perceived in the uninhabited cell the motionless heads of 4 men, vaguely lighted up by a remnant of daylight, falling through a dormer window. Marius made no attempt to see. Not wishing to be seen himself, he succeeded in reaching his chamber without being seen and without making any noise. It was high time. A moment later he heard Ma'am Bougon take her departure, locking the door of the house behind her. Chapter XVI. In which will be found the words to an English air which was in fashion in 1832. Marius seated himself on his bed. It might have been 5:30 o'clock. Only half an hour separated him from what was about to happen. He heard the beating of his arteries as one hears the ticking of a watch in the dark. He thought of the double march which was going on at that moment in the dark, crime advancing on one side, justice coming up on the other. He was not afraid, but he could not think without a shudder of what was about to take place. As is the case with all those who are suddenly assailed by an unforeseen adventure, the entire day produced upon him the effect of a dream, and in order to persuade himself that he was not the prey of a nightmare, he had to feel the cold barrels of the steel pistols in his trousers pockets. It was no longer snowing, the moon disengaged itself more and more clearly from the mist, and its light, mingled with the white reflection of the snow which had fallen, communicated to the chamber a sort of twilight aspect. There was a light in the Jondrette den. Marius saw the hole in the wall shining with a reddish glow which seemed bloody to him. It was true that the light could not be produced by a candle. However, there was not a sound in the Jondrette quarters, not a soul was moving there, not a soul speaking, not a breath. The silence was glacial and profound, and had it not been for that light, he might have thought himself next door to a sepulchre. Marius softly removed his boots and pushed them under his bed. Several minutes elapsed. Marius heard the lower door turn on its hinges, a heavy step mounted the staircase, and hastened along the corridor. The latch of the hovel was noisily lifted, it was Jondrette returning. Instantly, several voices arose. The whole family was in the garret. Only, it had been silent in the master's absence, like wolf whelps in the absence of the wolf. "It's I," said he. "Good evening, Daddy," yelped the girls. "Well," said the mother. "All's going first rate," responded Jondrette, but my feet are beastly cold. Good. You have dressed up. You have done well. You must inspire confidence. All ready to go out. Don't forget what I told you. You will do everything sure. Rest easy. Because, said Jondrette. And he left the phrase unfinished. Marius heard him lay something heavy on the table, probably the chisel which he had purchased. By the way, said Jondrette, have you been eating here? Yes, said the mother. I got 3 large potatoes and some salt. I took advantage of the fire to cook them. Good, returned Jondrette. Tomorrow I will take you out to dine with me. We will have a duck and fixings. You shall dine like Charles X, all is going well. Then he added. The mousetrap is open. The cats are there. He lowered his voice still further, and said. Put this in the fire. Marius heard a sound of charcoal being knocked with the tongs or some iron utensil, and Jondrette continued. Have you greased the hinges of the door so that they will not squeak? Yes, replied the mother. What time is it? Nearly 6. The half-hour struck from Saint Médard a while ago. The devil, ejaculated Jondrette, the children must go and watch. Come you, do you listen here? A whispering ensued. Jondrette's voice became audible again. Has old Bougon left? Yes, said the mother. Are you sure that there is no one in our neighbor's room? He has not been in all day, and you know very well that this is his dinner hour. You are sure? Sure. All the same, said Jondrette, there's no harm in going to see whether he is there. Here, my girl, take the candle and go there. Marius fell on his hands and knees and crawled silently under his bed. Hardly had he concealed himself, when he perceived a light through the crack of his door. Ppa, cried a voice, he is not in here. He recognized the voice of the eldest daughter. Did you go in? Demanded her father. No, replied the girl, but as his key is in the door, he must be out. The father exclaimed. Go in, nevertheless. The door opened, and Marius saw the tall Jondrette come in with a candle in her hand. She was as she had been in the morning, only still more repulsive in this light. She walked straight up to the bed. Marius endured an indescribable moment of anxiety. But near the bed there was a mirror nailed to the wall, and it was thither that she was directing her steps. She raised herself on tiptoe and looked at herself in it. In the neighboring room, the sound of iron articles being moved was audible. She smoothed her hair with the palm of her hand, and smiled into the mirror, humming with her cracked and sepulchral voice. Nos amours ont dur tout un semaine. Mais que du bonheur les instants sont courts. Sauter huit jours, si était bien la peine. Le temps de amours devait durer toujours. Devrait durer toujours. Devrait durer toujours. Our love has lasted a whole week, but how short are the instants of happiness. To adore each other for 8 days was hardly worth the while. The time of love should last forever. In the meantime, Marius trembled. It seemed impossible to him that she should not hear his breathing. She stepped to the window and looked out with the half-foolish way she had. How ugly Paris is when it has put on a white chemise, said she. She returned to the mirror and began again to put on airs before it, scrutinizing herself full face and three-quarters face in turn. Well, cried her father, what are you about there? I am looking under the bed and the furniture, she replied, continuing to arrange her hair, there's no one here. Booby, yelled her father. Come here this minute. And don't waste any time about it. Coming. Coming, said she. One has no time for anything in this hovel. She hummed. Vous me quittez pour aller à la gloire. Mon triste cœur suivra partout. You leave me to go to glory, my sad heart will follow you everywhere. She cast a parting glance in the mirror and went out, shutting the door behind her. A moment more, and Marius heard the sound of the 2 young girls' bare feet in the corridor, and Jondrette's voice shouting to them. Pay strict heed. One on the side of the barrier, the other at the corner of the Rue du Petit Banquier. Don't lose sight for a moment of the door of this house, and the moment you see anything, rush here on the instant. As hard as you can go. You have a key to get in. The eldest girl grumbled. The idea of standing watch in the snow barefoot. Tomorrow you shall have some dainty little green silk boots, said the father. They ran downstairs, and a few seconds later the shock of the outer door as it banged to announce that they were outside. There now remained in the house only Marius, the Jondrettes and probably, also, the mysterious persons of whom Marius had caught a glimpse in the twilight, behind the door of the unused attic. Chapter 17. The use made of Marius' 5-franc piece. Marius decided that the moment had now arrived when he must resume his post at his observatory. In a twinkling, and with the agility of his age, he had reached the hole in the partition. He looked. The interior of the Jondrette apartment presented a curious aspect, and Marius found an explanation of the singular light which he had noticed. A candle was burning in a candlestick covered with verdigris, but that was not what really lighted the chamber. The hovel was completely illuminated, as it were, by the reflection from a rather large sheet-iron brazier standing in the fireplace, and filled with burning charcoal, the brazier prepared by the Jondrette woman that morning. The charcoal was glowing hot and the brazier was red, a blue flame flickered over it, and helped him to make out the form of the chisel purchased by Jondrette in the Rue Pierre Lombard, where it had been thrust into the brazier to heat. In one corner, near the door, and as though prepared for some definite use, 2 heaps were visible, which appeared to be, the one a heap of old iron, the other a heap of ropes. All this would have caused the mind of a person who knew nothing of what was in preparation, to waver between a very sinister and a very simple idea. The lair thus lighted up more resembled a forge than a mouth of hell, but Jondrette, in this light, had rather the air of a demon than of a smith. The heat of the brazier was so great, that the candle on the table was melting on the side next the chafing dish, and was drooping over. An old dark lantern of copper, worthy of Diogenes turned cartouche, stood on the chimney-piece. The brazier, placed in the fireplace itself, beside the nearly extinct brands, sent its vapors up the chimney, and gave out no odor. The moon, entering through the 4 panes of the window, cast its whiteness into the crimson and flaming garret. And to the poetic spirit of Marius, who was dreamy even in the moment of action, it was like a thought of heaven mingled with the misshapen reveries of earth. A breath of air which made its way in through the open pane, helped to dissipate the smell of the charcoal and to conceal the presence of the brazier. The Jondrette lair was, if the reader recalls what we have said of the Gorbeau building, admirably chosen to serve as the theatre of a violent and sombre deed, and as the envelope for a crime. It was the most retired chamber in the most isolated house on the most deserted boulevard in Paris. If the system of ambush and traps had not already existed, they would have been invented there. The whole thickness of a house and a multitude of uninhabited rooms separated this den from the boulevard, and the only window that existed opened on waste lands enclosed with walls and palisades. Jondrette had lighted his pipe, seated himself on the seatless chair, and was engaged in smoking. His wife was talking to him in a low tone. If Marius had been Courfeyrac, that is to say, one of those men who laugh on every occasion in life, he would have burst with laughter when his gaze fell on the Jondrette woman. She had on a black bonnet with plumes not unlike the hats of the heralds at arms at the coronation of Charles X, an immense tartan shawl over her knitted petticoat, and the man's shoes which her daughter had scorned in the morning. It was this toilette which had extracted from Jondrette the exclamation, "Good! You have dressed up. You have done well. You must inspire confidence." As for Jondrette, he had not taken off the new surtout, which was too large for him, and which M. Leblanc had given him, and his costume continued to present that contrast of coat and trousers which constituted the ideal of a poet in Courfeyrac's eyes. All at once, Jondrette lifted up his voice. "By the way, now that I think of it, in this weather, he will come in a carriage. Light the lantern, take it and go downstairs. You will stand behind the lower door. The very moment that you hear the carriage stop, you will open the door, instantly, he will come up, you will light the staircase and the corridor, and when he enters here, you will go downstairs again as speedily as possible. You will pay the coachman, and dismiss the fiacre. And the money? Inquired the woman. Jondrette fumbled in his trousers pocket and handed her 5 francs. What's this? She exclaimed. Jondrette replied with dignity. That is the monarch which our neighbor gave us this morning. And he added. Do you know what? 2 chairs will be needed here. What for? To sit on. Marius felt a cold chill pass through his limbs at hearing this mild answer from Jondrette. Pardieu! I'll go and get one of our neighbors. And with a rapid movement, she opened the door of the den, and went out into the corridor. Marius absolutely had not the time to descend from the commode, reach his bed, and conceal himself beneath it. Take the candle, cried Jondrette. No, said she, it would embarrass me, I have the 2 chairs to carry. There is moonlight. Marius heard Mother Jondrette's heavy hand fumbling at his lock in the dark. The door opened. He remained nailed to the spot with the shock and with horror. The Jondrette entered. The dormer window permitted the entrance of a ray of moonlight between 2 blocks of shadow. One of these blocks of shadow entirely covered the wall against which Marius was leaning, so that he disappeared within it. Mother Jondrette raised her eyes, did not see Marius, took the 2 chairs, the only ones which Marius possessed, and went away, letting the door fall heavily to behind her. She re-entered the lair. Here are the 2 chairs. And here is the lantern. Go down as quick as you can. She hastily obeyed, and Jondrette was left alone. He placed the 2 chairs on opposite sides of the table, turned the chisel in the brazier, set in front of the fireplace an old screen which masked the chafing dish, then went to the corner where lay the pile of rope. And bent down as though to examine something. Marius then recognized the fact, that what he had taken for a shapeless mass was a very well-made rope ladder, with wooden rungs and 2 hooks with which to attach it. This ladder, and some large tools, veritable masses of iron, which were mingled with the old iron piled up behind the door, had not been in the Jondrette hovel in the morning, and had evidently been brought thither in the afternoon. During Marius' absence. Those are the utensils of an edge-tool maker, thought Marius. Had Marius been a little more learned in this line, he would have recognized in what he took for the engines of an edge-tool maker, certain instruments which will force a lock or pick a lock and others which will cut or slice. The 2 families of tools which burglars call cadets and fauchions. The fireplace and the 2 chairs were exactly opposite Marius. The brazier being concealed, the only light in the room was now furnished by the candle, the smallest bit of crockery on the table or on the chimney-piece cast a large shadow. There was something indescribably calm, threatening, and hideous about this chamber. One felt that there existed in it the anticipation of something terrible. Jondrette had allowed his pipe to go out, a serious sign of preoccupation, and had again seated himself. The candle brought out the fierce and the fine angles of his countenance. He indulged in scowls and in abrupt unfoldings of the right hand, as though he were responding to the last counsels of a somber inward monologue. In the course of one of these dark replies which he was making to himself, he pulled the table drawer rapidly towards him, took out a long kitchen knife which was concealed there, and tried the edge of its blade on his nail. That done, he put the knife back in the drawer and shut it. Marius, on his side, grasped the pistol in his right pocket, drew it out and cocked it. The pistol emitted a sharp, clear click, as he cocked it. Jondrette started, half rose, listened a moment, then began to laugh and said, "What a fool I am! It's the partition cracking." Marius kept the pistol in his hand. Chapter 18. Marius' 2 chairs form a vis-a-vis. Suddenly, the distant and melancholy vibration of a clock shook the panes. 6 o'clock was striking from Saint Médard. Jondrette marked off each stroke with a toss of his head. When the 6th had struck, he snuffed the candle with his fingers. Then he began to pace up and down the room, listened at the corridor, walked on again, then listened once more. Provided only that he comes. He muttered, then he returned to his chair. He had hardly reseated himself when the door opened. Mother Jondrette had opened it, and now remained in the corridor making a horrible, amiable grimace, which one of the holes of the dark lantern illuminated from below. "Enter, sir," she said. "Enter, my benefactor," repeated Jondrette, rising hastily. Leblanc made his appearance. He wore an air of serenity which rendered him singularly venerable. He laid 4 louis on the table. "Monsieur Fabantou," said he, "this is for your rent and your most pressing necessities. We will attend to the rest hereafter." "May God requite it to you, my generous benefactor," said Jondrette. And rapidly approaching his wife. "Dismiss the carriage." She slipped out while her husband was lavishing salutes and offering Leblanc a chair. An instant later she returned and whispered in his ear. "'Tis done." The snow, which had not ceased falling since the morning, was so deep that the arrival of the fiacre had not been audible, and they did not now hear its departure. Meanwhile, Leblanc had seated himself. Jondrette had taken possession of the other chair, facing Leblanc. Now, in order to form an idea of the scene which is to follow, let the reader picture to himself in his own mind, a cold night, the solitudes of the Salpêtrière covered with snow and white as winding sheets in the moonlight. The taper-like lights of the street lanterns which shone redly here and there along those tragic boulevards, and the long rows of black elms, not a passer-by for perhaps a quarter of a league around, the Gorbeau hovel. At its highest pitch of silence, of horror, and of darkness. In that building, in the midst of those solitudes, in the midst of that darkness, the vast Jondrette garret lighted by a single candle, and in that den 2 men seated at a table, Leblanc tranquil, Jondrette smiling and alarming, the Jondrette woman, the female wolf, in one corner, and, behind the partition, Marius, invisible, erect, not losing a word, not missing a single movement, his eye on the watch, and pistol in hand. However, Marius experienced only an emotion of horror, but no fear. He clasped the stock of the pistol firmly and felt reassured. "I shall be able to stop that wretch whenever I please," he thought. He felt that the police were there somewhere in ambuscade, waiting for the signal agreed upon and ready to stretch out their arm. Moreover, he was in hopes that this violent encounter between Jondrette and Leblanc would cast some light on all the things which he was interested in learning. Chapter 19. Occupying oneself with obscure depths. Hardly was Leblanc seated, when he turned his eyes towards the pallets, which were empty. "How is the poor little wounded girl?" he inquired. "Bad," replied Jondrette with a heartbroken and grateful smile, "very bad, my worthy sir. Her elder sister has taken her to the Bourbe to have her hurt dressed. You will see them presently. They will be back immediately. Madame Fabantou seems to me to be better," went on Leblanc, casting his eyes on the eccentric costume of the Jondrette woman, as she stood between him and the door, as though already guarding the exit, and gazed at him in an attitude of menace and almost of combat. "She is dying," said Jondrette. "But what do you expect, sir? She has so much courage, that woman has. She's not a woman, she's an ox." The Jondrette, touched by his compliment, deprecated it with the affected airs of a flattered monster. "You are always too good to me, Monsieur Jondrette." "Jondrette," said Leblanc, "I thought your name was Fabantou." "Fabantou, alias Jondrette," replied the husband hurriedly. An artistic sobriquet. And launching at his wife a shrug of the shoulders which Leblanc did not catch, he continued with an emphatic and caressing inflection of voice. "Ah! We have had a happy life together, this poor darling and I. What would there be left for us if we had not that? We are so wretched, my respectable sir. We have arms, but there is no work. We have the will, no work. I don't know how the government arranges that, but, on my word of honor, sir, I am not Jacobin, sir, I am not a Bousingot, 30, I don't wish them any evil, but if I were the ministers, on my most sacred word, things would be different. Here, for instance, I wanted to have my girls taught the trade of paperbox makers. You will say to me, what? A trade? Yes. A trade. A simple trade. A breadwinner. What a fall, my benefactor. What a degradation, when one has been what we have been. Alas! There is nothing left to us of our days of prosperity. One thing only, a picture, of which I think a great deal, but which I am willing to part with, for I must live. Item, one must live. 30. A Democrat. While Jondrette thus talked, with an apparent incoherence which detracted nothing from the thoughtful and sagacious expression of his physiognomy, Marius raised his eyes, and perceived at the other end of the room a person whom he had not seen before. A man had just entered, so softly that the door had not been heard to turn on its hinges. This man wore a violet knitted vest, which was old, worn, spotted, cut and gaping at every fold, wide trousers of cotton velvet, wooden shoes on his feet, no shirt, had his neck bare, his bare arms tattooed, and his face smeared with black. He had seated himself in silence on the nearest bed, and, as he was behind Jondrette, he could only be indistinctly seen. That sort of magnetic instinct which turns aside the gaze, caused M. Leblanc to turn round almost at the same moment as Marius. He could not refrain from a gesture of surprise which did not escape Jondrette. "Ah! I see," exclaimed Jondrette, buttoning up his coat with an air of complaisance, "you are looking at your overcoat? It fits me. My faith, but it fits me." "Who is that man?" said M. Leblanc. "Him," ejaculated Jondrette, "he's a neighbor of mine." "Don't pay any attention to him." The neighbor was a singular-looking individual. However, manufactories of chemical products abound in the Faubourg Saint-Marceau. Many of the workmen might have black faces. Besides this, M. Leblanc's whole person was expressive of candid and intrepid confidence. He went on. "Excuse me. What were you saying, M. Fabantou?" "I was telling you, sir, and dear protector," replied Jondrette, placing his elbows on the table and contemplating M. Leblanc with steady and tender eyes, not unlike the eyes of the boa constrictor, "I was telling you, that I have a picture to sell." A slight sound came from the door. A second man had just entered and seated himself on the bed, behind Jondrette. Like the first, his arms were bare, and he had a mask of ink or lampblack. Although this man had, literally, glided into the room, he had not been able to prevent M. Leblanc catching sight of him. "Don't mind them," said Jondrette, "they are people who belong in the house. So I was saying, that there remains in my possession a valuable picture. But stop, sir, take a look at it." He rose, went to the wall at the foot of which stood the panel which we have already mentioned, and turned it round, still leaving it supported against the wall. It really was something which resembled a picture, and which the candle illuminated, somewhat. Marius could make nothing out of it, as Jondrette stood between the picture and him. He only saw a coarse daub, and a sort of principal personage colored with the harsh crudity of foreign canvases and screen paintings. "What is that?" asked M. Leblanc. Jondrette exclaimed. "A painting by a master, a picture of great value, my benefactor. I am as much attached to it as I am to my 2 daughters, it recalls souvenirs to me. But I have told you, and I will not take it back, that I am so wretched that I will part with it." Either by chance, or because he had begun to feel a dawning uneasiness, M. Leblanc's glance returned to the bottom of the room as he examined the picture. There were now 4 men, 3 seated on the bed, 1 standing near the doorpost, all 4 with bare arms and motionless, with faces smeared with black. One of those on the bed was leaning against the wall, with closed eyes, and it might have been supposed that he was asleep. He was old, his white hair contrasting with his blackened face produced a horrible effect. The other 2 seemed to be young. One wore a beard, the other wore his hair long. None of them had on shoes, those who did not wear socks were barefooted. Jondrette noticed that M. Leblanc's eye was fixed on these men. "They are friends. They are neighbors, said he. Their faces are black because they work in charcoal. They are chimney builders. Don't trouble yourself about them, my benefactor, but buy my picture. Have pity on my misery. I will not ask you much for it. How much do you think it is worth? Well, said M. Leblanc, looking Jondrette full in the eye, and with the manner of a man who is on his guard, it is some signboard for a tavern, and is worth about 3 francs. Jondrette replied sweetly. Have you your pocket-book with you? I should be satisfied with 1,000 crowns. M. Leblanc sprang up, placed his back against the wall, and cast a rapid glance around the room. He had Jondrette on his left, on the side next the window, and the Jondrette woman and the 4 men on his right, on the side next the door. The 4 men did not stir, and did not even seem to be looking on. Jondrette had again begun to speak in a plaintive tone, with so vague an eye, and so lamentable an intonation, that M. Leblanc might have supposed that what he had before him was a man who had simply gone mad with misery. If you do not buy my picture, my dear benefactor, said Jondrette, I shall be left without resources, there will be nothing left for me but to throw myself into the river. When I think that I wanted to have my 2 girls taught the middle-class paper-box trade, the making of boxes for New Year's gifts. Well, a table with a board at the end to keep the glasses from falling off is required, then a special stove is needed, a pot with 3 compartments for the different degrees of strength of the paste, according as it is to be used for wood, paper, or stuff, a paring knife to cut the cardboard, a mold to adjust it, a hammer to nail the steels, pincers, how the devil do I know what all? And all that in order to earn 4 sous a day. And you have to work 14 hours a day. And each box passes through the workwoman's hands 13 times. And you can't wet the paper. And you mustn't spot anything. And you must keep the paste hot. The devil, I tell you. 4 sous a day. How do you suppose a man is to live? As he spoke, Jondrette did not look at M. Leblanc, who was observing him. M. Leblanc's eye was fixed on Jondrette, and Jondrette's eye was fixed on the door. Marius' eager attention was transferred from one to the other. M. Leblanc seemed to be asking himself, is this man an idiot? Jondrette repeated 2 or 3 distinct times, with all manner of varying inflections of the whining and supplicating order, there is nothing left for me but to throw myself into the river. I went down 3 steps at the side of the bridge of Austerlitz the other day for that purpose. All at once his dull eyes lighted up with a hideous flash, the little man drew himself up and became terrible, took a step toward M. Leblanc and cried in a voice of thunder, that has nothing to do with the question. Do you know me? Chapter 20. The Trap. The door of the garret had just opened abruptly, and allowed a view of 3 men clad in blue linen blouses, and masked with masks of black paper. The first was thin, and had a long, iron-tipped cudgel. The second, who was a sort of colossus, carried, by the middle of the handle, with the blade downward, a butcher's poleaxe for slaughtering cattle. The third, a man with thick-set shoulders, not so slender as the first, held in his hand an enormous key stolen from the door of some prison. It appeared that the arrival of these men was what Jondrette had been waiting for. A rapid dialogue ensued between him and the man with the cudgel, the thin one. Is everything ready? Said Jondrette. Yes, replied the thin man. Where is Montparnasse? The young principal actor stopped to chat with your girl. Which? The eldest. Is there a carriage at the door? Yes. Is the team harnessed? Yes. With 2 good horses? Excellent. Is it waiting where I ordered? Yes. Good, said Jondrette. M. Leblanc was very pale. He was scrutinizing everything around him in the den, like a man who understands what he has fallen into, and his head, directed in turn toward all the heads which surrounded him, moved on his neck with an astonished and attentive slowness. But there was nothing in his air which resembled fear. He had improvised an entrenchment out of the table. And the man, who but an instant previously, had borne merely the appearance of a kindly old man, had suddenly become a sort of athlete, and placed his robust fist on the back of his chair, with a formidable and surprising gesture. This old man, who was so firm and so brave in the presence of such a danger, seemed to possess one of those natures which are as courageous as they are kind, both easily and simply. The father of a woman whom we love is never a stranger to us. Marius felt proud of that unknown man. 3 of the men, of whom Jondrette had said, "They are chimney builders," had armed themselves from the pile of old iron, one with a heavy pair of shears, the second with weighing tongs, the third with a hammer, and had placed themselves across the entrance without uttering a syllable. The old man had remained on the bed, and had merely opened his eyes. The Jondrette woman had seated herself beside him. Marius decided that in a few seconds more the moment for intervention would arrive, and he raised his right hand towards the ceiling, in the direction of the corridor, in readiness to discharge his pistol. Jondrette, having terminated his colloquy with the man with the cudgel, turned once more to M. Leblanc, and repeated his question, accompanying it with that low, repressed, and terrible laugh which was peculiar to him. "So you do not recognize me?" M. Leblanc looked him full in the face, and replied, "No." Then Jondrette advanced to the table. He leaned across the candle, crossing his arms, putting his angular and ferocious jaw close to M. Leblanc's calm face, and advancing as far as possible without forcing M. Leblanc to retreat, and, in this posture of a wild beast who is about to bite, he exclaimed, "My name is not Fabantou, my name is not Jondrette, my name is Thénardier. I am the innkeeper of Montfermeil. Do you understand? Thénardier. Now do you know me?" An almost imperceptible flush crossed M. Leblanc's brow, and he replied with a voice which neither trembled nor rose above its ordinary level, with his accustomed placidity, "No more than before." Marius did not hear this reply. Anyone who had seen him at that moment through the darkness would have perceived that he was haggard, stupid, thunderstruck. At the moment when Jondrette said, "My name is Thénardier," Marius had trembled in every limb, and had leaned against the wall, as though he felt the cold of a steel blade through his heart. Then his right arm, all ready to discharge the signal shot, dropped slowly, and at the moment when Jondrette repeated, "Thénardier, do you understand?" Marius's faltering fingers had come near letting the pistol fall. Jondrette, by revealing his identity, had not moved M. Leblanc, but he had quite upset Marius. That name of Thénardier, with which M. Leblanc did not seem to be acquainted, Marius knew well. Let the reader recall what that name meant to him. That name he had worn on his heart, inscribed in his father's testament. He bore it at the bottom of his mind, in the depths of his memory, in that sacred injunction, "A certain Thénardier saved my life. If my son encounters him, he will do him all the good that lies in his power." That name, it will be remembered, was one of the pieties of his soul. He mingled it with the name of his father in his worship. What? This man was that Thénardier, that innkeeper of Montfermeil whom he had so long and so vainly sought. He had found him at last, and how? His father's savior was a ruffian. That man, to whose service Marius was burning to devote himself, was a monster. That liberator of Colonel Pontmercy was on the point of committing a crime whose scope Marius did not, as yet, clearly comprehend, but which resembled an assassination. And against whom, great God! What a fatality! What a bitter mockery of fate! His father had commanded him from the depths of his coffin to do all the good in his power to this Thénardier, and for 4 years Marius had cherished no other thought than to acquit this debt of his father's. And at the moment when he was on the eve of having a brigand seized in the very act of crime by justice, destiny cried to him, "This is Thénardier." He could at last repay this man for his father's life, saved amid a hailstorm of grape shot on the heroic field of Waterloo, and repay it with the scaffold. He had sworn to himself that if ever he found that Thénardier, he would address him only by throwing himself at his feet, and now he actually had found him, but it was only to deliver him over to the executioner. His father said to him, "Succor Thénardier." And he replied to that adored and sainted voice by crushing Thénardier. He was about to offer to his father in his grave the spectacle of that man who had torn him from death at the peril of his own life, executed on the place Saint-Jacques through the means of his son. Of that Marius to whom he had entrusted that man by his will. And what a mockery to have so long worn on his breast his father's last commands, written in his own hand, only to act in so horribly contrary a sense. But, on the other hand, now look on that trap and not prevent it. Condemn the victim and to spare the assassin. Could one be held to any gratitude towards so miserable a wretch? All the ideas which Marius had cherished for the last 4 years were pierced through and through, as it were, by this unforeseen blow. He shuddered. Everything depended on him. Unknown to themselves, he held in his hand all those beings who were moving about there before his eyes. If he fired his pistol, M. Leblanc was saved, and Thénardier lost. If he did not fire, M. Leblanc would be sacrificed, and, who knows, Thénardier would escape. Should he dash down the one or allow the other to fall? Remorse awaited him in either case. What was he to do? What should he choose? Be false to the most imperious souvenirs, to all those solemn vows to himself, to the most sacred duty, to the most venerated text? Should he ignore his father's testament, or allow the perpetration of a crime? On the one hand, it seemed to him that he heard his Ursule supplicating for her father, and on the other, the colonel commending Thénardier to his care. He felt that he was going mad. His knees gave way beneath him. And he had not even the time for deliberation, so great was the fury with which the scene before his eyes was hastening to its catastrophe. It was like a whirlwind of which he had thought himself the master, and which was now sweeping him away. He was on the verge of swooning. In the meantime, Thénardier, whom we shall henceforth call by no other name, was pacing up and down in front of the table in a sort of frenzy and wild triumph. He seized the candle in his fist, and set it on the chimney-piece with so violent a bang that the wick came near being extinguished, and the tallow bespattered the wall. Then he turned to M. Leblanc with a horrible look, and spit out these words. Done for. Smoked brown. Cooked. Spitchcocked. And again he began to march back and forth, in full eruption. Ah, he cried, so I've found you again at last, Mr. Philanthropist. Mr. Threadbare Millionaire. Mr. Giver of Dolls. You old ninny. Ah. So you don't recognize me. No, it wasn't you who came to Montfermeil, to my inn, 8 years ago, on Christmas Eve, 1823. It wasn't you who carried off that Fantine's child from me. The lark. It wasn't you who had a yellow greatcoat. No. Nor a package of duds in your hand, as you had this morning here. Say, wife, it seems to be his mania to carry packets of woolen stockings into houses. Old charity monger, get out with you. Are you a hosier, Mr. Millionaire? You give away your stock in trade to the poor, holy man. What bosh! Merry Andrew. Ah. And you don't recognize me? Well, I recognize you, that I do. I recognized you the very moment you poked your snout in here. Ah. You'll find out presently, that it isn't all roses to thrust yourself in that fashion into people's houses, under the pretext that they are taverns, in wretched clothes, with the air of a poor man, to whom one would give a sou, to deceive persons. To play the generous, to take away their means of livelihood, and to make threats in the woods, and you can't call things quits because afterwards, when people are ruined, you bring a coat that is too large, and 2 miserable hospital blankets. You old blackguard, you child stealer. He paused, and seemed to be talking to himself for a moment. One would have said that his wrath had fallen into some hole, like the Rhone. Then, as though he were concluding aloud the things which he had been saying to himself in a whisper, he smote the table with his fist, and shouted. And with his goody-goody air. And, apostrophizing M. Leblanc. Parbleu! You made game of me in the past. You are the cause of all my misfortunes. For 1,500 francs you got a girl whom I had, and who certainly belonged to rich people, and who had already brought in a great deal of money, and from whom I might have extracted enough to live on all my life. A girl who would have made up to me for everything that I lost in that vile cook shop, where there was nothing but one continual row, and where, like a fool, I ate up my last farthing. Oh! I wish all the wine folks drank in my house had been poison to those who drank it. Well, never mind. Say, now. You must have thought me ridiculous when you went off with the lark. You had your cudgel in the forest. You were the stronger. Revenge. I'm the one to hold the trumps today. You're in a sorry case, my good fellow. Oh, but I can laugh. Really, I laugh. Didn't he fall into the trap? I told him that I was an actor, that my name was Fabantu, that I had played comedy with Mamselle Mars, with Mamselle Mush, that my landlord insisted on being paid tomorrow, the 4th of February, and he didn't even notice that the 8th of January. And not the 4th of February is the time when the quarter runs out. Absurd idiot. And the 4 miserable Philippes which he has brought me. Scoundrel. He hadn't the heart even to go as high as 100 francs. And how he swallowed my platitudes. That did amuse me. I said to myself, blockhead. Come, I've got you. I lick your paws this morning, but I'll gnaw your heart this evening. Thénardier paused. He was out of breath. His little, narrow chest panted like a forge bellows. His eyes were full of the ignoble happiness of a feeble, cruel, and cowardly creature, which finds that it can, at last, harass what it has feared, and insult what it has flattered. The joy of a dwarf who should be able to set his heel on the head of Goliath, the joy of a jackal which is beginning to rend a sick bull, so nearly dead that he can no longer defend himself, but sufficiently alive to suffer still. M. Leblanc did not interrupt him, but said to him when he paused. I do not know what you mean to say. You are mistaken in me. I am a very poor man, and anything but a millionaire. I do not know you. You are mistaking me for some other person. Ah, roared Thénardier hoarsely, a pretty lie. You stick to that pleasantry, do you? You're floundering, my old buck. Ah. You don't remember. You don't see who I am. Excuse me, sir, said M. Leblanc with a politeness of accent, which at that moment seemed peculiarly strange and powerful, I see that you are a villain. Who has not remarked the fact that odious creatures possess a susceptibility of their own, that monsters are ticklish? At this word villain, the female Thénardier sprang from the bed. Thénardier grasped his chair as though he were about to crush it in his hands. Don't you stir, he shouted to his wife, and, turning to M. Leblanc. Villain. Yes, I know that you call us that, you rich gentlemen. Stop. It's true that I became bankrupt, that I am in hiding, that I have no bread, that I have not a single sou, that I am a villain. It's 3 days since I have had anything to eat, so I'm a villain. Ah! You folks warm your feet, you have Sikorsky boots, you have wadded greatcoats, like archbishops, you lodge on the first floor in houses that have porters, you eat truffles, you eat asparagus at 40 francs the bunch in the month of January. And green peas, you gorge yourselves, and when you want to know whether it is cold, you look in the papers to see what the engineer Chevalier's thermometer says about it. It is we who are thermometers. We don't need to go out and look on the quay at the corner of the Tour de l'Horloge, to find out the number of degrees of cold. We feel our blood congealing in our veins, and the ice forming round our hearts, and we say, there is no God. And you come to our caverns, yes our caverns, for the purpose of calling us villains. But we'll devour you. But we'll devour you, poor little things. Just see here, Mr. Millionaire, I have been a solid man, I have held a license, I have been an elector, I am a bourgeois, that I am. And it's quite possible that you are not. Here Thénardier took a step towards the men who stood near the door, and added with a shudder. When I think that he has dared to come here and talk to me like a cobbler. Then addressing M. Leblanc with a fresh outburst of frenzy. And listen to this also, Mr. Philanthropist. I'm not a suspicious character, not a bit of it. I'm not a man whose name nobody knows, and who comes and abducts children from houses. I'm an old French soldier, I ought to have been decorated. I was at Waterloo, so I was. And in the battle I saved a general called the Count of I don't know what. He told me his name, but his beastly voice was so weak that I didn't hear. All I caught was merci, thanks. I'd rather have had his name than his thanks. That would have helped me to find him again. The picture that you see here, and which was painted by David at Bruxelles, do you know what it represents? It represents me. David wished to immortalize that feat of prowess. I have that general on my back, and I am carrying him through the grape shot. There's the history of it. That general never did a single thing for me. He was no better than the rest. But none the less, I saved his life at the risk of my own, and I have the certificate of the fact in my pocket. I am a soldier of Waterloo, by all the furies. And now that I have had the goodness to tell you all this, let's have an end of it. I want money, I want a deal of money, I must have an enormous lot of money, or I'll exterminate you, by the thunder of the good God. Marius had regained some measure of control over his anguish, and was listening. The last possibility of doubt had just vanished. It certainly was the Thénardier of the will. Marius shuddered at that reproach of ingratitude directed against his father, and which he was on the point of so fatally justifying. His perplexity was redoubled. Moreover, there was in all these words of Thénardier, in his accent, in his gesture, in his glance which darted flames at every word, there was, in this explosion of an evil nature disclosing everything. In that mixture of braggadocio and abjectness, of pride and pettiness, of rage and folly, in that chaos of real griefs and false sentiments, in that immodesty of a malicious man tasting the voluptuous delights of violence. In that shameless nudity of a repulsive soul, in that conflagration of all sufferings combined with all hatreds, something which was as hideous as evil, and as heartrending as the truth. The picture of the master, the painting by David which he had proposed that M. Leblanc should purchase, was nothing else, as the reader has divined, than the sign of his tavern painted, as it will be remembered, by himself, the only relic which he had preserved from his shipwreck at Montfermeil. As he had ceased to intercept Marius' visual ray, Marius could examine this thing, and in the daub, he actually did recognize a battle, a background of smoke, and a man carrying another man. It was the group composed of Pontmercy and Thénardier. The sergeant the rescuer, the colonel rescued. Marius was like a drunken man, this picture restored his father to life in some sort, it was no longer the signboard of the wine-shop at Montfermeil, it was a resurrection. A tomb had yawned, a phantom had risen there. Marius heard his heart beating in his temples, he had the cannon of Waterloo in his ears, his bleeding father, vaguely depicted on that sinister panel terrified him, and it seemed to him that the misshapen spectre was gazing intently at him. When Thénardier had recovered his breath, he turned his bloodshot eyes on M. Leblanc, and said to him in a low, curt voice. "What have you to say before we put the handcuffs on you?" M. Leblanc held his peace. In the midst of this silence, a cracked voice launched this lugubrious sarcasm from the corridor. "If there's any wood to be split, I'm there." It was the man with the axe, who was growing merry. At the same moment, an enormous, bristling, and clayey face made its appearance at the door, with a hideous laugh which exhibited not teeth, but fangs. It was the face of the man with the butcher's axe. "Why have you taken off your mask?" cried Thénardier in a rage. "For fun," retorted the man. For the last few minutes M. Leblanc had appeared to be watching and following all the movements of Thénardier, who, blinded and dazzled by his own rage, was stalking to and fro in the den with full confidence that the door was guarded, and of holding an unarmed man fast. He being armed himself, of being 9 against 1, supposing that the female Thénardier counted for but one man. During his address to the man with the pole-axe, he had turned his back to M. Leblanc. M. Leblanc seized this moment, overturned the chair with his foot and the table with his fist, and with one bound, with prodigious agility, before Thénardier had time to turn round, he had reached the window. To open it, to scale the frame, to bestride it, was the work of a second only. He was half out when 6 robust fists seized him and dragged him back energetically into the hovel. These were the 3 chimney builders, who had flung themselves upon him. At the same time the Thénardier woman had wound her hands in his hair. At the trampling which ensued, the other ruffians rushed up from the corridor. The old man on the bed, who seemed under the influence of wine, descended from the pallet and came reeling up, with a stonebreaker's hammer in his hand. One of the chimney builders, whose smirched face was lighted up by the candle, and in whom Marius recognized, in spite of his daubing, Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenaille, lifted above M. Leblanc's head a sort of bludgeon made of 2 balls of lead, at the 2 ends of a bar of iron. Marius could not resist this sight. "My father," he thought, "forgive me." And his finger sought the trigger of his pistol. The shot was on the point of being discharged when Thénardier's voice shouted, "Don't harm him." This desperate attempt of the victim, far from exasperating Thénardier, had calmed him. There existed in him 2 men, the ferocious man and the adroit man. Up to that moment, in the excess of his triumph in the presence of the prey which had been brought down, and which did not stir, the ferocious man had prevailed. When the victim struggled and tried to resist, the adroit man reappeared and took the upper hand. "Don't hurt him," he repeated, and without suspecting it, his first success was to arrest the pistol in the act of being discharged, and to paralyze Marius, in whose opinion the urgency of the case disappeared, and who, in the face of this new phase, saw no inconvenience in waiting a while longer. Who knows whether some chance would not arise which would deliver him from the horrible alternative of allowing Ursul's father to perish, or of destroying the colonel's savior. A Herculean struggle had begun with 1 blow full in the chest. M. Leblanc had sent the old man tumbling, rolling in the middle of the room, then with 2 backward sweeps of his hand he had overthrown 2 more assailants, and he held one under each of his knees. The wretches were rattling in the throat beneath this pressure as under a granite millstone. But the other 4 had seized the formidable old man by both arms and the back of his neck, and were holding him doubled up over the 2 chimney builders, on the floor. Thus, the master of some and mastered by the rest, crushing those beneath him and stifling under those on top of him, endeavoring in vain to shake off all the efforts which were heaped upon him, M. Leblanc disappeared under the horrible group of ruffians like the wild boar beneath a howling pile of dogs and hounds. They succeeded in overthrowing him upon the bed nearest the window, and there they held him in awe. The Thénardier woman had not released her clutch on his hair. "Don't you mix yourself up in this affair," said Thénardier. "You'll tear your shawl." The Thénardier obeyed, as the female wolf obeys the male wolf, with a growl. "Now," said Thénardier, "search him, you other fellows." M. Leblanc seemed to have renounced the idea of resistance. They searched him. He had nothing on his person except a leather purse containing 6 francs, and his handkerchief. Thénardier put the handkerchief into his own pocket. "What? No pocket-book?" he demanded. "No, nor watch," replied one of the chimney builders. "Never mind," murmured the masked man who carried the big key, in the voice of a ventriloquist, "he's a tough old fellow." Thénardier went to the corner near the door, picked up a bundle of ropes and threw them at the men. "Tie him to the leg of the bed," said he. And, catching sight of the old man who had been stretched across the room by the blow from M. Leblanc's fist, and who made no movement, he added, "Is Boulatruelle dead?" "No," replied Bigrenaille, "he's drunk." "Sweep him into a corner," said Thénardier. 2 of the chimney builders pushed the drunken man into the corner near the heap of old iron with their feet. "Babet," said Thénardier in a low tone to the man with the cudgel, "why did you bring so many? They were not needed." "What can you do?" replied the man with the cudgel, "they all wanted to be in it. This is a bad season. There's no business going on." The pallet on which M. Leblanc had been thrown was a sort of hospital bed, elevated on 4 coarse wooden legs, roughly hewn. M. Leblanc let them take their own course. The ruffians bound him securely, in an upright attitude, with his feet on the ground at the head of the bed, the end which was most remote from the window, and nearest to the fireplace. When the last knot had been tied, Thénardier took a chair and seated himself almost facing M. Leblanc. Thénardier no longer looked like himself. In the course of a few moments his face had passed from unbridled violence to tranquil and cunning sweetness. Marius found it difficult to recognize in that polished smile of a man in official life the almost bestial mouth which had been foaming but a moment before. He gazed with amazement on that fantastic and alarming metamorphosis, and he felt as a man might feel who should behold a tiger converted into a lawyer. "Monsieur," said Thénardier. And dismissing with a gesture the ruffians who still kept their hands on M. Leblanc. "Stand off a little, and let me have a talk with the gentleman." All retired towards the door. He went on. "Monsieur, you did wrong to try to jump out of the window. You might have broken your leg. Now, if you will permit me, we will converse quietly. In the first place, I must communicate to you an observation which I have made, which is, that you have not uttered the faintest cry." Thénardier was right, this detail was correct, although it had escaped Marius in his agitation. M. Leblanc had barely pronounced a few words, without raising his voice, and even during his struggle with the 6 ruffians near the window he had preserved the most profound and singular silence. Thénardier continued. "Mon Dieu! You might have shouted, 'Stop thief,' a bit, and I should not have thought it improper. Murder. That, too, is said occasionally, and, so far as I am concerned, I should not have taken it in bad part. It is very natural that you should make a little row when you find yourself with persons who don't inspire you with sufficient confidence. You might have done that, and no one would have troubled you on that account. You would not even have been gagged. And I will tell you why. This room is very private. That's its only recommendation, but it has that in its favor. You might fire off a mortar and it would produce about as much noise at the nearest police station as the snores of a drunken man. Here a cannon would make a boom, and the thunder would make a poof. It's a handy lodging. But, in short, you did not shout, and it is better so. I present you my compliments, and I will tell you the conclusion that I draw from that fact, my dear sir. When a man shouts, who comes? The police. And after the police? Justice. Well. You have not made an outcry. That is because you don't care to have the police and the courts come in any more than we do. It is because, I have long suspected it, you have some interest in hiding something. On our side we have the same interest. So we can come to an understanding." As he spoke thus, it seemed as though Thénardier, who kept his eyes fixed on M. Leblanc, were trying to plunge the sharp points which darted from the pupils into the very conscience of his prisoner. Moreover, his language, which was stamped with a sort of moderated, subdued insolence and crafty insolence, was reserved and almost choice, and in that rascal, who had been nothing but a robber a short time previously, one now felt the man who had studied for the priesthood. The silence preserved by the prisoner, that precaution which had been carried to the point of forgetting all anxiety for his own life, that resistance opposed to the first impulse of nature, which is to utter a cry, all this, it must be confessed, now that his attention had been called to it, troubled Marius, and affected him with painful astonishment. Thénardier's well-grounded observation still further obscured from Marius the dense mystery which enveloped that grave and singular person on whom Courfeyrac had bestowed the sobriquet of Monsieur Leblanc. But whoever he was, bound with ropes, surrounded with executioners, half plunged, so to speak, in a grave which was closing in upon him to the extent of a degree with every moment that passed, in the presence of Thénardier's wrath. As in the presence of his sweetness, this man remained impassive. And Marius could not refrain from admiring at such a moment the superbly melancholy visage. Here, evidently, was a soul which was inaccessible to terror, and which did not know the meaning of despair. Here was one of those men who command amazement in desperate circumstances. Extreme as was the crisis, inevitable as was the catastrophe, there was nothing here of the agony of the drowning man, who opens his horror-filled eyes under the water. Thénardier rose in an unpretending manner, went to the fireplace, shoved aside the screen, which he leaned against the neighboring pallet, and thus unmasked the brazier full of glowing coals, in which the prisoner could plainly see the chisel white-hot and spotted here and there with tiny scarlet stars. Then Thénardier returned to his seat beside M. Leblanc. "I continue," said he. "We can come to an understanding. Let us arrange this matter in an amicable way. I was wrong to lose my temper just now. I don't know what I was thinking of. I went a great deal too far. I said extravagant things. For example, because you are a millionaire, I told you that I exacted money, a lot of money, a deal of money. That would not be reasonable. Mon Dieu, in spite of your riches, you have expenses of your own, who has not? I don't want to ruin you. I am not a greedy fellow, after all. I am not one of those people who, because they have the advantage of the position, profit by the fact to make themselves ridiculous. Why, I'm taking things into consideration and making a sacrifice on my side. I only want 200,000 francs. M. Leblanc uttered not a word. Thénardier went on. You see that I put not a little water in my wine. I'm very moderate. I don't know the state of your fortune, but I do know that you don't stick at money, and a benevolent man like yourself can certainly give 200,000 francs to the father of a family who is out of luck. Certainly, you are reasonable, too. You haven't imagined that I should take all the trouble I have today and organize this affair this evening, which has been labor well bestowed, in the opinion of these gentlemen. Merely to wind up by asking you for enough to go and drink red wine at 15 sous and eat veal at Desnoyers. 200,000 francs, it's surely worth all that. This trifle once out of your pocket, I guarantee you that that's the end of the matter, and that you have no further demands to fear. You will say to me, but I haven't 200,000 francs about me. Oh. I'm not extortionate. I don't demand that. I only ask one thing of you. Have the goodness to write what I am about to dictate to you. Here Thénardier paused. Then he added, emphasizing his words, and casting a smile in the direction of the brazier. I warn you that I shall not admit that you don't know how to write. A grand inquisitor might have envied that smile. Thénardier pushed the table close to M. Leblanc, and took an inkstand, a pen, and a sheet of paper from the drawer which he left half open, and in which gleamed the long blade of the knife. He placed the sheet of paper before M. Leblanc. Write, said he. The prisoner spoke at last. How do you expect me to write? I am bound. That's true, excuse me, ejaculated Thénardier, you are quite right. And turning to Bigrenaille. Untie the gentleman's right arm. Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenaille, executed Thénardier's order. When the prisoner's right arm was free, Thénardier dipped the pen in the ink and presented it to him. Understand thoroughly, sir, that you are in our power, at our discretion, that no human power can get you out of this, and that we shall be really grieved if we are forced to proceed to disagreeable extremities. I know neither your name, nor your address, but I warn you, that you will remain bound until the person charged with carrying the letter which you are about to write shall have returned. Now, be so good as to write. What? Demanded the prisoner. I will dictate. M. Leblanc took the pen. Thénardier began to dictate. My daughter. The prisoner shuddered, and raised his eyes to Thénardier. Put down, my dear daughter, said Thénardier. M. Leblanc obeyed. Thénardier continued. Come instantly. He paused. You address her as thou, do you not? Who? Asked M. Leblanc. Parbleu, cried Thénardier, the little one, the lark. M. Leblanc replied without the slightest apparent emotion. I do not know what you mean. Go on, nevertheless, ejaculated Thénardier, and he continued to dictate. Come immediately, I am in absolute need of thee. The person who will deliver this note to thee is instructed to conduct thee to me. I am waiting for thee. Come with confidence. M. Leblanc had written the whole of this. Thénardier resumed. Ah! Erase, come with confidence. That might lead her to suppose that everything was not as it should be, and that distrust is possible. Leblanc erased the 3 words. Now, pursued Thénardier, sign it. What's your name? The prisoner laid down the pen and demanded. For whom is this letter? You know well, retorted Thénardier, for the little one I just told you so. It was evident that Thénardier avoided naming the young girl in question. He said, the lark, he said, the little one, but he did not pronounce her name, the precaution of a clever man guarding his secret from his accomplices. To mention the name was to deliver the whole affair into their hands, and to tell them more about it than there was any need of their knowing. He went on. Sign. What is your name? Urbain Fabre, said the prisoner. Thénardier, with the movement of a cat, dashed his hand into his pocket and drew out the handkerchief which had been seized on Leblanc. He looked for the mark on it, and held it close to the candle. U.F. That's it. Urbain Fabre. Well, sign it U.F. The prisoner signed. As 2 hands are required to fold the letter, give it to me, I will fold it. That done, Thénardier resumed. Address it, Mademoiselle Fabre, at your house. I know that you live a long distance from here, near Saint Jacques du Haut-Pas, because you go to Mass there every day, but I don't know in what street. I see that you understand your situation. As you have not lied about your name, you will not lie about your address. Write it yourself. The prisoner paused thoughtfully for a moment, then he took the pen and wrote. Mademoiselle Fabre, at M. Urbain Fabre's, Rue Saint-Dominique d'Aufre, No. 17. Thénardier seized the letter with a sort of feverish convulsion. Wife, he cried. The Thénardier woman hastened to him. Here's the letter. You know what you have to do. There is a carriage at the door. Set out at once, and return ditto. And addressing the man with the meat axe. Since you have taken off your nose screen, accompany the mistress. You will get up behind the fiacre. You know where you left the team? Yes, said the man. And depositing his axe in a corner, he followed Madame Thénardier. As they set off, Thénardier thrust his head through the half-open door, and shouted into the corridor. Above all things, don't lose the letter. Remember that you carry 200,000 francs with you. The Thénardier's hoarse voice replied. Be easy. I have it in my bosom. A minute had not elapsed, when the sound of the cracking of a whip was heard, which rapidly retreated and died away. Good, growled Thénardier. They're going at a fine pace. At such a gallop, the bourgeois will be back inside 3/4 of an hour. He drew a chair close to the fireplace, folding his arms, and presenting his muddy boots to the brazier. My feet are cold, said he. Only 5 ruffians now remained in the den with Thénardier and the prisoner. These men, through the black masks or paste which covered their faces, and made of them, at Fear's pleasure, charcoal burners, negroes, or demons, had a stupid and gloomy air, and it could be felt that they perpetrated a crime like a bit of work. Tranquilly, without either wrath or mercy, with a sort of ennui. They were crowded together in one corner like brutes, and remained silent. Thénardier warmed his feet. The prisoner had relapsed into his taciturnity. A sombre calm had succeeded to the wild uproar which had filled the garret but a few moments before. The candle, on which a large stranger had formed, cast but a dim light in the immense hovel, the brazier had grown dull, and all those monstrous heads cast misshapen shadows on the walls and ceiling. No sound was audible except the quiet breathing of the old drunken man, who was fast asleep. Marius waited in a state of anxiety that was augmented by every trifle. The enigma was more impenetrable than ever. Who was this little one whom Thénardier had called the lark? Was she his Ursule? The prisoner had not seemed to be affected by that word, the lark, and had replied in the most natural manner in the world, I do not know what you mean. On the other hand, the 2 letters U.F. were explained, they meant Urbain Fabre, and Ursule was no longer named Ursule. This was what Marius perceived most clearly of all. A sort of horrible fascination held him nailed to his post, from which he was observing and commanding this whole scene. There he stood, almost incapable of movement or reflection, as though annihilated by the abominable things viewed at such close quarters. He waited, in the hope of some incident, no matter of what nature, since he could not collect his thoughts and did not know upon what course to decide. In any case, he said, if she is the lark, I shall see her, for the Thénardier woman is to bring her hither. That will be the end, and then I will give my life and my blood if necessary, but I will deliver her. Nothing shall stop me. Nearly half an hour passed in this manner. Thénardier seemed to be absorbed in gloomy reflections, the prisoner did not stir. Still, Marius fancied that at intervals, and for the last few moments, he had heard a faint, dull noise in the direction of the prisoner. All at once, Thénardier addressed the prisoner. By the way, Monsieur Fabre, I might as well say it to you at once. These few words appeared to be the beginning of an explanation. Marius strained his ears. My wife will be back shortly, don't get impatient. I think that the lark really is your daughter, and it seems to me quite natural that you should keep her. Only, listen to me a bit. My wife will go and hunt her up with your letter. I told my wife to dress herself in the way she did, so that your young lady might make no difficulty about following her. They will both enter the carriage with my comrade behind. Somewhere, outside the barrier, there is a trap harnessed to 2 very good horses. Your young lady will be taken to it. She will alight from the fiacre. My comrade will enter the other vehicle with her, and my wife will come back here to tell us, it's done. As for the young lady, no harm will be done to her. The trap will conduct her to a place where she will be quiet, and just as soon as you have handed over to me those little 200,000 francs, she will be returned to you. If you have me arrested, my comrade will give a turn of his thumb to the lark, that's all. The prisoner uttered not a syllable. After a pause, Thénardier continued. It's very simple, as you see. There'll be no harm done unless you wish that there should be harm done. I'm telling you how things stand. I warn you so that you may be prepared. He paused, the prisoner did not break the silence, and Thénardier resumed. As soon as my wife returns and says to me, the lark is on the way, we will release you, and you will be free to go and sleep at home. You see that our intentions are not evil. Terrible images passed through Marius' mind. What? That young girl whom they were abducting was not to be brought back. One of those monsters was to bear her off into the darkness. Whither? And what if it were she? It was clear that it was she. Marius felt his heart stop beating. What was he to do? Discharge the pistol? Place all those scoundrels in the hands of justice? But the horrible man with the meat axe would, none the less, be out of reach with the young girl, and Marius reflected on Thénardier's words, of which he perceived the bloody significance, if you have me arrested. My comrade will give a turn of his thumb to the lark. Now, it was not alone by the colonel's testament, it was by his own love, it was by the peril of the one he loved, that he felt himself restrained. This frightful situation, which had already lasted above half an hour, was changing its aspect every moment. Marius had sufficient strength of mind to review in succession all the most heartbreaking conjectures, seeking hope and finding none. The tumult of his thoughts contrasted with the funereal silence of the den. In the midst of this silence, the door at the bottom of the staircase was heard to open and shut again. The prisoner made a movement in his bonds. Here's the bourgeoise, said Thénardier. He had hardly uttered the words, when the Thénardier woman did in fact rush hastily into the room, red, panting, breathless, with flaming eyes, and cried, as she smote her huge hands on her thighs simultaneously. False address. The ruffian who had gone with her made his appearance behind her and picked up his axe again. She resumed. Nobody there. Rue Saint-Dominique, no 17, no Monsieur Urbain Fabre. They know not what it means. She paused, choking, then went on. Monsieur Thénardier. That old fellow has duped you. You are too good, you see. If it had been me, I'd have chopped the beast in 4/4 to begin with. And if he had acted ugly, I'd have boiled him alive. He would have been obliged to speak, and say where the girl is, and where he keeps his shiners. That's the way I should have managed matters. People are perfectly right when they say that men are a deal stupider than women. Nobody at number 17. It's nothing but a big carriage gate. No Monsieur Fabre in the Rue Saint-Dominique. And after all that racing and fee to the coachman and all. I spoke to both the porter and the portress, a fine, stout woman, and they know nothing about him. Marius breathed freely once more. She, Ursule or the Lark, he no longer knew what to call her, was safe. While his exasperated wife vociferated, Thénardier had seated himself on the table. For several minutes he uttered not a word, but swung his right foot, which hung down, and stared at the brazier with an air of savage reverie. Finally, he said to the prisoner, with a slow and singularly ferocious tone. A false address? What did you expect to gain by that? To gain time, cried the prisoner in a thundering voice, and at the same instant he shook off his bonds. They were cut. The prisoner was only attached to the bed now by one leg. Before the 7 men had time to collect their senses and dash forward, he had bent down into the fireplace, had stretched out his hand to the brazier, and had then straightened himself up again, and now Thénardier, the female Thénardier. And the ruffians, huddled in amazement at the extremity of the hovel, stared at him in stupefaction, as almost free and in a formidable attitude, he brandished above his head the red-hot chisel, which emitted a threatening glow. The judicial examination to which the ambush in the Gorbeau house eventually gave rise, established the fact that a large sew piece, cut and worked in a peculiar fashion, was found in the garret, when the police made their descent on it. This sew piece was one of those marvels of industry, which are engendered by the patience of the galleys in the shadows and for the shadows, marvels which are nothing else than instruments of escape. These hideous and delicate products of wonderful art are to jewelers' work what the metaphors of slang are to poetry. There are Benvenuto Cellinis in the galleys, just as there are Villons in language. The unhappy wretch who aspires to deliverance finds means sometimes without tools, sometimes with a common wooden-handled knife, to saw a sew into 2 thin plates, to hollow out these plates without affecting the coinage stamp. And to make a furrow on the edge of the sew in such a manner that the plates will adhere again. This can be screwed together and unscrewed at will. It is a box. In this box he hides a watch spring, and this watch spring, properly handled, cuts good-sized chains and bars of iron. The unfortunate convict is supposed to possess merely a sew. Not at all, he possesses liberty. It was a large sew of this sort which, during the subsequent search of the police, was found under the bed near the window. They also found a tiny saw of blue steel which would fit the sew. It is probable that the prisoner had this sew piece on his person at the moment when the ruffians searched him, that he contrived to conceal it in his hand, and that afterward, having his right hand free, he unscrewed it. And used it as a saw to cut the cords which fastened him, which would explain the faint noise and almost imperceptible movements which Marius had observed. As he had not been able to bend down, for fear of betraying himself, he had not cut the bonds of his left leg. The ruffians had recovered from their first surprise. "Be easy," said Bigrenaille to Thénardier. "He still holds by one leg, and he can't get away. I'll answer for that. I tied that paw for him." In the meanwhile, the prisoner had begun to speak. "You are wretches, but my life is not worth the trouble of defending it. When you think that you can make me speak, that you can make me write what I do not choose to write, that you can make me say what I do not choose to say." He stripped up his left sleeve, and added, "See here." At the same moment he extended his arm, and laid the glowing chisel which he held in his left hand by its wooden handle on his bare flesh. The crackling of the burning flesh became audible, and the odor peculiar to chambers of torture filled the hovel. Marius reeled in utter horror, the very ruffians shuddered, hardly a muscle of the old man's face contracted, and while the red-hot iron sank into the smoking wound, impassive and almost august, he fixed on Thénardier his beautiful glance. in which there was no hatred, and where suffering vanished in serene majesty. With grand and lofty natures, the revolts of the flesh and the senses when subjected to physical suffering cause the soul to spring forth, and make it appear on the brow, just as rebellions among the soldiery force the captain to show himself. "Wretches," said he, "have no more fear of me than I have for you." And, tearing the chisel from the wound, he hurled it through the window, which had been left open. The horrible, glowing tool disappeared into the night, whirling as it flew, and fell far away on the snow. The prisoner resumed. "Do what you please with me." He was disarmed. "Seize him," said Thénardier. Two of the ruffians laid their hands on his shoulder, and the masked man with the ventriloquist's voice took up his station in front of him, ready to smash his skull at the slightest movement. At the same time, Marius heard below him, at the base of the partition, but so near that he could not see who was speaking, this colloquy conducted in a low tone. "There is only one thing left to do. Cut his throat. That's it." It was the husband and wife taking counsel together. Thénardier walked slowly towards the table, opened the drawer, and took out the knife. Marius fretted with the handle of his pistol. Unprecedented perplexity. For the last hour he had had two voices in his conscience, the one enjoining him to respect his father's testament, the other crying to him to rescue the prisoner. These two voices continued uninterruptedly that struggle which tormented him to agony. Up to that moment he had cherished a vague hope that he should find some means of reconciling these two duties, but nothing within the limits of possibility had presented itself. However, the peril was urgent, the last bounds of delay had been reached. Thénardier was standing thoughtfully a few paces distant from the prisoner. Marius cast a wild glance about him, the last mechanical resource of despair. All at once a shudder ran through him. At his feet, on the table, a bright ray of light from the full moon illuminated and seemed to point out to him a sheet of paper. On this paper he read the following line written that very morning, in large letters, by the eldest of the Thénardier girls. "The bobbies are here." An idea, a flash, crossed Marius' mind. This was the expedient of which he was in search, the solution of that frightful problem which was torturing him, of sparing the assassin and saving the victim. He knelt down on his commode, stretched out his arm, seized the sheet of paper, softly detached a bit of plaster from the wall, wrapped the paper round it, and tossed the whole through the crevice into the middle of the den. It was high time. Thénardier had conquered his last fears or his last scruples, and was advancing on the prisoner. "Something is falling," cried the Thénardier woman. "What is it?" asked her husband. The woman darted forward and picked up the bit of plaster. She handed it to her husband. "Where did this come from?" demanded Thénardier. "Pardi," ejaculated his wife, "where do you suppose it came from?" "Through the window, of course." "I saw it pass," said Bigrenaille. Thénardier rapidly unfolded the paper and held it close to the candle. "It's in Éponine's handwriting." "The devil!" He made a sign to his wife, who hastily drew near, and showed her the line written on the sheet of paper, then he added in a subdued voice. "Quick! The ladder! Let's leave the bacon in the mousetrap and decamp." "Without cutting that man's throat?" asked the Thénardier woman. "We haven't the time." "Through what?" resumed Bigrenaille. "Through the window," replied Thénardier. "Since Éponine has thrown the stone through the window, it indicates that the house is not watched on that side." The mask with the ventriloquist's voice deposited his huge key on the floor, raised both arms in the air, and opened and clenched his fists, 3 times rapidly without uttering a word. This was the signal like the signal for clearing the decks for action on board ship. The ruffians who were holding the prisoner released him. In the twinkling of an eye the rope ladder was unrolled outside the window, and solidly fastened to the sill by the 2 iron hooks. The prisoner paid no attention to what was going on around him. He seemed to be dreaming or praying. As soon as the ladder was arranged, Thénardier cried, "Come! The bourgeois first!" And he rushed headlong to the window. But just as he was about to throw his leg over, Bigrenaille seized him roughly by the collar. "Not much, come now, you old dog, after us." "After us," yelled the ruffians. "You are children," said Thénardier, "we are losing time. The police are on our heels." "Well," said the ruffians, "let's draw lots to see who shall go down first." Thénardier exclaimed. "Are you mad? Are you crazy? What a pack of boobies! You want to waste time, do you? Draw lots, do you? By a wet finger, by a short straw. With written names. Thrown into a hat. Would you like my hat?" cried a voice on the threshold. All wheeled round. It was Javert. He had his hat in his hand, and was holding it out to them with a smile. Chapter 21. One should always begin by arresting the victims. At nightfall, Javert had posted his men and had gone in to ambush himself between the trees of the Rue de la Barrière's Gobelins which faced the Gorbeau house. On the other side of the boulevard. He had begun operations by opening his pockets, and dropping into it the two young girls who were charged with keeping a watch on the approaches to the den. But he had only caged Azelma. As for Éponine, she was not at her post, she had disappeared, and he had not been able to seize her. Then Javert had made a point and had bent his ear to waiting for the signal agreed upon. The comings and goings of the fiacres had greatly agitated him. At last, he had grown impatient, and, sure that there was a nest there, sure of being in luck, having recognized many of the ruffians who had entered, he had finally decided to go upstairs without waiting for the pistol shot. It will be remembered that he had Marius Pasquier. He had arrived just in the nick of time. The terrified ruffians flung themselves on the arms which they had abandoned in all the corners at the moment of flight. In less than a second, these 7 men, horrible to behold, had grouped themselves in an attitude of defense, one with his meat axe, another with his key, another with his bludgeon, the rest with shears, pincers, and hammers. Thénardier had his knife in his fist. The Thénardier woman snatched up an enormous paving stone which lay in the angle of the window and served her daughters as an ottoman. Javert put on his hat again, and advanced a couple of paces into the room, with arms folded, his cane under one arm, his sword in its sheath. "Halt there," said he. "You shall not go out by the window, you shall go through the door. It's less unhealthy. There are 7 of you, there are 15 of us. Don't let's fall to collaring each other like men of Auvergne." Bigrenaille drew out a pistol which he had kept concealed under his blouse, and put it in Thénardier's hand, whispering in the latter's ear. "It's Javert. I don't dare fire at that man. Do you dare?" "Parbleu," replied Thénardier. "Well, then, fire." Thénardier took the pistol and aimed at Javert. Javert, who was only 3 paces from him, stared intently at him and contented himself with saying, "Come now, don't fire. You'll miss fire." Thénardier pulled the trigger. The pistol missed fire. "Didn't I tell you so?" ejaculated Javert. Bigrenaille flung his bludgeon at Javert's feet. "You're the emperor of the fiends. I surrender." "And you?" Javert asked the rest of the ruffians. They replied, "So do we." Javert began again calmly. "That's right, that's good, I said so, you are nice fellows." "I only ask one thing," said Bigrenaille, "and that is, that I may not be denied tobacco while I am in confinement." "Granted," said Javert. And turning round and calling behind him, "Come in now." A squad of policemen, sword in hand, and agents armed with bludgeons and cudgels, rushed in at Javert's summons. They pinioned the ruffians. This throng of men, sparely lighted by the single candle, filled the den with shadows. "Handcuff them all," shouted Javert. "Come on," cried a voice which was not the voice of a man, but of which no one would ever have said, "It is a woman's voice." The Thénardier woman had entrenched herself in one of the angles of the window, and it was she who had just given vent to this roar. The policemen and agents recoiled. She had thrown off her shawl, but retained her bonnet. Her husband, who was crouching behind her, was almost hidden under the discarded shawl, and she was shielding him with her body, as she elevated the paving stone above her head with the gesture of a giantess on the point of hurling a rock. "Beware!" she shouted. All crowded back towards the corridor. A broad open space was cleared in the middle of the garret. The Thénardier woman cast a glance at the ruffians who had allowed themselves to be pinioned, and muttered in hoarse and guttural accents. "The cowards!" Javert smiled, and advanced across the open space which the Thénardier was devouring with her eyes. "Don't come near me," she cried, "or I'll crush you." "What a grenadier!" ejaculated Javert. "You've got a beard like a man, mother, but I have claws like a woman." And he continued to advance. The Thénardier, disheveled and terrible, set her feet far apart, threw herself backwards, and hurled the paving stone at Javert's head. Javert ducked, the stone passed over him, struck the wall behind, knocked off a huge piece of plastering, and, rebounding from angle to angle across the hovel, now luckily almost empty, rested at Javert's feet. At the same moment, Javert reached the Thénardier couple. One of his big hands descended on the woman's shoulder, the other on the husband's head. "The handcuffs," he shouted. The policemen trooped in force, and in a few seconds Javert's order had been executed. The Thénardier female, overwhelmed, stared at her pinioned hands, and at those of her husband, who had dropped to the floor, and exclaimed, weeping, "My daughters! They are in the jug," said Javert. In the meanwhile, the agents had caught sight of the drunken man asleep behind the door, and were shaking him. He awoke, stammering. "Is it all over, Jondrette?" "Yes," replied Javert. The 6 pinioned ruffians were standing, and still preserved their spectral mien, all 3 besmeared with black, all 3 masked. "Keep on your masks," said Javert. And passing them in review with a glance of a Frederick II. At a Potsdam parade, he said to the 3 chimney builders, "Good day, Bigrenaille. Good day, Bruggen. Good day, Duxmilliards." Then turning to the 3 masked men, he said to the man with the meat axe, "Good day, Guillaumer." And to the man with the cudgel, "Good day, Babet." And to the ventriloquist, "Your health, Claquous." At that moment, he caught sight of the ruffian's prisoner, who, ever since the entrance of the police, had not uttered a word, and had held his head down. "Untie the gentleman," said Javert, "and let no one go out." That said, he seated himself with sovereign dignity before the table, where the candle and the writing materials still remained, drew a stamped paper from his pocket, and began to prepare his report. When he had written the first lines, which are formulas that never vary, he raised his eyes. "Let the gentleman whom these gentlemen bound step forward." The policemen glanced round them. "Well," said Javert, "where is he?" The prisoner of the ruffians, M. Leblanc, M. Urbain Fabre, the father of Ursule or the Lark, had disappeared. The door was guarded, but the window was not. As soon as he had found himself released from his bonds, and while Javert was drawing up his report, he had taken advantage of confusion, the crowd, the darkness, and of a moment when the general attention was diverted from him, to dash out of the window. An agent sprang to the opening and looked out. He saw no one outside. The rope ladder was still shaking. "The devil," ejaculated Javert between his teeth, "he must have been the most valuable of the lot." Chapter 22. The little one who was crying in Volume 2. On the day following that on which these events took place in the house on the Boulevard de l'Hôpital, a child, who seemed to be coming from the direction of the bridge of Austerlitz, was ascending the side alley on the right in the direction of the Barrière de Fontainebleau. Night had fully come. This lad was pale, thin, clad in rags, with linen trousers in the month of February, and was singing at the top of his voice. At the corner of the Rue du Petit Banquier, a bent old woman was rummaging in a heap of refuse by the light of a street lantern. The child jostled her as he passed, then recoiled, exclaiming, "Hello!" And I took it for an enormous dog. He pronounced the word enormous the second time with a jeering swell of the voice which might be tolerably well represented by capitals, an enormous, enormous dog. The old woman straightened herself up in a fury. Nasty brat, she grumbled. If I hadn't been bending over, I know well where I would have planted my foot on you. The boy was already far away. Kiss. Kiss, he cried. After that, I don't think I was mistaken. The old woman, choking with indignation, now rose completely upright, and the red gleam of the lantern fully lighted up her livid face, all hollowed into angles and wrinkles, with crow's feet meeting the corners of her mouth. Her body was lost in the darkness, and only her head was visible. One would have pronounced her a mask of decrepitude carved out by a light from the night. The boy surveyed her. Madam, said he, does not possess that style of beauty which pleases me. He then pursued his road, and resumed his song. Le roi coupe décebat. Sen allait à la chasse. À la chasse aux corbeaux. At the end of these 3 lines he paused. He had arrived in front of number 50 to 52, and finding the door fastened, he began to assault it with resounding and heroic kicks, which betrayed rather the man's shoes that he was wearing than the child's feet which he owned. In the meanwhile, the very old woman whom he had encountered at the corner of the Rue du Petit Banquier hastened up behind him, uttering clamorous cries and indulging in lavish and exaggerated gestures. What's this? What's this? Lord God! He's battering the door down. He's knocking the house down. The kicks continued. The old woman strained her lungs. Is that the way buildings are treated nowadays? All at once she paused. She had recognized the gamin. What? So it's that imp. Why, it's the old lady, said the lad. Good day, Boog and Mush. I have come to see my ancestors. The old woman retorted with a composite grimace, and a wonderful improvisation of hatred taking advantage of feebleness and ugliness, which was, unfortunately, wasted in the dark. There's no one here. Bah, retorted the boy, where's my father? At La Force. Come, now. And my mother? At Saint Lazare. Well. And my sisters? At the Madelonettes. The lad scratched his head behind his ear, stared at Ma'am Bougon, and said, Ah! Then he executed a pirouette on his heel. A moment later, the old woman, who had remained on the doorstep, heard him singing in his clear, young voice, as he plunged under the black elm trees, in the wintry wind. Le roi coupe décebat. Sen allait à la chasse. À la chasse aux corbeaux. Monty sur deux chasses. Quand on passait dessus. On lui payait 2 sous. King Boot Kick went a-hunting after crows, mounted on 2 stilts. When one passed beneath them, one paid him 2 sous. The end of Volume 3. Marius. Volume 4. Saint Denis. The Idyll in the Rue Plumet and the Epic in the Rue Saint Denis. Book First. A few pages of history. Chapter 1. Well cut. 1831 and 1832, the 2 years which are immediately connected with the Revolution of July, form one of the most peculiar and striking moments of history. These 2 years rise like 2 mountains midway between those which precede and those which follow them. They have a revolutionary grandeur. Precipices are to be distinguished there. The social masses, the various sizes of civilization, the solid group of superposed and adhering interests, the century-old profiles of the ancient French formation, appear and disappear in them every instant, athwart the storm clouds of systems, of passions, and of theories. These appearances and disappearances have been designated as movement and resistance. At intervals, truth, that daylight of the human soul, can be descried shining there. This remarkable epoch is decidedly circumscribed and is beginning to be sufficiently distant from us to allow of our grasping the principal lines even at the present day. We shall make the attempt. The Restoration had been one of those intermediate phases, hard to define, in which there is fatigue, buzzing, murmurs, sleep, tumult, and which are nothing else than the arrival of a great nation at a halting place. These epochs are peculiar and mislead the politicians who desire to convert them to profit. In the beginning, the nation asks nothing but repose, it thirsts for but one thing, peace, it has but one ambition, to be small. Which is the translation of remaining tranquil. Of great events, great hazards, great adventures, great men, thank God, we have seen enough, we have them heaped higher than our heads. We would exchange Caesar for Prusias, and Napoleon for the king of Yvetot. What a good little king was he! We have marched since daybreak, we have reached the evening of a long and toilsome day. We have made our first change with Mirabeau, the second with Robespierre, the third with Bonaparte, we are worn out. Each one demands a bed. Devotion which is weary, heroism which has grown old, ambitions which are sated, fortunes which are made, seek, demand, implore, solicit, what? A shelter. They have it. They take possession of peace, of tranquility, of leisure. Behold, they are content. But, at the same time certain facts arise, compel recognition, and knock at the door in their turn. These facts are the products of revolutions and wars, they exist, they have the right to install themselves in society, and they do install themselves therein. And most of the time, facts are the stewards of the household and fouriers, 32, who do nothing but prepare lodgings for principals. 32. In olden times, fouriers were the officials who preceded the court and allotted the lodgings. This, then, is what appears to philosophical politicians. At the same time that weary men demand repose, accomplished facts demand guarantees. Guarantees are the same to facts that repose is to men. This is what England demanded of the Stuarts after the Protector, this is what France demanded of the Bourbons after the Empire. These guarantees are a necessity of the times. They must be accorded. Princes grant them, but in reality, it is the force of things which gives them. A profound truth, and one useful to know, which the Stuarts did not suspect in 1662 and which the Bourbons did not even obtain a glimpse of in 1814. The predestined family, which returned to France when Napoleon fell, had the fatal simplicity to believe that it was itself which bestowed, and that what it had bestowed it could take back again. That the House of Bourbon possessed the right divine, that France possessed nothing, and that the political right conceded in the charter of Louis XVIII was merely a branch of the right divine, was detached by the House of Bourbon and graciously given to the people until such day as it should please the king to reassume it. Still, the House of Bourbon should have felt, from the displeasure created by the gift, that it did not come from it. This house was churlish to the 19th century. It put on an ill-tempered look at every development of the nation. To make use of a trivial word, that is to say, of a popular and a true word, it looked glum. The people saw this. It thought it possessed strength because the empire had been carried away before it like a theatrical stage setting. It did not perceive that it had, itself, been brought in the same fashion. It did not perceive that it also lay in that hand which had removed Napoleon. It thought that it had roots, because it was the past. It was mistaken. It formed a part of the past, but the whole past was France. The roots of French society were not fixed in the Bourbons, but in the nations. These obscure and lively roots constituted, not the right of a family, but the history of a people. They were everywhere, except under the throne. The House of Bourbon was to France the illustrious and bleeding knot in her history, but was no longer the principal element of her destiny, and the necessary base of her politics. She could get along without the Bourbons, she had done without them for 22 years, there had been a break of continuity, they did not suspect the fact. And how should they have suspected it, they who fancied that Louis XVII reigned on the 9th of Thermidor, and that Louis XVIII was reigning at the Battle of Marengo? Never, since the origin of history, had princes been so blind in the presence of facts and the portion of divine authority which facts contain and promulgate. Never had that pretension here below which is called the right of kings denied to such a point the right from on high. A capital error which led this family to lay its hand once more on the guarantees granted in 1814, on the concessions, as it termed them. Sad. A sad thing. What it termed its concessions were our conquests. What it termed our encroachments were our rights. When the hour seemed to it to have come, the Restoration, supposing itself victorious over Bonaparte and well-rooted in the country, that is to say, believing itself to be strong and deep, abruptly decided on its plan of action. And risked its stroke. One morning it drew itself up before the face of France, and, elevating its voice, it contested the collective title and the individual right of the nation to sovereignty, of the citizen to liberty. In other words, it denied to the nation that which made it a nation, and to the citizen that which made him a citizen. This is the foundation of those famous acts which are called the Ordinances of July. The Restoration fell. It fell justly. But, we admit, it had not been absolutely hostile to all forms of progress. Great things had been accomplished, with it alongside. Under the Restoration, the nation had grown accustomed to calm discussion, which had been lacking under the Republic, and to grandeur and peace, which had been wanting under the Empire. France free and strong had offered an encouraging spectacle to the other peoples of Europe. The Revolution had had the word under Robespierre, the cannon had had the word under Bonaparte, it was under Louis XVIII. And Charles X. That it was the turn of intelligence to have the word. The wind ceased, the torch was lighted once more. On the lofty heights, the pure light of mind could be seen flickering. A magnificent, useful, and charming spectacle. For a space of 15 years, those great principles which are so old for the thinker, so new for the statesman, could be seen at work in perfect peace, on the public square. Equality before the law, liberty of conscience, liberty of speech, liberty of the press, the accessibility of all aptitudes to all functions. Thus it proceeded until 1830. The Bourbons were an instrument of civilization which broke in the hands of Providence. The fall of the Bourbons was full of grandeur, not on their side, but on the side of the nation. They quitted the throne with gravity, but without authority. Their descent into the night was not one of those solemn disappearances which leave a somber emotion in history, it was neither the spectral calm of Charles I, nor the eagle scream of Napoleon. They departed, that is all. They laid down the crown, and retained no aureole. They were worthy, but they were not august. They lacked, in a certain measure, the majesty of their misfortune. Charles X. During the voyage from Cherbourg, causing a round table to be cut over into a square table, appeared to be more anxious about imperiled etiquette than about the crumbling monarchy. This diminution saddened devoted men who loved their persons, and serious men who honored their race. The populace was admirable. The nation, attacked one morning with weapons, by a sort of royal insurrection, felt itself in the possession of so much force that it did not go into a rage. It defended itself, restrained itself, restored things to their places, the government to law, the Bourbons to exile, alas. And then halted. It took the old King Charles X, from beneath that dais which had sheltered Louis XIV. And set him gently on the ground. It touched the royal personages only with sadness and precaution. It was not one man, it was not a few men, it was France, France entire, France victorious and intoxicated with her victory, who seemed to be coming to herself, and who put into practice, before the eyes of the whole world, these grave words of Guillaume du Ver after the day of the barricades. It is easy for those who are accustomed to skim the favors of the great, and to spring, like a bird from bough to bough, from an afflicted fortune to a flourishing one, to show themselves harsh towards their prince in his adversity. But as for me, the fortune of my kings and especially of my afflicted kings, will always be venerable to me. The Bourbons carried away with them respect, but not regret. As we have just stated, their misfortune was greater than they were. They faded out in the horizon. The Revolution of July instantly had friends and enemies throughout the entire world. The first rushed toward her with joy and enthusiasm, the others turned away, each according to his nature. At the first blush, the princes of Europe, the owls of this dawn, shut their eyes, wounded and stupefied, and only open them to threaten. A fright which can be comprehended, a wrath which can be pardoned. This strange revolution had hardly produced a shock, it had not even paid to vanquished royalty the honor of treating it as an enemy, and of shedding its blood. In the eyes of despotic governments, who are always interested in having liberty calumniate itself, the Revolution of July committed the fault of being formidable and of remaining gentle. Nothing, however, was attempted or plotted against it. The most discontented, the most irritated, the most trembling, saluted it. Whatever our egotism and our rancor may be, a mysterious respect springs from events in which we are sensible of the collaboration of someone who is working above man. The Revolution of July is the triumph of right overthrowing the fact. A thing which is full of splendor. Right overthrowing the fact. Hence the brilliancy of the Revolution of 1830, hence, also, its mildness. Right triumphant has no need of being violent. Right is the just and the true. The property of right is to remain eternally beautiful and pure. The fact, even when most necessary to all appearances, even when most thoroughly accepted by contemporaries, if it exist only as a fact, and if it contain only too little of right, or none at all, is infallibly destined to become, in the course of time, deformed, impure, perhaps, even monstrous. If one desires to learn at one blow, to what degree of hideousness the fact can attain, viewed at the distance of centuries, let him look at Machiavelli. Machiavelli is not an evil genius, nor a demon, nor a miserable and cowardly writer. He is nothing but the fact. And he is not only the Italian fact, he is the European fact, the fact of the 16th century. He seems hideous, and so he is, in the presence of the moral idea of the 19th. This conflict of right and fact has been going on ever since the origin of society. To terminate this duel, to amalgamate the pure idea with the humane reality, to cause right to penetrate pacifically into the fact and the fact into right, that is the task of sages. Chapter 2. Badly sewed. But the task of sages is one thing, the task of clever men is another. The Revolution of 1830 came to a sudden halt. As soon as a revolution has made the coast, the skillful make haste to prepare the shipwreck. The skillful in our century have conferred on themselves the title of statesman, so that this word, statesman, has ended by becoming somewhat of a slang word. It must be borne in mind, in fact, that wherever there is nothing but skill, there is necessarily pettiness. To say the skillful amounts to saying the mediocre. In the same way, to say statesman is sometimes equivalent to saying traitors. If, then, we are to believe the skillful, revolutions like the Revolution of July are severed arteries, a prompt ligature is indispensable. The right, too grandly proclaimed, is shaken. Also, right once firmly fixed, the state must be strengthened. Liberty once assured, attention must be directed to power. Here the sages are not, as yet, separated from the skillful, but they begin to be distrustful. Power, very good. But, in the first place, what is power? In the second, whence comes it? The skillful do not seem to hear the murmured objection, and they continue their maneuvers. According to the politicians, who are ingenious in putting the mask of necessity on profitable fictions, the first requirement of a people after a revolution, when this people forms part of a monarchical continent, is to procure for itself a dynasty. In this way, say they, peace, that is to say, time to dress our wounds, and to repair the house, can be had after a revolution. The dynasty conceals the scaffolding and covers the ambulance. Now, it is not always easy to procure a dynasty. If it is absolutely necessary, the first man of genius or even the first man of fortune who comes to hand suffices for the manufacturing of a king. You have, in the first case, Napoleon, in the second, Iturbide. But the first family that comes to hand does not suffice to make a dynasty. There is necessarily required a certain modicum of antiquity in a race, and the wrinkle of the centuries cannot be improvised. If we place ourselves at the point of view of the statesman, after making all allowances, of course, after a revolution, what are the qualities of the king which result from it? He may be, and it is useful for him to be, a revolutionary. That is to say, a participant in his own person in that revolution, that he should have lent a hand to it, that he should have either compromised or distinguished himself therein, that he should have touched the axe or wielded the sword in it. What are the qualities of a dynasty? It should be national, that is to say, revolutionary at a distance, not through acts committed, but by reason of ideas accepted. It should be composed of past and be historic. Be composed of future and be sympathetic. All this explains why the early revolutions contented themselves with finding a man, Cromwell or Napoleon. And why the second absolutely insisted on finding a family, the House of Brunswick or the House of Orleans. Royal houses resemble those Indian fig trees, each branch of which, bending over to the earth, takes root and becomes a fig tree itself. Each branch may become a dynasty, on the sole condition that it shall bend down to the people. Such is the theory of the skillful. Here, then, lies the great art, to make a little render to success the sound of a catastrophe in order that those who profit by it may tremble from it also, to season with fear every step that is taken. To augment the curve of the transition to the point of retarding progress, to dull that aurora, to denounce and retrench the harshness of enthusiasm, to cut all angles and nails, to wad triumph, to muffle up right. To envelop the giant people in flannel, and to put it to bed very speedily, to impose a diet on that excess of health, to put Hercules on the treatment of a convalescent, to dilute the event with the expedient. To offer to spirits thirsting for the ideal that nectar thinned out with a potion, to take one's precautions against too much success, to garnish the revolution with a shade. 1830 practiced this theory, already applied to England by 1688. 1830 is a revolution arrested midway. Half of progress, quasi-right. Now, logic knows not the almost, absolutely as the sun knows not the candle. Who arrests revolutions halfway? The bourgeoisie. Why? Because the bourgeoisie is interest which has reached satisfaction. Yesterday it was appetite, today it is plenitude, tomorrow it will be satiety. The phenomenon of 1814 after Napoleon was reproduced in 1830 after Charles X. The attempt has been made, and wrongly, to make a class of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie is simply the contented portion of the people. The bourgeois is the man who now has time to sit down. A chair is not a caste. But through a desire to sit down too soon, one may arrest the very march of the human race. This has often been the fault of the bourgeoisie. One is not a class because one has committed a fault. Selfishness is not one of the divisions of the social order. Moreover, we must be just to selfishness. The state to which that part of the nation which is called the bourgeoisie aspired after the shock of 1830 was not the inertia which is complicated with indifference and laziness, and which contains a little shame. It was not the slumber which presupposes a momentary forgetfulness accessible to dreams, it was the halt. The halt is a word formed of a singular double and almost contradictory sense, a troop on the march, that is to say, movement. A stand, that is to say, repose. The halt is the restoration of forces, it is repose armed and on the alert, it is the accomplished fact which posts sentinels and holds itself on its guard. The halt presupposes the combat of yesterday and the combat of tomorrow. It is the partition between 1830 and 1848. What we here call combat may also be designated as progress. The bourgeoisie then, as well as the statesman, required a man who should express this word halt. And although because a composite individuality, signifying revolution and signifying stability, in other terms, strengthening the present by the evident compatibility of the past with the future. This man was already found. His name was Louis Philippe d'Orléans. The 221 made Louis Philippe king. Lafayette undertook the coronation. He called it the best of republics. The town hall of Paris took the place of the cathedral of Reims. This substitution of a half-throne for a whole throne was the work of 1830. When the skillful had finished, the immense vice of their solution became apparent. All this had been accomplished outside the bounds of absolute right. Absolute right cried, "I protest," then, terrible to say, it retired into the darkness. Chapter 3. Louis Philippe. Revolutions have a terrible arm and a happy hand, they strike firmly and choose well. Even incomplete, even debased and abused and reduced to the state of a junior revolution like the Revolution of 1830, they nearly always retain sufficient providential lucidity to prevent them from falling amiss. Their eclipse is never an abdication. Nevertheless, let us not boast too loudly, revolutions also may be deceived, and grave errors have been seen. Let us return to 1830. 1830, in its deviation, had good luck. In the establishment which entitled itself order after the revolution had been cut short, the king amounted to more than royalty. Louis Philippe was a rare man. The son of a father to whom history will accord certain attenuating circumstances, but also as worthy of esteem as that father had been of blame, possessing all private virtues and many public virtues. Careful of his health, of his fortune, of his person, of his affairs, knowing the value of a minute and not always the value of a year, sober, serene, peaceable, patient, a good man and a good prince. Sleeping with his wife, and having in his palace lackeys charged with the duty of showing the conjugal bed to the bourgeois. An ostentation of the regular sleeping apartment which had become useful after the former illegitimate displays of the elder branch. Knowing all the languages of Europe, and, what is more rare, all the languages of all interests, and speaking them, an admirable representative of the middle class, but outstripping it, and in every way greater than it. Possessing excellent sense, while appreciating the blood from which he had sprung, counting most of all on his intrinsic worth, and, on the question of his race, very particular, declaring himself Orleans and not Bourbon. Thoroughly the first prince of the blood royal while he was still only a serene highness, but a frank bourgeois from the day he became king, diffuse in public, concise in private, reputed, but not proved to be a miser. At bottom, one of those economists who are readily prodigal at their own fancy or duty, lettered, but not very sensitive to letters, a gentleman, but not a chevalier, simple, calm, and strong, adored by his family and his household. A fascinating talker, an undeceived statesman, inwardly cold, dominated by immediate interest, always governing at the shortest range, incapable of rancor and of gratitude, making use without mercy of superiority on mediocrity. Clever in getting parliamentary majorities to put in the wrong those mysterious unanimities which muttered dully under thrones. Unreserved, sometimes imprudent in his lack of reserve, but with marvelous address in that imprudence, fertile in expedients, in countenances, in masks, making France fear Europe and Europe France. Incontestably fond of his country, but preferring his family. Assuming more domination than authority and more authority than dignity, a disposition which has this unfortunate property, that as it turns everything to success, it admits of ruse and does not absolutely repudiate baseness. But which has this valuable side, that it preserves politics from violent shocks, the state from fractures, and society from catastrophes. Minute, correct, vigilant, attentive, sagacious, indefatigable, contradicting himself at times and giving himself the lie, bold against Austria at Ancona, obstinate against England in Spain, bombarding Antwerp, and paying off Pritchard. Singing the Marseillaise with conviction, inaccessible to despondency, to lassitude, to the taste for the beautiful and the ideal, to daring generosity, to utopia, to chimeras, to wrath, to vanity, to fear. Possessing all the forms of personal intrepidity, a general at Valmy, a soldier at Jemappes, attacked 8 times by regicides and always smiling. Brave as a grenadier, courageous as a thinker. Uneasy only in the face of the chances of a European shaking up, and unfitted for great political adventures, always ready to risk his life, never his work. Disguising his will in influence, in order that he might be obeyed as an intelligence rather than as a king, endowed with observation and not with divination. Not very attentive to minds, but knowing men, that is to say requiring to see in order to judge, prompt and penetrating good sense, practical wisdom, easy speech, prodigious memory. Drawing incessantly on this memory, his only point of resemblance with Caesar, Alexander, and Napoleon. Knowing deeds, facts, details, dates, proper names, ignorant of tendencies, passions, the diverse geniuses of the crowd, the interior aspirations, the hidden and obscure uprisings of souls, in a word. All that can be designated as the invisible currents of consciences. Accepted by the surface, but little in accord with France lower down, extricating himself by dint of tact, governing too much and not enough, his own first minister. Excellent at creating out of the pettiness of realities an obstacle to the immensity of ideas. Mingling a genuine creative faculty of civilization, of order and organization, an indescribable spirit of proceedings and chicanery, the founder and lawyer of a dynasty, having something of Charlemagne and something of an attorney. In short, a lofty and original figure, a prince who understood how to create authority in spite of the uneasiness of France, and power in spite of the jealousy of Europe. Louis Philippe will be classed among the eminent men of his century, and would be ranked among the most illustrious governors of history had he loved glory but a little. And if he had had the sentiment of what is great to the same degree as the feeling for what is useful. Louis Philippe had been handsome, and in his old age he remained graceful, not always approved by the nation, he always was so by the masses, he pleased. He had that gift of charming. He lacked majesty. He wore no crown, although a king, and no white hair, although an old man, his manners belonged to the old regime and his habits to the new, a mixture of the noble and the bourgeois which suited 1830, Louis Philippe was transition reigning. He had preserved the ancient pronunciation and the ancient orthography which he placed at the service of opinions modern. He loved Poland and Hungary, but he wrote less Polonois, and he pronounced less Hongrice. He wore the uniform of the National Guard, like Charles X, and the ribbon of the Legion of Honor, like Napoleon. He went a little to chapel, not at all to the chase, never to the opera. Incorruptible by sacristans, by whippers-in, by ballet dancers, this made a part of his bourgeois popularity. He had no heart. He went out with his umbrella under his arm, and this umbrella long formed a part of his aureole. He was a bit of a mason, a bit of a gardener, something of a doctor. He bled a postilion who had tumbled from his horse. Louis Philippe no more went about without his lancet, than did Henri IV. Without his poniard. The royalists jeered at this ridiculous king, the first who had ever shed blood with the object of healing. For the grievances against Louis Philippe, there is one deduction to be made. There is that which accuses royalty, that which accuses the reign, that which accuses the king, 3 columns which all give different totals. Democratic right confiscated, progress becomes a matter of secondary interest, the protests of the street violently repressed, military execution of insurrections, the rising passed over by arms, the rue Transnonaine, the councils of war. The absorption of the real country by the legal country, on half shares with 300,000 privileged persons, these are the deeds of royalty. Belgium refused, Algeria too harshly conquered, and, as in the case of India by the English, with more barbarism than civilization, the breach of faith, to Abd el-Kader, Blay, Deutschbot, Pritchard paid, these are the doings of the reign. The policy which was more domestic than national was the doing of the king. As will be seen, the proper deduction having been made, the king's charge is decreased. This is his great fault, he was modest in the name of France. Whence arises this fault? We will state it. Louis Philippe was rather too much of a paternal king, that incubation of a family with the object of founding a dynasty is afraid of everything and does not like to be disturbed. Hence excessive timidity, which is displeasing to the people, who have the 14th of July in their civil and Austerlitz in their military tradition. Moreover, if we deduct the public duties which require to be fulfilled first of all, that deep tenderness of Louis Philippe towards his family was deserved by the family. That domestic group was worthy of admiration. Virtues there dwelt side by side with talents. One of Louis Philippe's daughters, Marie d'Orléans, placed the name of her race among artists, as Charles d'Orléans had placed it among poets. She made of her soul a marble which she named Jeanne d'Arc. 2 of Louis Philippe's daughters elicited from Metternich this eulogium: they are young people such as are rarely seen, and princes such as are never seen. This, without any dissimulation, and also without any exaggeration, is the truth about Louis Philippe. To be Prince Equality, to bear in his own person the contradiction of the Restoration and the Revolution, to have that disquieting side of the revolutionary which becomes reassuring in governing power. Therein lay the fortune of Louis Philippe in 1830. Never was there a more complete adaptation of a man to an event, the one entered into the other, and the incarnation took place. Louis Philippe is 1830 made man. Moreover, he had in his favor that great recommendation to the throne, exile. He had been proscribed, a wanderer, poor. He had lived by his own labor. In Switzerland, this heir to the richest princely domains in France had sold an old horse in order to obtain bread. At Reichenau, he gave lessons in mathematics, while his sister Adelaide did wool work and sewed. These souvenirs connected with a king rendered the bourgeoisie enthusiastic. He had, with his own hands, demolished the iron cage of Mont Saint-Michel, built by Louis XI, and used by Louis XV. He was the companion of Dumouriez, he was the friend of Lafayette, he had belonged to the Jacobins' Club. Mirabeau had slapped him on the shoulder, Danton had said to him, "Young man." At the age of 24, in '93, being then M. de Chartres, he had witnessed, from the depth of a box, the trial of Louis XVI, so well named that poor tyrant. The blind clairvoyance of the Revolution, breaking royalty in the king with royalty, did so almost without noticing the man in the fierce crushing of the idea, the vast storm of the Assembly Tribunal, the public wrath interrogating Capet not knowing what to reply, the alarming, stupefied vacillation by that royal head beneath that sombre breath, the relative innocence of all in that catastrophe, of those who condemned as well as of the man condemned. He had looked on those things, he had contemplated that giddiness. He had seen the centuries appear before the bar of the Assembly Convention, he had beheld, behind Louis XVI, that unfortunate passer-by who was made responsible, the terrible culprit, the monarchy, rise through the shadows. And there had lingered in his soul the respectful fear of these immense justices of the populace, which are almost as impersonal as the justice of God. The trace left in him by the Revolution was prodigious. Its memory was like a living imprint of those great years, minute by minute. One day, in the presence of a witness whom we are not permitted to doubt, he rectified from memory the whole of the letter A in the alphabetical list of the Constituent Assembly. Louis Philippe was a king of the broad daylight. While he reigned the press was free, the tribune was free, conscience and speech were free. The laws of September are open to sight. Although fully aware of the gnawing power of light on privileges, he left his throne exposed to the light. History will do justice to him for this loyalty. Louis Philippe, like all historical men who have passed from the scene, is today put on his trial by the human conscience. His case is, as yet, only in the lower court. The hour when history speaks with its free and venerable accent, has not yet sounded for him, the moment has not come to pronounce a definite judgment on this king. The austere and illustrious historian Louis Blanc has himself recently softened his first verdict. Louis Philippe was elected by those two almosts which are called the 221 and 1830, that is to say, by a half parliament, and a half revolution. And in any case, from the superior point of view where philosophy must place itself, we cannot judge him here, as the reader has seen above, except with certain reservations in the name of the absolute democratic principle. In the eyes of the absolute, outside these two rights, the right of man in the first place, the right of the people in the second, all is usurpation. But what we can say, even at the present day, that after making these reserves is, that to sum up the whole, and in whatever manner he is considered, Louis Philippe, taken in himself, and from the point of view of human goodness, will remain, to use the antique language of ancient history, one of the best princes who ever sat on a throne. What is there against him? That throne. Take away Louis Philippe the king, there remains the man. And the man is good. He is good at times even to the point of being admirable. Often, in the midst of his gravest souvenirs, after a day of conflict with the whole diplomacy of the continent, he returned at night to his apartments, and there, exhausted with fatigue, overwhelmed with sleep, what did he do? He took a death sentence and passed the night in revising a criminal suit, considering it something to hold his own against Europe, but that it was a still greater matter to rescue a man from the executioner. He obstinately maintained his opinion against his keeper of the seals. He disputed the ground with the guillotine foot by foot against the crown attorneys, those chatterers of the law, as he called them. Sometimes the pile of sentences covered his table, he examined them all, it was anguish to him to abandon these miserable, condemned heads. One day, he said to the same witness to whom we have recently referred, "I won 7 last night." During the early years of his reign, the death penalty was as good as abolished, and the erection of a scaffold was a violence committed against the king. The Greve having disappeared with the elder branch, a bourgeois place of execution was instituted under the name of the Bourrier Saint-Jacques. Practical men felt the necessity of a quasi-legitimate guillotine. And this was one of the victories of Casimir Perier, who represented the narrow sides of the bourgeoisie, over Louis Philippe, who represented its liberal sides. Louis Philippe annotated Beccaria with his own hand. After the Fieschi machine, he exclaimed, "What a pity that I was not wounded. Then I might have pardoned." On another occasion, alluding to the resistance offered by his ministry, he wrote in connection with a political criminal, who is one of the most generous figures of our day, "His pardon is granted, it only remains for me to obtain it." Louis Philippe was as gentle as Louis IX. And as kindly as Henri IV. Now, to our mind, in history, where kindness is the rarest of pearls, the man who is kindly almost takes precedence of the man who is great. Louis Philippe having been severely judged by some, harshly, perhaps, by others, it is quite natural that a man, himself a phantom at the present day, who knew that king, should come and testify in his favor before history. This deposition, whatever else it may be, is evidently and above all things, entirely disinterested. An epitaph penned by a dead man is sincere, one shade may console another shade, the sharing of the same shadows confers the right to praise it. It is not greatly to be feared that it will ever be said of 2 tombs in exile, this one flattered the other. Chapter 4. Cracks beneath the foundation. At the moment when the drama which we are narrating is on the point of penetrating into the depths of one of the tragic clouds which envelop the beginning of Louis Philippe's reign, it was necessary that there should be no equivoque, and it became requisite that this book should offer some explanation with regard to this king. Louis Philippe had entered into possession of his royal authority without violence, without any direct action on his part, by virtue of a revolutionary change evidently quite distinct from the real aim of the revolution, but in which he, the Duc d'Orléans, exercised no personal initiative. He had been born a prince, and he believed himself to have been elected king. He had not served this mandate on himself, he had not taken it, it had been offered to him, and he had accepted it. Convinced, wrongly, to be sure, but convinced nevertheless, that the offer was in accordance with right and that the acceptance of it was in accordance with duty. Hence his possession was in good faith. Now, we say it in good conscience, Louis Philippe being in possession in perfect good faith, and the democracy being in good faith in its attack. The amount of terror discharged by the social conflicts weighs neither on the king nor on the democracy. A clash of principles resembles a clash of elements. The ocean defends the water, the hurricane defends the air, the king defends royalty, the democracy defends the people. The relative, which is the monarchy, resists the absolute, which is the republic. Society bleeds in this conflict, but that which constitutes its suffering today will constitute its safety later on. And, in any case, those who combat are not to be blamed. One of the two parties is evidently mistaken, the right is not, like the Colossus of Rhodes, on 2 shores at once, with 1 foot on the republic, and 1 in royalty. It is indivisible, and all on one side, but those who are in error are so sincerely. A blind man is no more a criminal than a Vendean is a ruffian. Let us, then, impute to the fatality of things alone these formidable collisions. Whatever the nature of these tempests may be, human irresponsibility is mingled with them. Let us complete this exposition. The government of 1840 led a hard life immediately. Born yesterday, it was obliged to fight today. Hardly installed, it was already everywhere conscious of vague movements of traction on the apparatus of July so recently laid, and so lacking in solidity. Resistance was born on the morrow, perhaps even, it was born on the preceding evening. From month to month the hostility increased, and from being concealed it became patent. The Revolution of July, which gained but little acceptance outside of France by kings, had been diversely interpreted in France, as we have said. God delivers over to men his visible will in events, an obscure text written in a mysterious tongue. Men immediately make translations of it, translations hasty, incorrect, full of errors, of gaps, and of nonsense. Very few minds comprehend the divine language. The most sagacious, the calmest, the most profound, decipher slowly, and when they arrive with their text, the task has long been completed, there are already 20 translations on the public place. From each remaining springs a party, and from each misinterpretation a faction, and each party thinks that it alone has the true text, and each faction thinks that it possesses the light. Power itself is often a faction. There are, in revolutions, swimmers who go against the current, they are the old parties. For the old parties who clung to heredity by the grace of God, think that revolutions, having sprung from the right to revolt, one has the right to revolt against them. Error. For in these revolutions, the one who revolts is not the people. It is the king. Revolution is precisely the contrary of revolt. Every revolution, being a normal outcome, contains within itself its legitimacy, which false revolutionists sometimes dishonor, but which remains even when soiled, which survives even when stained with blood. Revolutions spring not from an accident, but from necessity. A revolution is a return from the fictitious to the real. It is because it must be that it is. None the less did the old legitimist parties assail the revolution of 1830 with all the vehemence which arises from false reasoning. Errors make excellent projectiles. They strike it cleverly in its vulnerable spot, in default of a cuirass, in its lack of logic, they attacked this revolution in its royalty. They shouted to it, "Revolution, why this king?" Factions are blind men who aim correctly. This cry was uttered equally by the Republicans. But coming from them, this cry was logical. What was blindness in the Legitimists was clearness of vision in the Democrats. 1830 had bankrupted the people. The enraged democracy reproached it with this. Between the attack of the past and the attack of the future, the establishment of July struggled. It represented the minute at loggerheads on the one hand with the monarchical centuries, on the other hand with eternal right. In addition, and beside all this, as it was no longer revolution and had become a monarchy, 1830 was obliged to take precedence of all Europe. To keep the peace, was an increase of complication. A harmony established contrary to sense is often more onerous than a war. From this secret conflict, always muzzled, but always growling, was born armed peace, that ruinous expedient of civilization which in the harness of the European cabinets is suspicious in itself. The royalty of July reared up, in spite of the fact that it caught it in the harness of European cabinets. Metternich would gladly have put it in kicking straps. Pushed on in France by progress, it pushed on the monarchies, those loiterers in Europe. After having been towed, it undertook to tow. Meanwhile, within her, pauperism, the proletariat, salary, education, penal servitude, prostitution, the fate of the woman, wealth, misery, production, consumption, division, exchange, coin, credit, the rights of capital, the rights of labor. All these questions were multiplied above society, a terrible slope. Outside of political parties properly so called, another movement became manifest. Philosophical fermentation replied to democratic fermentation. The elect felt troubled as well as the masses, in another manner, but quite as much. Thinkers meditated, while the soil, that is to say, the people, traversed by revolutionary currents, trembled under them with indescribably vague epileptic shocks. These dreamers, some isolated, others united in families and almost in communion, turned over social questions in a pacific but profound manner. Impassive miners, who tranquilly pushed their galleries into the depths of a volcano, hardly disturbed by the dull commotion and the furnaces of which they caught glimpses. This tranquility was not the least beautiful spectacle of this agitated epoch. These men left to political parties the question of rights, they occupied themselves with the question of happiness. The well-being of man, that was what they wanted to extract from society. They raised material questions, questions of agriculture, of industry, of commerce, almost to the dignity of a religion. In civilization, such as it has formed itself, a little by the command of God, a great deal by the agency of man, interests combine, unite, and amalgamate in a manner to form a veritable hard rock, in accordance with a dynamic law. Patiently studied by economists, those geologists of politics. These men who grouped themselves under different appellations, but who may all be designated by the generic title of socialists, endeavored to pierce that rock and to cause it to spout forth the living waters of human felicity. From the question of the scaffold to the question of war, their works embraced everything. To the rights of man, as proclaimed by the French Revolution, they added the rights of woman and the rights of the child. The reader will not be surprised if, for various reasons, we do not here treat in a thorough manner, from the theoretical point of view, the questions raised by socialism. We confine ourselves to indicating them. All the problems that the socialists propose to themselves, cosmogonic visions, reverie and mysticism being cast aside, can be reduced to two principal problems. First problem, to produce wealth. Second problem, to share it. The first problem contains the question of work. The second contains the question of salary. In the first problem the employment of forces is in question. In the second, the distribution of enjoyment. From the proper employment of forces results public power. From a good distribution of enjoyments results individual happiness. By a good distribution, not an equal but an equitable distribution must be understood. From these two things combined, the public power without, individual happiness within, results social prosperity. Social prosperity means the man happy, the citizen free, the nation great. England solves the first of these two problems. She creates wealth admirably, she divides it badly. This solution which is complete on one side only leads her fatally to two extremes, monstrous opulence, monstrous wretchedness. All enjoyments for some, all privations for the rest, that is to say, for the people, privilege, exception, monopoly, feudalism, born from toil itself. A false and dangerous situation, which sates public power or private misery, which sets the roots of the state in the sufferings of the individual. A badly constituted grandeur in which are combined all the material elements and into which no moral element enters. Communism and agrarian law think that they solve the second problem. They are mistaken. Their division kills production. Equal partition abolishes emulation, and consequently labor. It is a partition made by the butcher, which kills that which it divides. It is therefore impossible to pause over these pretended solutions. Slaying wealth is not the same thing as dividing it. The two problems require to be solved together, to be well solved. The two problems must be combined and made but one. Solve only the first of the two problems. You will be Venice, you will be England. You will have, like Venice, an artificial power, or, like England, a material power, you will be the wicked rich man. You will die by an act of violence, as Venice died, or by bankruptcy, as England will fall. And the world will allow to die and fall all that is merely selfishness, all that does not represent for the human race either a virtue or an idea. It is well understood here, that by the words Venice, England, we designate not the peoples, but social structures, the oligarchies superposed on nations, and not the nations themselves. The nations always have our respect and our sympathy. Venice, as a people, will live again, England, the aristocracy, will fall, but England, the nation, is immortal. That said, we continue. Solve the two problems, encourage the wealthy, and protect the poor, suppress misery, put an end to the unjust farming out of the feeble by the strong. Put a bridle on the iniquitous jealousy of the man who is making his way against the man who has reached the goal, adjust, mathematically and fraternally, salary to labor, mingle gratuitous and compulsory education with the growth of childhood. And make of science the base of manliness, develop minds while keeping arms busy, be at one and the same time a powerful people and a family of happy men, render property democratic, not by abolishing it, but by making it universal. So that every citizen, without exception, may be a proprietor, an easier matter than is generally supposed. In 2 words, learn how to produce wealth and how to distribute it, and you will have at once moral and material greatness, and you will be worthy to call yourself France. This is what socialism said outside and above a few sects which have gone astray, that is what it sought in facts, that is what it sketched out in minds. Efforts worthy of admiration. Sacred attempts. These doctrines, these theories, these resistances, the unforeseen necessity for the statesman to take philosophers into account, confused evidences of which we catch a glimpse, a new system of politics to be created, which shall be in accord with the old world without too much disaccord with the new revolutionary ideal, a situation in which it became necessary to use Lafayette to defend Polignac, the intuition of progress transparent beneath the revolt. The chambers and streets, the competitions to be brought into equilibrium around him, his faith in the revolution, perhaps an eventual indefinable resignation born of the vague acceptance of a superior definitive right. His desire to remain of his race, his domestic spirit, his sincere respect for the people, his own honesty, preoccupied Louis Philippe almost painfully, and there were moments when strong and courageous as he was, overwhelmed by the difficulties of being a king. He felt under his feet a formidable disaggregation, which was not, nevertheless, a reduction to dust, France being more France than ever. Piles of shadows covered the horizon. A strange shade, gradually drawing nearer, extended little by little over men, over things, over ideas, a shade which came from wraths and systems. Everything which had been hastily stifled was moving and fermenting. At times the conscience of the honest man resumed its breathing, so great was the discomfort of that air in which sophisms were intermingled with truths. Spirits trembled in the social anxiety like leaves at the approach of a storm. The electric tension was such that at certain instants, the first comer, a stranger, brought light. Then the twilight obscurity closed in again. At intervals, deep and dull mutterings allowed a judgment to be formed as to the quantity of thunder contained by the cloud. 20 months had barely elapsed since the Revolution of July. The year 1832 had opened with an aspect of something impending and threatening. The distress of the people, the laborers without bread, the last Prince de Condé engulfed in the shadows, Brussels expelling the Nassaus as Paris did the Bourbons, Belgium offering herself to a French prince and giving herself to an English prince. The Russian hatred of Nicholas, behind us the demons of the south, Ferdinand in Spain, Miguel in Portugal, the earthquaking in Italy, Metternich extending his hand over Bologna, France treating Austria sharply at Ancona. At the north no one knew what sinister sound of the hammer nailing up Poland in her coffin, irritated glances watching France narrowly all over Europe, England, a suspected ally, ready to give a push to that which was tottering and to hurl herself on that which should fall, the peerage sheltering itself behind Beccaria to refuse 4 heads to the law, the fleurs de lis erased from the king's carriage, the cross torn from Notre Dame, Lafayette lessened, Lafitte ruined, Benjamin Constant dead in indigence, Casimir Purier dead in the exhaustion of his power. Political and social malady breaking out simultaneously in the 2 capitals of the kingdom, the one in the city of thought, the other in the city of toil, at Paris civil war, at Lyons servile war, in the 2 cities, the same glare of the furnace. A crater-like crimson on the brow of the people, the south rendered fanatic, the west troubled, the Duchesse de Berry in La Vendée, plots, conspiracies, risings, cholera, added the somber roar of tumult of events to the somber roar of ideas. Chapter 5. Facts whence history springs and which history ignores. Towards the end of April, everything had become aggravated. The fermentation entered the boiling state. Ever since 1830, petty partial revolts had been going on here and there, which were quickly suppressed, but ever bursting forth afresh, the sign of a vast underlying conflagration. Something terrible was in preparation. Glimpses could be caught of the features still indistinct and imperfectly lighted, of a possible revolution. France kept an eye on Paris, Paris kept an eye on the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine, which was in a dull glow, was beginning its ebullition. The wine-shops of the Rue de Charonne were, although the union of the two epithets seems singular when applied to wine-shops, grave and stormy. The government was there purely and simply called in question. Their people publicly discussed the question of fighting or of keeping quiet. There were back shops where workingmen were made to swear that they would hasten into the street at the first cry of alarm, and that they would fight without counting the number of the enemy. This engagement once entered into, a man seated in the corner of the wine shop assumed a sonorous tone, and said, "You understand. You have sworn." Sometimes they went upstairs, to a private room on the first floor, and their scenes that were almost Masonic were enacted. They made the initiated take oaths to render service to himself as well as to the fathers of families. That was the formula. In the tap rooms, subversive pamphlets were read. They treated the government with contempt, says a secret report of that time. Words like the following could be heard there. "I don't know the names of the leaders. We folks shall not know the day until 2 hours beforehand." One workman said, "There are 300 of us, let each contribute 10 sous, that will make 150 francs with which to procure powder and shot." Another said, "I don't ask for 6 months, I don't ask for even 2. In less than a fortnight we shall be parallel with the government. With 25,000 men we can face them." Another said, "I don't sleep at night, because I make cartridges all night." From time to time, men, of bourgeois appearance, and in good coats came and caused embarrassment, and with the air of command, shook hands with the most important, and then went away. They never stayed more than 10 minutes. Significant remarks were exchanged in a low tone, "The plot is ripe, the matter is arranged." It was murmured by all who were there, to borrow the very expression of one of those who were present. The exultation was such that one day, a workingman exclaimed, before the whole wine shop, "We have no arms." One of his comrades replied, "The soldiers have." Thus parodying without being aware of the fact, Bonaparte's proclamation to the army in Italy, when they had anything of a more secret nature on hand, adds one report, they did not communicate it to each other. It is not easy to understand what they could conceal after what they said. These reunions were sometimes periodical. At certain ones of them, there were never more than 8 or 10 persons present, and they were always the same. In others, any one entered who wished, and the room was so full that they were forced to stand. Some went thither through enthusiasm and passion, others because it was on their way to their work. As during the Revolution, there were patriotic women in some of these wine shops who embraced newcomers. Other expressive facts came to light. A man would enter a shop, drink, and go his way with the remark, "Wine merchant, the revolution will pay what is due to you." Revolutionary agents were appointed in a wine shop facing the Rue de Charonne. The balloting was carried on in their caps. Workingmen met at the house of a fencing master who gave lessons in the Rue de Cotte. There was a trophy of arms formed of wooden broadswords, canes, clubs, and foils. One day, the buttons were removed from the foils. A workman said, "There are 25 of us, but they don't count on me, because I am looked upon as a machine." Later on, that machine became Knesset. The indefinite things which were brewing gradually acquired a strange and indescribable notoriety. A woman sweeping off her doorstep said to another woman, "For a long time, there has been a strong force busy making cartridges." In the open street, proclamation could be seen addressed to the National Guard in the departments. One of these proclamations was signed, "Burdett, wine merchant." One day a man with his beard worn like a collar and with an Italian accent mounted a stone post at the door of a liquor cellar in the Marché Lenoir, and read aloud a singular document, which seemed to emanate from an occult power. Groups formed around him, and applauded. The passages which touched the crowd most deeply were collected and noted down. Our doctrines are trammeled, our proclamations torn, our bill stickers are spied upon and thrown into prison. The breakdown which has recently taken place in cottons has converted to us many mediums. The future of nations is being worked out in our obscure ranks. Here are the fixed terms: action or reaction, revolution or counter-revolution. For, at our epoch, we no longer believe either in inertia or in immobility. For the people against the people, that is the question, there is no other. On the day when we cease to suit you, break us, but up to that day, help us to march on. All this in broad daylight. Other deeds, more audacious still, were suspicious in the eyes of the people by reason of their very audacity. On the 4th of April, 1832, a passerby mounted the post on the corner which forms the angle of the Rue Sainte-Marguerite and shouted, "I am a babouvist." But beneath babouf, the people scented Gisquet. Among other things, this man said, "Down with property. The opposition of the left is cowardly and treacherous. When it wants to be on the right side, it preaches revolution, it is democratic in order to escape being beaten, and royalist so that it may not have to fight. The Republicans are beasts with feathers. Distrust the Republicans, citizens of the laboring classes." "Silence, citizen spy," cried an artisan. This shout put an end to the discourse. Mysterious incidents occurred. At nightfall, a workingman encountered near the canal a very well-dressed man, who said to him, "Whither are you bound, citizen?" "Sir," replied the workingman, "I have not the honor of your acquaintance." "I know you very well, however." And the man added, "Don't be alarmed, I am an agent of the committee. You are suspected of not being quite faithful. You know that if you reveal anything, there is an eye fixed on you." Then he shook hands with the workingmen and went away, saying, "We shall meet again soon." The police, who were on the alert, collected singular dialogues, not only in the wine shops, but in the street. "Get yourself received very soon," said a weaver to a cabinet maker. "Why?" "There is going to be a shot to fire." Two ragged pedestrians exchanged these remarkable replies, fraught with evident jackery. "Who governs us?" Philippe. "No, it is the bourgeoisie." The reader is mistaken if he thinks that we take the word jackery in a bad sense. The Jacques were the poor. On another occasion two men were heard to say to each other as they passed by, "We have a good plan of attack." Only the following was caught of a private conversation between four men who were crouching in a ditch of the circle of the Barrière du Trône. "Everything possible will be done to prevent his walking about Paris any more." Who was the he? Menacing obscurity. The principal leaders, as they said in the faubourg, held themselves apart. It was supposed that they met for consultation in a wine shop near the Point Saint-Eustache. A certain Auguste, chief of the Society Aid for Tailors, Rue Montour, had the reputation of serving as intermediary central between the leaders and the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Nevertheless, there was always a great deal of mystery about these leaders, and no certain fact can invalidate the singular arrogance of this reply made later on by a man accused before the Court of Peers. "Who was your leader?" "I knew of none and I recognized none. There was nothing but words, transparent but vague, sometimes idle reports, rumors, hearsay. Other indications cropped up. A carpenter, occupied in nailing boards to a fence around the ground on which a house was in process of construction. In the Rue de Rivoli found on that plot the torn fragment of a letter on which were still legible the following lines. The committee must take measures to prevent recruiting in the sections for the different societies. And, as a postscript, we have learned that there are guns in the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière, number 5, bis, to the number of 5 or 6,000, in the house of a gunsmith in that court. The section owns no arms. What excited the carpenter and caused him to show this thing to his neighbors was the fact, that a few paces further on he picked up another paper, torn like the first, and still more significant, of which we reproduce a facsimile. Because of the historical interest attaching to these strange documents. Plus. Q, C, D, E. Learn this list by heart. After so doing, you will tear it up. The men admitted will do the same when you have transmitted their orders to them. Health and fraternity, UOGFAL. Plus. It was only later on that the persons who were in the secret of this find at the time, learned the significance of those 4 capital letters: quinturions, centurions, decurions, eclaireurs, scouts. And the sense of the letters, UOGFA, which was a date, and meant April 15, 1832. Under each capital letter were inscribed names followed by very characteristic notes. Thus, Q. Bannerel. 8 guns, 83 cartridges. A safe man. C. Boubière. 1 pistol, 40 cartridges. D. Rollet. 1 foil, 1 pistol, 1 pound of powder. E. Tessier. 1 sword, 1 cartridge box. Exact. Terreur. 8 guns. Brave, etc. Finally, this carpenter found, still in the same enclosure, a 3rd paper on which was written in pencil, but very legibly, this sort of enigmatical list. Unite, Blanchard, Arbre Sec. 6. Barra. Sois. Salocont. Kosciuszko. Aubrey the Butcher. J. R. Caius Gracchus. Right of Revision. Dufond. 4. Fall of the Girondists. Durbach. Maubuée. Washington. Pinson. 1 pistol, 86 cartridges. Marseillaise. Sovereignty of the people. Michel. Quincampoix. Sword. Hoche. Marceau. Plato. Arbre Sec. Warsaw. Tilly, crier of the populaire. The honest bourgeois into whose hands this list fell knew its significance. It appears that this list was the complete nomenclature of the sections of the 4th arrondissement of the Society of the Rights of Man, with the names and dwellings of the chiefs of sections. Today, when all these facts which were obscure are nothing more than history, we may publish them. It should be added, that the foundation of the Society of the Rights of Man seems to have been posterior to the date when this paper was found. Perhaps this was only a rough draft. Still, according to all the remarks and the words, according to written notes, material facts begin to make their appearance. In the Rue Popincourt, in the house of a dealer in bric-a-brac, there were seized 7 sheets of grey paper, all folded alike lengthwise and in 4. These sheets enclosed 26 squares of this same grey paper folded in the form of a cartridge, and a card, on which was written the following. Saltpetre. 12 ounces. Sulfur. 2 ounces. Charcoal. 2 ounces and a half. Water. 2 ounces. The report of the seizure stated that the drawer exhaled a strong smell of powder. A mason returning from his day's work, left behind him a little package on a bench near the bridge of Austerlitz. This package was taken to the police station. It was opened, and in it were found 2 printed dialogues, signed La Hautière, a song entitled, Workmen, Band Together, and a tin box full of cartridges. One artisan drinking with a comrade made the latter feel him to see how warm he was, the other man felt a pistol under his waistcoat. In a ditch on the boulevard, between Père Lachaise and the Barrière du Trône, at the most deserted spot, some children, while playing, discovered beneath a mass of shavings and refused bits of wood, a bag containing a bullet mold. A wooden punch for the preparation of cartridges, a wooden bowl, in which there were grains of hunting powder, and a little cast-iron pot whose interior presented evident traces of melted lead. Police agents, making their way suddenly and unexpectedly at 5 o'clock in the morning, into the dwelling of a certain Pardon, who was afterwards a member of the Barricade Mary section and got himself killed in the insurrection of April, 1834. Found him standing near his bed, and holding in his hand some cartridges which he was in the act of preparing. Towards the hour when workingmen repose, two men were seen to meet between the barrier Picpus and the barrier Charenton in a little lane between two walls, near a wine shop, in front of which there was a jeu de Siam. 33. One drew a pistol from beneath his blouse and handed it to the other. As he was handing it to him, he noticed that the perspiration of his chest had made the powder damp. He primed the pistol and added more powder to what was already in the pan. Then the two men parted. 33. A game of ninepins, in which one side of the ball is smaller than the other, so that it does not roll straight, but describes a curve on the ground. A certain Gaul ace, afterwards killed in the Rue Beaubourg in the affair of April, boasted of having in his house 700 cartridges and 24 flints. The government one day received a warning that arms and 200,000 cartridges had just been distributed in the faubourg. On the following week 30,000 cartridges were distributed. The remarkable point about it was, that the police were not able to seize a single one. An intercepted letter read, "The day is not far distant when, within 4 hours by the clock, 80,000 patriots will be under arms." All this fermentation was public, one might almost say tranquil. The approaching insurrection was preparing its storm calmly in the face of the government. No singularity was lacking to this still subterranean crisis, which was already perceptible. The bourgeois talked peaceably to the working classes of what was in preparation. They said, "How is the rising coming along?" in the same tone in which they would have said, "How is your wife?" A furniture dealer, of the Rue Moreau, inquired, "Well, when are you going to make the attack?" Another shopkeeper said, "The attack will be made soon. I know it. A month ago, there were 15,000 of you, now there are 25,000. He offered his gun, and a neighbor offered a small pistol which he was willing to sell for 7 francs. Moreover, the revolutionary fever was growing. Not a point in Paris nor in France was exempt from it. The artery was beating everywhere. Like those membranes which arise from certain inflammations and form in the human body, the network of secret societies began to spread all over the country. From the associations of the Friends of the People, which was at the same time public and secret, sprang the Society of the Rights of Man, which also dated from one of the orders of the day, Pluvios, year 40 of the Republican era. Which was destined to survive even the mandate of the Court of Assizes which pronounced its dissolution, and which did not hesitate to bestow on its section significant names like the following: Pikes, Tocsin, Signal Cannon, Phrygian Cap, January 21st. The Beggars, the Vagabonds, Forward March, Robespierre, Level, Ca Ira. The Society of the Rights of Man engendered the Society of Action. These were impatient individuals who broke away and hastened ahead. Other associations sought to recruit themselves from the great mother societies. The members of sections complained that they were torn asunder. Thus, the Gallic Society, and the Committee of Organization of the Municipalities. Thus the associations for the liberty of the press, for individual liberty, for the instruction of the people against indirect taxes. Then the Society of Equal Workingmen, which was divided into 3 fractions, the Levellers, the Communists, the Reformers. Then the Army of the Bastilles, a sort of cohort organized on a military footing, for men commanded by a corporal, 10 by a sergeant, 20 by a sub-lieutenant, 40 by a lieutenant. There were never more than 5 men who knew each other. Creation where precaution is combined with audacity and which seemed stamped with the genius of Venice. The Central Committee, which was at the head, had 2 arms, the Society of Action, and the Army of the Bastilles. A legitimist association, the Chevaliers of Fidelity, stirred about among these the Republican affiliations. It was denounced and repudiated there. The Parisian societies had ramifications in the principal cities, Lyons, Nantes, Lille, Marseilles, and each had its Society of the Rights of Man, the Charbonniere, and the Free Men. All had a revolutionary society which was called the Cougourde. We have already mentioned this word. In Paris, the Faubourg Saint-Marceau kept up an equal buzzing with the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and the schools were no less moved than the faubourgs. A café in the Rue Saint-Hyacinthe and the wine shop of the Seven Billiards, Rue de Mathurin Saint-Jacques, served as rallying points for the students. The Society of the Friends of the ABC affiliated to the Mutualists of Angers, and to the Cohort of Aix, met, as we have seen, in the Café Musain. These same young men assembled also, as we have stated already, in a restaurant wine shop of the Rue Mondétour which was called Corinth. These meetings were secret. Others were as public as possible, and the reader can judge of their boldness from these fragments of an interrogatory undergone in one of the ulterior prosecutions. Where was this meeting held? In the Rue de la Paix. At whose house? In the street. What sections were there? Only one. Which? The Manuel section. Who was its leader? You are too young to have decided alone upon the bold course of attacking the government. Where did your instructions come from? From the Central Committee. The army was mined at the same time as the population, as was proved subsequently by the operations of Beaufort, Lunéville, and Epinard. They counted on the 52nd Regiment, on the 5th, on the 8th, on the 37th, and on the 20th Light Cavalry. In Burgundy and in the southern towns they planted the Liberty Tree, that is to say, a pole surmounted by a red cap. Such was the situation. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine, more than any other group of the population, as we stated in the beginning, accentuated this situation and made it felt. That was the sore point. This old faubourg, peopled like an ant-hill, laborious, courageous, and angry as a hive of bees, was quivering with expectation and with the desire for a tumult. Everything was in a state of agitation there, without any interruption, however, of the regular work. It is impossible to convey an idea of this lively yet sombre physiognomy. In this faubourg exists poignant distress hidden under attic roofs. There also exist rare and ardent minds. It is particularly in the matter of distress and intelligence that it is dangerous to have extremes meet. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine had also other causes to tremble. For it received the countershock of commercial crises, of failures, strikes, slack seasons, all inherent to great political disturbances. In times of revolution misery is both cause and effect. The blow which it deals rebounds upon it. This population full of proud virtue, capable to the highest degree of latent heat, always ready to fly to arms, prompt to explode, irritated, deep, undermined, seem to be only awaiting the fall of a spark. Whenever certain sparks float on the horizon chased by the wind of events, it is impossible not to think of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine and of the formidable chance which has placed at the very gates of Paris that powder-house of suffering and ideas. The wine shops of the Faubourg Antoine, which have been more than once drawn in the sketches which the reader has just perused, possess historical notoriety. In troublous times people grow intoxicated there more on words than on wine. A sort of prophetic spirit and an afflatus of the future circulates there, swelling hearts and enlarging souls. The cabarets of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine resemble those taverns of Mont-Aventine erected on the cave of the Sibyl and communicating with the profound and sacred breath. Taverns where the tables were almost tripods, and where was drunk what Ennius calls the Sibylline wine. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine is a reservoir of people. Revolutionary agitations create fissures there, through which trickles the popular sovereignty. This sovereignty may do evil, it can be mistaken like any other, but, even when led astray, it remains great. We may say of it as of the blind Cyclops, Ingens. In 93, according as the idea which was floating about was good or evil, according as it was the day of fanaticism or of enthusiasm, there leaped forth from the Faubourg Saint-Antoine now savage legions, now heroic bands. Savage. Let us explain this word. When these bristling men, who in the early days of the revolutionary chaos, tattered, howling, wild, with uplifted bludgeon, pike on high, hurled themselves upon ancient Paris in an uproar, what did they want? They wanted an end to oppression, an end to tyranny, an end to the sword, work for men, instruction for the child, social sweetness for the woman, liberty, equality, fraternity, bread for all, the idea for all, the Edenizing of the world. Progress. And that holy, sweet, and good thing, progress, they claimed in terrible wise, driven to extremities as they were, half naked, club in fist, a roar in their mouths. They were savages, yes, but the savages of civilization. They proclaimed right furiously, they were desirous, if only with fear and trembling, to force the human race to paradise. They seemed barbarians, and they were saviors. They demanded light with the mask of night. Facing these men, who were ferocious, we admit, and terrifying, but ferocious and terrifying for good ends, there are other men, smiling, embroidered, gilded, beribboned, starred, in silk stockings, in white plumes, in yellow gloves, in varnished shoes, who, with their elbows on a velvet table, beside a marble chimney-piece, insist gently on demeanor and the preservation of the past, of the Middle Ages, of divine right, of fanaticism, of innocence, of slavery, of the death penalty, of war, glorifying in low tones and with politeness, the sword, the stake, and the scaffold. For our part, if we were forced to make a choice between the barbarians of civilization and the civilized men of barbarism, we should choose the barbarians. But, thank heaven, still another choice is possible. No perpendicular fall is necessary, in front any more than in the rear. Neither despotism nor terrorism. We desire progress with a gentle slope. God takes care of that. God's whole policy consists in rendering slopes less steep. Chapter 6. Enjolras and his lieutenants. It was about this epoch that Enjolras, in view of a possible catastrophe, instituted a kind of mysterious census. All were present at a secret meeting at the Café Musain. Enjolras said, mixing his words with a few half-enigmatical but significant metaphors. It is proper that we should know where we stand and on whom we may count. If combatants are required, they must be provided. It can do no harm to have something with which to strike. Passers-by always have more chance of being gored when there are bulls on the road than when there are none. Let us, therefore, reckon a little on the herd. How many of us are there? There is no question of postponing this task until tomorrow. Revolutionists should always be hurried, progress has no time to lose. Let us mistrust the unexpected. Let us not be caught unprepared. We must go over all the seams that we have made and see whether they hold fast. This business ought to be concluded today. Courfeyrac, you will see the Polytechnic students. It is their day to go out. Today is Wednesday. Feuilly, you will see those of the Glacier, will you not? Combeferre has promised me to go to Picpus. There is a perfect swarm and an excellent one there. Bahorel will visit the Estrapade. Prouvaire, the masons are growing lukewarm. You will bring us news from the lodge of the Rue de Grenelle Saint-Honoré. Joly will go to Dupuytren's clinical lecture, and feel the pulse of the medical school. Bossuet will take a little turn in the court and talk with the young law licentiates. I will take charge of the Cougourde myself. That arranges everything, said Courfeyrac. No. What else is there? A very important thing. What is that? Asked Courfeyrac. The Barrière du Maine, replied Enjolras. Enjolras remained for a moment as though absorbed in reflection, then he resumed. At the Barrière du Maine there are marble workers, painters, and journeymen in the studios of sculptors. They are an enthusiastic family, but liable to cool off. I don't know what has been the matter with them for some time past. They are thinking of something else. They are becoming extinguished. They pass their time playing dominoes. There is urgent need that someone should go and talk with them a little, but with firmness. They meet at Richefeu's. They are to be found there between 12 and 1 o'clock. Those ashes must be fanned into a glow. For that errand I had counted on that abstracted Marius, who is a good fellow on the whole, but he no longer comes to us. I need someone for the Barrière du Maine. I have no one. What about me, said Grantaire. Here am I. You. I. You indoctrinate republicans. You warm up hearts that have grown cold in the name of principle. Why not? Are you good for anything? I have a vague ambition in that direction, said Grantaire. You do not believe in everything. I believe in you. Grantaire, will you do me a service? Anything. I'll black your boots. Well, don't meddle with our affairs. Sleep yourself sober from your absinthe. You are an ingrate, Enjolras. You the man to go to the Barrier du Maine. You capable of it. I am capable of descending the Rue de Grèce, of crossing the Place Saint-Michel, of sloping through the Rue Monsieur le Prince, of taking the Rue de Vaugirard, of passing the Carmelites, of turning into the Rue d'Asses. Of reaching the Rue du Church Midi, of leaving behind me the Conseil de Guerre, of pacing the Rue de Viel's Tuileries, of striding across the boulevard, of following the Chaussée du Maine, of passing the Barrier, and entering Richefeu's. I am capable of that. My shoes are capable of that. Do you know anything of those comrades who meet at Richefeu's? Not much. We only address each other as thou. What will you say to them? I will speak to them of Robespierre, party. Of Danton. Of principles. You. But I don't receive justice. When I set about it, I am terrible. I have read Prudhomme, I know the social contract, I know my constitution of the year II by heart. The liberty of one citizen ends where the liberty of another citizen begins. Do you take me for a brute? I have an old bank bill of the Republic in my drawer. The rights of man, the sovereignty of the people, sapristi. I am even a bit of a Hebertist. I can talk the most superb twaddle for 6 hours by the clock, watch in hand. Be serious, said Enjolras. I am wild, replied Grantaire. Enjolras meditated for a few moments, and made the gesture of a man who has taken a resolution. Grantaire, he said gravely, I consent to try you. You shall go to the Barrier du Maine. Grantaire lived in furnished lodgings very near the Café Musain. He went out, and 5 minutes later he returned. He had gone home to put on a Robespierre waistcoat. Red, said he as he entered, and he looked intently at Enjolras. Then, with the palm of his energetic hand, he laid the 2 scarlet points of the waistcoat across his breast. And stepping up to Enjolras, he whispered in his ear. Be easy. He jammed his hat on resolutely and departed. A quarter of an hour later, the back room of the Café Musain was deserted. All the friends of the ABC were gone, each in his own direction, each to his own task. Enjolras, who had reserved the Cougourde of Aix for himself, was the last to leave. Those members of the Cougourde of Aix who were in Paris then met on the plain of Issy, in one of the abandoned quarries which are so numerous in that side of Paris. As Enjolras walked towards this place, he passed the whole situation in review in his own mind. The gravity of events was self-evident. When facts, the premonitory symptoms of latent social malady, move heavily, the slightest complication stops and entangles them. A phenomenon whence arises ruin and new births. Enjolras descried a luminous uplifting beneath the gloomy skirts of the future. Who knows? Perhaps the moment was at hand. The people were again taking possession of right, and what a fine spectacle. The revolution was again majestically taking possession of France and saying to the world, the sequel tomorrow. Enjolras was content. The furnace was being heated. He had at that moment a powder train of friends scattered all over Paris. He composed, in his own mind, with Combeferre's philosophical and penetrating eloquence, Feuilly's cosmopolitan enthusiasm, Courfeyrac's dash, Batterel's smile, Jean Préveur's melancholy, Joly's science, Bossuet's sarcasms. A sort of electric spark which took fire nearly everywhere at once. All hands to work. Surely, the result would answer to the effort. This was well. This made him think of Grantaire. Hold, said he to himself, the Barrier du Maine will not take me far out of my way. What if I were to go on as far as Richefeu's? Let us have a look at what Grantaire is about, and see how he is getting on. 1 o'clock was striking from the Vaugirard steeple when Enjolras reached the Richefeu smoking room. He pushed open the door, entered, folded his arms, letting the door fall to and strike his shoulders, and gazed at that room filled with tables, men, and smoke. A voice broke forth from the mist of smoke, interrupted by another voice. It was Grantaire holding a dialogue with an adversary. Grantaire was sitting opposite another figure, at a marble sainton table, strewn with grains of bran and dotted with dominoes. He was hammering the table with his fist, and this is what Enjolras heard. Double six. Fours. The pig. I have no more. You are dead. A 2. 6. 3. 1. It's my move. 4 points. Not much. It's your turn. I have made an enormous mistake. You are doing well. 15. 7 more. That makes me 22. Thoughtfully, 22. You weren't expecting that double six. If I had placed it at the beginning, the whole play would have been changed. A2 again. 1. 1. Well, 5. I haven't any. It was your play, I believe. Yes. Blank. What luck he has. Ah. You are lucky. Long reverie. 2. 1. Neither 5 nor 1. That's bad for you. Domino. Plague take it. Book 2nd. EPONINE. Chapter 1. The Lark's Meadow. Marius had witnessed the unexpected termination of the ambush upon whose track he had set Javert. But Javert had no sooner quitted the building, bearing off his prisoners in 3 hackney coaches, than Marius also glided out of the house. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening. Marius betook himself to Courfeyrac. Courfeyrac was no longer the imperturbable inhabitant of the Latin Quarter. He had gone to live in the Rue de la Verrerie for political reasons. This quarter was one where, at that epoch, insurrection liked to install itself. Marius said to Courfeyrac, "I have come to sleep with you." Courfeyrac dragged a mattress off his bed, which was furnished with 2, spread it out on the floor, and said, "There." At 7 o'clock on the following morning, Marius returned to the hovel, paid the quarter's rent which he owed to Ma'am Bougon, had his books, his bed, his table, his commode, and his 2 chairs loaded on a hand-cart, and went off without leaving his address, so that when Javert returned in the course of the morning, for the purpose of questioning Marius as to the events of the preceding evening, he found only Ma'am Bougon, who answered, "Moved away." Ma'am Bougon was convinced that Marius was to some extent an accomplice of the robbers who had been seized the night before. Who would ever have said it? She exclaimed to the portresses of the quarter, "A young man like that, who had the air of a girl." Marius had 2 reasons for this prompt change of residence. The first was, that he now had a horror of that house, where he had beheld, so close at hand, and in its most repulsive and most ferocious development, a social deformity which is, perhaps, even more terrible than the wicked rich man. The wicked poor man. The second was, that he did not wish to figure in the lawsuit which would ensue in all probability, and be brought in to testify against Thénardier. Javert thought that the young man, whose name he had forgotten, was afraid, and had fled, or perhaps, had not even returned home at the time of the ambush. He made some efforts to find him, however, but without success. A month passed, then another. Marius was still with Courfeyrac. He had learned from a young licentiate in law, an habitual frequenter of the courts, that Thénardier was in close confinement. Every Monday, Marius had 5 francs handed in to the clerk's office of La Force for Thénardier. As Marius had no longer any money, he borrowed the 5 francs from Courfeyrac. It was the first time in his life that he had ever borrowed money. These periodical 5 francs are a double riddle to Courfeyrac who lent and to Thénardier who received them. To whom can they go, thought Courfeyrac. Whence can this come to me? Thénardier asked himself. Moreover, Marius was heartbroken. Everything had plunged through a trapdoor once more. He no longer saw anything before him. His life was again buried in mystery where he wandered fumblingly. He had for a moment beheld very close at hand, in that obscurity, the young girl whom he loved, the old man who seemed to be her father, those unknown beings, who were his only interest and his only hope in this world. And, at the very moment when he thought himself on the point of grasping them, a gust had swept all these shadows away. Not a spark of certainty and truth had been emitted even in the most terrible of collisions. No conjecture was possible. He no longer knew even the name that he thought he knew. It certainly was not Ursule. And the lark was a nickname. And what was he to think of the old man? Was he actually in hiding from the police? The white-haired workman whom Marius had encountered in the vicinity of the Invalides recurred to his mind. It now seemed probable that that workingman and M. Leblanc were one and the same person. So he disguised himself. That man had his heroic and his equivocal sides. Why had he not called for help? Why had he fled? Was he, or was he not, the father of the young girl? Was he, in short, the man whom Thénardier thought that he recognized? Thénardier might have been mistaken. These formed so many insoluble problems. All this, it is true, detracted nothing from the angelic charms of the young girl of the Luxembourg. Heart-rending distress. Marius bore a passion in his heart, and night over his eyes. He was thrust onward, he was drawn, and he could not stir. All had vanished, save love. Of love itself he had lost the instincts and the sudden illuminations. Ordinarily, this flame which burns us lights us also a little, and casts some useful gleams without. But Marius no longer even heard these mute counsels of passion. He never said to himself, "What if I were to go to such a place? What if I were to try such and such a thing?" The girl whom he could no longer call Ursule was evidently somewhere, nothing warned Marius in what direction he should seek her. His whole life was now summed up in two words. Absolute uncertainty within an impenetrable fog. To see her once again, he still aspired to this, but he no longer expected it. To crown all, his poverty had returned. He felt that icy breath close to him, on his heels. In the midst of his torments, and long before this, he had discontinued his work, and nothing is more dangerous than discontinued work. It is a habit which vanishes. A habit which is easy to get rid of, and difficult to take up again. A certain amount of dreaming is good, like a narcotic in discreet doses. It lulls to sleep the fevers of the mind at labor, which are sometimes severe, and produces in the spirit a soft and fresh vapor which corrects the over-harsh contours of pure thought, fills in gaps here and there. Binds together and rounds off the angles of the ideas. But too much dreaming sinks and drowns. Woe to the brain worker who allows himself to fall entirely from thought into reverie. He thinks that he can reascend with equal ease, and he tells himself that, after all, it is the same thing. Error. Thought is the toil of the intelligence, reverie its voluptuousness. To replace thought with reverie is to confound a poison with a food. Marius had begun in that way, as the reader will remember. Passion had supervened and had finished the work of precipitating him into chimeras without object or bottom. One no longer emerges from one's self except for the purpose of going off to dream. Idle production. Tumultuous and stagnant gulf. And, in proportion as labor diminishes, needs increase. This is a law. Man, in a state of reverie, is generally prodigal and slack. The unstrung mind cannot hold life within close bounds. There is, in that mode of life, good mingled with evil, for if enervation is baleful, generosity is good and healthful. But the poor man who is generous and noble, and who does not work, is lost. Resources are exhausted, needs crop up. Fatal declivity down which the most honest and the firmest as well as the most feeble and most vicious are drawn, and which ends in one of two holds, suicide or crime. By dint of going outdoors to think, the day comes when one goes out to throw one's self in the water. Excess of reverie breeds men like Escus and Libras. Marius was descending this declivity at a slow pace, with his eyes fixed on the girl whom he no longer saw. What we have just written seems strange, and yet it is true. The memory of an absent being kindles in the darkness of the heart. The more it has disappeared, the more it beams, the gloomy and despairing soul sees this light on its horizon, the star of the inner night. That was Marius' whole thought. He meditated of nothing else. He was confusedly conscious that his old coat was becoming an impossible coat, and that his new coat was growing old, that his shirts were wearing out, that his hat was wearing out, that his boots were giving out. And he said to himself, if I could but see her once again before I die. One sweet idea alone was left to him, that she had loved him, that her glance had told him so, that she did not know his name, but that she did know his soul, and that, wherever she was, however mysterious the place, she still loved him perhaps. Who knows whether she were not thinking of him as he was thinking of her? Sometimes, in those inexplicable hours such as are experienced by every heart that loves, though he had no reasons for anything but sadness and yet felt an obscure quiver of joy, he said to himself, it is her thoughts that are coming to me. Then he added, perhaps my thoughts reach her also. This illusion, at which he shook his head a moment later, was sufficient, nevertheless, to throw beams, which at times resembled hope, into his soul. From time to time, especially at that evening hour which is the most depressing to even the dreamy, he allowed the purest, the most impersonal, the most ideal of the reveries which filled his brain to fall upon a notebook which contained nothing else. He called this, writing to her. It must not be supposed that his reason was deranged. Quite the contrary. He had lost the faculty of working and of moving firmly towards any fixed goal, but he was endowed with more clear-sightedness and rectitude than ever. Marius surveyed by a calm and real, although peculiar light, what passed before his eyes, even the most indifferent deeds and men. He pronounced a just criticism on everything with a sort of honest dejection and candid disinterestedness. His judgment, which was almost wholly disassociated from hope, held itself aloof and soared on high. In this state of mind nothing escaped him, nothing deceived him, and every moment he was discovering the foundation of life, of humanity, and of destiny. Happy, even in the midst of anguish, is he to whom God has given a soul worthy of love and of unhappiness. He who has not viewed the things of this world and the heart of man under this double light has seen nothing and knows nothing of the true. The soul which loves and suffers is in a state of sublimity. However, day followed day, and nothing new presented itself. It merely seemed to him, that the somber space which still remained to be traversed by him was growing shorter with every instant. He thought that he already distinctly perceived the brink of the bottomless abyss. What? He repeated to himself, shall I not see her again before then? When you have ascended the Rue Saint-Jacques, left the barrier on one side and followed the old inner boulevard for some distance, you reach the Rue de la Santé, then the Glacier, and a little while before arriving at the little river of the Gobelins, you come to a sort of field which is the only spot in the long and monotonous chain of the boulevards of Paris, where Ruysdael would be tempted to sit down. There is something indescribable there which exhales grace, a green meadow traversed by tightly stretched lines, from which flutter rags drying in the wind, and an old market gardener's house, built in the time of Louis XIII. With its great roof oddly pierced with dormer windows, dilapidated palisades, a little water amid poplar trees, women, voices, laughter. On the horizon the Pantheon, the pole of the deaf-mutes, the Val de Grace, black, squat, fantastic, amusing, magnificent, and in the background, the severe square crests of the towers of Notre Dame. As the place is worth looking at, no one goes thither. Hardly one cart or wagoner passes in a quarter of an hour. It chanced that Marius' solitary strolls led him to this plot of ground, near the water. That day, there was a rarity on the boulevard, a passer-by. Marius, vaguely impressed with the almost savage beauty of the place, asked this passer-by, what is the name of this spot? The person replied, it is the Lark's Meadow. And he added, it was here that Ulbach killed the shepherdess of Ivry. But after the word lark Marius heard nothing more. These sudden congealments in the state of reverie, which a single word suffices to evoke, do occur. The entire thought is abruptly condensed around an idea, and it is no longer capable of perceiving anything else. The lark was the appellation which had replaced Ursule in the depths of Marius' melancholy. "Stop," said he with a sort of unreasoning stupor peculiar to these mysterious asides, "this is her meadow. I shall know where she lives now." It was absurd, but irresistible. And every day he returned to that meadow of the lark. Chapter 2. Embryonic Formation of Crimes in the Incubation of Prisons. Javert's triumph in the Gorbeau hovel seemed complete, but had not been so. In the first place, and this constituted the principal anxiety, Javert had not taken the prisoner. The assassinated man who flees is more suspicious than the assassin, and it is probable that this personage, who had been so precious a capture for the ruffians, would be no less fine a prize for the authorities. And then, Montparnasse had escaped Javert. Another opportunity of laying hands on that devil's dandy must be waited for. Montparnasse had, in fact, encountered Eponine as she stood on the watch under the trees of the boulevard, and had led her off, preferring to play Nemorin with the daughter rather than Schinderhannes with the father. It was well that he did so. He was free. As for Eponine, Javert had caused her to be seized, a mediocre consolation. Eponine had joined Azelma at Les Madelonnettes. And finally, on the way from the Gorbeau house to La Force, one of the principal prisoners, Claquous, had been lost. It was not known how this had been effected, the police agents and the sergeants could not understand it at all. He had converted himself into vapor, he had slipped through the handcuffs, he had trickled through the crevices of the carriage, the fiacre was cracked, and he had fled. All that they were able to say was, that on arriving at the prison, there was no Claquous. Either the fairies or the police had had a hand in it. Had Claquous melted into the shadows like a snowflake in water? Had there been unavowed connivance of the police agents? Did this man belong to the double enigma of order and disorder? Was he concentric with infraction and repression? Had this sphinx his fore paws in crime and his hind paws in authority? Javert did not accept such combinations, and would have bristled up against such compromises. But his squad included other inspectors besides himself, who were more initiated than he, perhaps, although they were his subordinates in the secrets of the prefecture, and Claquous had been such a villain that he might make a very good agent. It is an excellent thing for ruffianism and an admirable thing for the police to be on such intimate juggling terms with the night. These double-edged rascals do exist. However that may be, Claquous had gone astray and was not found again. Javert appeared to be more irritated than amazed at this. As for Marius, that booby of a lawyer, who had probably become frightened, and whose name Javert had forgotten, Javert attached very little importance to him. Moreover, a lawyer can be hunted up at any time. But was he a lawyer after all? The investigation had begun. The magistrate had thought it advisable not to put one of these men of the band of Patron Minette in close confinement, in the hope that he would chatter. This man was Brujon, the long-haired man of the Rue du Petit Banquier. He had been let loose in the Charlemagne courtyard, and the eyes of the watchers were fixed on him. This name of Brujon is one of the souvenirs of La Force. In that hideous courtyard, called the Court of the Bâtiment Neuf, new building, which the administration called the Court Saint Bernard, and which the robbers called the Fosse aux Lions, the Lion's Ditch. On that wall covered with scales and leprosy, which rose on the left to a level with the roofs, near an old door of rusty iron which led to the ancient chapel of the ducal residence of La Force, then turned in a dormitory for ruffians. There could still be seen, 12 years ago, a sort of fortress roughly carved in the stone with a nail, and beneath it this signature. Brujon, 1811. The Brujon of 1811 was the father of the Brujon of 1832. The latter, of whom the reader caught but a glimpse at the Gorbeau house, was a very cunning and very adroit young spark, with a bewildered and plaintive air. It was in consequence of this plaintive air that the magistrate had released him, thinking him more useful in the Charlemagne yard than in close confinement. Robbers do not interrupt their profession because they are in the hands of justice. They do not let themselves be put out by such a trifle as that. To be in prison for one crime is no reason for not beginning on another crime. They are artists, who have one picture in the salon, and who toil, none the less, on a new work in their studios. Bruggen seemed to be stupefied by prison. He could sometimes be seen standing by the hour together in front of the sutler's window in the Charlemagne yard, staring like an idiot at the sordid list of prices which began with garlic, 62 centimes, and ended with cigar, 5 centimes. Or he passed his time in trembling, chattering his teeth, saying that he had a fever, and inquiring whether one of the 28 beds in the fever ward was vacant. All at once, towards the end of February, 1832, it was discovered that Bruggen, that somnolent fellow, had had 3 different commissions executed by the errand men of the establishment, not under his own name, but in the name of 3 of his comrades. And they had cost him in all 50 sous, an exorbitant outlay which attracted the attention of the prison corporal. Inquiries were instituted, and on consulting the tariff of commissions posted in the convict's parlor, it was learned that the 50 sous could be analyzed as follows: 3 commissions, 1 to the Pantheon, 10 sous. 1 to Val de Grace, 15 sous, and 1 to the Barrière de Grenelle, 25 sous. This last was the dearest of the whole tariff. Now, at the Pantheon, at the Val de Grace, and at the Barrière de Grenelle were situated the domiciles of the 3 very redoubtable prowlers of the barriers, Cordonniers, alias Bizarre, Glorieux, an ex-convict, and Barcaros, upon whom the attention of the police was directed by this incident. It was thought that these men were members of Patron Minette. 2 of those leaders, Babet and Guillaumer, had been captured. It was supposed that the messages, which had been addressed, not to houses, but to people who were waiting for them in the street, must have contained information with regard to some crime that had been plotted. They were in possession of other indications. They laid hand on the 3 prowlers, and supposed that they had circumvented some one or other of Bruggen's machinations. About a week after these measures had been taken, one night, as the superintendent of the watch, who had been inspecting the lower dormitory in the Bâtiment Neuf, was about to drop his chestnut in the box, this was the means adopted to make sure that the watchmen performed their duties punctually. Every hour a chestnut must be dropped into all the boxes nailed to the doors of the dormitories. A watchman looked through the peephole of the dormitory and beheld Bruggen sitting on his bed and writing something by the light of the hall lamp. The guardian entered. Bruggen was put in a solitary cell for a month, but they were not able to seize what he had written. The police learned nothing further about it. What is certain is, that on the following morning, Postilion was flung from the Charlemagne yard into the Lion's Ditch, over the 5-story building which separated the 2 courtyards. What prisoners call a postilion is a pallet of bread artistically molded, which is sent into Ireland, that is to say, over the roofs of a prison, from one courtyard to another. Etymology, over England, from one land to another, into Ireland. This little pellet falls in the yard. The man who picks it up opens it and finds in it a note addressed to some prisoner in that yard. If it is a prisoner who finds the treasure, he forwards the note to its destination. If it is a keeper, or one of the prisoners secretly sold who are called sheep in prisons and foxes in the galleys, the note is taken to the office and handed over to the police. On this occasion, the postilion reached its address, although the person to whom it was addressed was, at that moment, in solitary confinement. This person was no other than Babet, one of the 4 heads of Patron Minette. The postilion contained a roll of paper on which only these 2 lines were written. Babet. There is an affair in the Rue Plumet. A gate on a garden. This is what Bruggen had written the night before. In spite of male and female searchers, Babet managed to pass the note on from La Force to the Salpêtrière, to a good friend whom he had and who was shut up there. This woman in turn transmitted the note to another woman of her acquaintance, a certain Magnan, who was strongly suspected by the police, though not yet arrested. This Magnan, whose name the reader has already seen, had relations with the Thénardier, which will be described in detail later on, and she could, by going to see Éponine, serve as a bridge between the Salpêtrière and Les Madelonnettes. It happened, that at precisely that moment, as proofs were wanting in the investigation directed against Thénardier in the matter of his daughters, Éponine and Azelma were released. When Éponine came out, Magnan, who was watching the gate of the Madelonnettes, handed her Bruggen's note to Babet, charging her to look into the matter. Eponine went to the Rue Plumet, recognized the gate and the garden, observed the house, spied, lurked, and, a few days later, brought to Magnan, who delivers in the Rue Clochapers, a biscuit, which Magnan transmitted to Babet's mistress in the Salpêtrière. A biscuit, in the shady symbolism of prisons, signifies, nothing to be done. So that in less than a week from that time, as Brujon and Babet met in the circle of La Force, the one on his way to the examination, the other on his way from it. Well? Asked Brujon, the Rue P. Biscuit, replied Babet. Thus did the fetus of crime engendered by Brujon in La Force miscarry. This miscarriage had its consequences, however, which were perfectly distinct from Brujon's program. The reader will see what they were. Often when we think we are knotting one thread, we are tying quite another. Chapter 3. Apparition to Father Mabeuf. Marius no longer went to see anyone, but he sometimes encountered Father Mabeuf by chance. While Marius was slowly descending those melancholy steps which may be called the cellar stairs, and which lead to places without light, where the happy can be heard walking overhead, Mabeuf was descending on his side. The Flora of Cauteretz no longer sold at all. The experiments on indigo had not been successful in the little garden of Austerlitz, which had a bad exposure. Mabeuf could cultivate there only a few plants which love shade and dampness. Nevertheless, he did not become discouraged. He had obtained a corner in the Jardin des Plantes, with a good exposure, to make his trials with indigo, at his own expense. For this purpose he had pawned his copperplates of the Flora. He had reduced his breakfast to 2 eggs, and he left one of these for his old servant, to whom he had paid no wages for the last 15 months. And often his breakfast was his only meal. He no longer smiled with his infantile smile, he had grown morose and no longer received visitors. Marius did well not to dream of going thither. Sometimes, at the hour when Mabeuf was on his way to the Jardin des Plantes, the old man and the young man passed each other on the Boulevard de l'Hôpital. They did not speak, and only exchanged a melancholy sign of the head. A heart-breaking thing it is that there comes a moment when misery looses bonds. 2 men who have been friends become 2 chance passers-by. Royal the bookseller was dead. Mabeuf no longer knew his books, his garden, or his indigo. These were the 3 forms which happiness, pleasure, and hope had assumed for him. This sufficed him for his living. He said to himself, "When I shall have made my balls of bluing, I shall be rich, I will withdraw my copperplates from the pawn shop, I will put my Flora in vogue again with trickery. Plenty of money in advertisements in the newspapers and I will buy, I know well where, a copy of Pierre de Medine's Art de Naviguer, with woodcuts, edition of 1655. In the meantime, he toiled all day over his plot of indigo, and at night he returned home to water his garden, and to read his books. At that epoch, Mabeuf was nearly 80 years of age. One evening he had a singular apparition. He had returned home while it was still broad daylight. Mother Plutarque, whose health was declining, was ill and in bed. He had dined on a bone, on which a little meat lingered, and a bit of bread that he had found on the kitchen table, and had seated himself on an overturned stone post, which took the place of a bench in his garden. Near this bench there rose, after the fashion in orchard gardens, a sort of large chest, of beams and planks, much dilapidated, a rabbit hutch on the ground floor, a fruit closet on the first. There was nothing in the hutch, but there were a few apples in the fruit closet, the remains of the winter's provision. Mabeuf had set himself to turning over and reading, with the aid of his glasses, 2 books of which he was passionately fond and in which, a serious thing at his age, he was interested. His natural timidity rendered him accessible to the acceptance of superstitions in a certain degree. The first of these books was the famous treatise of President Delancre, de l'Inconstance de Demons. The other was a quarto by Mutter de la Robaudière, sur les diables de Valverde et les gobelins de la Bievre. This last-mentioned old volume interested him all the more, because his garden had been one of the spots haunted by goblins in former times. The twilight had begun to whiten what was on high and to blacken all below. As he read, over the top of the book which he held in his hand, Father Mabeuf was surveying his plants, and among others a magnificent rhododendron which was one of his consolations. For days of heat, wind, and sun without a drop of rain, had passed, the stalks were bending, the buds drooping, the leaves falling, all this needed water. The rhododendron was particularly sad. Father Mabeuf was one of those persons for whom plants have souls. The old man had toiled all day over his indigo plot, he was worn out with fatigue, but he rose, laid his books on the bench, and walked, all bent over and with tottering footsteps, to the well, but when he had grasped the chain, he could not even draw it sufficiently to unhook it. Then he turned round and cast a glance of anguish toward heaven which was becoming studded with stars. The evening had that serenity which overwhelms the troubles of man beneath an indescribably mournful and eternal joy. The night promised to be as arid as the day had been. Stars everywhere, thought the old man, not the tiniest cloud. Not a drop of water. And his head, which had been upraised for a moment, fell back upon his breast. He raised it again, and once more looked at the sky, murmuring, "A tear of dew. A little pity." He tried again to unhook the chain of the well, and could not. At that moment, he heard a voice saying, "Father Mabeuf, would you like to have me water your garden for you?" At the same time, a noise as of a wild animal passing became audible in the hedge, and he beheld emerging from the shrubbery a sort of tall, slender girl, who drew herself up in front of him and stared boldly at him. She had less the air of a human being than of a form which had just blossomed forth from the twilight. Before Father Mabeuf, who was easily terrified, and who was, as we have said, quick to take alarm, was able to reply by a single syllable, this being, whose movements had a sort of odd abruptness in the darkness, had unhooked the chain, plunged in and withdrawn the bucket, and filled the watering pot, and the goodman beheld this apparition, which had bare feet and a tattered petticoat, running about among the flower beds distributing life around her. The sound of the watering pot on the leaves filled Father Mabeuf's soul with ecstasy. It seemed to him that the rhododendron was happy now. The first bucketful emptied, the girl drew a second, then a third. She watered the whole garden. There was something about her, as she thus ran about among paths, where her outline appeared perfectly black, waving her angular arms, and with her fichu all in rags, that resembled a bat. When she had finished, Father Mabeuf approached her with tears in his eyes, and laid his hand on her brow. "God will bless you," said he, "you are an angel since you take care of the flowers." "No," she replied. "I am the devil, but that's all the same to me." The old man exclaimed, without either waiting for or hearing her response, "What a pity that I am so unhappy and so poor, and that I can do nothing for you." "You can do something," said she. "What?" "Tell me where M. Marius lives." The old man did not understand. "What Monsieur Marius?" He raised his glassy eyes and seemed to be seeking something that had vanished. "A young man who used to come here." In the meantime, M. Mabeuf had searched his memory. "Ah! Yes," he exclaimed. "I know what you mean. Wait. Monsieur Marius, the Baron Marius Pontmercy, parbleu. He lives, or rather, he no longer lives, well, I don't know." As he spoke, he had bent over to train a branch of rhododendron, and he continued. "Hold, I know now. He very often passes along the boulevard, and goes in the direction of the glacier, Rue Crobarbe. The meadow of the Lark. Go there. It is not hard to meet him." When M. Mabeuf straightened himself up, there was no longer any one there, the girl had disappeared. He was decidedly terrified. Really, he thought, if my garden had not been watered, I should think that she was a spirit. An hour later, when he was in bed, it came back to him, and as he fell asleep, at that confused moment when thought, like that fabulous bird which changes itself into a fish in order to cross the sea, little by little assumes the form of a dream in order to traverse slumber, he said to himself in a bewildered way. In sooth, that greatly resembles what Robaudière narrates of the goblins. Could it have been a goblin? Chapter 4. An apparition to Marius. Some days after this visit of a spirit to Farmer Mabeuf, one morning, it was on a Monday, the day when Marius borrowed the 100 sou piece from Courfeyrac for Thénardier, Marius had put this coin in his pocket. And before carrying it to the clerk's office, he had gone, to take a little stroll, in the hope that this would make him work on his return. It was always thus, however. As soon as he rose, he seated himself before a book and a sheet of paper in order to scribble some translation. His task at that epoch consisted in turning into French a celebrated quarrel between Germans, the Gans and Savigny controversy. He took Savigny, he took Gans, read 4 lines, tried to write one, could not, saw a star between him and his paper, and rose from his chair, saying, "I shall go out. That will put me in spirits." And off he went to the Lark's meadow. There he beheld more than ever the star, and less than ever Savigny and Gans. He returned home, tried to take up his work again, and did not succeed. There was no means of reknotting a single one of the threads which were broken in his brain. Then he said to himself, "I will not go out tomorrow. It prevents my working." And he went out every day. He lived in the Lark's meadow more than in Courfeyrac's lodgings. That was his real address, Boulevard de la Santé, at the 7th tree from the Rue Crowbarbe. That morning he had quitted the 7th tree and had seated himself on the parapet of the river de Gobelins. A cheerful sunlight penetrated the freshly unfolded and luminous leaves. He was dreaming of her. And his meditation, turning to a reproach, fell back upon himself. He reflected dolefully on his idleness, his paralysis of soul, which was gaining on him, and of that night which was growing more dense every moment before him, to such a point that he no longer even saw the sun. Nevertheless, athwart this painful extrication of indistinct ideas which was not even a monologue, so feeble had action become in him, and he had no longer the force to care to despair, athwart this melancholy absorption. Sensations from without did reach him. He heard behind him, beneath him, on both banks of the river, the laundresses of the Gobelins beating their linen, and above his head, the birds chattering and singing in the elm trees. On the one hand, the sound of liberty, the careless happiness of the leisure which has wings, on the other, the sound of toil. What caused him to meditate deeply, and almost reflect, were 2 cheerful sounds. All at once, in the midst of his dejected ecstasy, he heard a familiar voice saying, "Come. Here he is." He raised his eyes, and recognized that wretched child who had come to him one morning, the elder of the Thénardier daughters, Éponine. He knew her name now. Strange to say, she had grown poorer and prettier, 2 steps which it had not seemed within her power to take. She had accomplished a double progress, towards the light and towards distress. She was barefooted and in rags, as on the day when she had so resolutely entered his chamber, only her rags were 2 months older now, the holes were larger, the tatters more sordid. It was the same harsh voice, the same brow dimmed and wrinkled with tan, the same free, wild, and vacillating glance. She had besides, more than formerly, in her face that indescribably terrified and lamentable something which sojourn in a prison adds to wretchedness. She had bits of straw and hay in her hair, not like Ophelia through having gone mad from the contagion of Hamlet's madness, but because she had slept in the loft of some stable. And in spite of it all, she was beautiful. What a star art thou, O youth! In the meantime, she had halted in front of Marius with a trace of joy in her livid countenance, and something which resembled a smile. She stood for several moments as though incapable of speech. "So I have met you at last," she said at length. "Father Mabeuf was right, it was on this boulevard. How I have hunted for you! If you only knew. Do you know? I have been in the jug. A fortnight. They let me out. Seeing that there was nothing against me, and that, moreover, I had not reached years of discretion. I lack 2 months of it. Oh! How I have hunted for you! These 6 weeks. So you don't live down there any more?" "No," said Marius. "Ah! I understand. Because of that affair. Those takedowns are disagreeable. You cleared out. Come now. Why do you wear old hats like this? A young man like you ought to have fine clothes. Do you know, Monsieur Marius, Father Mabeuf calls you Baron Marius, I don't know what. It isn't true that you are a baron? Barons are old fellows, they go to the Luxembourg, in front of the chateau, where there is the most sun, and they read the quotidian for a sou. I once carried a letter to a baron of that sort. He was over 100 years old. Say, where do you live now? Marius made no reply. Ah, she went on, you have a hole in your shirt. I must sew it up for you. She resumed with an expression which gradually clouded over. You don't seem glad to see me. Marius held his peace. She remained silent for a moment, then exclaimed. But if I choose, nevertheless, I could force you to look glad. What? Demanded Marius. What do you mean? Ah! You used to call me thou, she retorted. Well, then, what dost thou mean? She bit her lips, she seemed to hesitate, as though a prey to some sort of inward conflict. At last she appeared to come to a decision. So much the worse, I don't care. You have a melancholy air, I want you to be pleased. Only promise me that you will smile. I want to see you smile and hear you say, ah, well, that's good. Poor Mr. Marius. You know. You promised me that you would give me anything I like. Yes. Only speak. She looked Marius full in the eye, and said. I have the address. Marius turned pale. All the blood flowed back to his heart. What address? The address that you asked me to get. She added, as though with an effort. The address, you know very well. Yes, stammered Marius. Of that young lady. This word uttered, she sighed deeply. Marius sprang from the parapet on which he had been sitting and seized her hand distractedly. Oh. Well. Lead me thither. Tell me. Ask of me anything you wish. Where is it? Come with me, she responded. I don't know the street or number very well, it is in quite the other direction from here, but I know the house well, I will take you to it. She withdrew her hand and went on, in a tone which could have rent the heart of an observer, but which did not even graze Marius in his intoxicated and ecstatic state. Oh! How glad you are! A cloud swept across Marius' brow. He seized Eponine by the arm. Swear one thing to me. Swear, said she, what does that mean? Come. You want me to swear? And she laughed. Your father. Promise me, Eponine. Swear to me that you will not give this address to your father. She turned to him with a stupefied air. Eponine. How do you know that my name is Eponine? Promise what I tell you. But she did not seem to hear him. That's nice. You have called me Eponine. Marius grasped both her arms at once. But answer me, in the name of heaven. Pay attention to what I am saying to you, swear to me that you will not tell your father this address that you know. My father, said she. Ah yes, my father. Be at ease. He's in close confinement. Besides, what do I care for my father? But you do not promise me, exclaimed Marius. Let go of me, she said, bursting into a laugh, how you do shake me. Yes. Yes. I promise that. I swear that to you. What is that to me? I will not tell my father the address. There. Is that right? Is that it? Nor to anyone, said Marius. Nor to anyone. Now, resumed Marius, take me there. Immediately. Immediately. Come along. Ah. How pleased he is, said she. After a few steps she halted. You are following me too closely, Monsieur Marius. Let me go on ahead, and follow me so, without seeming to do it. A nice young man like you must not be seen with a woman like me. No tongue can express all that lay in that word, woman, thus pronounced by that child. She proceeded a dozen paces and then halted once more. Marius joined her. She addressed him sideways, and without turning towards him. By the way, you know that you promised me something? Marius fumbled in his pocket. All that he owned in the world was the 5 francs intended for Thénardier the father. He took them and laid them in Éponine's hand. She opened her fingers and let the coin fall to the ground, and gazed at him with a gloomy air. I don't want your money, said she. Book 3rd. The House in the Rue Plumet. Chapter 1. The House with a Secret. About the middle of the last century, a chief justice in the Parliament of Paris having a mistress and concealing the fact. For at that period the grand seigneurs displayed their mistresses, and the bourgeois concealed them, had a little house built in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, in the deserted Rue Blomet, which is now called Rue Plumet. Not far from the spot which was then designated as Combat des Animaux. This house was composed of a single-storied pavilion. 2 rooms on the ground floor, 2 chambers on the first floor, a kitchen downstairs, a boudoir upstairs, an attic under the roof, the whole preceded by a garden with a large gate opening on the street. This garden was about 1.5 acres in extent. This was all that could be seen by passers-by. But behind the pavilion there was a narrow courtyard, and at the end of the courtyard a low building consisting of 2 rooms and a cellar, a sort of preparation destined to conceal a child and nurse in case of need. This building communicated in the rear by a masked door which opened by a secret spring, with a long, narrow, paved winding corridor, open to the sky, hemmed in with 2 lofty walls, which, hidden with wonderful art, and lost as it were between garden enclosures and cultivated land, all of whose angles and detours it followed, ended in another door, also with a secret lock which opened 1/4 of a league away, almost in another quarter, at the solitary extremity of the Rue du Babylone. Through this the Chief Justice entered, so that even those who were spying on him and following him would merely have observed that the justice betook himself every day in a mysterious way somewhere, and would never have suspected that to go to the Rue de Babylone was to go to the Rue Blomet. Thanks to clever purchasers of land, the magistrate had been able to make a secret, sewer-like passage on his own property, and consequently, without interference. Later on, he had sold in little parcels, for gardens and market gardens, the lots of ground adjoining the corridor, and the proprietors of these lots on both sides thought they had a party wall before their eyes, and did not even suspect the long paved ribbon winding between 2 walls amid their flower beds and their orchards. Only the birds beheld this curiosity. It is probable that the linnets and tomtits of the last century gossiped a great deal about the Chief Justice. The pavilion, built of stone in the taste of mansard, wainscoted and furnished in the Watteau style, rocaille on the inside, old-fashioned on the outside, walled in with a triple hedge of flowers, had something discreet, coquettish, and solemn about it, as befits a caprice of love and magistracy. This house and corridor, which have now disappeared, were in existence 15 years ago. In '93 a coppersmith had purchased the house with the idea of demolishing it, but had not been able to pay the price. The nation made him bankrupt. So that it was the house which demolished the coppersmith. After that, the house remained uninhabited, and fell slowly to ruin, as does every dwelling to which the presence of man does not communicate life. It had remained fitted with its old furniture, was always for sale or to let. And the 10 or a dozen people who passed through the Rue Plumet were warned of the fact by a yellow and illegible bit of writing which had hung on the garden wall since 1819. Towards the end of the Restoration, these same passers-by might have noticed that the bill had disappeared, and even that the shutters on the first floor were open. The house was occupied, in fact. The windows had short curtains, a sign that there was a woman about. In the month of October, 1829, a man of a certain age had presented himself and had hired the house just as it stood, including, of course, the back building and the lane which ended in the Rue de Babylone. He had had the secret openings of the 2 doors to this passage repaired. The house, as we have just mentioned, was still very nearly furnished with the justice's old fitting. The new tenant had ordered some repairs, had added what was lacking here and there, had replaced the paving stones in the yard, bricks in the floors, steps in the stairs, missing bits in the inlaid floors and the glass in the lattice windows. And had finally installed himself there with a young girl and an elderly maid-servant, without commotion, rather like a person who is slipping in than like a man who is entering his own house. The neighbors did not gossip about him, for the reason that there were no neighbors. This unobtrusive tenant was Jean Valjean, the young girl was Cosette. The servant was a woman named Toussaint, whom Jean Valjean had saved from the hospital and from wretchedness, and who was elderly, a stammerer, and from the provinces, 3 qualities which had decided Jean Valjean to take her with him. He had hired the house under the name of VIII, independent gentleman. In all that has been related heretofore, the reader has, doubtless, been no less prompt than Thénardier to recognize Jean Valjean. Why had Jean Valjean quitted the convent of the Petit Picpus? What had happened? Nothing had happened. It will be remembered that Jean Valjean was happy in the convent, so happy that his conscience finally took the alarm. He saw Cosette every day, he felt paternity spring up and develop within him more and more, he brooded over the soul of that child, he said to himself that she was his, that nothing could take her from him, that this would last indefinitely. That she would certainly become a nun, being there too gently incited every day, that thus the convent was henceforth the universe for her as it was for him, that he should grow old there, and that she would grow up there. That she would grow old there, and that he should die there. That, in short, delightful hope, no separation was possible. On reflecting upon this, he fell into perplexity. He interrogated himself. He asked himself if all that happiness were really his, if it were not composed of the happiness of another, of the happiness of that child which he, an old man, was confiscating and stealing, if that were not theft. He said to himself, that this child had a right to know life before renouncing it, that to deprive her in advance, and in some sort without consulting her, of all joys, under the pretext of saving her from all trials. To take advantage of her ignorance of her isolation, in order to make an artificial vocation germinate in her, was to rob a human creature of its nature and to lie to God. And who knows if, when she came to be aware of all this some day, and found herself a nun to her sorrow, Cosette would not come to hate him. A last, almost selfish thought, and less heroic than the rest, but which was intolerable to him. He resolved to quit the convent. He resolved on this, he recognized with anguish, the fact that it was necessary. As for objections, there were none. 5 years' sojourn between these 4 walls and of disappearance had necessarily destroyed or dispersed the elements of fear. He could return tranquilly among men. He had grown old, and all had undergone a change. Who would recognize him now? And then, to face the worst, there was danger only for himself, and he had no right to condemn Cosette to the cloister for the reason that he had been condemned to the galleys. Besides, what is danger in comparison with the right? Finally, nothing prevented his being prudent in taking his precautions. As for Cosette's education, it was almost finished and complete. His determination once taken, he awaited an opportunity. It was not long in presenting itself. Old Fauchelevent died. Jean Valjean demanded an audience with the revered prioress and told her that, having come into a little inheritance at the death of his brother, which permitted him henceforth to live without working, he should leave the service of the convent and take his daughter with him. But that, as it was not just that Cosette, since she had not taken the vows, should have received her education gratuitously, he humbly begged the reverend prioress to see fit that he should offer to the community, as indemnity, for the 5 years which Cosette had spent there, the sum of 5,000 francs. It was thus that Jean Valjean quitted the convent of the Perpetual Adoration. On leaving the convent, he took in his own arms the little valise, the key to which he still wore on his person, and would permit no porter to touch it. This puzzled Cosette, because of the odor of embalming which proceeded from it. Let us state at once, that this trunk never quitted him more. He always had it in his chamber. It was the first and only thing sometimes, that he carried off in his moving when he moved about. Cosette laughed at it, and called this valise his inseparable, saying, "I am jealous of it." Nevertheless, Jean Valjean did not reappear in the open air without profound anxiety. He discovered the house in the Rue Plumet, and hid himself from sight there. Henceforth he was in the possession of the name, Ultime Fauchelevent. At the same time he hired 2 other apartments in Paris, in order that he might attract less attention than if he were to remain always in the same quarter, and so that he could, at need, take himself off at the slightest disquietude which should assail him, and in short, so that he might not again be caught unprovided as on the night when he had so miraculously escaped from Javert. These 2 apartments were very pitiable, poor in appearance, and in 2 quarters which were far remote from each other, the one in the Rue de l'Ouest, the other in the Rue de l'Homme-Armé. He went from time to time, now to the Rue de l'Homme-Armé, now to the Rue de l'Ouest, to pass a month or 6 weeks, without taking Toussaint. He had himself served by the porters, and gave himself out as a gentleman from the suburbs, living on his funds, and having a little temporary resting place in town. This lofty virtue had 3 domiciles in Paris for the sake of escaping from the police. Chapter 2. Jean Valjean as a National Guard. However, properly speaking, he lived in the Rue Plumet, and he had arranged his existence there in the following fashion. Cosette and the servant occupied the pavilion. She had the big sleeping room with the painted pier glasses, the boudoir with the gilded fillets, the justice's drawing room furnished with tapestries and vast armchairs. She had the garden. Jean Valjean had a canopied bed of antique damask in 3 colors and a beautiful Persian rug purchased in the Rue du Figuier Saint Paul at Mother Gaucher's, put into Cosette's chamber, and, in order to redeem the severity of these magnificent old things, he had amalgamated with this bric-a-brac all the gay and graceful little pieces of furniture suitable to young girls, an étagère, a bookcase filled with gilt-edged books, an inkstand, a blotting book, paper, a work-table encrusted with mother-of-pearl, a silver gilt dressing-case, a toilet service in Japanese porcelain. Long damask curtains with a red foundation and 3 colors, like those on the bed, hung at the windows of the first floor. On the ground floor, the curtains were of tapestry. All winter long, Cosette's little house was heated from top to bottom. Jean Valjean inhabited the sort of porter's lodge which was situated at the end of the back courtyard, with a mattress on a folding bed, a whitewood table, 2 straw chairs, an earthenware water jug, a few old volumes on a shelf. His beloved valise in one corner, and never any fire. He dined with Cosette, and he had a loaf of black bread on the table for his own use. When Toussaint came, he had said to her, "It is the young lady who is the mistress of this house." "And you, monsieur?" Toussaint replied in amazement. "I am a much better thing than the master, I am the father." Cosette had been taught housekeeping in the convent, and she regulated their expenditure, which was very modest. Every day, Jean Valjean put his arm through Cosette's and took her for a walk. He led her to the Luxembourg, to the least frequented walk, and every Sunday he took her to Mass at Saint Jacques du Haut-Pas, because that was a long way off. As it was a very poor quarter, he bestowed alms largely there, and the poor people surrounded him in church, which had drawn down upon him Thénardier's epistle, to the benevolent gentlemen of the church of Saint Jacques du Haut-Pas. He was fond of taking Cosette to visit the poor and the sick. No stranger ever entered the house in the Rue Plumet. Toussaint brought their provisions, and Jean Valjean went himself for water to a fountain near by on the boulevard. Their wood and wine were put into a half-subterranean hollow lined with rockwork which lay near the Rue de Babylone and which had formerly served the Chief Justice as a grotto. For at the epoch of follies and little houses no love was without a grotto. In the door opening on the Rue de Babylone, there was a box destined for the reception of letters and papers. Only, as the 3 inhabitants of the pavilion in the Rue Plumet received neither papers nor letters, the entire usefulness of that box, formerly the go-between of a love affair, and the confidant of a love-lorn lawyer, was now limited to the tax collector's notices, and the summons of the guard. For M. Fauchelevent, independent gentleman, belonged to the National Guard. He had not been able to escape through the fine meshes of the census of 1831. The municipal information collected at that time had even reached the convent of the Petit Picpus, a sort of impenetrable and holy cloud, whence Jean Valjean had emerged in venerable guise, and, consequently, worthy of mounting guard in the eyes of the town hall. 3 or 4 times a year, Jean Valjean donned his uniform and mounted guard. He did this willingly, however. It was a correct disguise which mixed him with every one, and yet left him solitary. Jean Valjean had just attained his 60th birthday, the age of legal exemption, but he did not appear to be over 50, moreover, he had no desire to escape his sergeant major nor to quibble with Comte de Lobau. He possessed no civil status, he was concealing his name, he was concealing his identity, so he concealed his age, he concealed everything, and, as we have just said, he willingly did his duty as a National Guard. The sum of his ambition lay in resembling any other man who paid his taxes. This man had for his ideal, within, the angel, without, the bourgeois. Let us note one detail, however. When Jean Valjean went out with Cosette, he dressed as the reader has already seen, and had the air of a retired officer. When he went out alone, which was generally at night, he was always dressed in a workingman's trousers and blouse, and wore a cap which concealed his face. Was this precaution or humility? Both. Cosette was accustomed to the enigmatical side of her destiny, and hardly noticed her father's peculiarities. As for Toussaint, she venerated Jean Valjean, and thought everything he did right. One day, her butcher, who had caught a glimpse of Jean Valjean, said to her, "That's a queer fish." She replied, "He's a saint." Neither Jean Valjean nor Cosette nor Toussaint ever entered or emerged except by the door on the Rue de Babylone. Unless seen through the garden gate it would have been difficult to guess that they lived in the Rue Plumet. That gate was always closed. Jean Valjean had left the garden uncultivated, in order not to attract attention. In this, possibly, he made a mistake. Chapter 3. Folius AC Frondibus.